To Be a Virtuous Wife Chapter 1 to Chapter 53. The morning of Duan Wang Fu wasn't any different than usual. The servants in the kitchen were busy, but there wasn't a trace of chaos. After Ma Posey finished delivering the pastries that were needed in the inner compound, she took a few yahuan back to the kitchen. But her expression was slightly ugly. "Old sister, what happened? Why is your expression so ugly?" Another Posey wearing a dark line jacket saw the situation and handed a cup of tea to the other. She asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to deliver cheese to Jingyuan?" "Why, don't mention it. Wang Fei just woke up this morning. Us lowly servants couldn't enter the yard." I only saw the Yin Lu Gunyang by Wang Fei's side. Finishing, Ma Posey took a sip of tea. She looked at the surroundings and lowered her voice to say, "I saw that the expressions of the people in Dongyuan weren't right, so I hurried back." Hearing this, the Posey wearing the line jacket sighed. "Half as a spectator and half as pity," she said, "the red curtains hanging in this Fu haven't even been taken down." It hadn't been more than 2 months since the Wang Fu had married into the Fu. After the wedding night, Wang Yi hadn't taken a step into the Dongyuan. These 2 days, he had been very ill. Wang Yi only sat for a while before leaving. No wonder the expressions of the people in Jingyuan weren't good. She had the good fortune to see Wang Fei once. She was dignified and her appearance was beautiful. She didn't know what part of Wang Yi didn't like. "Don't speak nonsense. Just now, I saw Feng Si Fei come this way." Both of them understood what Ma Posey wasn't saying. They stopped talking and hurriedly went their separate ways. In Jingyuan, a group of yahuan carefully helped Wang Fei wash. Fine silk brushed against her slender fingertips before it was put to one side. Chu Qingju's hair was loose. There wasn't the anger from a few days ago on her face. She lazily took off the green jade bracelet on her wrist and carelessly threw it into a carved mahogany box. "This color is a bit old-fashioned." Jean Jean paused slightly and then waved her hand at the maids behind her. A few boxes were presented in front of Chu Qingju. Inside were bracelets of different colors. Gold thread, embedded pearls, jade, all of them were of extraordinary value. His gaze swept across the rows of bracelets, and he finally picked out an exquisitely carved chicken blood jade bracelet. The blood-red jade bracelet contrasted with his fair wrist, and it was indescribably beautiful. Seeing this, Jean Jean's expression changed slightly. In the past, Wang Fei thought the chicken blood jade bracelets were too flashy, so she had never worn them. Now, she had chosen this jade at first glance. Thinking about the days she had spent in the Wang Fu, she felt slightly bitter. Before Wang Fei had married, her personality had been gentle. This was a virtue of a woman. But once she married into the imperial house, this kind of personality would be at a disadvantage. Noticing Jean Jean's expression, Chu Qingju smiled lightly. She stood and stretched out her arms for the maids to help her put on the wide-sleeved gown she had chosen. It was a fine white shoe-embroidered brocade, embroidered with red plum blossoms. With a slight movement, it was as though the plum blossoms were swaying in the wind. Her waist was adorned with a floral-scented pouch and a pendant of jade beads. Her silky black hair was tied into a beautiful flying fairy bun, and a gorgeous red peach blossom was painted on her forehead. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her lips were pink and moist. Just a glance at her would make one feel an indescribable charm. Personally sticking a luan bird and cloud buyao into her hair, Chu Qingju slowly stood. She smiled wryly as she looked out the window. This hour should be the time to pay respects. Mu Jin, who was a few steps away from Jean Jean, forced a smile and said, "Wang Fei, you were sick a few days ago." Wang Yi told the Hoyuan to not let the Cheshire disturb your rest. "Oh," gently caressing the red jade earrings beside her ear, Chu Qingju lazily sat down on the chair. Adjusting to a more comfortable sitting position, she took the warm water that Yin Lu handed over to moisten her throat. She put down the teacup and wiped the corner of her mouth before ordering, "If that's the case, send someone to every yard to say that Ben Wang Fei has just recovered and misses the Si Fei and Xianxia very much." Hearing this, the 4 senior yahuan beside Wang Fei exchanged looks. Even though they didn't know why Wang Fei's personality had changed so much after waking up, they obeyed and retreated. When they came out of the main room, Jean Jean said worriedly, "Wang Fei didn't seem right when she woke up this morning. I don't know what happened." On the surface, everyone in this Wang Fu is respectful to Wang Fei, but in private, they are all sucking up to that Si Fei and Shi Yuan. Wang Fei has been married for 2 months. Other than the 3 days of the wedding, Wang Yi has been in Jingyuan. The rest of the time, he has been with the other Cheshire. It's too embarrassing for Wang Fei. Yin Lu furrowed her brows as she said in a low voice, that Feng Si Fei has such an attitude, she really thinks she's somebody. She's just a Chia. Yuzan heard Yin Lu's words and imperceptibly looked around. Seeing that no one was nearby, she said, you should also speak less. Wang Yi might favor Feng Si Fei, but he has given Wang Fei respect. Don't cause trouble for Wang Fei. This kind of respect, Yin Lu snorted. Thinking about her mistress's gentle personality, she sighed helplessly in the end. Fine, Jin Zhan, and I will invite Feng Si Fei and Jiang Si Fei. The other Shirchia will be invited by the second rank Yahuan. Mu Jin, who had been silent all this time, nodded, that's very good. By Luo and Pu'er will be enough to invite Luoshire and Hanshire. The Yahuan of Wang Fei's side were named after flowers, the second rank after tea. The other third rank and labor Yahuan could do as they pleased. Mu Jin and the other 3 had been brought out by Wang Fei from Changde Gongfu. Naturally, Wang Fei was the most respected. But the people in the Wang Fu were complicated. Before Wang Fei married, she had been coldly treated by her stepmother and hadn't learned much about managing a household. So when she came here, she had fallen ill within 2 months. Mu Jin had always been worried for Wang Fei. Seeing that Wang Fei seemed to have the intention of establishing herself in the Wang Fu, she naturally released a breath. She wasn't afraid of Wang Fei fighting, she was just afraid that Wang Fei would be as indifferent as before. Seeing the Yahuan beside her leave, Chu Qingju finally stood and walked in front of the large bronze mirror. The workmanship of the bronze mirror was very good. Even though it wasn't as clear as the mercury mirror of her previous life, it was enough to see what a person looked like. The woman in the mirror was about 16 or 17. Her appearance was very beautiful. In the era she had lived in, she was just a beautiful and proud high school girl. Combing through the memories in her mind, Chu Qingju sighed. Her father didn't care, her stepmother wasn't kind, her husband didn't love her, and she had a bunch of troublesome concubines. The original's personality was soft and gentle. In this complicated Wang Fu, she had mysteriously contracted a serious illness. She had mysteriously been possessed by a woman who didn't know what warmth was. It could be said that even in death, she hadn't received justice from the heavens. Wang Fei, the kitchen has delivered breakfast. A slightly soft male voice came from outside the room. It must be the Taijian assigned to the Jingfei according to the rules of the imperial house. In Chu Qingju's memories, the original wasn't particularly close to these Taijian, but she was extremely courteous. It was because they had been assigned by the Department of Household Affairs before Wang Yi had been conferred the title of nobility. Put it down. Fiddling with the golden buyao tassels in her hair, Chu Qingju turned to walk out. Rui Xiang and Shu Kuei, who had been waiting outside the room, heard the movement and hurriedly pushed aside the curtain. One person helped the other open the curtain and welcomed Chu Qingju out. Rui Xiang and Shu Kuei were originally servants of the Wang Fu. They understood that even though Wang Fei was courteous to them, but compared to Yin Lu, Mu Jin, Jin Zhan, and Yu Zhan, there was much less trust. And what had happened a few days ago would only cause Wang Fei to distance herself from them. It was fortunate that Wang Fei's personality was soft and gentle. If it had been someone that was slightly more powerful, they would have been sent away long ago. How could they still be this kind of Yahuan, sitting down in front of a carved red rosewood round table? Chu Qingju's eyes swept across the table. A cup of wine-stewed pork knuckle, a bowl of bird's nest and black chicken porridge, and several greasy side dishes. The only thing that looked light was a small plate of fried green bamboo shoots. Waving away Shu Kuei, who was about to come forward to serve the dishes, Chu Qingju had a smile on her face. She looked wryly at the people standing at the door with their backs bent. You guys are the servants of the kitchen? Wang Fei, new Kai are on duty in the kitchen. The people didn't understand why Wang Fei would ask such a question, but they answered without fear. Such a good Wang Fu kitchen, Chu Qingju lazily leaned against the blanket. Under the puzzlement of the people, her face suddenly darkened. With a wave of her hand, she swept the wine-stewed pork knuckle to the ground. Very quickly, the room was filled with the aroma of meat. Come, drag them out and beat them. Everyone still hadn't reacted. Why would the mud like Wang Fei suddenly act up? No one moved for a moment. What, this Wang Fei, can't order you around? Chu Qingju's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. She stood and looked at the people in the room. Or is it that you feel that it is normal for the kitchen workers to treat me poorly? Being swept by Wang Fei's gaze, everyone shook and finally reacted. A few Taijian and strong mamas rushed forward and moved to drag the kitchen servants out. The servants who were being dragged didn't dare to struggle and only begged for mercy. One of the servants even cried out that he was innocent and said that he had served the best food in the kitchen to Wang Fei. Glancing lightly at the servant who was crying out, Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. She said faintly, "What are you standing around for? Drag them out, beat them in the yard. I'll watch you beat them." A quick-witted Taijian heard this and took out a handkerchief from his body to stuff the mouth of the servant who was crying out. He dragged the person towards the yard. That body that wasn't very muscular was very strong. The other people saw this and followed to drag the person out. There were also quick-witted servants who moved the tables and chairs and set out refreshments, waiting for Wang Fei to come and see the beating. "What is the name of that Taijian? I see that he has some strength," Chu Qingju asked Shu Kuei, who was supporting her, when she stepped out of the exit. "Wang Fei, that little Taijian is called Xiaogaozi, he sweeps the yard." Shu Kuei's voice carried unconsciously reverence. Even her movements were more humble than usual. "I don't think he's tall. Why don't he change his name to Huang Yang and be a chamberlain Taijian?" Chu Qingju laughed lightly and walked into the yard. The Taijian had already been tied to the long benches and were being beaten. Sitting down on the prepared chair, Chu Qingju counted 20 times in her mind. She unhurriedly said, "Other than the one who talked back to me, the other 3, stop." Looking at the 3 who endured the pain and knelt to thank her, Chu Qingju took a sip of tea. "Everyone here must be very confused as to why I am punishing you." The 3 who were kneeling heard the muffled beating sound in their ears. They didn't dare to wipe the sweat on their foreheads and kowtowed to say they didn't dare. "I am a reasonable person. It's just that the people of your kitchen have been too much. I have to punish you." Putting down the teacup in her hand, Chu Qingju's voice carried a tinge of helplessness. Even though Wang Fei wasn't favored by Wang Yi, she was still a Wang Fei that the emperor had personally decreed. A kitchen dared to be too much? The people present heard that these words weren't right, but no one dared to refute them. Didn't they see that the person who had just cried out for his innocence was still being beaten? "Who in the food doesn't know that I am sick? The Tai has already told me not to eat too much, but what is this that you bring up every day?" Chu Qingju sighed, her face full of sorrow as though she was a little cabbage that had been bullied. "I know that you are too lazy to serve a sick Wang Fei. I had originally thought that everything would be over if I went. But now that my illness has started to recover, I want to live well. You purposefully bring me oily things. Aren't you hoping that my illness will relapse and I will pass away sooner?" Speaking of this, she sighed again. If it wasn't that one of them was being beaten, her appearance would have been pitiful. The 3 servants kowtowed again to beg for forgiveness. They wanted to explain but didn't dare. They were afraid that Wang Fei would say offend Shuzi and have them continue to be beaten. Seeing that the kowtows were almost done, Chu Qingju waved her hand as though she had been struck by sorrow. Fine, there's no need to beat them. Leave." Finishing, she turned and ordered Rui Xian behind her, "Get someone to bring medicine for their wounds. They must be important in the Fu, and their work can't be delayed." The 4 kneeling people groaned inside. Since Wang Fei said that they were important and couldn't be delayed, then they had to crawl to be on duty tomorrow, unless they waited to be kicked out of the Wang Fu. But they were all servants who had signed death contracts. What good ending would there be if they were kicked out? After giving the orders, Chu Qingju slowly stood. She turned to look at the Si Fei and Xianxia that had arrived at some unknown time. Her face made a surprised expression. "When did you come? Since you are here, come in." Finishing, she didn't care what expression these women had. Holding Shu Kuei's hand, she walked into the room. The Zifei and Xianxia hadn't thought that they would see such a violent and aesthetic play the moment they stepped into the Jingyuan. They looked with puzzlement at Wang Fei, and then at the servants who clearly were in extreme pain but didn't dare to show any twisted expression. What was going on? But seeing Wang Fei walk towards the main room, the 4 didn't care if they were respectful or not, they followed. Only Feng Fei, when she passed by the people who were being beaten, opened her mouth to call for the servants to help them back. But seeing that the servants standing around didn't move, her expression changed slightly and she didn't say anything more. Yin Lu and Jin Zhan, who were leading the way, lowered their heads and opened the curtains for the four. From a distance, they saw Mu Jin and Yuzhan walk over with food boxes and stopped walking, waiting for the two to come closer. But looking at the two, they didn't seem to know what had happened. The four exchanged glances and then looked at the servants in the yard who were much more well-behaved. They lifted the curtains and entered the room. The room had been cleaned. The smell of meat had been suppressed by the burning incense. But Chu Qingju didn't like the smell and couldn't resist looking at the flying crane golden beast. Rui Xiang saw the situation and immediately went forward to extinguish the incense, changing it for a lighter one. Seeing Wang Fei's expression relax, she released a breath. It's Wang Fei's Yahuan that is so intelligent. No wonder Wang Yi compliments your Yahuan so well. Feng Fei smiled faintly and bowed slightly to Chu Qingju. She was making fun of the fact that a few days ago, Wang Yi had taken one of Chu Qingju's Yahuan as a tongfeng. She dared to say such things because of Wang Yi's favor, but no one else dared to continue. Who knew that after she finished, Chu Qingju didn't even look at her, as though she, a living person, didn't exist. The room instantly sank into an awkward silence. Holding Shu Kui's hand, she sat down. Chu Qingju saw Mu Jin and Yuzhan come in with food boxes and said, "Put it all out." When the food box was opened, all kinds of porridge and dishes were laid out. There was a bowl of lotus seed and lily porridge, a cup of jade treasure 8 treasures blackbone chicken soup, and a few other side dishes and desserts were all delicate and light. Every dish was steaming, and one could tell at a glance how much effort was put into it. It seems that there are still people who can work in the main kitchen. Those who make these will be rewarded with 5 taels of silver. Chu Qingju picked up a porcelain spoon to taste a mouthful of porridge. She looked at Han Qinghe standing at the side. This was a Xianxia of the Wang Fu. Her status was low, but she knew how to be subservient. Even though she wasn't very favored, she wasn't unfavored. I heard Wang Yi say that you are very good at serving. Today, you will serve the food. The taste of the porridge wasn't bad. Chu Qingju felt that her mood had improved. Seeing that Han Shi was dawdling and not angry, she asked with a thin smile, "What, Han Shi isn't willing?" Nu doesn't dare. A threat of humiliation appeared on Han Shi's face. But the person in front of her was Wang Fei. As a Xianxia, it was natural for her to serve Wang Fei. Even if she wasn't willing, what could she do? The other three looked in disbelief at Chu Qingju, who had her head lowered to drink the porridge. Was Wang Fei crazy? Han Xianxia wasn't very favored, but she was still an old person who had guided Wang Yi. She, an unfavored Wang Fei, how could she let Han Xianxia serve her meals, not caring what the others thought? Chu Qingju stopped the shepherd's purse and pheasant slices that Han Shi had picked up. "I don't like this dish. Remember not to pick this next time." Han Shi's expression changed slightly. Her hand holding the chopsticks tightened. In the end, she didn't turn hostile. She stiffly curtsied, "Wang Fei, forgive me." Nu has served Wang Yi for a long time and thought that Wang Fei and Wang Yi both liked this dish. Nu was wrong. Was she telling her that she was an old person by Wang Yi's side? Chu Qingju smiled but didn't speak. Her eyes moved to a plate of green bamboo and pork belly strips. Sometimes, being speechless was the greatest embarrassment. Everyone present could see that Wang Fei didn't think much of Han Xianxia at all. It was as though this woman in front of them was no different than the Xianxia that held the curtains and served the dishes for the principal wife. Chu Qingju ate the breakfast very slowly. Feng Fei and the others stood until their legs were weak. But they didn't receive the order to be seated. They could only stand to one side and watch as Chu Qingju elegantly ordered Han Xianxia to serve the dishes. "Wang Fei called us here today. Is there something important?" Seeing Chu Qingju finally put down her chopsticks, Fei Feng Zijin couldn't resist, but she had a warm smile on her face. "Or is it that Wang Fei just called us here to chat?" Taking the clear tea that Jin Zhan presented to her, she rinsed her mouth and used the Sephora lemon water to wash her hands, using a silk cloth to dry the water on her fingertips. Chu Qingju slowly looked at Feng Zijin. "In the past, I've heard that Feng Fei's personality was as gentle as water. today, I feel that the words are appropriate. Isn't the personality of boiling water this impatient? Sifei Jiangyongyu, who was standing to the right of Feng Zijin, heard this and buried her head even lower to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. This Feng Zijin usually liked to put on a gentle appearance to attract the pity of Wang Yi, but Wang Fei had to say the opposite. It could be seen that Wang Fei wasn't a clay person. Looking at this Wang Fei who had just entered the household, she didn't seem to be a small character. Being teased by Chu Qingju, Feng Zijin was angry, but the smile on her face became even more gentle. Wang Fei must be joking. Nu doesn't deserve such praise. Wang Fei's heart is open and pure. That's what Nu envies. How Ben Wang Fei is, the emperor has stated clearly when he bestowed marriage. Chu Qingju smiled lightly, her eyes carelessly sweeping across Feng Zijin as though she was surprised that a little Chia dared to comment on a proper wife. The emperor's golden words, the eyes of a dragon and the eyes of a phoenix, he naturally sees more clearly than anyone else in the world. Feng Zijin's other words were blocked by this sentence. What could she say? The emperor had personally chosen Wang Fei. She was just a little Xianxia. Did she dare to say anything bad about the emperor? Even Wang Yi didn't dare to say something like that. Currently, there were 4 princes who had lived to adulthood, and the emperor was already close to 60 years of age. Although the fight for the throne had not been brought to the surface, but in private, a storm was gradually rising. The princes naturally did not want to splash dirty water on themselves. Wang Fei dared to say such words, she was clearly using her power to pressure others. She clearly was relying on the fact that Wang Yi couldn't divorce her, the proper wife, to say such arrogant words. Thinking about the words on the decree of marriage, what natural beauty, great virtue, the emperor had said that Chu Qingju was of great virtue, who dared to say no. Thinking about it, the smile on Feng Zijin's face froze. She made a curtsy towards the other. Wang Fei, forgive me, Nu spoke indiscreetly. It doesn't matter what you say in front of me. Behind closed doors, everyone is a member of Duan Wang Fu. If you speak indiscreetly outside, it's a small matter if others say I don't know how to teach, but if you lose face for Duan Wang Fu, then it's not good. Chu Qingju sighed softly. Theoretically, you are all elders of the Fu, I shouldn't say more, but I just gave a few words of advice. Wang Fei is concerned about Nu, it is Nu's honor, it's not for nothing. Jiang Yongyu, who had been standing silently at the side, took a step forward and curtsied. Nu might be an elder of the Fu, but not as noble as Wang Fei, and not as knowledgeable. Wang Fei's love for us has benefited Nu greatly. The other 3 hadn't thought that Luo Yinxiu would put on such a low posture. Even though they looked down on her inside, they all showed expressions of agreement. Feng Zijin looked at Jiang Yongyu and thought disdainfully inside, as expected, she really wasn't of high birth. Such an unfavored Wang Fei was worth it for her to stick close to. Taking in the expressions of the others, Chu Qingju propped her chin on one hand as she leaned against the carved chair, the index finger of her right hand lightly tapping the armrest of the chair. Of the 4 women in front of her, Feng Zijin's birth was the best. Her father was a 3rd-grade assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Jiang Yongyu's father was only a 6th-grade supervisor of the Ministry of Works. As for the other 2 Xianxia, their statuses were even lower. Han Qinghe's father was only a little 8th-grade promoted prefect. It was only because he had taught Duan Wang that he was allowed to become a Xianxia. The other Xianxia of few words, Luo Yinxiu, was also of average birth. Her father died early and she followed her mother to seek refuge with her uncle. Her uncle was only a 7th-grade official of the Office of Transmission. In terms of appearance, Feng Zijin was the prettiest, Jiang Yongyu second, Han Qinghe was as delicate as her name suggested, and Luo Yinxiu's appearance was as unremarkable as her personality. The seemingly simple 4 women and a few Tong Fong that couldn't be seen in public were enough to make the original so ill that she couldn't get out of bed. It could be seen that it wasn't simple at all. It's good that you can listen, Chu Qingju stood. Holding Mu Jin's hand, she moved to walk outside. The 4 could only obediently follow to the yard. The yard had already been cleaned. No one would have thought that just an hour ago, someone had been punished here. Narrowing her eyes to look at the sky, Chu Qingju turned to look at the 4 women. The weather today isn't bad. Come for a walk with me. I've been sick for a long time and didn't have the time to be intimate with you. From today onwards, make it up to me. In other Fu, when the wife was sick, which concubine didn't come to pay respects? Only this concubine of Duan Wangfu was especially daring. She only sent gifts but no one came to visit. The original could endure it, but she didn't have to. Listening to Wang Fei's gentle tone and words of deep meaning, the usually timid Luo Yinxiu couldn't help but tremble. She had originally wanted to pay respects every day, but Feng Zifei didn't move. As an unfavored Xianxia, she didn't dare to say one more word or take one more step. Now that Wang Fei wanted to settle old debts, Feng Zifei had Wang Ye's favor and naturally would be fine. But what about someone like her who wasn't favored? After Jiang Yongyu heard the words, she first paused. Then she looked at Feng Zijin. She wasn't favored by Wang Yi, but because she understood the situation, her life in the Wangfu wasn't bad. From the first time she saw Wang Fei today, she strangely felt that Wang Fei had gained some power. The woman walking in front still had the same appearance, but she didn't have the personality of a clay figurine. The servants that had been beaten in the morning were just Wang Fei killing chickens to warn the monkeys. Otherwise, there was no need to make such a grand scene. Any son of an aristocratic family that wasn't dumb would give some face to the wife. Even more so, Wang Yi was such a wise person. In the past, Wang Fei's personality was soft and if she didn't care, naturally nothing would happen. Now that Wang Fei was going to care, the matter wouldn't be forgotten just because Feng Zijin was favored. Wang Fei might not be favored by her father and stepmother in her paternal family, but Wang Fei still had a capable maternal family. Wang Yi wasn't a person without ambition and naturally knew how to respect this wife of his. Looking sympathetically at Feng Zijin who was walking in front of her, Jiang Yongyu moved her gaze away. She saw a procession of people walking over. Walking at the very front was the master of a fu, Duan Wangfu. From far away, He saw a procession in the garden. But it was far away and he didn't recognize everyone. He couldn't clearly see the woman walking at the front, but judging from her mannerisms, she was unfamiliar. Ming He, who do you see in front? Having just come down from court, he wasn't in the mood to coax these women. As the words left his mouth, he stopped walking, his expression slightly irritated. Wang Yi, this one sees that it seems to be Feng Zifei and Jiang Zifei's entourage. Ming He widened his eyes and then quickly lowered his head. He might be a Taijian, but he didn't dare to stare directly at his mistress women. Then who is walking at the front? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman at the front. She doesn't look familiar. Ming He raised his head to look again. The woman walking at the front had an extraordinary presence. He didn't know what kind of flower was embroidered on her wide-sleeved gown. She looked very beautiful. But he really couldn't recognize who this person was. He hesitated for a beat before opening, is it Wang Fei? Even Ming He himself didn't believe the words. But of the women in the fu, other than Wang Fei, who else could walk in front of Zifei? Hearing Ming He mention Wang Fei, He thought of that gentle and soft woman. Her father was the Duke of Chengde, her uncle was the Marquis of Xianxia and he was also the Vice Minister of the Judicial Office. Her birth was not ordinary, but she was raised to have that kind of personality. No wonder when Mu Fei had chosen Chushi, no one had interfered. From afar, Chu Qingju saw the Duan Wang that the original owner of the body revered in her memories. He looked to be just over 20, tall and straight, wearing a white brocade robe with black edges, a white jade crown on his face. With one glance, he gave off the feeling of a dragon among men. When she came closer, she saw a faint smile on Duan Wang's face, but there wasn't a hint of a smile in his eyes. Slightly curtsying, Chu Qingju smiled and asked, Wang Yi has finished court, do you want to eat? Wang Fei's body has recovered? Hang's gaze landed on that white and smooth wrist. The red bloodstone made that wrist seem as though it could be broken with a single blow. Thanks to Wang Ye's good fortune, Chu Qingju gave a false smile as she used a handkerchief to wipe at the barely visible sweat on her forehead. It's just that my body is a bit weak. The Tai had already ordered that it shouldn't be too nutritious. Who knew that the servants in the kitchen would disobey on the surface and send greasy and nutritious things? I was so angry that I punished them with a few planks. Jiang Yongyu heard Wang Fei mention this matter to Wang Yi and couldn't help but look at Wang Yi. However, she saw that the other's expression was calm. It was clear that he didn't care about this matter. He really didn't care about this kind of small matter. He was just slightly surprised that Wang Fei would do something like punishing people. He didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Fei, but it wasn't to the point where he would hit her face in this kind of situation. It wouldn't be a pity to expel a servant that isn't loyal to his mistress. Your Highness's understanding is Chia's great fortune. Wang Ye's personality was as she had guessed, a man who could endure and had ambition. She looked down and no longer smiled at Wang Yi. In her previous life, she had been a successful manager. What type of man hadn't she seen? This Wang Yi wasn't a peerless beauty, she didn't care for him that much. He Hing saw that the other didn't seem to have any intentions of speaking and turned to look at his other women. He saw that Fengshe had a smile on her face, but there was still some unspeakable grievance. He looked at Wang Fei and saw her head was slightly bowed. In the end, he only nodded, "Your body is better, it's good to walk outside." Finishing, he left the group of women behind and returned to the study. After He Hing left, Chu Qingju turned to look at Feng Zijin. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she reached out with her right hand to raise her smooth chin. In a voice so gentle that it almost came out of water, she said, "Feng Zifei's face, it really makes one fall in love the more they look at it." Finishing, her thumb brushed across her face until she felt Feng Zifei shiver. She smiled and took back her hand. She used a handkerchief to wipe her thumb and forefinger. "All right, I'm tired. You all should go back." Finishing, she held Jin Zhan's hand and turned to walk. Feng Zijin looked at the handkerchief that Wang Fei had thrown on the ground after 2 or 3 steps. Her face, which was usually able to maintain a smile, turned green. This was a great humiliation. What made her even more angry was that she had seen terror in Chu Qingju's eyes. What was she, Chu Qingju, dull and dull? She dared to treat her like this? At this time, she felt that the other 3 beside her were laughing at her. She swept a glance at them and scolded with a dark face, "What are you looking at? Get out." The 2 Xianxia hurriedly bowed and retreated. It was Jiang Yongyu, who was also a Fei, who slowly opened her mouth. "Mimi, return to your rooms early. I will leave first." Finishing, she didn't look at Feng Zijin's expression and turned to leave. Chu Qingju. Feng Zijin's face was dark as she crushed the handkerchief on the ground a few times before returning to Shi Yuan with a belly full of anger. "Wang Fei, what you did today is a big slap to Feng Zifei's face." Jin Zhan was both relieved and worried. "If Wang Yi knew, he would hold you accountable." "Don't worry," Chu Qingju smiled lightly, her gaze looking in the direction of the study. "Wang Yi isn't a mediocre person. This kind of man, he wouldn't care about these small matters. As long as she, as Wang Fei, didn't harm Duan Wang's interests, Duan Wang would respect her, as Wang Fei. Chang de Gongfu didn't like her, but her Jiujio was a marquis and a marquis. Jiumu's father was the minister of war. Both of them didn't have daughters, only 2 sons. They took good care of her niece. If it wasn't for these 2, how could the original have protected her Nianqing's dowry? Duan Wang might not need to rely on Wang Fei to do things, but what was certain was that he wouldn't get into conflict with these people for favoring a Chia over a wife. Right now, all the imperial sons were starting to move. Duan Wang wasn't a person without ambition. She wasn't a person that liked to be wronged. If she really had to live the rest of her life in oppression, she might as well jump into the pond right now. As to what would happen to her if Duan Wang really obtained the throne, she was too lazy to think that much. Who could predict what would happen in the future? Even if she was virtuous and virtuous, this Duan Wang might not like her very much. Jin Zhan didn't understand the meaning of Wang Fei's words. But if Wang Fei didn't explain, she didn't dare to ask. She, Mu Jin and the others, carefully served Wang Fei back to Jingyuan. They saw the kitchen steward waiting for them. When the kitchen steward saw them, he came forward to make a full bow, begging for forgiveness. They were really unlucky. In the past, it had always been like this for Wang Fei. Who knew that Wang Fei would act up today? If it was just that, it wouldn't have been so bad. But just now, even Wang Ye's personal attendant, Ming He Gonggong, had come to scold them. The original steward had been demoted. He had originally been the vice steward. Now that he had picked up a loophole, he became the head steward. But he didn't dare to be careless. He had come early to Jingyuan to beg for forgiveness. Chu Qingju looked at this steward. He wasn't tall, had a simple and honest appearance, and looked very honest. But to be able to become a steward in this Wang Fu, how could he be an honest person? She was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of begging for forgiveness. She said, "What happens to the kitchen, I don't care. But in the future, if I find that you aren't doing your best, you don't even need to kneel here." The steward nodded his head and presented a menu, saying that he wanted Wang Fei to order the food for today and tomorrow morning. "In the past, you said that it would be according to the allotment, so you could order the food." Chu Qingju didn't take the menu, only looking with a faint smile at the steward. Hearing this, the steward immediately said, "It must be that the boy who passed the message made a mistake. Wang Fei's food has to be according to the allotment, but it can be ordered according to the allotment." Finishing, he scolded the messenger for being muddle-headed and passing on the wrong message and so on. Chu Qingju was too lazy to listen to this nonsense. She said, "Fine, I know you are doing your best. Yin Lu, bring up the menu." Once the menu was in her hands, she saw that there were all kinds of dishes on it. She ordered some dishes that she liked to eat before opening. "I don't like to eat greasy things in the morning. The people of the kitchen can cook as you see fit. If it is to my liking, there will naturally be rewards." The steward silently complained. Who knew which thing suited this Wang Fei's appetite, but his mouth kept on saying that Wang Fei was magnanimous and so on. After sending away the steward of the kitchen, Yin Lu massaged Chu Qingju's shoulders. She thought hatefully, this group of dogs that bully the weak and fear the strong. Yin Lu had good control of her strength. Chu Qingju comfortably leaned on the chaise. Hearing Yin Lu's words, she smiled and said, "All the people in this world are just so. A little steward isn't worth getting angry over." Mu Jin came in with a cup of date honey tea. Hearing Wang Fei's words, she smiled and said in a low voice, "Wang Fei is right. Newbie thinks that from now on, in this Hoyuan, there won't be any servants that only obey on the surface but oppose on the inside." Hearing this, Chu Qingju opened her eyes and sighed, "In the past, I always thought of people as good. But today, I feel that good for good, evil for evil is the only way to gain a foothold in the imperial house." Mu Jin smiled. She put the teacup in her hand on the round mahogany table and covered Chu Qingju with a thin blanket. "It is good that Wang Fei can think this way. Of the first-rank Yahuan, she was the oldest. When foreign had bought her into the Fu, Xiaojia hadn't been more than 1 year old. Now that Xiaojia had become Wang Fei, she was over 20. She had said a long time ago that she wasn't willing to marry. Guarding Wang Fei was all she wanted. For Wang Fei to have such a change, it was for the best. Chu Qingju looked at Mu Jin. She suddenly thought of Mu Jin Hua's words of warmth and persistence. This name was perfect for the woman in front of her. It was a great fortune that the previous self had such a Yahuan that wholeheartedly cared for her. Closing her eyes, Chu Qingju didn't look at the sincere concern in the other's eyes. "Mu Jin's intentions, I understand." The rims of Mu Jin's eyes reddened. She smiled and said, "Wang Fei's words are embarrassing newbie." Finishing, she covered her face and walked out. In the Wang Fu study, He enclosed a secret letter and immersed it in a basin of water before saying to Ming He, "Don't bother with the matters in the south. De Ji and Sandy are fighting fiercely. It's better for me to watch." Ming He nodded. He looked at the letter that had been blotted out in the basin and turned to say, "Wang Yi, the people in the kitchen have already been beaten. The new steward is smart and has already gone to Jingyuan to ask for forgiveness." He nodded. He didn't really care about the matter and only said, "Chushur is Ben Wang's wife. She can't lose the dignity that she deserves." Thinking about Chushur's grand and plain attire that was contrary to the past, his eyebrows moved. "As to how Wang Fei will conduct herself in the future, we'll wait and see." Ming He silently nodded. This was a matter between his mistress and mistress. As a servant, he naturally couldn't say much. But he felt that today's Wang Fei was very different from the past. It wasn't just her attire, even her eyes had changed. As the chief steward of the Fu, he had seen Wang Fei many times. He always felt that Wang Fei had changed from an unremarkable gray-furred rabbit to a vicious female fox. Realizing that he was presumptuously guessing his mistress, Ming He buried his head even lower. Bah, he deserved to be beaten, he deserved to be beaten. A new day had arrived. The Si Fei and Xieshur of the Wang Fu all obediently went to the Jingyuan to pay their respects. The result was that after waiting for almost an hour, they still didn't see Wang Fei. The other three were fine and just sat woodenly. Only Feng Zijin had a hint of impatience on her face. Even so, she didn't dare to flick her sleeves and leave. Taking a sip of tea and suppressing the impatience in her heart, Feng Zijin lowered her voice and asked the Yahuan behind her, "Chenyu, what time is it?" Chenyu looked outside the door. The sun had risen and could only say, "Mistress, it's already past 7 in the morning." Jiang Yongyu looked coldly at the actions of Feng Zijin and her servant. She looked down at the hem of her lotus-colored dress, like an unconscious piece of wood waiting for Wang Fei to arrive. After a few minutes, they saw Wang Fei's first Yahuan, Mu Jin, slowly walk in. She bowed deeply to the four with an apologetic expression, "Sifei, Yinyangs, please return." Wang Fei said that paying respects every day is too troublesome. In the future, it's enough to pay respects once every 3 days. Wang Fei is understanding. After waiting for half a day, they hadn't expected to get these few words. The four present had mixed feelings, their expressions different. Jiang Yongyu, who was older and a Si Fei, came forward and said with a smile, "If that's the case, we won't disturb Wang Fei. Wang Fei is busy every day. If you had informed us yesterday, you wouldn't have bothered us today. We were rash." Feng Zijin added with a fake smile, "We are rough people and are used to being undisciplined. We aren't attentive enough. Wang Fei, please forgive us." Hearing Feng Fei's ambiguous words, the smile on Mu Jin's face didn't change. She bowed again. Feng Fei doesn't have to worry. Wang Fei is usually lenient and won't get angry over such a small matter. The two's eyes met. Mu Jin's eyes were smiling, her chin slightly lowered as she put on a respectful appearance. Feng Fei's smile became colder and colder. In the end, she just left with her personal Yahuan, Chenyu, and Xia Yun. The other three were much more humble and polite, leaving Jingyuan with smiles on their faces. Once they were out of the main courtyard, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Yinxiu couldn't help but whisper, "The atmosphere in the main courtyard is getting scarier and scarier." Jiang Yongyu covered her mouth and smiled, but there wasn't much of a smile in her eyes. "That is the Wang Fei. Whether or not we are favored, we cannot neglect her." Han Qing, he was the oldest of the four and was the Yahuan that had been arranged by the Department of Household Affairs to be by Wang Ye's side. When she heard Jiang Yongyu's words, she wasn't happy, but she had to admit it. She had originally thought that Wang Fei would have her serve the dishes today, but who knew that Wang Fei didn't even show her face and had them go back. "It's fine if Wang Yi favors me, but if I don't." She smiled bitterly and turned to look at the Jingyuan. "What kind of good days will I have in the future?" When these words were said, the three fell silent. Now that they had no children, no one could predict what would happen in the future. If Wang Fei wanted to control them, it would only take a few words. In Jingyuan, Chu Qingju sat in front of the copper mirror after washing up, playing with a jade ruyi. Seeing Mu Jin come in, she lazily stood. Holding Yin Lu's hand, she sat down in front of the table in the outer room before asking, "Were any of them dissatisfied?" The others were fine, only Feng Fei said a few words. Mu Jin went forward to pick a few dishes for her, smiling as she said, "Newbie wasn't very polite to her, so when Feng Fei left, her face wasn't very good." Indicating that she didn't need anyone to serve the dishes, Chu Qingju rinsed her mouth and said, "This is very good. People say that in front of the Prime Minister, there are 7 ranks. You are the head Yahuan in front of me, your words and actions are the face of our Jingyuan. You can be polite, but you can't shrink back. When I took a step back, I didn't see any of them show me any respect." Hearing Wang Fei's words, Mu Jin understood that Wang Fei was putting her first. Her heart was excited, but she maintained a smile on her face. "Newbie will remember." Chu Qingju nodded and buried her head in the breakfast. When she put down her chopsticks, she rinsed her mouth and washed her hands. When everything was tidied up, it was the start of a new day. "Wang Fei, Newbie doesn't understand. Why do Si Fei and Xianxia have to pay their respects every 3 days, Yin Lu said in confusion, not to mention other Fu, even in the original Chang de Gong Fu, the Ji Foreign had the Yinyang pay their respects every day. It's good for me that they come every day. It saves me the trouble of not having a good breakfast." Chu Qingju held her hand as they walked over the threshold. Looking at the greenery in the yard, she said in a good mood, "I'm too lazy to get up early every day to dress and wait for them to pay their respects." Lu nodded in understanding. Carefully holding Wang Fei's hand, she walked into the yard. This yard wasn't small. There were fake mountains, ponds, bridges, and flowers. The servants all had their own duties, but Lu always felt that this yard was too quiet. "Wang Fei, yesterday you said you were going to take in the little Taijian into the inner compound. Do you want him to come and kowtow?" Mu Jin saw Wang Fei standing on the bridge and using fish food to tease the fish in the water. She asked in a light voice, "If you don't see him, what will you arrange for him to do?" Throwing all the fish food in her hand into the water, Chu Qingju smiled as she watched the little golden fish swarm over. "Let him come over." A short while later, she saw the Taijian that she had renamed Huangyang kneel in front of her. Chu Qingju carefully examined him. His face was delicate and he looked very honest. She instantly smiled. "Stand up. The Taijian that serve in the yard also have a leader. In the future, you will be in charge of these people. As to what you have to do, you should know." Finishing, she saw this Huangyang once again kneel down to express his thanks. Chu Qingju smiled as she looked at Mu Jin. "Mu Jin is the one that has served me for many years. If you don't understand something, go ask her." Huangyang said yes and then bowed to Mu Jin. Mu Jin returned the greeting and smiled. "Wang Fei sees that you are obedient and is praising you. Don't waste Wang Fei's good intentions." Mu Jin Gunyang, "Don't worry. Nukai will carefully serve Wang Fei." Huangyang didn't say anything unnecessary. It could be seen that he knew that Wang Fei didn't like to hear useless words. Seeing the situation, Mu Jin nodded inside. She didn't know how useful he was, but at least he had some insight and wasn't stupid. Wang Fei's words just now indicated that in the future, all the servants in the inner yard would treat her as their leader. She had nothing to repay and could only pay attention to everything to show that Wang Fei valued her. Huang Yang hadn't expected that he would be valued by Wang Fei. He was overjoyed. Not to mention that he only bowed to Mu Jin. Even if he had to kowtow a few more times, it would have been enough. After he left, his face finally showed traces of joy. He turned back to look at Wang Fei, who was still on the bridge. Who said that Wang Fei was a wooden person? In his eyes, there was no woman in the Fu that could compare to Wang Fei. Nyang. Seeing Huangyang leave, Chu Qingju sighed. She leaned against the pillar of the bridge in boredom. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of a flute coming from the distance. The flute sound was sorrowful and seemed to be a woman crying. She looked in the direction the flute sound came from and asked curiously, "Where is the flute sound coming from at this time?" The expressions of Mu Jin and the others changed slightly, but no one spoke. Seeing the situation, Chu Qingju laughed lightly. "Is it that I can't know about this person?" "Wang Fei, that's Cui Yu Yuan. I heard that the Huakue that lives there is a Darren who gave Wang Yi." Mu Jin saw that Wang Fei's expression was normal before she continued. "Nukai heard that this Huakue called Yunqing is famous in Jing. She is skilled in the 4 arts. Wang Yi often goes to her place to sit. But Yunqing Gunyang's personality is pure and virtuous. Even now, she is still a Gunyang. So that meant that Wang Yi hadn't eaten this Huakue yet?" Chu Qingju laughed out loud. Instantly, her interest in the flute sound decreased by half. If she really was a pure and virtuous person, she wouldn't have allowed others to send her to the Wang Fu before putting on such an attitude. Refusing to accept was always a good tactic for beauties. Clapping her hands, Chu Qingju held Lu's hand. "Let's go look elsewhere." They hadn't walked a few steps when they saw an unfamiliar-looking little Taijian running in their direction. When he saw Chu Qingju, he gave a deep bow. "Nukai Xiaoganzi greets Wang Fei. Wang Yi has sent Nukai to tell Wang Fei that Wang Yi is coming to Jingyuan to eat lunch." Ben Wang Fei knows. Chu Qingju's mind spun a few times before she remembered that this Xiaoganzi was the Taijian that Duan Wang often used. She nodded to indicate that she understood. "Wang Yi has already returned to the Fu?" Xiaoganzi replied, "Originally, but before he entered the Fu, he encountered His Highness Qingwang. He sent Nukai to pass on the message that he will return later." If that was the case, then the flute sound in Cui Yu Yuan wasn't because of Duan Wang's presence. This was the time that Duan Wang was returning to the Fu. The flute sound was too coincidental. Such a beautiful flute sound, it would be too lonely if no one appreciated it. Why not go and enjoy it herself? Since Wang Yi will return later, then let the kitchen prepare lunch. Send someone to Cui Yuan to say that Ben Wangfei likes Yunqing Gunyang's flute sound very much and will pay a visit in a while. Chu Qingju touched the butterfly-winged buyao in her hair as she opened with a smile. Xiao Ganzi paused when he heard this. He then bowed and left, turning to walk towards Cui Yuan. Wang Yi might have some interest in the women in Cui Yuan, but after serving by Wang Ye's side for so many years, he knew that a little Huakue couldn't compare to Wang Fei. Entering Cui Yuan, he saw Yunqing Gunyang leaning against the grape trellis and playing the flute. He didn't have time to appreciate the other's flute sound. Xiao Ganzi went forward and said, Yunqing Gunyang, Wang Fei likes your flute sound very much. She will condescend to come over later. Please prepare well. The flute sound instantly stopped. Yunqing looked coldly at Xiao Ganzi and said faintly, my place is small, it's not worth Wang Fei's condescension. Hearing this, Xiao Ganzi gave a strange laugh. Whether or not this place is good, this one doesn't know, but Wang Fei is giving you face by coming here. You just need to prepare well. Is it that Wang Fei needs to report to you about everything? Just a plaything, did he really think he was some sort of important person? In this fu, other than the few people that Wang Yi used, who dared to put on airs in front of her, she really didn't want face. Yunqing saw Xiao Ganzi flick his sleeves and leave. Her face was green and white, unspeakably embarrassed. Cui Yuan was on the west side of the Wang Fu. It was slightly out of the way, but the environment was very quiet. Chu Qingju held Mu Jin's hand as they passed through a half-moon gate. The main gate of Cui Yuan was right in front of them. The mama that guarded the gate and the steward of Cui Yuan had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Seeing Chu Qingju, they hurriedly came forward with a smile. The incident in the kitchen had already spread through the entire Wang Fu. In a single night, no one dared to lose face for Wang Fei. Even Wang Yi stood on Wang Fei's side. They were just servants, they didn't dare to offend their mistress. Newbie greets Wang Fei, the steward mama smiled as she came forward. She gave a full bow to Chu Qingju and then smiled fawningly at the Yahuan. Tea and snacks have been prepared inside. Wang Fei, please rest. Sorry to trouble you, Chu Qingju nodded slightly. She didn't look at the fawning smiles on the faces of the steward mama and the gatekeeper mama as she walked lightly into Cui Yuan. Wang Fei was clearly courteous to them, but the two mama felt that Wang Fei was full of nobility and lowered her posture even more. Cui Yuan wasn't large, but it was exquisite. Chu Qingju scanned the surroundings before her gaze finally landed on the white-clothed female in the middle of the yard. The female holding the bamboo flute was very beautiful. The white wide-sleeved dress made her look even more spotless. She didn't look like a courtesan that came from a brothel. It was the first time Yunqing saw this Wang Fei that wasn't rumored to be favored by Wang Yi. She had assumed that she was a normal woman, who knew that she was such a dazzling beauty. Phoenix eyes and willow brows, her hair combed into a beautiful flying immortal bun. The ruby dangling from her forehead coincidentally fell between her brows, causing that white skin to appear even more delicate. A luxurious moon-colored shoe brocade wide-sleeved flying immortal dress was worn on her body. It was as though this kind of dress had been made just for her. It was unspeakably beautiful. Just the jade pendant at her waist, it was more valuable than everything she owned. This was the legendary Duan Wang Fei. Yunqing was slightly dazed. Strangely, she felt ashamed of her inferiority. The hand that gripped the bamboo flute tightened. She gently bowed. Yunqing greets Wang Fei Nyang. Yunqing Gunyang need not be so courteous. She helped Mu Jin to sit on a carved mahogany chair under the grape trellis. She took a sip of the tea that a Yahuan presented. This tea is not bad. The water for this tea is made from the dew that I gather every morning. To be able to enter Wang Fei's eyes, it is not a waste of my effort. Wang Yi also likes this tea. Yunxiang walked 2 steps forward and smiled as he responded. Mu Jin heard the way she addressed herself and frowned. She lowered her head and saw that Wang Fei's expression was normal, so her expression returned to normal. The hand holding the teacup paused. Chu Qingju put down the teacup and used a handkerchief to touch the corner of her mouth. I think that Yunqing Gunyang knows why Ben Wang Fei has come. Would I have the honor of appreciating Yunqing Gunyang's flute? She wasn't interested in drinking the dew on the grass or flowers. Who knew if it was clean or not? Wang Fei, I am not a musician of your fu. Yunqing's face was pale as she looked at Chu Qingju with a humiliated expression. Yunqing's skills are clumsy and dare not enter Wang Fei Nyangnyang's ears. Once the words came out, the entire yard instantly quieted. The Yahuan that served Yunqing was so frightened that she trembled. She wanted to shrink into a ball and didn't even have the courage to look in Chu Qingju's direction. Smiling at the other's noble and unyielding appearance, Mu Jin threw the handkerchief that she had used to wipe the corner of her mouth onto the table. Propping her chin with one hand, her slender fingers picked up an exquisite pastry. Impudence. Mu Jin's face darkened, just a huakue that someone else sent to the Wang Fu. She dares to speak to Wang Fei like this. She really came from a filthy place, she doesn't have any manners. Come, slap her. Yunqing's eyes widened. She didn't dare to believe that Wang Fei dared to treat her like this. Wasn't she afraid that Wang Yi would think she wasn't virtuous? Before Yunqing could understand, she felt a burning pain on the left side of her face. The one that had slapped her was the steward mama that had been fawning over her. She covered her cheek and said in a trembling voice, "You dare, Yunqing Gunyang, sorry." The steward mama cried as she slapped Yunqing a few times. Inside, she was crying. If she touched Yunqing now, it might enrage Wang Yi. But if she didn't touch Yunqing, she would definitely offend Wang Fei. She could only blame her bad luck that she had been sent to this place to serve. She had thought that there would be benefits to be reaped, but this time, she had to be the pig that looked in the mirror. Seeing that the beauty had been slapped a few times, and her originally beautiful face was in a sorry state, Chu Qingju raised her head and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Ben Wang Fei has always been a person that loves beauties. Yunqing Gunyang has a noble personality, you cannot make it difficult for her. Finishing, Jiao Jiao gave Mu Jin a sidelong glance. Mu Jin, aren't you going to apologize to Yunqing Gunyang? In the past, I thought Yin Lu was an impatient one. How did you, this girl, learn from Yin Lu? Everyone present silently lowered their heads. Hearing Wang Fei scold Mu Jin Gunyang, they couldn't help but think, this person hit and stepped on someone's face and then said she loved beauties. With Wang Fei's methods, she didn't seem like a wooden person at all. Even if it was a wooden tree, it had to be a flexible willow tree. After someone was hit, she had to complain that the wind was too strong, causing the willow tree to accidentally scratch someone. Hearing Chu Qingju's words, Mu Jin walked a few steps forward and stopped 5 steps away from Yunqing. She curtsied, Yunqing Gunyang, please forgive newbie for offending you today. Yunqing pushed aside the old woman in front of her and used her hand to cover her face. She glared hatefully at Chu Qingju. Mu Jin Gunyang is too serious. You are the most favored person in front of Wang Fei. Yunqing is just a lowly person, I wouldn't dare to blame you. Chu Qingju's index finger lightly tapped the table. Hearing Yunqing's words, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. Yunqing Gunyang is deeply favored by Wang Yi. How can she be less than a little Yahuan like Mu Jin? Finishing, she had someone bestow medicine. Seeing Yunqing's humiliated expression, she smiled gracefully. Since Yunqing Gunyang feels that Ben Wang Fei isn't worthy of listening to your flute, then it's fine. The steward mama, who had been pushed to one side, exhaled heavily through her nose. This thing didn't know how to appreciate favors. How dare she put on airs in front of Wang Fei? Did she really think that she was Wang Ye's favorite? The Yahuan behind Yunqing's face became increasingly white. After Chu Qingju's words left her mouth, she knelt down in fright. In this Wang Fu, other than Wang Yi, Wang Fei was the most respected. Her mistress acting like this, it was clear that she didn't put Wang Fei in her eyes. Not to mention that Wang Yi only had intentions of playing with her mistress. Even if he really loved her, she wouldn't have a good ending today. Wang Fei, forgive me, Wang Fei, forgive me, the Yahuan cowed out in fright. Yunqing Gunyang doesn't know the rules of the Fu. Wang Fei, please forgive her. Jian Yun, what are you doing? Yunqing covered her face. Not a single tear fell. She stubbornly widened her eyes. You didn't do anything wrong, why are you kneeling? Gunyang, don't say so much. The Yahuan who was kneeling was Jian Yun. She cried inside. Ever since she had been assigned to serve Yunqing Gunyang these past few days, she felt that Yunqing's actions would cause trouble in the Wang Fu. She had been uneasy for a few days and it really did cause trouble. Thinking about it, she could only heavily kowtow twice and didn't dare to say another word. Chu Qingju sighed. She saw that this Jianyun didn't look to be more than 13 or 14. Maybe this Xiaohuan had stayed in the Wangfu for a long time and understood more than Yunqing. Chu Qingju had no intention of making things difficult for this little Yahuan. Chu Qingju indicated for the Yahuan behind her to help Jianyun up. She wasn't interested in looking at Yunqing's loyal and stubborn appearance. She stood and said to Mu Jin beside her, "Go back." Since Yunqing Gunyang doesn't care for the Wangfu, in the future, the usage of this Cui Yu Yuan will be halved. Finishing, she pointed at Jianyun whose forehead was bruised from kowtowing. "This Yahuan doesn't have to serve here." Ben Wangfei sees that she looks neat, go to the servant's room to serve. Hearing this, Jianyun was overjoyed. She was now Wangfei's person? She was overjoyed and gave her thanks. "This yard is really busy today." Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Chu Qingju looked towards the door. She saw Duan Wang walk in with two Taijian. Chu Qingju had some impression of these two Taijian. They were Minghe and Xianxia who served Duan Wang. Compared to the previous Xiaoganzi, they were more favored by Duan Wang. Chu Qingju had just opened her mouth when she heard Yunqing speak sorrowfully, "Wang Yi." This Wang Yi voice was soft, like the chirping of a bird, and the tinkling of a silver bell. Yet it carried 1% love, 2% resentment, 3% sorrow, and 4% determination. It really made one's heart tremble and feel pity for her. The corners of her lips curled into a smile. This Yunqing was worthy of being a famous courtesan. No wonder that official had sent her in. Normal people really couldn't resist this ability. In her previous life, she had seen many of the true and false of the entertainment circle. With one glance, she could see what this pure and clean Yunqing Gunyang was thinking. He heard Yunqing's call and glanced faintly before moving his gaze to look at Chu Qingju. Ben Wang heard Xiao Ganzi say that Wang Fei came here to enjoy the music. "Why can't I hear the music?" Yunqing realized something wasn't right. Her expression changed slightly and she looked even more pitifully at He Heng. Who knew that the other's gaze had landed on Wang Fei and didn't even look at her? "Just now, I didn't know that Wang Yi had come to enjoy the music." It was Chia's fault. Chu Qingju walked to Yi Heng's side and looked with pity at Yunqing's slightly swollen face. "What should we do now?" Yi Heng finally looked at Yunqing's slightly pitiful and disheveled face. He said unconcernedly, "Fine, I'm not in the mood to enjoy the music like this. Ben Wang should return." Finishing, he saw Chu Qingju's faint smile and felt the buyao in the other's hair swaying slightly, making his eyes itch. He added, "Return to Jingyuan early. Ben Wang is waiting to eat with Wang Fei." Chia wouldn't forget Wang Ye's words. Chu Qingju laughed lightly, her eyes moving with a hint of seduction. "Wang Yi, don't forget." He Heng couldn't resist reaching out to touch the trembling buyao before leaving with a smile. Coming out of Cui Yu Yuan, he turned back to look at Cui Yu Yuan. He said to Xianxia and Minghe, "Ben Wang remembers that there is a golden luan spreading its wings buyao in the storehouse. It's very intricately made. Get someone to send it to Jingyuan for Wang Fei to wear." Xianxia and Minghe exchanged a look and hurriedly agreed. But they were slightly moved. In the past, they had seen Wang Fei's soft and weak appearance. Today, they knew they had misjudged. Her methods were both vicious and efficient. What was even more unexpected was that Wang Yi wasn't angry. It looked as though he was going to let Wang Fei manage the Hoyuan as she pleased. After He Heng left, Chu Qingju looked at Yunqing who had a dark expression. She smiled as she supported Mu Jin, her eyes sweeping across the entire yard. She said, "Ben Wang Fei has said before, Ben Wang Fei is a reasonable person who cares for beauties. Today, you offended your superior. It was a great mistake, but beauties are hard to come by, so I will forgive you." Finishing, she lazily raised her eyelids and looked at the steward mama. "In the future, you have to take good care of this Cui Yu Yuan. Even though we have reduced Yunqing Gunyang's usage by half, but don't neglect her." The steward mama's mouth was full of agreement. But after Wang Fei's entourage left, the steward mama spat at Yunqing and shouted, "Hurry and serve our noble Yunqing Gunyang back to her room. She's an immortal that even Wang Fei isn't worthy of her service." Us common people have to serve her well to avoid Wang Yi's punishment. Once the words came out, people in the surroundings laughed. Wang Yi hadn't even looked at Yunqing. The steward mama's words were heart-wrenching. Coming out of Cui Yuan, Chu Qingju reached out to stroke the buyao in her hair. She jerked the corner of her mouth. She hadn't thought that this Duan Wang would be interested in women's toys. Just now, when he had touched the buyao, she really couldn't bear to look at his eyes. This Wang Yi was really pitiful. He had to hide this little hobby. Not knowing that her Wang Fei had already thought of Wang Yi as a little cabbage in the winter, Yin Lu said, Wang Fei, newbie doesn't understand, why did you bring Jian Yun to Xingyuan? You idiot, you still don't understand such a simple matter? Mu Jin looked at the surroundings and said in a light voice, that Jian Yun is one of the Fu's people, he wouldn't have much loyalty to Yunqing. Today, Wang Fei can bring Jian Yun to Xingyuan, tomorrow, there will be other people who will try. Water flows to the bottom, people walk to the top. Who knows if the other Cheshire have someone who wants to walk to the top? Yin Lu suddenly understood and was shocked at Mu Jin's understanding of Wang Fei's thoughts. She somewhat understood why Wang Fei put Mu Jin at the top of her list. She looked at Wang Fei and Mu Jin. For the first time, she seriously realized that Wang Fei was different from the past. The news that Wang Fei had taken care of the beautiful Huakue in Cui Yuan had already spread. Chu Qingju hadn't returned to Xingyuan when she encountered several Yahuan on the way. These Yahuan were the servants of the other Si Fei or Cheshire. Just as she reached the main gate of Xingyuan, Chu Qingju saw Yuzan and Jin Zhan standing at the door. Seeing her return, the two had joyful expressions as they walked forward. Wang Fei, Xianxia brought people to deliver many things. He said that Wang Yi had specially given them to you. Xianxia is still here, do you want to see him? Chu Qingju nodded and entered the outer room of the Xingyuan's main room. She saw Xianxia and a few Taijian standing submissively. On the table in the room, there was a sizable brocade box and cloth. It looked like there were a lot of things. Seeing Wang Fei come in, Xianxia bowed and said, Greetings to Wang Fei. Wang Yi had Nukai bring these to you. Wang Yi also said that if Wang Fei has any needs, just order the servants to do it. Thank Wang Yi for me. Chu Qingju opened the box at the very top. Inside was a brightly dotted emerald sparrow hairpin. She smiled as she closed the lid. Qian Gonggong made the trip, it must have been tiring. I don't dare, Xianxia hurriedly said he didn't dare. With both hands, he presented a brocade box with the character Good Fortune. This box is what Wang Fei ordered Nukai to present to Wang Fei. I hope Wang Fei will like it. Mu Jin took the brocade box and presented it to Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju opened the box, her eyebrows slightly moving. She reached out and took it out. Instantly, there were sighs in the room. This was a Luan bird buyao, but the craftsmanship was rare and exquisite. With a slight movement, it was as if the bird was alive, spreading its wings and wanting to fly. Mu Jin stood so close that she could even see every pattern on the green Luan's body. The eyeballs were inlaid with high-quality agate stones. Mu Jin was stunned for a moment. What a beautiful buyao, even Chu Qingju exclaimed. This kind of thing was worthy of being called a work of art. Even in her previous life, she had never seen such an exquisite thing. This must be the legendary nobility of the imperial house. Chu Qingju smiled slightly and looked at Xianxia. Thank you Qian Gonggong, I really like this buyao. Ming He, who had just walked to the door, coincidentally saw the smile. He sighed inside. This smile was really moving. Even Feng Si Fei and Yunqing Gonggong paled in comparison. He couldn't help but look at Wang Yi who was walking in front of him. He didn't know what Wang Yi was thinking. You like it, it has a place to use it. He Hing walked in front of Chu Qingju and took the buyao from her hands. He personally replaced the original buyao for her. The servants in the room all lowered their heads. They couldn't bear to see Wang Yi and Wang Fei being intimate. Only when Wang Yi exclaimed in admiration did they dare to raise their heads. As expected, it suits you better. He Hing took a step back and looked at the black hair. Seeing the buyao, he gave a satisfied expression. Wang Fei's black hair is like black, it makes this buyao even more beautiful. Chu Qingju had a bashful smile on her face. She lowered her head to avoid meeting He Heng's gaze. She was a vulgar woman and of course she liked other people to praise her. But the person in front of her who was praising her wasn't so simple. She couldn't believe that this was just a simple compliment. The two hadn't spent much time together, so when the two sat down, there wasn't much to talk about. Luckily, the dishes that were served resolved the silence between the two. The rule of not talking while eating and not talking while sleeping meant that the two ate in silence. There wasn't any awkwardness. Chu Qingju looked at He Heng's posture as he ate. She had to admit that the man in front of her had the prettiest eating posture she had ever seen. This gesture, it was much more pleasing to the eye than the so-called noble etiquette of her previous life. Beauty was a feast for the eyes. He Heng's manner increased Chu Qingju's appetite and she couldn't resist asking someone to give her another bowl of rice. But in the eyes of others, this action became Aya. Wang Fei is really in love with Wang Yi. With Wang Yi, she even ate an extra bowl of rice. He Heng hadn't thought that Chu Qingju would use it so freely. In front of him, the other women in the fu would take small sips of soup and eat quietly. But when it came to Wang Fei, he felt that Wang Fei's gaze when looking at him was strange. After the lunch, Chu Qingju looked at the Yahuan kneeling in front of her with a copper basin raised high. She quickly washed her hands and let the servant stand and retreat to one side. He Heng glanced at Chu Qingju before taking his gaze away, declaring, "Wang Fei's health has gotten better, Ben Wang can relax. In the future, you will take good care of this Hoyuan. If there is anything you don't understand, don't worry. Xianxia and Ming here are the two stewards of the fu. If there is any trouble, just leave it to them." Taking the silk that Mu Jin presented to wipe her hands, Chu Qingju said, "These days, Chia's health hasn't been good. I haven't managed the Hoyuan for Wang Yi and really don't have the face to see Wang Yi." Finishing, she looked at Xianxia and Ming He who were standing in the corner. The two of them have managed the matters of the fu very well. In the future, Chia probably won't have much to worry about. Hearing Wang Fei's words, Xianxia and Ming He buried their heads even lower to show their humility and respect. Even if they were people that Wang Yi could use, but Wang Fei was the mistress of the Wang Fu. It was natural for Wang Fei to manage Hoyuan. What did they, two servants, count for? Putting the tea to one side, he wiped the corner of his mouth. He Heng looked at Wang Fei's languid posture as she leaned against the back of the chair with a smile on her face. The corners of his mouth rose. It's not proper for the Hoyuan to be managed by them. In the future, you will have to work harder. He lowered his face, looking at the blue and white teacup on the table in front of him as though he didn't care about the women in Hoyuan. You are Ben Wang's Xingfei, no one else can compare to you. This was the most important promise a man of the imperial house made to his first wife. Chu Qingju looked at He Heng from the corner of her eyes and coincidentally saw the other raise his head. The two's eyes met and both made the smiles on their faces become even warmer. They seemed like an old married couple that no one could see anything wrong. Chia is useless and can only try. I don't ask for anything else, just for Wang Yi to have a place to relax when he comes home. Chu Qingju smiled brightly. It is Chia's good fortune that Wang Yi trusts Chia so much. He Heng looked at the bright smile of the woman in front of him and thought of her birth. Even though she was the daughter of Chang de Gongfu, it was a pity that her birth mother had passed away not long after she was born. The fact that the Duke of Chengde loved his stepwife had spread through Jing. There were even rumors that when the Duke of Chengde was pregnant, he had an ambiguous relationship with his stepwife. He had even used it to express his feelings for his stepwife. After his first wife passed away, the Duke of Chengde hurriedly welcomed his stepwife into the house. Even the Gunyang and the Fu used the words in the novel to name themselves. It made many foreign and Xiaojia and Jing envious. It made people forget the pity of the previous Duchess of Chengde and her daughter who had just been born. Thinking about it, his Wang Fei's name came from the phrase, wearing the scholarly shoes of a traveler, trailing the light dress of the mist. To give the daughter born by his first wife a name that represented the deep love between him and his present wife, it was hard to tell if the Duke of Chengde was affectionate or heartless. But the only thing he could be sure of was that the daughter born by his first wife was very pitiful. Luckily, she had a reliable maternal family. Otherwise, she might not have lived to this age. Born in the imperial house, He Heng was very clear of the dark tactics. Ever since Wang Fei entered the door, he wasn't surprised that her personality was wooden. but in the past 2 days, Wang Fei's conduct had surprised him. Was it that his Wang Fei had been suppressing her temper in order to survive in Chengde Gongfu and only revealed her true nature when she came to the Wangfu? Chu Qingju wasn't interested in He Heng's thoughts. She leaned against the back of the chair with a smile on her face, waiting for He Heng to speak again. This man wasn't simple. She didn't want to rashly open her mouth and make things difficult for herself. Wang Fei doesn't have to worry too much. You are Ben Wang Fei, your status is noble. If the servants in the food don't do a good job, just send them away. He Heng slightly narrowed his eyes. My Duan Wang Fu doesn't tolerate servants who lie to their superiors. Yes, Chu Qingju smiled and changed the topic to some unimportant matters. The two talked for about 15 minutes before He Heng stood and said, your body has just recovered. Rest for a while in the afternoon. I'll come back at night. Finding that He Heng had changed the way he referred to himself from Ben Wang to I, Chu Qingju understood that this Duan Wang already had a basic level of respect for her. She stood as well to send the other to the door. Watching as the other gradually walked away, the smile on her face faded. Mu Jin came up from behind her. Seeing her expression was calm, she hesitated before asking, Wang Fei, what does Wang Yi want to do by coming at night? Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. It was already like this. She wasn't so pretentious that she wasn't willing to share the same bed with Wang Yi. She used a handkerchief to feel the non-existent sweat on her face. Do what you need to do. I'm going to rest. Wait on me for a bath in 2 hours. Seeing Wang Fei's expression was normal, Mu Jin gave a faint smile as she said, newbie will get someone to prepare now. Nodding, Chu Qingju lowered her eyes and rubbed her earlobe. She was going to have sex with someone she wasn't familiar with so soon. She felt slightly embarrassed. Wang Yi was coming to Jingyuan. The servants in the yard naturally had smiles on their faces. They all started to prepare, wanting to clean up the entire yard. Chu Qingju, on the other hand, was relatively calm in the Hoyuan. She let Jin Zhan dry her hair, Yin Lu did her hands, Yu Zhan did her feet, and Mu Jin chose her clothes and jewelry. Wang Fei's feet are very beautiful, Yu Zhan praised. Wang Fei's feet were very white, the toes round and soft. A beat later, she sighed. Last time, when Ban Xia danced with another race, Wang Yi praised her ankles. Newbie thinks that she is lacking compared to Wang Fei. Who does she think she is? How can she be compared to the princess? Mu Jin picked out a red jade hairpin from the box. Hearing Yu Zhan's words, she snorted, just a lowly person, she's not worth mentioning. Yu Zhan finally remembered that Ban Xia had been Wang Fei's personal maid. She had seduced Wang Yi to become a Tongfang. She instantly comforted, Mu Jin Jiejia, don't be angry. I just saw that Wang Fei's feet were too beautiful and my brain became stupid. Hearing the protectiveness of the two Yahuan in their words, Chu Qingju couldn't help but laugh. If you say it like this, if other people heard it, they would think that your Wang Fei is a fairy from the 9 heavens. You can listen, but I can't. When you're done, help me up. I can't listen anymore. Once the words came out, the other Yahuan laughed. Inside, they released a breath. Wang Fei's attitude showed that she didn't care about Ban Xia's matter. Chu Qingju preferred wide-sleeved dresses, so in the end, she still chose a red wide-sleeved dress. The fiery red of the dress made her skin look as clear as snow. She carelessly let Mu Jin put her hair in a bun and used the red jade hairpin to secure it. She sat down on the chair and started to flip through a book about scholars and beauties. It wasn't that she was interested in these stories, but there were too few pastimes in the past. After flipping through 2 pages, she really wasn't interested in the stories of the rich and beautiful men in ancient times. Seeing that the sky had darkened, she let the servants bring food. Wang Fei, Wang Ye hasn't arrived yet. If Wang Ye hasn't eaten by the time he arrives and you have. Mu Jin said worriedly, if you are hungry, why don't you let the kitchen bring some porridge? It's already this late, Wang Yi wouldn't come to eat dinner. Chu Qingju waved her hand, just give the orders. What was so good about that tasteless porridge? She didn't like soup and water. When He Heng walked into Jingyuan, he saw a stream of Yahuan come out with empty food boxes. Waving at the Yahuan that bowed to him, He Heng's heart was slightly complicated. He felt a sense of loss. Wang Fei didn't wait for me to eat, my status doesn't seem to be that high. Entering the room, the first thing He saw was Wang Fei sitting at the round table, washing her hands and preparing to eat. The red wide-sleeved dress was too eye-catching and he couldn't help but pay attention to Wang Fei immediately. This was incredible. This gorgeous woman in red who was lazily wiping her jade-like hands was his Wang Fei? Your Highness is here? Chu Qingju put down the silk she was wiping her hands and smiled as she stood. Have you eaten? If you haven't, let's eat together. Even though he had already eaten, He Heng, who felt that he could eat a bit more, sat down. His gaze landed on the slightly swaying hair on the side of Chu Qingju's face. It wasn't until Chu Qingju personally placed a bowl of pearl-white feathered chicken soup in front of him that he opened to ask, why is Wang Fei only eating now? Chu Qingju jerked the corner of her lips. I wasn't very hungry, just a bit late. He Heng nodded and felt that his heart had healed slightly. Even though Wang Fei had explained like that, but he felt that Wang Fei had waited a while for him before eating. Thinking that his pride had been satisfied, Wang Yi took a sip of the soup and suddenly felt that he was very thirsty. After eating, Chu Qingju washed her hands and drank tea to rinse her mouth as usual. Then she found that the fragrance of the tea was thicker today. Looking at He Heng sitting opposite her, she understood why Jin Zhan was bowing in front of her. After the food on the table was taken away, He Heng and Chu Qingju moved to more comfortable chairs to sit on as they let the servants light the lamps. Other than the wedding night, I have never seen Wang Fei wear a red dress. He Heng smiled as he looked at Chu Qingju from head to toe, but this color suits Wang Fei. Chu Qingju smiled. Seeing Mu Jin and the others light up the candles in the room, she used her hand to push aside the hair by the side of her face. The common people say, a woman dresses for the one that pleases her. Xia must have pleased Wang Yi. He Heng's eyebrow rose slightly. He stood and walked in front of Chu Qingju, gently brushing aside that lock of hair. Of course Wang Fei has pleased me. Wang Fei has given me a great surprise in the last 2 days. Chu Qingju raised her chin and smiled at He Heng. Ha ha. The servants in the surroundings saw the situation. Ming He and Mu Jin exchanged a look. The two waved their hands and the people in the room all left in a flurry. Ming He personally reached out to close the door. Seeing that Wang Fei's chief Yahuan was still standing at the side, he walked a few steps and saw that she had followed. He lowered his voice to say, later, we have to pay attention to see if Zhuzi has any other needs. This Wang Fei's Yahuan were all named after flowers. He remembered that this was the most commonly used Mu Jin. Mu Jin nodded and replied in a low voice, Ming He Gong Gong, don't worry. Who wasn't the pride of their Zhuzi? Wasn't he, Ming He, the only one who understood how to serve others? Ming He saw that she didn't speak much and didn't speak. Thinking about Wang Fei's appearance today, he couldn't help but think, this Wang Fei was fine when she didn't act, but when she did, it was really shocking. It was clearly a simple red dress and black hair, but why did it carry that indescribable aura? Rubbing his chin, Ming He silently stood in the corner, paying attention to the movements in the room. He was afraid that he wouldn't pay attention to his Zhuzi's orders and allow someone else to steal his current position. In the room, the contest between He Heng and Chu Qingju had moved to the bed. At this time, both of their clothes were disheveled. One had an imposing presence, the other had seductive eyes. Only the last step was left. Wang Fei is delicious, He Heng exhaled lightly behind Chu Qingju's ear, his voice slightly raspy. The tip of his tongue swept across the delicate neck and he looked in satisfaction at the slight tremble of the person beneath him. Chu Qingju turned her hand to wrap around He Heng's neck, her toes lightly sliding across He Heng's foot. She gave a faint smile. Wang Yi is also a feast for the eyes. Aya, this man's flirting skills were really high. Ben Wang wants to let Wang Fei know who is a feast for the eyes. He Heng, whose appetite had been stimulated by Wang Fei's openness, pulled off the only covering in front of Chu Qingju's chest. Looking at the slightly rising and falling chest, he felt the fire in his heart burn brighter than ever before. He wanted to take a bite of this woman's chest and leave his mark on that white and tender skin. At this moment, it wasn't known who had ignited whose fire. The two lips intersected and the fire couldn't be suppressed anymore. It was like a wildfire burning the plains, the waves turning red, the spring wind blowing again, the pleasure reaching its peak. He Heng felt unprecedentedly refreshed. After venting at the end, he pulled the soft and fragrant woman into his arms. Using a dark and husky voice, he laughed, Wang Fei is really my treasure. Even though the words of a man couldn't be trusted, but it didn't affect Chu Qingju's good mood after she was satisfied. She allowed this man who could be considered the best to hold her and gave a yawn. Seeing the woman in his arms start to feel sleepy, He raised his voice, come, prepare the water. Ming He, who had been waiting outside, waved his hand for the servants to bring in the bathtub filled with hot water. He silently calculated the time. It had almost been 2 hours. It could be seen that Wang Yi and Wang Fei were deeply in love. Lazily finishing her bath, Chu Qingju didn't put on any clothes. She only wrapped herself in a thin layer of muslin as she walked towards the bed. He looked at the bare jade feet and the white calves and arms. His eyes changed. He bent down to pick up the person and threw her onto the bed. Then he pulled the blanket to cover the person. In a hoarse voice, he said, Wang Fei is seducing Ben Wang. Chu Qingju laughed out loud. She took a hand out from under the blanket and crooked her index finger. This is seducing Wang Yi. Seeing her posture as though she was playing with a cat and a dog, He couldn't resist anymore. He pulled the blanket and pressed the person under him again. Outside the door, Ming He heard the noise in the room and stopped the servants who were going to carry the bathtub. He couldn't help but look at the moon in the sky. Wasn't spring already over? On the morning of the second day, Wang Yi walked out of the room energetically. The servants who had been waiting outside to serve Wang Fei were still standing. Hearing Wang Yi order the servants not to disturb Wang Fei's rest, Ming He, who had been following behind Wang Yi, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of Wang Yi. Inside the room, Chu Qingju slept for another hour before calling for servants to come in to serve. Mu Jin and Yin Lu, who had been waiting for a long time, quietly walked in with the little Yahuan. Wang Fei, Mu Jin saw the mark on Wang Fei's collarbone and slightly moved her gaze away. She quickly helped Chu Qingju put on her inner garments. She then picked a floor-length skirt with birds and flowers for Chu Qingju to wear. After Chu Qingju finished washing her face and sat in front of the bronze mirror to dress, Mu Jin finally spoke, Wang Fei, Wang Ye's complexion was very good when he left today. Chu Qingju handed her a pair of tassels that she had picked. She tried to make a bashful blush appear on her face. What nonsense are you talking about? Go see if the kitchen has brought the meal. Mu Jin saw Wang Fei was bashful and could only smile, replying, all right, newbie will go now. Jin Zhan and Yuzhan, serve well. Yin Lu and I will go. Yuzhan was the prettiest of all of them, so she usually helped Wang Fei comb her hair. When they came out of the room, Mu Jin and Yin Lu exchanged looks of joy. This time, Wang Fei had finally managed to gain a foothold in the Wang Fu. Yin Lu remarked, next month is the Duke of Chengde's birthday. After Wang Fei goes, let's see who dares to be arrogant. Mu Jin thought about the pile of troublesome matters and troublesome people in Chengde Gongfu. The joy on her face faded slightly. She sighed, as long as Wang Yi treats Wang Fei like the past 2 days, no one in Chengde Gongfu will dare to disrespect Wang Fei. No matter how noble Chengde Gongfu was, could it be more noble than a Wang Fu? She only hoped that Wang Fei wouldn't have that wooden personality again and cause the people in that Fu to lose their nobility. It was another day of rest. The Si Fei and Xianxia were waiting early in the outer room of Xingyuan. This time, their actions were much more careful than last time, and they were much more courteous to the servants in Xingyuan. Jin Zhan brought a few little Yahuan to pour tea for them before standing silently at the side. Jin Zhan Gunyang, we came early today. Did we disturb Wang Fei's rest? Feng Zijin's face was apologetic as she looked in the direction of the Xingyuan. Wang Fei must have been very busy these days, it must have been hard. How could she not be busy? She didn't just hold the power of Hoyuan in her hands, she also used a trick to keep Wang Yi in the Xingyuan every night. Wang Fei's tactics weren't low. Feng Fei is too serious, Jin Zhan curtsied, her eyes smiling as she said, there hasn't been much work in the Fu recently. Wang Yi loves Wang Fei, he wouldn't be tired. Feng Fei, don't worry, Wang Fei will be here in a moment. Feng Zijin hadn't expected her words to be shot back. She paused before replying, Wang Fei being fine is the greatest fortune of us sisters. Chu Qingju walked to the doorway and heard Feng Zijin's words. She smiled as she entered, Feng Fei's concern, I will remember it for now. When the four heard the laughter, they simultaneously looked towards the door. They saw Chu Qingju wearing the complicated sunset cloud silver-embroidered lawn robe that dragged on the ground as she walked in. That long skirt dragged on the ground as though it was dragging on their hearts, making them feel strangely suffocated. They stood and simultaneously bowed to Chu Qingju. They saw the cloud-colored skirt sweep past their eyes, the beautiful tail of the lawn piercing their eyes. "Everyone, no need to be so courteous, sit down." Chu Qingju sat down at the front and waved her hand for them to sit back down. She looked at the sky outside and said apologetically, "I woke up a bit late today, I made you wait." They naturally didn't dare to accept the apology. They only smiled and said they hadn't waited long. Then they waited for Chu Qingju to lecture them. "Everyone here is Wang Ye's people, I don't have any orders. Just serve Wang Yi well." Chu Qingju's left hand held the teacup, her right hand slightly raising the lid. She didn't look at the faces of the people seated below. "Wang Yi gave Hoyuan to me. I'm not a harsh person, I just can't tolerate people who don't follow the rules. If there's someone who breaks the rules, I don't need to care about anyone's face, I just punish them. At that time, don't blame this princess for not showing mercy. You guys better behave yourselves." She hadn't expected Wang Fei to speak so bluntly. Feng Zijin stilled slightly. She felt that the words were directed at her, but she couldn't say a word. Seeing the other three stand up and express that they would abide by the rules, she could only stand and mutter a few words in agreement. "Since everyone understands, I have nothing more to say." Putting down the teacup, Chu Qingju's expression eased slightly. "I heard Xianxia say that a few days ago, the Fu received a batch of cloth. Later, I'll have someone distribute it to your residences. The weather is getting colder, you should use this material to make some new clothes." Finishing, she raised the teacup with one hand and slightly lifted it outwards. Everyone was perceptive. Seeing this, they all stood to bid their farewells. When they left Xingyuan, Feng Zijin snorted coldly, taking a few bolts of cloth to pretend to be a good person. "You think you're dismissing a beggar?" Jiang Yongyu, who was walking behind her, heard this complaint. Her steps slowed and she widened the distance between them. After the women left, Chu Qingju stood. She gave a yawn and ordered, "Serve the meal." She wasn't a virtuous wife. Even though she wouldn't treat an innocent woman harshly for no reason, but she couldn't act the virtuous act. As to what Duan Wang would think, that was Duan Wang's business. Flinging out her wide sleeves, Chu Qingju smiled. But these ancient robes were really exquisite and beautiful. After eating the noon meal alone, He Heng wiped his hands as he spoke. Ben Wang remembers that Chang de Gongfu sent an invitation 2 days ago, saying it was the Duke of Chengde's birthday. Ming He took the silk from Wang Ye's hands. A few days ago, Chang de Gongfu did send an invitation. Other than our Fu, many people in Jing received an invitation. But at that time, Wang Yi had thrown the invitation to one side after reading it. Why did he suddenly mention it now? Ben Wang heard that Wang Fei also received an invitation from the Duke of Chengde. He Heng's brows furrowed, his tone carrying some unhappiness. This Chang de Gongfu is getting worse with each generation, but the grandeur doesn't seem to be getting smaller with each generation. Ming He knew that this was Wang Ye's dissatisfaction with the Duke of Chengde and retreated to one side with his head down. Just at this time, Xianxia, who had been waiting outside the door, walked in. Wang Yi, a servant from Cui Yuan, came to report. He said that Yun Qinggunyang hung herself. Inside, he cursed his bad luck that he had to encounter this while he was on duty. "Where is she?" He Heng asked coldly. "She's already been saved. It's just that she wasn't in a good mood and has fainted." Xianxia cursed inside. The women of this brothel couldn't be seen in public. Wasn't it easy to want to die? In the middle of the night, she just needed to climb onto the beam and she'd be gone. But she had to choose this time to put on this show. He didn't know what else she wanted to do if she really wanted to die. If there's nothing else, then let her stay. Tell her, if she wants to die again, then go back to where she came from to seek death. Don't dirty my Duan Wang Fu's grounds. Seeing Wang Yi push away the teacup in front of him, Xianxia instantly understood. Wang Yi was tired of women's routine. First cry, second make a fuss, third hang herself. Yun Qing was crippled, Nu Kai will remember. Just a little performer, but she had to be a virtuous person, and had to compete with Wang Fei. She had really forgotten who she was. The life of Xiaojia's favorite Yahuan wasn't at all her own doing. Since she's seeking death in Chuiyu Yuan, get her to immediately move to Zhai. He Hing stood, feeling slightly tired. That place is quiet. Ming He watched as Xianxia hurriedly retreated. His eyebrow rose. With this kind of method, she wanted Wang Yi to pity her. It could be seen that this Huakue lived up to her reputation. In Jingyuan, Chu Qingju played with the invitation in her hand. This was the Duke of Chengde's birthday banquet. Whether she was willing or not, she had to go to that foo. But when she thought of the resentment and dissatisfaction she felt at that place, her face became colder. In this kind of feudal dynasty, it wasn't wrong for a man to be dissolute in the eyes of the common people, but to let a new person enter before the body of the deceased was even cold, and to disregard his own daughter, that was a loss of virtue. A man who couldn't even stay for a year after his wife's death, it really made people's hearts turn cold. Wang Fei, if you don't want to go, let someone send the gift. Mu Jin saw that Wang Fei's expression wasn't right and could only urge, who cares about that Chengde Gong Fu, no one is more noble than you. Qin Wang Fei did have a higher status than Chengde Gong Fu, but her words wouldn't be pleasant. Even more, why would she give up such a good opportunity? Under this imperial system, even if she was a daughter, the Duke of Chengde still had to bow to her. If she didn't use such a good opportunity to return home in glory, wouldn't it be a waste of her status as Duan Wang Fei? That's not necessary. It's my good daddy's birthday, how can I, as the daughter of Duan Wang Fei, not go? Raising her lips in a smile, Chu Qingju threw the invitation to one side. She saw Yin Lu angrily walk in. Mu Jin put the invitation to one side and asked, your face is green, who provoked you? It's that one from Chuiyu Yuan. That was such a farce just now. Yin Lu bowed to Chu Qingju. Just now, Newbie heard that Chuiyu Yuan Jianqing had attempted to hang herself. In her will, she wrote something like Chia was originally a high mountain of snow, but today she has fallen into a swamp. The words implied that someone in the Fu had humiliated her. This is accusing Wang Fei of not treating her well. When she finished, Yin Lu's tone became even more furious. A Huakue, what high mountain of snow? Is there anyone who isn't as noble as her? When the snow on that high mountain melts, it hides the filth. She likes to be the snow that is white on the outside but dirty on the inside. Who would fight with her? Mu Jin snorted coldly and then asked, did Wang Yi say anything? You have to be careful not to let people ruin Wang Fei's reputation. Mu Jin Jiajia, you don't have to worry about that. Just now, there was news that Wang Yi reprimanded that person for dirtying Duan Wang Fu's land, and had her moved to Zhai. When she got there, she felt that her anger had mostly dissipated. What kind of place is Zhai? Even a beauty has become a savage. It can be seen that Wang Yi isn't satisfied with her. Wang Fei doesn't have to be angry for such a person. After Chu Qingju finished listening to Yin Lu's words, she smiled and replied, I'm not angry, but you are. She motioned for Mu Jin to pour a cup of tea for Yin Lu to soothe her throat. That Yunqing isn't someone worth mentioning, I don't have to be angry for her. This Yunqing wasn't a smart woman. If she knew her place and behaved every day, she might have gained some face in front of Duan Wang. But right now, she had to pretend to be virtuous and virtuous. It was the worst plan. Maybe normal patrons would fall for Yunqing's act of wanting to capture everyone, but who was he Heng? He was the great Duan Wang of the Dashi dynasty. What kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yunqing had to use these tactics if he Heng was willing to play with her. Send someone to reply to Chengde Gong Fu's invitation. Say that on the day of the birthday banquet, I will personally attend to celebrate father's birthday. Chu Qingju covered her mouth in a light smile. She had some anticipation for the Duke of Chengde's birthday banquet. There was too little entertainment in this era. She had to find something to do so she wouldn't waste the time. Not long after, the Duchess of Chengde personally received the messenger mama from Duan Wang Fu and received the news that Duan Wang Fei would attend the birthday banquet. After the messenger mama left, the Duchess of Chengde, Liangshi, sneered and opened, I've heard long ago that Yahuan wasn't favored by Wang Yi. Today, that messenger mama put on an expression as though Wang Fei was important. It really is hard to believe that that wooden person would do such a thing. Chiyu, who was sitting beside her, sighed and said, Tai Tai, Jia is already married. No matter if Wang Yi favors her or not, she is still Duan Wang Fei. Xianxia looked at her beautiful daughter and understood the meaning of her daughter's words. She lowered her face and coldly said, no matter what she is, in the future, she won't be as noble as you. Hearing this, Chiyu faintly smiled and didn't speak. It was already autumn and the weather was gradually cooling. All of Changde was in a festive mood. Changde was filled with all kinds of carriages. The gatekeeper bowed so hard he couldn't straighten his back, but he still smiled as he welcomed people in. Outside the second door, the Duke of Changde's only son and nephew passionately received the guests. The two weren't very old but they received many praises from the young and promising. In the recent years, Changde might have declined, but they had a good daughter who was married to Duan Wang as Wang Fei. No matter what they thought inside, they still had to act respectfully on the surface. Even if it wasn't for the monk's sake, it was for the Buddha's sake. He had to give Duan Wang face. At the very least, this Changde was Duan Wang's in-laws. Coming here to show his face and give a gift would have more advantages than disadvantages. The Duke of Changde's fortune is like the East Sea. The one who spoke was the Marquis of Baorong. This person was an average person in Jing but the Duke of Changde didn't dare to offend him. When the other spoke, he went forward. Not at all, not at all. Marquis Yi, thank you for making the trip. The Duke of Changde held the other's hand as they walked towards the main hall. The other wasn't courteous with him. As they walked, he said, today is your birthday. I don't know when Duan Wang Yi will arrive. At that time I will ask the Duke to invite me to find Wang Yi for a drink. When the Duke of Changde heard this, he instantly didn't feel good. Duan Wang Fu's reply stated that Wang Fei would definitely come. As to whether Wang Yi would come, that wasn't certain. When the Marquis of Baorong said this, the Duke of Changde felt resentful that his married daughter didn't have the ability to win over Wang Yi's heart and made him suffer this embarrassment. Of course, the Duke of Changde smiled as he invited the person into the room, hiding the awkwardness inside. Marquis Baorong smiled and said, Duke is busy, I will go in myself, no need to be so polite. Finishing, he walked into the hall. Inside, he was sneering. Other people didn't know, but he was very clear. The daughter that the Chu family had married into Duan Wang Fu didn't even have the favor of Wang Yi. It would be strange if Wang Yi came to attend the Duke of Changde's birthday banquet. Do you think that just because you have a daughter who is a princess, you are a relative of the emperor? In the garden of the inner courtyard, Xianxia was receiving the womenfolk. Seeing that this year was livelier than in previous years, Liangxi's mood was a bit complicated. In the past, these people would only send gifts and not show their faces, but today, all of them were free. It was all because that Chu Qingju had become a Wang Fei. These people kept on mocking her for not treating Chu Qingju badly, as though by saying this, they would gain some nobility. In my opinion, foreign really has good fortune. The eldest daughter is Duan Wang Fei and the third daughter is so beautiful. The Marquis of Baorong stopped to look at the Shu daughter of Changde Fu standing in the corner. Gunyang is also beautiful. This kind of good fortune is something we can't even envy. Wang Foreign, do not praise these Yahuan. Liangxi's smile was slightly cold. Our family's wild Yahuan, how can they compare to the misses of your Fu? Everyone in the capital knew that the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Baorong had married a poor scholar, and now every 2 or 3 days he would return to her parents' home to beg for money. Who knew that the Marquis of Baorong, Wang Shi, wasn't angered by Liangxi's words and only responded, not at all. The other people watched coldly as the two battled. The discord between the Marquis of Baorong and the Duchess of Changde had started a long time ago. Before the two married, they had been at loggerheads. Now that they were married, they could still let others watch the spectacle. Some of the foreign present who were familiar with the two still remembered that when Wang Shi married the Marquis of Baorong, Liangxia was so angry that she didn't attend the gathering of the unmarried daughters in Jing for half a year. It wasn't until Liangxia married the Duke of Changde, whose status wasn't lower than the Marquis of Baorong, that she once again fought with Wang Shi. Some people looked down on Wang Shi's frivolous attitude but they disliked Liangxi's way of doing things even more. So from beginning to end, they didn't speak. They only decided that in the future, they would never bring young girls to Baorong Ho Fu or Changde Fu. At this time, not far from Chang de Gongfu, Duan Wangfu's support was slowly approaching. The other officials who had come to congratulate saw Duan Wangfu appear and moved to one side, waiting for the Wangfu to pass before continuing forward. Why has the carriage stopped? A first-grade Dayuan foreign sat in the carriage. She detected that the carriage had stopped and asked in confusion. She hadn't been willing to come to Chang de Gongfu. Now that the carriage had stopped, she was even more displeased. An old mama got on the carriage and lowered her voice to report, "Foreign, the people from Duan Wangfu are coming. Everyone, move aside." Hearing it was Duan Wangfu, the unease in the official's foreign's heart instantly disappeared. She used the crack to look out and saw the guards opening the way. Four maroon steeds pulling the luxurious carriage slowly passed. Following that, there were two slightly more normal carriages that passed. Behind them were attendants and Taijian dressed in formal attire. Even though it wasn't extremely luxurious, but at a glance, it made people feel that this was the grandeur of the imperial family. "That seems to be Duan Wangye's carriage," the officials foreign rejoiced. It was fortunate that she had personally come today. Otherwise, Wang Yi had arrived today and their family had only sent a gift. Wouldn't that offend the people of the imperial family? No matter which Wang Yi sat on the throne in the future, the face of the imperial family couldn't be thrown away by people like them. The gatekeeper looked at the carriage of Duan Wangfu from afar and hurriedly turned to run through the second gate to report to Lao Yi. The Duke of Chengde was exchanging greetings with a Darren when he saw a manservant hurriedly run over and say that Wang Ye's carriage had arrived. The Darren that had been exchanging greetings perceptibly indicated that the Duke of Chengde didn't need to specially entertain him. He watched as the Duke of Chengde hurriedly walked out and thoughtfully entered the inner hall. Inside the spacious carriage, Chu Qingju and He Heng sat shoulder to shoulder. She looked at He Heng's normal expression and said, "Chang de Gongfu should be arriving soon. Wang Fei is missing her paternal home." He Heng hadn't wanted to come, but when he thought about the anger Wang Fei had suffered before she married, for some reason, he wanted to come. Seeing Wang Fei's calm tone, he couldn't help but tease, "It seems that I wasn't a good husband and made Wang Fei miss her father." "Wang Yi, don't tease Jia," Chu Qingju glanced at He Heng. Early this morning, this Wang Yi with a strange personality had sent over all kinds of jewelry and told her to choose and wear whatever she wanted. She looked at the boxes of expensive jewelry and assumed that this Wang Yi was going to open a jewelry shop. When she finally finished dressing herself up, this one came out wearing a moon-colored silk robe with golden thread. He said he wanted to accompany her to Chang de Gongfu. Seeing that he was dressed handsomely, Chu Qingju giggled as she followed him onto the carriage. Who knew that he would say strange things now? "Jia is married to Wang Yi, my home is Duan Wangfu." Wang Yi saying this, is it because Jia didn't do a good job? Chu Qingju tilted her head, acting as though she didn't want to respond. Hearing this, the smile on He Heng's face became brighter. He reached out to hold Chu Qingju's hand in his palm. "Don't be angry. If you get angry, the one who hurts is me." Finishing, his expression became more serious. "Some things, I know. You don't have to worry." Chu Qingju turned to look at He Heng. Seeing the other was still smiling, she didn't know what the other meant. She smiled and replied, "Wang Yi cares for Jia, Jia understands." If she really believed it, it would be a tragedy. "Wang Yi, Wang Fei, we've arrived at Chang de Gongfu." The carriage slowly stopped. Xianxia's voice came from outside. This lowly official greets Wang Yi, Wang Fei. The Duke of Chengde saw the carriage stop and hurriedly came forward with his servants to bow. "Today is the Duke of Chengde's birthday. Ben Wang has come to celebrate your birthday, there's no need to be so courteous." Xianxian heard that Wang Yi had been born before he came forward to lift the curtain for Wang Yi. Then he knelt down and allowed Wang Yi to step on his back as he came down. Chu Qingju put on the gauze hat. Just as she walked out of the carriage, she saw a hand stretch out in front of her. She looked at the smiling face of the owner of the hand. She slightly lowered her head as she held He Heng's hand to get off the carriage. A sedan had been prepared at the side. Mu Jin raised the curtain for Chu Qingju to sit in. After putting down the curtain, she bowed to Wang Yi and sat in the little sedan at the back with the other Yahuan. Seeing that Duan Wang had personally come to celebrate his birthday, the Duke of Chengde was overjoyed. Seeing the attitude Wang Yi had towards his daughter, a smile bloomed on his face as he led Hing into the Fu through the main door. Duan Wang entered through the door. The strength mama that was carrying the sedan also hurriedly lifted the sedan and entered through the door. But the direction was different from Duan Wang's. It was towards the rear garden. Hing was led by the Duke of Chengde to the inner hall. He saw two youths that weren't even 15 years old following behind and asked, "These two are?" "Wang Yi, this is my son Chu Wangji and my nephew Liang Rong." Hearing Wang Yi mention his sons, the Duke of Chengde said joyfully, "Hurry and greet Wang Yi." The two hurriedly bowed again. Hing lightly excused the two of them. "What books did you two study?" "My son is disappointing. Right now, he is still studying at Dongshan Academy. My nephew became a Xiaotsai last year." The Duke of Chengde saw that Wang Yi's tone was calm and didn't dare to be too harsh. He could only answer honestly. This Duan Wang wasn't more than 20 years old, but no one dared to underestimate him. The Duke of Chengde sighed. As expected of an imperial son. "Your son is the only son of the Duke. He is still young, the Duke doesn't have to pressure him too much." Hing nodded. "Ben Wang has heard of Dongshan Academy. Many famous scholars came out of there. Ben Wang heard that Foreign had given birth to a rare pair of twins. Your son will definitely have great accomplishments in the future." "Not at all, not at all. Wang Yi is too complimentary." As a father, he naturally liked other people to compliment his son. Even more, Wang Ji and Yusu were a rare pair of twins in Jing City. This was enough for him to be proud for many years. But he didn't see the coldness in Hing's eyes. Chu Wangji, who was walking at the back, heard the conversation between the two. He thought of his mother's dislike of Dejia and couldn't help but think, now that Dejia had become a Wang Fei, would she purposefully send people to take revenge on them? If the one who became Wang Fei was San Mei, then mother wouldn't have to be angry for Dejia. In the inner garden, Liangshi and the Marquis of Baorong had just finished their verbal battle when they heard a Yahuan hurriedly walk in. "Foreign, Duan Wang Fei has arrived." The status of everyone present wasn't as high as Duan Wang Fei. Hearing this, they all stood. No matter how unwilling Liangshi was, she had to stand and go to the door of Drooping Flowers to welcome her. When she walked to the door of Drooping Flowers, she saw a sedan with a lid inlaid with jewels stopped outside the door. Before she could stop, a crowd of Mama and Yahuan crowded around it, each expression careful and respectful. She smirked coldly. It really was like a pheasant had become a phoenix. Even her style had grown. The dark curtain of the sedan was lifted. A white hand reached out and was placed on the hand of Mu Jin, who was bowing by the sedan door. Then a foot wearing a pair of golden shoes inlaid with jewels stepped out. The rippling skirt could be faintly seen. Liangshi looked at the female that walked out of the sedan. The smile on her face didn't lessen, but the curve of her mouth froze. The person in front of her, Chu Qingju, had changed too much compared to the day she had returned to her home. Chu Yusu, who was following behind her, saw that her mother's actions weren't right and smiled as she walked towards Chu Qingju. She first gave a curtsy before opening warmly, "Jia has finally come. Tai Tai and I have been waiting for you." Chu Qingju heard this, and as she walked in the direction of Liangshi, she replied, "I had prepared to leave long ago, but Wang Yi insisted on coming with me, so I was delayed." As she spoke, she was already in front of Liangshi. She gave a slight bow. "It was my fault for making Tai Tai wait so long." No matter how much Liangshi disliked Chu Qingju, but in front of so many people, she didn't dare to accept this bow. She instantly held Chu Qingju's hand and returned the bow. "The affairs of Wang Fei's Fu are busy, but you still managed to come so early. It can be seen that you are filial to Lao Yi." "Don't say such things." The people that had been waiting to greet Wang Fei heard this as they came closer. They all came forward to praise Chu Qingju. For now, regardless of whether Duan Wang Fei was favored or not, just the importance that the Marquis of Xianxia and his family placed on Duan Wang Fei was enough for them to place great importance on Duan Wang Fei. Even more, seeing Duan Wang Fei's attire and Duan Wang personally accompanying her, it was enough to prove Duan Wang Fei's position in Duan Wang's heart. After the invitation to Chu Qingju to sit at the front was rejected, Liangshi didn't persist. No matter how much respect Duan Wang Fei had, in terms of relationships, she was still her mother. It wasn't wrong for her to sit at the front. The bystander saw Liangshi's conduct and laughed and sighed at her stupidity. Theoretically, Duan Wangfei did have to call her mother, but right now, she was a member of the imperial family. You were acting like the mistress of the household, but didn't you think that this would anger Wang Yi and cause her husband and child to suffer outside? Duan Wangfei could respect you as her mother in name. Would an imperial son give you face? No matter who you were, in front of the royal family, you would have to humble yourself, not to mention a stepmother. It was no wonder that when the Liang family had declined to the point where the daughter became the Duke of Chengde's concubine, she had been so happy. With this kind of intelligence and upbringing, she really could be considered to be climbing up the social ladder. Chu Qingju sat down at the seat on the left. She raised the teacup to take a sip before putting it down. She turned to converse with the other foreign. Wang Fei's complexion is getting better. The one speaking was the wife of the Minister of War, Luo Foreign. She was also the mother of Chu Qingju's Jiumu. This old foreign had once taken care of Chu Qingju, so it wasn't strange for her tone to be more intimate. This old one still remembers that when Wang Fei was adding to the dowry, Wang Fei was thin and small. It's only been a few months, but she is so neat that this old one almost couldn't recognize her. It can be seen that Duan Wangfu raises people. Yes, not just Luo Lao Tai Tai, even I almost didn't recognize her, Xianxia followed up. She was the Shu sister of Chu Qingju's mother. Even though she wasn't close to Chu Qingju's mother, she was still biased towards Chu Qingju. Adding on that Chu Qingju was still Duan Wangfei, her following words weren't so polite. I had seen that the other two girls of your fu were as beautiful as flowers and had worried for my niece for a long time. Now, I can relax. The daughters of Chengde Gongfu are all beautiful. Everyone present didn't know that these words were mocking Liangshi for harshly treating the daughter. The words were harsh, but they were the truth. Adding on that they saw that Duan Wangfei had been smiling and not speaking, they instantly understood this Duan Wangfei's attitude towards Liangshi. In the past, Liangshi had used tricks to seduce the Duke of Chengde and caused Tianshi, who was still pregnant, to be so angry that she gave birth to a daughter and then died of illness. Not even 2 months after Tianshi's death, Liangshi married into the family. Later, when Xiangqing Hofu wanted to take eldest miss to stay in the Hofu, Liangshi frequently stopped them. In the end, Xiangqing Hofu was at odds with Chengde Gongfu in every aspect. But it was a pity for eldest miss who had lost her mother. If it wasn't for the support of Xiangqing Hofu, she most likely wouldn't have been able to protect her birth mother's dowry. She had done so many bad things, she couldn't blame Duan Wangfei for treating her so badly. Only the Duke of Chengde would treat this kind of evil woman as a treasure. If it was any other family with face, it would be shameful to even be a Xia. Chu Qingju looked coldly at everyone ridiculing Liangshi. She pretended not to understand and only smiled but didn't speak. With the present status of Chengde Gongfu, it was just an empty shell. It could be seen from the attitude of these foreign towards Liangshi. And she had been appointed by the emperor to Duan Wang. She didn't know which Nyang in the Hogong had done the trick. It was a pity that Chu Qingju was alone and became a sacrifice in other people's political struggles. If Duan Wang's personality wasn't steady enough, if she didn't have a good Jojo, before she could even transmigrate over, she would have died without a corpse. The heartless nature of men, pain would only be imposed on women. The weakness of women, pain would only be imposed on their children. But in this kind of dynasty, it couldn't tolerate women that were too strong. Everything about eldest miss is good, but she's too dull. Now that Wang Yi treats her well, I, as a mother, can rest assured. Hearing this, Chu Qingju raised her head to look at Liangshi. This wasn't a simple woman. Many people had ridiculed her, but her expression hadn't changed at all. Nonchalantly touching the pure gold phoenix tail agate buyao in her hair, Chu Qingju jerked the corners of her mouth. Tai Tai doesn't have to worry about your daughter. I'm living very well in Duan Wangfu. I know very well how Tai Tai has taken care of your daughter these years. Finishing, she seemed to suddenly remember, speaking of which, Didi and Sanmei aren't young anymore. Today, I brought some gifts. It's not anything expensive. It's good to leave them for everyone to play with. She didn't know why Chu Qingju had specially mentioned Wang Ji and Yu Su, but Liangshi knew that she hadn't treated Chu Qingju well in the past. Her words today definitely weren't kind. How could we let Wang Fei spend so much? Xianxia forced a smile. Looking at the agate earrings on Chu Qingju's earlobes, for the first time, she clearly understood that the daughter of that whore, Tianshi, had become Wang Fei. Tai Tai doesn't have to be so courteous, we're all one family. Chu Qingju lowered her face. She raised the teacup and slowly blew on it. She didn't have any interest in taking another sip. Everyone looked at this scene and suddenly felt that Duan Wang Fei's every word was polite and courteous, but it gave people a feeling of intimidation. It was as though Xianxia was just a joke in her eyes. It was only because of her magnanimity that she didn't argue with her. Chiyusu looked at Chu Qingju in front of her, her brow slightly furrowed. The person in front of her was still the same person. It was just that the makeup was more refined, the mannerisms more elegant, but it made people feel they were shorter than her. Was this still the Jia that wasn't good with words and didn't speak much? Just as Xianxia felt she couldn't continue, she saw a few Yaohuan walk in with the old Tai Tai. Her expression relaxed and she hurriedly stood to welcome them. In the past, she didn't like the old Tai Tai, but now that the old Tai Tai was here, most of the people here would give the old Tai Tai some face. She didn't need to be surrounded by enemies. The old Tai Tai held Liangshir's hand and was about to bow to Chu Qingju. After being held by Mu Jin, she said politely, "It is the honor of this humble house that Wang Fei could come today. Grandmother is too serious. Today is father's birthday, how can granddaughter not come?" Chu Qingju looked at the benevolent old Tai Tai in front of her and smiled as she said, "Grandmother's words, you are treating granddaughter as an outsider." This old Tai Tai wasn't a benevolent person. When Chu Qingju had been living hard in the Fu, she hadn't seen the old Tai Tai come out to say a word of justice. In the eyes of a woman, no one could compare to her son. Chu Qingju guessed that the old Tai Tai had appeared now because she knew that Liangshir was being harassed. She didn't necessarily like Liangshir, but she wouldn't allow her daughter-in-law's face to be trampled on by others because that was equivalent to making her son lose face. Even though this was the reality, it didn't mean that Chu Qingju would accept it. After everyone politely sat down, Chu Qingju sat on the carved chair and didn't make a sound. If someone talked to her, she would only reply with a few words. Slowly, the atmosphere cooled. Chu Tai Tai saw that the atmosphere had cooled and understood that Chu Qingju was purposefully making things difficult. But the other's status was high and she could only flatter her, "It's getting late. Why don't everyone follow this old one to the West Hall for the banquet?" Everyone's eyes swept towards Duan Wang Fei. Seeing her smile as she held a cup of tea, they knew that she didn't object before they all stood. Chu Qingju stood and smiled kindly at everyone. She went forward to hold Chu Tai Tai's hand, "Grandmother, please." Chu Tai Tai smiled as she patted the back of her hand. She said in a slightly intimate tone, You're already Duan Wang Fei, you can't do such things. You're just a joke." Hearing this, the foreign immediately praised Duan Wang Fei for her filial piety. Even though Duan Wang Fei had only held her hand for a few steps before letting go, but who could say that she hadn't done a good job? Just as they reached the exit of the garden, everyone saw a Yaohuan walk over with a thin cloak in her hand. Everyone saw that this didn't seem to be what Yaohuan of Changde Fu would wear and guessed which family it was. Mu Jin recognized at a glance that it was Lian Qiao who served Wang Yi and slowed her steps. Lian Qiao saw Chu Qingju and hurriedly walked in front of her. She curtsied and said, "Wang Fei, Wang Yi saw that the sun had turned to the shadows and was worried that you would catch a cold. He let newbie bring a cloak for you. He also specially instructed that you don't use anything too spicy. In the autumn, the air is dry and the air is cold. Don't hurt your throat and stomach." "I'm not a child, I don't have to be so careful," Chu Qingju snorted with a smile. She indicated for Mu Jin to take the cloak. "I'll accept the cloak. Tell Xianxia to watch carefully and don't let Wang Yi drink too much." Lian Qiao hurriedly complied and hurriedly retreated. Everyone looked at the dark patterned shoe brocade cloak in Mu Jin's hands and sighed inside. Who said that Duan Wang didn't like Duan Wang Fei? It was just that the sky had turned dark and he had impatiently sent a cloak over. He didn't even forget to tell her to eat. Everyone present was the wife of their family. Looking at that cloak, an indescribable envy rose in their hearts. The West Hall of Changde Fu was set aside for banquets for womenfolk, so the decorations inside were mostly exquisite and bright. There were paintings and calligraphy of famous people hanging inside. It looked like this was a family with some history. But it was a pity that each generation was worse than the last. The conduct of the Duke of Chengde was even more preposterous and people laughed at him in private. Chu Qingju and Chu Lao Tai sat at the same table and her seat was next to Luo Lao Tai. It was enough to see the attitude of the Chu family towards her. There were people at the table who were especially flattering, so the atmosphere at the table could be considered lively. But when Luo Lao Tai called the Chu family Sangunyang to sit on the other side, the gazes of everyone else changed. If this was a private banquet, no one would say a word about this seat. But there were a few of the womenfolk present that had higher status than Luo Lao Tai. This Chu family Sangunyang was a junior and didn't have a title, so it wasn't appropriate for her to sit at this table. The Marquis of Baorong smiled coldly as he looked at Chu Lao Tai's actions. He understood that Chu Lao Tai wanted the Chu family Sangunyang to appear in front of the other foreign. This wasn't a good time. This old one has always favored these two Yahuan. Now that eldest Yahuan is married, they are finally together. Chu Lao Tai didn't know what everyone was thinking. She used a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her eyes. Now that the Yahuan are all grown up, this old woman wants to keep them by my side at all times. A foreign that was on good terms with the Chu family smiled and followed up, this is Lao Tai's benevolence towards her granddaughters. But this girl has grown up and can't always be kept. Sangunyang is such a symbol. When she got to this point, she gave a mischievous smile. When Chiyusu heard this, she quickly lowered her head, too embarrassed to raise it. Seeing the demeanor of a little girl, Chu Qingju smiled at the woman who spoke. This person was from Chu Lao Tai's paternal family, Wei Shi. Her husband wasn't too young, but he was an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. But this person was only polite to Chiyusu. At the beginning, Chu Qingju and Shu daughter Chu Huishui weren't in her eyes. Wei Foreign is joking. Right now, San Mimi is the youngest and grandmother is very fond of her. How can she not spend more time with grandmother? Chu Qingju looked sarcastically at Wei Shi. She took the handkerchief that Yin Lu presented to wipe her hands, but her Mimi is spending less time with grandmother. Liangshi heard Chu Qingju's words and anger rose inside. Chu Qingju was ruining her daughter's marriage. Did she deliberately mention the second daughter to tell others that she, as a legitimate mother, was not kind and only cared about her own daughter and mistreated the daughter of a concubine? Wei Shi paused, as though she hadn't reacted. In the past, she had always tried to please her aunt like this. Today, she had been pushed back by Chu Qingju. She suddenly realized that the one sitting in front of her wasn't the eldest daughter of the Chu family, but the high and mighty Duan Wang Fei. Old Madame Luo smiled and looked at Madame Wei. Her eyes were full of ridicule. Who was Duan Wang? That was the second son of the emperor. His mother, Jing Fei, wasn't as favored as Shu Fei, but she still had some face in front of the emperor. As to Duan Wang's personality, no one knew. But in the eyes of the court, even though Duan Wang wasn't the most capable of the four princes, he definitely wasn't a useless prince. The emperor couldn't have more than 4 sons. The eldest prince, Ning Wang, had some power in the court, but his birth wasn't high. His birth mother was just a talented person. The third prince, Rui Wang's mother, Shu Fei, was the most favored by the emperor. She also favored this prince the most. But this prince, even though he had some strategy, his methods were vicious and caused many people to be wary. The fourth prince, Qin Wang's mother, was an average Gui Pin. She wasn't favored by the emperor. The emperor's favor of the fourth prince was average. As for Qin Wang himself, he was mediocre. Old Madame Luo didn't understand the matters of the court, but she wasn't bad at judging people. This Duan Wang's future was limitless. Her old Luo family didn't have any intentions of taking sides, but they definitely didn't have any intentions of offending Duan Wang. To be able to do what Duan Wang did, it was either his true nature or he was unfathomable. But which person in the imperial family would show their true nature? She had lived for so many years and seen many people. So she understood better which people couldn't be offended, and which people, even if they were offended, it wouldn't be a big deal. Duan Wang was the former, Chang de Gongfu was the latter. But she had misjudged this Duan Wang Fei. In the past, she had only taken care of her daughter who had married into the Tian family. Now, she felt that this Duan Wang Fei wasn't a simple woman. Thinking about it, she rejoiced. She didn't expect Duan Wangfei to be grateful to her, but because of the care in the past, it was a good thing that Duan Wangfei had good feelings towards the Luo family and her daughter. But in the blink of an eye, old Madame Luo's thoughts turned many times. She still had a kind smile on her face as she praised. It can be seen that Duan Wangfei is concerned about these Mimi. This old one Jiahuan would occasionally argue, but they can't compare to Wangfei. Old Madam is being modest. I've seen the sisters of your Fu before. Each one of them is well-educated and well-mannered. Even Jiumu often praises them. Chu Qingju accepted old Madame Luo's good intentions. Usually, tell Mimi to come to the Wang Fu when they have nothing to do. Jiumu's personality is kind and treats me very well. But she doesn't have a daughter and I couldn't even get close to a young daughter like Jiumu. Luckily, I met the sisters of your Fu and fulfilled my wish. Old Madam, don't be reluctant to let them come out. Old Madame Luo heard Duan Wangfei mention how well her daughter had treated her in the past, and also praised her granddaughters. The smile on her face became even brighter. Wangfei, don't praise them. Since Wangfei doesn't dislike them for being rough, this old one will definitely take them to the Wangfu to visit when there is a chance. Everyone present had heard that Xianxia Fu had taken good care of Duan Wangfei before she had married. Hearing Duan Wangfei's words, they finally confirmed those rumors. It seemed that Duan Wangfei was very close to her uncle's family. It wasn't in vain that Xianxia Fu had taken care of her. Everyone was a woman and naturally understood the dark secrets of the Hofu. It seemed that Duan Wangfei and Chang Dagong Fu weren't very close. Since that was the case, in the future, when they interacted with Chang Dagong Fu, they didn't have to worry too much about Duan Wangfu. Chi Yusu listened to everyone's conversation, a gentle smile on her face the entire time as though she didn't know the meaning behind everyone's words. Seeing the dishes come one by one, she affectionately had a Yahuan put a dish of fragrant and spicy tofu in front of Chu Qingju. Mimi remembers that Dejia loves this dish the most. A few days ago, mother ordered the servants to make this dish well. Dejia, try it and see if you like it. On top of the white and tender tofu, there were green chopped onions, tender yellow peppers and red chili oil. It looked very exquisite. Chu Qingju smiled and nodded at Chi Yusu. Thank you, Mimi. This San Mimi of hers wasn't a simple person. Please, Wangfei, forgive newbie for being rude. But there are some things newbie has to say. Mu Jin bent her knees, respectful and helpless. A few days ago, you were sick for half a month. Everyone in the Fu was worried for you. The Tai said long ago that you can't eat spicy or oily food. Now that you have recovered, Wang Yi has allowed you to go out. Don't forget what Wang Yi just told you. Luo Lao Tai heard this and hurriedly urged, this Yahuan is very loyal and protective of her mistress. Long ago, she had heard that Wangfei was ill. Wangfei might be filial but you have to take care of your body. Fine, this Yahuan has served me for many years and is the most naggy. I'm afraid of her. Chu Qingju sighed helplessly. Lao Tai sent a few days ago. I still haven't thanked you properly. To say something offensive, this old one has watched Wangfei grow up. As long as your body is healthy, there's no need for thanks. Luo Lao Tai pointed at a bowl of pigeon soup in front of her. This pigeon soup is very suitable for Wangfei. Let the Yahuan serve you a bowl. Watching Mu Jin serve the soup, an awkward smile appeared on Chi Yusu's face. These words didn't just imply that Chang Dagong Fu didn't care about Dejia's illness, it also implied that her mother wasn't kind to Dejia. Even the Luo family, which didn't have much connection to Dejia, had sent her medicine but her mother hadn't expressed anything. If this got out, what virtuous reputation would her mother have? Chu Lao Tai listened to these words, the smile on her face not changing but she looked a few more times at her Erxifu, Liangshi. Sitting at the side, Liangshi also heard the meaning behind the words. She hadn't thought that Chu Qingju would be so sharp but she couldn't refute it. She could only smile and ask, Wangfei is sick, why didn't you send a message to the Fu and let me take care of you for a few days? I wouldn't dare to let mother work. Chu Qingju finished washing her hands and was wiping the water droplets on the back of her hands. Hearing Liangshi's words, she jerked the corners of her mouth. The common saying is, a married daughter is like water spilled. A daughter can't let mother and father worry. There are many people in the Wangfu. It's just a small illness, it's not good to let everyone know. Even Luo Lao Tai Tai, it was only after Jiumu sent someone to deliver something to me and learned that I was sick that she learned from Jiumu. The words were even more obscure and ugly to hear. Duan Wangfei mentioning the word dare, it was enough to make people think of how Xianxia treated the daughters of other people in Hoyuan. Smiling at Xianxia being pushed to the point where she had nothing to say, Chu Qingju started to close her mouth and eat. She wasn't afraid of damaging the reputation of her paternal family, and she wasn't afraid that her husband's family would dislike her because of her paternal family's reputation. In any case, it was a life that was picked up. She could live as long as she wanted. But she had picked up someone else's life. At least, before she could do as she pleased, she could help them resolve past grievances. If one day Duan Wang really became the emperor, or failed in his fight for the throne and wanted her life, she wouldn't feel any regrets. If she could show off when she could, then show off. Maybe one day, she would lose her life. Chiyusu looked at the elegant Chu Qingju, her heart unspeakably complex. Even though her mother didn't like her very much, but privately, she felt sympathy for this Jia. So she had gifted some jewelry and toys that she didn't like to her Jia. But the Jia that needed her sympathy was already a Wang Fei that even her own grandmother had to treat politely. And in the future, she might have to be below her. Thinking about it, Chiyusu's eyebrows furrowed. Why was there an unspeakable feeling of impatience? When the banquet ended, the Chu family led everyone to the spacious yard outside to listen to a play. The stage had already been set up. The men and women were separated by a high screen. Even though they were in the same yard, they could only see the stage on the other side. The first play was Chu Qingju sitting on a chair, looking coldly at Xianxia who was walking towards her with a sandalwood box. Was this Xianxia going to personally act? This box should have been given to Wang Fei a long time ago, but when Wang Fei was married, she forgot in the rush. Xianxia handed the box to Mu Jin. Seeing Chu Qingju take the sandalwood box from Mu Jin, she continued in a choked voice, "I've kept it all these years, and finally waited for the day I give it to you." The color of the red sandalwood box seemed old, but it still carried a faint scent of sandalwood when held in her hand. The gold-plated lock was in the shape of a cloud. The lock had already been opened. Chu Qingju only needed to lift the lid to know what was inside. The hand holding the lid slightly stilled. From the depths of her soul, she seemed to feel her body's obsession with this box. She could feel the helplessness and hatred of a helpless little girl. Slowly opening the lid, there was a fine brocade inside. On the brocade was a jade pendant. The fine mutton fat jade was carved into the shape of a gourd. On the gourd, there was a picture of a peanut, and the words 100 years to live. Her heart shook. A memory that seemed to be from a movie floated into her mind. The original Chu Qingju had always wanted to take this jade gourd from Xianxia, but Xianxia had purposefully made it difficult. Now this person had voluntarily handed it over, and pretended to be a good person in front of so many people. She must have been afraid that she would make it difficult for her in the future. Jia had people prepare this jade gourd a long time ago, but Jia passed away. After a flurry, she had the jade shop deliver it to me. Liangxi's eyes reddened as she spoke. Jia died young, and only you, Wang Fei, were on her mind. In the past, I was worried that Wang Fei would lose what Jia had left for you when you were young, so I kept it for you. Now that Wang Fei has grown up, this jade gourd should be given to Wang Fei for safekeeping. She examined Chu Qingju and sighed, seeing Wang Fei like this, Jia's spirit in heaven would be happy. Reaching out to take out the jade gourd, it was very smooth and warm. Because it was made small, it didn't have much weight in her hand. It could be imagined that Xianxia had wanted to hang the jade gourd on Chu Qingju's body when she was 100 days old. The nobility here had the custom of giving their children a 100-year ceremony. When a child was 100 days old, the elders would personally give the child a mascot with the meaning of longevity. Most of the mascots were made with auspicious patterns such as auspicious clouds and peanuts, and printed with the words "live to 100 years old." This meant that it could lock the child's lifespan, and the gods would bless the child to live to 100 years old. It was a pity that all mothers in the world had kind hearts. Xianxia passed away at such a young age. Everyone said that she died of an illness caused by anger. But in the end, she still wanted to order a jade gourd for her child. Was she really so fragile that she died of anger? As the saying goes, a mother is strong. Xianxia was not the type to grieve over the passing of seasons. How could she bear to see her newborn daughter die of anger? I've long heard from Gaomomo that not long after I was born, mother ordered a jade gourd as a centenary gift. It was a pity that mother, 10 years ago, you sent Gaomomo back to the countryside to retire. I never saw the jade gourd that Momo spoke of. I didn't think that mother had kept it for me. The hand gripping the jade gourd tightened. In front of all the womenfolk, Chu Qingju put the jade gourd on her neck, the rims of her eyes slightly red. As a child, I caused mother to be pregnant for 10 months. Even in death, mother still cared about me. But I couldn't repay her, I was very unfilial. In her previous life, her parents had died early in a car accident, but at the moment of their death, the person they thought about the most was her. Seeing this jade gourd now, she felt her heart was suffocating. She felt that the people of Changde Gongfu were extremely disgusting. Wang Fei, seeing the situation, Mu Jin looked worriedly at Chu Qingju. But as a servant, she couldn't open her mouth to comfort her. The child wants to be raised, but the parents aren't there. Chu Qingju stood. Looking at the smiling Xianxia, the emotions on her face slowly dissipated, gradually becoming expressionless. Qingju will never forget mother's care in this life. In the future, Qingju will definitely repay mother's benevolence. Chu Laotaitai's heart had been restless all this time. Seeing Chu Qingju speak so bluntly, the warm expression on her face couldn't be maintained. She wanted to speak to ease the situation, but it was too late. Today is father's birthday. I should stay longer, but there are many matters in the Wangfu, so I have to bid farewell. Chu Qingju slightly bent her knees to Chu Laotaitai. Granddaughter will bid farewell now. Foreign, we will meet again in the future. Everyone saw Duan Wangfei's expression wasn't worried and didn't force her to stay. Xianxia, this stepmother, had done such an ugly thing. Duan Wangfei couldn't endure it. Not just Duan Wangfei, any son or woman in this world that encountered this kind of thing, they couldn't endure it. Chu Laotaitai couldn't sit still and could only stand to personally send Chu Qingju off. Duan Wangfei, whose birth mother had died early, at her father's birthday banquet, didn't listen to the play and left with red eyes. If this passed to other people's ears, all of Changde Gongfu, what face would they have left? Everyone stood to send off the guests. But when they got to the hall, they were stopped by Chu Qingju. Her pale face carried a smile. Foreign, those who come are guests, don't be courteous. In the future, I will invite all the foreign to have a good gathering. Everyone agreed. Chu Laotaitai still wanted to send them off but was stopped by Chu Qingju. She smiled, remarking, "Grandmother is old, how can I let you keep sending off your granddaughter? Isn't that granddaughter being unfilial?" Finishing, she ordered Mu Jin beside her, "Send someone to inform Wang Yi, I'm going back first." Chu Laotaitai had no choice but to watch as Chu Qingju left. She turned to glare coldly at Xianxia and, for the first time, held Shu daughter Chu Huishue's hand to return to the theater. People often said to marry a wife, one had to be virtuous. Now that the Duke of Chengde had a woman like Xianxia, it was only a matter of time before he would lose his family. Once Chu Qingju left, many of the womenfolk that had come for Duan Wangfu's sake stood to bid their farewells. In less than an hour, more than half of the guests on the womenfolk side had left. On the male side, He Hung, as a Wang Yi, naturally sat at the seat of honor. The one sitting behind him was Chu Wangji. He didn't have any interest in giving face to other people, so he didn't pay much attention to them. But even so, there were still many who courteously fawned in front of him. Before the play had finished, Xianxia walked over and said a few words in a low voice beside Duan Wang. Chu Wangji, who was sitting behind Duan Wang, faintly heard the two words Wang Fei. What? Duan Wang's brows slightly furrowed. His face that had been carrying a polite smile completely froze. He put the teacup in his hand on the table. The blue and white teacup made a crisp sound. The Duke of Chengde, who had been paying attention to this side, felt his heart jump. He didn't know when he had angered Wang Yi. The other people also pretended to glance unintentionally at Duan Wang. The hospitality of Changde Gongfu has really broadened Ben Wang's horizons. Duan Wang smiled coldly as he stood. Xianxia, let's go. Wang Yi, this is. The Duke of Chengde instantly knew that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly went forward to apologize. But He Heng was too lazy to look at him, only coldly saying, Ben Wang came today to accompany Wang Fei. I already knew that the Duke of Changde and your foreign were deeply in love. But Ben Wang's Wang Fei is also the Duke's daughter. Your Fu treats her like this, are you looking down on my Duan Wang Fu? Finishing, he didn't wait for the Duke of Changde to respond before he flicked his sleeves and left. The Darren first paused before reacting. Many of them had heard of the past of Changde Gong Fu, but they were all men and didn't care about this kind of thing. But they hadn't thought that the people of Changde Gong Fu would be so stupid. No matter how disrespectful the Fu had been to the daughter of the deceased Xianxia, she was now Duan Wang Fei. Disrespecting her was disrespecting Duan Wang. Wasn't this slapping Duan Wang's face? Even if Duan Wang's personality was much better than Rui Wang's, he couldn't tolerate this kind of slap in the face. It seemed that this Changde Gong Fu was becoming more and more muddle-headed. Everyone stood to bid their farewells, not caring how ugly the Duke of Changde's expression was. Even Wang Yi had been angered to leave. What were they still doing here? Should they tell Duan Wang, Wang Yi, you can be angry all you want, we are good friends with the Duke of Changde and we still have to stay here to drink tea and listen to the opera with the Duke of Changde. The Duke of Changde was muddle-headed, but their minds were normal. At this time, it was better to leave early. It was a pity that Duan Wang and his wife had come to celebrate but were angered to the point of leaving. The originally lively birthday banquet instantly became cold and cheerless. The Duke of Changde was so angry he threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. Hearing the babbling on the stage, he felt even more annoyed. He angrily said, "What are you singing for? All of you get off." "Father," Chu Wangji worriedly supported him, "don't be angry, take care of your body." "What body do I need?" The Duke of Changde didn't bear to push his only son away and could only angrily throw another teacup. "Go ask your mother, what happened that made Duan Wang so angry?" Chu Wangji looked at the manservant standing in the surroundings. It wasn't good for his father to mention his mother, so he urged, "Right now, grandmother and mother must be in Hoyuan. Why don't we go together and ask?" Liang Rong, who had come back after sending the people away, also urged, "The matter isn't clear yet. Gufu doesn't have to be so angry. It won't be too late to make plans after the matter is clear." The Duke of Changde forced down his anger, his face black as he walked into Hoyuan. When he got on the carriage, he saw his Wang Fei's eyes were slightly red. Clearly, she had been hurt. The anger that he had suppressed rose again. "Wang Fei, who was wronged, tell Ben Wang will help you vent." Chu Qingju raised her head to look at him. Seeing the anger in his eyes wasn't fake, she said, "Who can make Duan Wang Fei angry? It's just that it's hard to calm down from remembering the past. I came with you today to support you. Don't be embarrassed." After thinking, He Heng added, "Not just today, in the future, other than those in the palace, you don't have to give in to anyone." Finishing, he found that there was an additional exquisite jade gourd on Chu Qingju's neck and looked a few more times. Wang Yi isn't afraid that Xia will be arrogant in the future and ruin the reputation of Duan Wang Fu. Chu Qingju touched the jade gourd on her chest. The warm feeling made her smile. Wang Fei isn't an ignorant woman. He Heng moved his gaze away, clapping his hands as he smiled, "Even more, if it was you, it's fine to be arrogant." Their eyes met. Chu Qingju slowly moved her gaze away, revealing a warm smile. Who would believe that? What had happened to Changde Gong Fu, in the end, had spread throughout the noble circles of Jing. Jing didn't lack for high officials and nobles. Once the matter spread, the Duke of Changde didn't have the face to listen to the hidden mockery in other people's words. Every time he went to court, he would rush back to the Fu as fast as he could. Last time, he had gone to the Hoyuan to ask Xianxia what had happened. The result was that when he went in, he saw Xianxia crying her heart out. He knew that it wasn't easy to be a stepmother. Now that eldest Yahuan had become a Wang Fei, Xianxia could only respect her. Even if she was angry, she could only endure. They were all the Gunyang of Changde Gong Fu. Why was it that San Yahuan was so considerate and sensible, but eldest Yahuan was so troublesome? Now that her paternal family had lost face, she, as a married girl, couldn't have anything good. Liang Rong was walking in the yard when he coincidentally saw Jiufu angrily rushing over. He hurriedly took a step back to greet the Duke of Changde. At this time, the Duke of Changde wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him. He nodded to him and strode away. Liang Rong couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Gongzi, what happened to Gu Leoi? The manservant following behind him asked worriedly, his complexion doesn't look very good. Thinking about the rumors in Jing these past few days, Liang Rong furrowed his brows. Because of the difference between men and women, he hadn't seen Chu Qingju, this Bijian name, many times. But in his memory, every time he saw her, she liked to lower her head and didn't like to talk. How did things get to this stage? With Aunt's personality, how could she not be able to control this little girl? Right now, Chang de Gongfu's reputation wasn't good. Some people were saying that the daughters of the Liang family couldn't be married. It had ruined the reputations of the sisters in his family. This made him feel uneasy. This time, the person they had offended wasn't a normal person, but the second son of the imperial family, Duan Wang. It wouldn't be easy to suppress the rumors. But he had heard long ago that Rui Wang's mother, Xu Fei, and Duan Wang's mother, Jing Fei, didn't get along. If he could get on Rui Wang's side, things would be easier. Even more, the emperor was already old. All the imperial sons were adults. The emperor favored Rui Wang the most. Recently, there had been rumors that the emperor wanted to make Rui Wang the crown prince. If it was true, then walking on Rui Wang's path would be all good and no harm. After Chu Qingju heard that Huang Yang had investigated the joke of Chang de Gongfu, her mood was very good at noon. She ate an extra half bowl of rice and in the afternoon rewarded the Jingyuan servants. Wang Fei's actions caused all of the restless people in Jingyuan to scratch their heads in confusion. Logically, Wang Fei should be angry about this matter. Why did it not seem like that? There were also some people who asked Huang Yang about it. Unfortunately, although Huang Yang looked young, he was very smart. No one could pry a word out of him. Chu Qingju didn't care how the servants managed her. She sent away the other Cheshire's greetings in the past 2 days. She only focused on combing through the memories of the original owner of her body. These memories weren't her own. In her heart, they were like clips from a movie. She could see them and remember them, but she didn't have a sense of immersion. After figuring out everything, Chu Qingju simply enjoyed the flowers, books, and snacks until Zhongjing and Granny Gong arrived. The master of Zhongjing Palace was the residence of Duan Wang's Mufei Jing Fei, and this mama had come to pass on Jing Fei's message. The gist of it was that she had heard that this Erxifu of hers had recovered from her illness. As Mufei, she missed her and wanted her to take the 2Ce Fei to Zhongjing Palace to visit. In the end, it was just that Jing Fei saw that her Erxifu hadn't gone to greet her for a long time and felt uncomfortable. In this dynasty, if a mother-in-law didn't put on some airs in front of her Erxifu, how could she live up to the anger she had suffered as an Erxifu? Of course, there were open-minded mothers-in-law, but her luck didn't seem to be so good and she didn't encounter such a good thing. Since Mufei wanted to see her, as the Erxifu, she had to follow the wishes of her elders. She sent Tu Yaohuan to inform the 2Ce Fei of the matter before Chu Qingju put the matter to one side. At night, when He Heng returned to Jingyuan, he mentioned the matter to Chu Qingju. I heard that Mufei wants to see you tomorrow? After the two were turned red, they lay peacefully in the blankets. He Heng suddenly spoke as though he had thought of something. You've been sick for more than a month and couldn't go to the palace to greet her. This isn't your fault. I've already had Xianxia prepare the gift. After court tomorrow, I will also go to Mufei's place so you don't have to worry about anything else. Chu Qingju reached out her index finger to curl around He Heng's hair and made a sound of agreement. In her memories, this Jing Fei had always been dissatisfied with her as an Erxifu. But because it was a marriage bestowed by the emperor, she managed to maintain a superficial relationship. But even so, in her words and actions, there was still a hint of disdain. In the memories of the original owner, she was very fearful of Jing Fei. It seemed that every time she entered the palace, she would be on tenterhooks. Now that Duan Wang was saying these things, was it to reassure her? No matter how much sincerity there was in the words, Chu Qingju accepted his good intentions. What, you're not happy? He Heng could hear the indifference in her words and pulled her into his embrace. Looking at her exquisite brows, he smiled. Ben Wang is protecting you, you're not happy? Mufei is Wang Ye's birth mother, she wouldn't be too hard on Xia. Chu Qingju raised her head to look at He Heng. She sighed. Xia knows that Mufei isn't very satisfied with Xia's paternal family. Xia can't blame Mufei for this. Even Xia can't do anything to my family. Before the emperor bestowed the marriage, Xia didn't even dare to think about marrying into the imperial family. She reached out to wrap her arms around Duan Wang's neck. Luckily Wang Yi didn't disdain Xia because of Chang de Gongfu, and protected Xia everywhere. Xia is a lucky woman. He Hing moved his eyes away from Chu Qingju's gaze and turned to tightly embrace her. It's because Wang Fei is very good that Ben Wang is willing to protect you. The Chu family has nothing to do with you. The one I'm marrying is you, not the Chu family. I don't care how absurd they are. As long as they don't bully you, I will pretend I don't see them. Wang Yi. Chu Qingju buried her head in He Hang's neck. Inside, she thought, when He Hang said this, he didn't dare to look at her eyes. It seemed that he was guilty. The entire Chang de Gongfu was disdainful, but the Tian clan of Xianxia Hofu was different. The Tian clan might not be the most powerful in the court, but they were a first-class family in Jing City. And the Tian clan treated her well. Duan Wang wouldn't have missed this point. Alright, don't think so much. Sleep early. He Hang lightly patted Chu Qingju's back as though he was coaxing a child to sleep, patting every now and then. Originally, he didn't have much affection for Chu Shi, so after marrying her, he had always been cold. It was only because of the Tian clan that he had people treat her well. But after interacting with her in the recent days, he found that Chu Shi wasn't a bland and tasteless woman. He wasn't a man that spoiled his Jia and neglected his wife. So he wanted to interact more with his Jingfei and nurture the relationship between husband and wife. Even if they couldn't be as deep as the sea, they had to be respectful. Chu Qingju wasn't just a beauty. Her words and actions were very attractive to him as a man. So the more they interacted, the more satisfied he was with her. Inside, he wanted to treat her even better. The words that came out of his mouth now might not be completely true, but they represented his intentions. The two fell asleep in each other's embrace. Even though their thoughts were different, their positions were like the most intimate lovers in the world, in a beautiful sleeping position. The next day, Chu Qingju was helped to wake up very early. After eating breakfast, she changed into a luxurious red floor-length brocade long dress. Her hair was pulled up into a flying immortal bun with a wig. She also picked out exquisite hairpins to use. Completely different from her usual bland appearance, she dressed whatever was pleasing to the eye. As to whether Jing Fei would dislike her, she only wanted to say that if she didn't like a person, that person's breathing would be wrong. Since she couldn't please others, then she would please herself. Putting on the pearl-embroidered shoes, Chu Qingju stood, the pendant hanging on her forehead slightly moving. Let's go. Are the two Fei ready? The two Fei are already waiting. Yuzan went forward to support Chu Qingju. The carriage is ready. Does Wang Fei want to leave now? It's about time. It's still more than an hour from here to Zhongjing Palace. Get someone to call the two Fei. It was just entering the palace, but Jing Fei had to call the two Fei. She really was giving face to her, Wang Fei. Feng Zijin and Jiang Yongyu had been waiting outside the Jingyuan for a long time. Seeing Wang Fei come out, the two first stilled before bowing to Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju looked at the two. Jiang Yongyu's attire was standard. It wasn't eye-catching, but it showed the status of a Fei. Feng Zijin's attire was much prettier. The pink girdle dress made her seem much more delicate. The two Fei were slightly surprised. The last few times Wang Fei had entered the palace, her attire had always been standard and undistinguished. Today, she was dressed so beautifully that the two couldn't react. That flower pattern was embroidered so lifelike. It was probably shoe embroidery. It probably took a lot of time to embroider it. And that water drop pendant made from a ruby. The dark gold chain was woven into her hair. The ruby just happened to hang in the middle of her forehead. When it moved, it made people feel it was unspeakably beautiful. Wang Fei entering the palace dressed like this, wasn't she afraid that Jing Fei Nyang would say she was extravagant? Not caring what the two thought, Chu Qingju took the Yahuan and walked to the front. When she got on the carriage in front, and the two Fei got on the carriage behind, the second-rank Yahuan that accompanied them finally showed a hint of surprise. Wang Fei really looked beautiful today. No wonder Wang Yi liked to go to Jingyuan more and more. After the carriage entered the palace gates, it couldn't go any further. Chu Qingju stepped on the back of a taijian to get off the carriage. She looked at the long green path in front of her, and the tall red walls beside the path. She couldn't help but raise her head. She only saw the cloudless blue sky. Feng Zijin stepped on the taijian's back to get off the carriage. Seeing the taijian kneeling beside Chu Qingju's carriage, she lightly snorted. A few days ago, Wang Fei had slipped when she stepped on the taijian's back to get off the carriage. She didn't like using the taijian as a footstool. Now that she was in the palace, she still had to follow the rules of the imperial family. She really thought she was brave. Jiang Yongyu glanced at Feng Zijin and quickened her steps to stand behind Chu Qingju. Feng Zijin was so angry that she snorted again before following her steps. The imperial palace of Delong dynasty had been renovated and expanded on the foundations of the previous dynasty. When the He family had pushed down the incapable ruler of the previous dynasty, they had reorganized many of the dissolute noble families. So when they renovated the imperial palace, they tried to be as simple as possible. Chu Qingju followed the palace maid leading the way forward, passing by exquisite buildings. No matter how thrifty the founding emperor had been, the present Delong dynasty wasn't as extravagant as the previous dynasty, but at least they had fine clothing, good food, and were content to enjoy themselves. Duan Wang Fei, please walk this way. The person guiding them was a palace maid that had status and rank in front of Jing Fei. This palace maid had come with a normal attitude, but in an instant, her attitude had changed and she had lowered herself to the extreme. From a little palace maid to this step, the most important thing was to have a pair of sharp eyes. From the first time she saw Duan Wang Fei, she understood that Duan Wang Fei was different from the past. No matter if Nyang liked Duan Wang Fei or not, she, as a palace maid, didn't have the guts to offend this kind of Duan Wang Fei. She respectfully ushered the person through the gates of Zhongjing Palace before retreating to one side. Ding Mama, one of Nyang's attendants, led the person into the inner gates. The fine cloud brocade slid across the smooth ground without a sound. She looked at the red hem of the skirt and dazedly raised her head. Against the light, the crimson figure walked steadily step by step. Wang Fei and the 2Ce Fei, please sit. Nyang will come out in a moment. Ding Mama directed the little palace maid to serve tea. She personally carried a cup of tea in front of Chu Qingju and placed it down. She smiled as she said, this old servant congratulates Wang Fei on her recovery. Ding Mama is too polite. Chu Qingju sat on the chair and reached out to support her. Thanks to Mu Fei and Wang Yi, it was me, as an Erxi, who wasn't filial that I couldn't come to Mu Fei to serve these days. Nyang isn't angry, but cares. It is my fault. Ding Mama's gaze landed on the blood-red bracelet on the white wrist. She smiled and bowed as she replied, Nyang knows that Wang Fei's body isn't well. She wouldn't be angry over such a small matter. Wang Fei's recovery is what Nyang hopes for the most. Chu Qingju smiled and slightly lowered her head. This Ding Mama was one of Jing Fei's confidants. Usually, she always had a smile on her face and people would feel she was kind when they saw her. Even Chu Qingju liked Nanny Ding very much. But when she saw Nanny Ding now, she felt that Nanny Ding was not simple. There weren't simple women in the Hogong. Ding Mama had been by Jing Fei's side for many years and was the most valued. She couldn't rely on just this friendliness. Beside the great Jing Fei, how could there be simple people? I've made Mu Fei worry. Chu Qingju sighed, her face slightly bitter as she said, I was seriously ill a few days ago. I had thought, fortunately, I had recovered. Ding Mama had also heard the news that Duan Wang Fei had almost died. At that time, she had gone out of the palace on behalf of Nyang to bestow many gifts. It was no wonder that Duan Wang Fei today was so different from the past. She must have been frightened by that illness. As long as a person walked through the gates of hell, they would understand many things. Looking at Wang Fei's expression, she must have figured out a lot of things. Wang Yi must have liked her recently. Someone had already sent news that Wang Yi was staying in Jingyuan every day. Looking at her current appearance, she indeed had the capital to attract men. Wang Fei's good fortune is deep and naturally can turn misfortunes into blessings. Ding Mama smiled as she took over. Hearing the noise coming from outside the door, she closed her mouth and went to the door. Chu Qingju turned her head to look and saw a beautiful matron dressed in an orange-colored palace dress holding the hand of a Taijian as she slowly walked in. The beautiful matron looked to be just over 30 years old. Even though her face was flat, it couldn't disguise the beauty between her brows. This was Jing Fei. Chu Qingju stood to greet her. "Erxi greets Mu Fei." The two Fei followed behind her and also bowed, calling themselves new. "No need to be courteous, sit." Jing Fei's steps slowed as she examined Chu Qingju. She walked to the front and sat down. Taking the tea that Ding Mama offered, she took a sip. Seeing the three sit down, she opened again. Ben Gong heard that Qingju's body had recovered and wanted to see. "Seeing you now, I feel that your complexion is much better than usual. This bright red brocade robe is complicated and luxurious. Normal people wouldn't be able to wear it, but it looks very good on you." Erxi thanks Mu Fei for the praise. Chu Qingju looked admiringly at Jing Fei. Erxi originally didn't dare to wear like this, but thought that this color was auspicious and festive. Erxi had just recovered from a serious illness and came to greet Mu Fei. It was better to be festive. Luckily Mu Fei likes Erxi to wear like this. Otherwise, Erxi wouldn't know what to do. Sitting at the side, the corner of Feng Zijin's mouth twitched. Nyang Nyang was hinting that she was wearing extravagantly. Was Chu Qingju really dumb or just pretending to be dumb? Did she really think that Nyang Nyang was praising her? Jing Fei's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly. When she put down the teacup, her movements seemed to be heavier. Her expression was normal as she looked at Chu Qingju. Seeing the other's happy smile, she turned to ask, "The clothing isn't important, what's important is the intention. Ben Gong heard yesterday that you and your paternal family, Chong de Gong Fu, weren't happy. This matter has caused a storm in the entire city. What is going on? Something like this happened?" Chu Qingju widened her eyes and asked in puzzlement, "What is going on in Jing City?" Ding Mama explained to Wang Fei. Jing Fei raised the teacup to take a sip, suppressing the bit of uneasiness in her heart. As a Wang Fei, she has to know some things about Jing City. Otherwise, how can she be a good wife to Wang Yi? Hearing this, Chu Qingju stood to beg for forgiveness. "It's Erxi's fault. These days, I only cared about taking care of the Hoyuan and forgot about the matters outside the Fu. Mu Fei, please punish me." Jing Fei felt the roots of her teeth hurt. Why did the words sound so wrong? The DeLong dynasty didn't restrict women as much as the previous dynasty, but it was still the men who were outside and the women who were inside. What did she mean by forgetting about the matters outside the Fu? Was she, as a popo, telling her Erxi, to meddle in the affairs of the Fu? Facing this feeling of helplessness, Jing Fei could only push the teacup further away. Based on her understanding of Chu Qingju, this Erxi wouldn't dare to disobey her on the surface. So she didn't doubt what the other said. It was just that the words made her feel suffocated. "Your health hasn't been good these past few days. It's right that you have been busy organizing Hoyuan." Jing Fei smiled as she let Chu Qingju sit down. She indicated that she didn't need Ding Mama to tell a story. It wasn't a big matter. Mu Fei wouldn't punish you. Even more, this matter doesn't have much to do with you. It was Chong de Gong Fu's conduct that wasn't good. It's just that it affected you, a good Erxi. Speaking ill of the paternal family in front of a married Erxi, wasn't that stepping on Erxi's face? It was a pity that Chu Qingju didn't think of Chong de Gong Fu as her own family. Jing Fei's words didn't hurt her and she just assumed that she didn't mind. Mu Fei treats Erxi so well, Erxi really doesn't know what to do. Chu Qingju looked moved as she looked at Jing Fei. These days, Erxi has gotten some little toys and wanted Mu Fei to play with them. I hope Mu Fei doesn't dislike them. What was this rhythm of being very moved and then giving gifts? Do you know that Ben Gong is mocking you? Do you know that Ben Gong is looking down on you? Do you know that Ben Gong is dissatisfied with you? What are you so moved about?" Jing Fei took a breath and smiled, replying, Come, don't give anything. As long as you are well, Mu Fei is satisfied. You have to be calm. Ben Gong is Jing Fei. Ben Gong is the high and mighty Jing Fei." Chu Qingju looked at the increasingly gentle smile on Jing Fei's face. The childlike admiration on her face became even more evident. Wang Yi and Erxi are outside the palace and can't be filial to Mu Fei every day. It's just that these little toys can make Mu Fei happier. If Mu Fei is happy, that is the best thing for Wang Yi and Erxi. Feng Zijin looked at the warm scene in front of her and felt slightly disappointed. Didn't Xianxia dislike Chu Qingju, the Xerxes? Why was her smile becoming brighter? And those gifts, were they so pleasing to Xianxia that Xianxia would be so happy? In the past, the gifts that Chu Qingju had given weren't simple. Why didn't Xianxia show a hint of a smile? The most painful thing in the world wasn't being pointed at and scolded, but when you pointed at and scolded and the other person didn't understand and thought that you were praising them. Jing Fei had been in the palace for many years and was used to speaking in twists and turns. Her opponents were also experts. Now that she suddenly encountered a pig opponent, she finally understood the pain of punching cotton. Or was it that Chu Qingju's previous dullness had been an act and today, she was purposefully acting like this to provoke her? Jing Fei's phoenix eyes narrowed and couldn't help but examine Chu Qingju seriously. With one look, she suddenly felt that this Xerxes of her was pretty good, and her smile was very likable. Thinking back to the time when the emperor had decreed the marriage and the Duchess of Changde had taken her into the palace to give thanks, Jing Fei couldn't help but furrow her brow and look a few more times at Chu Qingju's present appearance. She didn't know which whore in the Hogong had instigated the emperor to want to marry Chu Qingju to his son, and even said that this girl's 8 characters carried good fortune. After the marriage was announced, he still had the nerve to say that he had chosen a good wife for hunger. She really didn't know where his eyes had gone, a dead fish's eyes, but he said they were pearls. Automatically throwing the crime of this matter onto her archenemy, Xu Fei, Jing Fei retracted her thoughts and tilted her head to examine Chu Qingju. Half of the thoughts of continuing to attack the other had disappeared. There was no point in playing the lute to a cow. Jiang Yongyu, who had been burying her head and drinking tea, raised her head to look at Jing Fei and then at the smiling Wang Fei. She silently lowered her head again. In an instant, the room sank into a strange silence. But this silence was only for a short moment because the Taijian's announcement outside broke the silence. Duan Wang has arrived. The palace maids and eunuchs in the room all breathed a sigh of relief, as if something terrible had disappeared. They silently moved their lowered heads slightly towards the door. Today, the soft-soled boots that Duan Wang wore looked very good. When He Heng entered the room, he smiled and gave a bow to Jing Fei. After Jing Fei called him up, he walked to sit next to Chu Qingju. He took a sip of tea before asking, "Mu Fei, what good things do you say to them?" Jing Fei looked at the brocade and gold-lined Xinhuang robe He Heng was wearing and said pleasantly, "What can us women talk about? It's just idle chatter. Why are you so thirsty? Didn't the people in the Fu serve you well? The matters of the court are too troublesome, it has nothing to do with the Fu." Knowing that Mu Fei was purposefully pushing the matter onto Chu Qingju, He Heng smiled and said, "These past few days, the court has been in a mess because of some minor matters. Even us brothers have been asked a lot by Fu Huang." When it came to matters of the court, Jing Fei cleverly didn't continue the topic. She only said, "No matter how busy you are, you have to take care of your health. Now that you are married, you can't act like you did in the past." Speaking of this, she looked at the submissive Chu Qingju. "Your wife is virtuous, just like Mu Fei. I hope that you can make the Wang Fu flourish. Don't wait for your other brothers to have children, and you still want to live leisurely." Chu Qingju's eyebrows moved slightly. Was Jing Fei accusing her of being jealous and not letting He Heng go to other women? This man's legs were on her body. He had the freedom to go wherever he wanted. What equal treatment was a joke? If it really was equal treatment, why did the Long dynasty still have the rule that husbands had to go to the wife's room on the 1st and 15th day of each month? She didn't have any feelings for He Heng, but she didn't want to be a widow. She also didn't want to give the things she often used to another woman's hands. Did she think she was an idiot or a saint? He Heng smiled slightly and didn't respond to Jing Fei's words. He turned and his gaze swept across Feng Zijin's body. "Does Mu Fei like the trinkets that Qingju sent over? Chan and your Xerxes have been collecting them for a long time. I know you are filial." Jing Fei saw that he didn't want to continue the conversation and suppressed the words. She started to talk about daily life and asked about what He Heng usually ate and what he wore. Chu Qingju silently listened at the side. She had to admit that even though Jing Fei wasn't a good popo, she was definitely a good mother. She was also very observant. Whenever she found that He Heng didn't want to continue, she would proactively change the topic, and not be like other women who kept on persuading until the other accepted her words. She was a smart woman. Otherwise, she would not be the only concubine who could compete with honored consort Shu. Now, although there was an empress in the harem, this empress was ignorant and had no daughter. Her maternal family was not prominent, and she did not have much real power in the harem. She could only put on a high and empty air and watch others fight. He Hing didn't purposefully say good things about Chu Qingju in front of Jing Fei, but his words and actions showed even more concern for Jing Fei than usual. The smile on Jing Fei's face never faded. When it was time for the noon meal, Jing Fei asked He Hing to stay to eat. As for Feng Zijin and Jiang Yongyu, they stood to one side waiting to serve. Chu Qingju, who had just recovered, was especially loved by her popo. She didn't have to serve her popo and sat down next to He Hing. There were more than 10 dishes that were presented. Each dish was exquisite. It was possible to see the skill of the chefs of Zhongjing Palace, and also the status of Jing Fei in the palace. Step back and serve Wang Fei. Ben Wang doesn't need you to serve, waving at Fengshe who had moved forward, He Hing calmly beckoned Minghe. He pointed at the milk gravy fish in front of him. Mu Fei likes this dish. Bring some over. Even though it was something she liked and it wasn't rare to eat it often. But He Hing's attitude made Jing Fei feel good. She looked at Chu Qingju a few more times. At least, after her son had gotten closer to her, he was more concerned about his mother. In the past, she hadn't seen him so attentive. After the meal, Chu Qingju found that her tastes were very similar to Jing Fei's. After rinsing her mouth and washing her hands, she sat quietly at the side and continued to watch the heartwarming drama about a loving mother and filial son. Since you've entered the palace, go to Kuei Yuan Palace and kowtow to Empress. Jing Fei lazily waved her hand. Empress's health hasn't been good these days. Even though she doesn't lack for anything, it's a bit cold. Finishing, she raised her eyelids to look at the two Ci Fei standing at the side. You two go wait outside the palace. Ben Gong is tired, leave. Even though she wanted to use the two Ci Fei to suppress Chu Qingju, but it wasn't to the point where she would give them face to kowtow to the empress. No matter how much she looked down on Chu Qingju as an Urxifu, she was still a noble daughter of a noble family. She also had the powerful Tian clan standing behind her. Just that was enough to look down on the other two. Feng Zijin unwillingly bowed. When she walked out of Zhongjing Palace with Jiang Yongyu, her face darkened. Jiang Yongyu glanced at her. In the end, she only smiled faintly and silently walked out of the circle of the inner palace with her head down. After getting on the carriage, she looked at Feng Zijin who was still walking slowly. She sneered and said in a low voice, "Idiot." The Yahuan beside her didn't seem to hear it and poured her a cup of tea. "Mistress, use the strong tea to ease your tiredness. Wang Yi and Wang Fei will probably take a while to catch up." Jiang Yongyu took the teacup. Seeing Feng Zijin walk closer, her expression slowly returned to normal. Chu Qingju walked behind He Hing. The original owner didn't have much of an impression of this empress. She only knew that the empress' maternal family wasn't prominent and wasn't favored by the emperor. The emperor had made her empress because he saw that she was honest. Because the empress didn't have any children and the emperor didn't often go to her place, Kuei Yuan Palace had always been obedient and couldn't compare to Shu Fei's Jiaoxiong Palace. Once they entered Kuei Yuan Palace, Chu Qingju felt it was too quiet. The palace maids and Taijian were all submissive as though they were statues. The Taijian that had reported quickly came out with a smile on his face as he ushered the two into the inner hall. Chu Qingju saw the empress dressed plainly with her hair in a cloud bun. The empress looked to be around 40 years old and looked much older than Jing Fei. Buddhist beads hung on her wrist. There was a slight smile on her face. But it was slightly dull. It wasn't clear if it was a real smile or just politeness. Chen, 11 greets Muhu. He Hing and Chu Qingju respectfully bowed, not perfunctory because the empress wasn't in power. You two don't have to be so courteous, sit. The empress motioned for the two to sit. After the palace maid served tea, she asked, "Why did Hunger come today?" "I heard Muhu is sick and can be treated." He Hing's tone was concerned. Chen was eating at Mufei's place today and just heard of the matter. "Muhu, please take care of your phoenix body. It's just an old ailment. I've already taken medicine, Hunger doesn't have to worry." The empress smiled as she used a handkerchief to suppress the cough at her mouth. She turned to look at Chu Qingju. Erxi is becoming more and more beautiful. Muhu is teasing Erxi. Chu Qingju saw that the empress' face was pale and there wasn't much life in her eyes. She sighed inside. It might be that she has recovered from her illness and is more energetic. In the future, Muhu, if you have nothing else to do, you can bask in the sun. Erxi heard from the Tai that this is good for the body. Muhu will remember your intentions. The empress nodded. San Erxi, who just married last month, sent over a lot of ginseng and deer antler a few days ago. Bengong's body is weak and can't use them. Basking in the sun is fine. San Erxi, wasn't it the Jingfei that Rui Wanghe Yuan had married last month? Chu Qingju couldn't help but look at the empress and he hung. The conversation between the two was casual and normal, but she felt something wasn't right. The empress had casually brought up the matter of San Wangfei coming to Kueiyuan Palace a few days ago and specifically said that she couldn't use those things. What was she trying to tell He Hung? She swept her eyes across the servants in the hall. There were only 2 Taijian and 2 palace maids. They all stood with their heads bowed. It seemed that they were people that the empress was used to. Hearing that the two had started to talk about Buddhist scriptures, Chu Qingju stared at the prayer beads on the empress' wrist. She found that the empress' wrist was very thin. There was only a layer of white skin wrapped around the wrist bone and it seemed slightly shriveled. The scriptures say, to control the heart is a precept, through precepts one becomes determined, through determination one becomes intelligent. The empress coughed, but it says that only when one's heart is able to endure, would one not be affected by the environment? He Hing smiled warmly. He raised the teacup to take a sip. Erchen can't match Muhu's understanding. I just ate a few more bowls of rice than you. The empress gazed past the two and looked outside the door. In reality, what Bengong sees is just a place as big as the Hogong. Chu Qingju followed her gaze. There wasn't any sunlight outside, only light coming in through the door, so the inside of the hall wasn't particularly bright. A woman who had nothing, no power, no imperial favor, but was able to become the empress. This kind of woman, a woman who could see the Hogong, how could she be simple? It's getting late, you two should go back. The empress reached out to caress the brocade box on her knees. Inside were the things that the husband and wife had given from outside the palace. Bengong hasn't seen these things for many years. Bengong likes them very much. Zhang Momo, take out the few bolts of cloud brocade from Bengong's stores for the young couple to take back. These things look better on the young. Hearing this, Chu Qingju hurriedly stood to refuse. Seeing you two dressed so beautifully, Bengong is happy and cannot refuse. Kueiyuan Palace might not be as wealthy as Jiaoxiang Palace, but these things can still be given to you juniors. At this point, Chu Qingju didn't refuse. He Hing saw that the empress wasn't in good spirits and didn't linger. He stood to bow with Chu Qingju and left. Zhang Momo personally saw the two out. After Qianchang Xian and Ming He, who had been waiting outside, took the cloud brocade, she bowed to the two. Wang Yi, Wang Fei, take care. This old servant won't see you off. Zhang Momo doesn't have to be so courteous. Chu Qingju smiled and slowly followed behind He Hang out of the palace. Zhang Momo called them Wang Yi and Wang Fei without adding titles. This was similar to the servants in Zhongjing Palace. Was it like this for all Wang Yi, or, when they reached the palace gates, He Hing turned his head. Seeing Chu Qingju silently walking with a lowered brow, he suddenly smiled and reached out. Wang Fei, get on the carriage. Chu Qingju raised her head and saw the Wangfu carriage was just 10 steps away. She looked at the palm in front of her and reached out. Then she heard a flurry of footsteps behind her. Chu Qingju turned her head and saw a man and woman walking together. The man looked to be about the same age as He Hang. His appearance was exquisite, so exquisite that the word beautiful could be used to describe him. But the arrogance that belonged to a person of high status seeped through his brows, making it hard for others to approach him. The woman beside him was about 16 or 17. Her appearance might not be devastatingly beautiful, but her actions were dignified. It could be seen that this woman came from a prestigious family and had a good upbringing. The four of them stood 3 steps apart. Chu Qingju saw the man in front of her raise his hands with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Huang Di greets or Huang Xiong, or Huang Sa. The woman beside him lowered her eyes and bowed as well. Taking back her gaze, Chu Qingju slightly lowered her head. So this was the Rui Wang He Yuan that was rumored to be the most favored by the emperor. The two brothers seemed to be more polite than intimate. Sandy doesn't have to be so courteous, He Hing smiled slightly as he returned the bow. He looked at the numerous attendants and palace maids behind him. We brothers don't have to be so courteous. Huang Xiong is joking. Etiquette can't be ignored. He Yuan put his hands behind his back and faintly looked at the docile Chu Qingju beside him. Huang Xiong and Huang Sa are really in love. There were many jokes about the Chu family. His good Huang Xiong, for the power of the Tian family, could endure it. Sandy is teasing. He Hing didn't like He Yuan's attitude but his expression didn't change. It's getting late. Didi, why don't you come with Wei Xiong? Chu Qingju silently stood at the side. After hearing He Yuan's words, her brows furrowed. As a Didi who didn't have a deep relationship with his older brother, to casually talk about the matters of his older brother and Sa, this He Yuan was a bit arrogant. Huang Xiong first, He Yuan's lips barely curled into a smile. Didi will follow after. Then Yu Xiong will go first. He Hing didn't waste words with him. He took Chu Qingju and turned to leave. When they reached the carriage, he reached out to help Chu Qingju onto the carriage before he followed. Ben Wang's Huang Xiong is so protective of the fairer sex. He Yuan looked at the carriage leaving in the distance, a disdainful smile on his face. A few days ago, he had exploded in anger for a woman at Changde Gongfu. Now, in front of the palace gates, he was so attentive to Wang Fei. Who was he acting for? Rui Wang Fei Qin Bai Lu, who had been standing silently at the side, raised her head upon hearing this. Her eyes were complicated as she looked at the carriage leaving. She said in a low voice, maybe it's true. My good Wang Fei, don't you know the matters of the imperial family? He Yuan sneered as he walked forward. Let's go, stop looking. Qin Bai Lu curled her lips and followed. She watched as He Yuan boarded the carriage in front of him. She held on to a servant girl's hand and boarded the carriage behind. In the slightly swaying carriage, Chu Qingju leaned against the soft pillow and suddenly said, This is Highness Rui Wang, his conduct is very brash and unruly. When He Hing heard this description, his eyebrows slightly moved. It was a compliment to use this term to describe famous people. But to describe an imperial son, it wasn't such a good term. This Wang Fei of his, she was a wonderful person. The use of the term Wang Fei is very special. This man definitely didn't like Rui Wang very much. She, as a Wang Fei, naturally had to be on the same side as him. Hearing He Hing say this, Chu Qingju smiled as she straightened. Wang Yi is complimenting Chia. He Hing smiled as he looked at her for a beat before replying, naturally. The smile on Chu Qingju's face became even brighter. For He Hing to say these two words to her, it meant that he had a basic level of trust in her. As to how much trust, it wasn't something she cared about. He Hing didn't continue talking about Rui Wang and leaned against the soft pillow behind him to rest. When Chu Qingju closed her eyes, she thought that He Hing was even more complicated than she had imagined. This kind of man was the spokesperson for the products of the imperial family. He didn't lack anything that the imperial family possessed. The matter of entering the palace ended like this. The next month passed peacefully in the Wangfu. It was just that the weather became colder. Everyone in the Fu had to change into winter clothing, put in charcoal. Chu Qingju had to see all the stewards many times. As a Wang Fei, she didn't need to do everything herself. She only needed to make a decision for many things and there would be enough servants to run for her. Just like in her previous life, the CEO of a company wouldn't personally manage the wages of the cleaners. If she had to manage everything, she wouldn't need to be a Wang Fei. The Fu wouldn't need to support those people. In the quiet hall, Chu Qingju casually flipped through an account book. Several of the Wang Fu's main stewards were kneeling on the ground. These main stewards had come from the palace and experienced many things. At this time, they all had respectful expressions. Kneeling on the ground in the winter, their faces were covered in sweat. 5 eggs for 1 tael of silver. Smiling, she closed the account book. Looking at the steward in charge of buying fruits and vegetables, Chu Qingju lightly threw the account book in front of him. I heard that a normal family of the Delong dynasty's annual living expenses are around 25 taels of silver. So the lives of our Delong dynasty's common people are so hard. Their annual living expenses are only enough for us to eat around 100 eggs? Even like this, you, the steward, say the money isn't enough. Tell me, how is it not enough? This steward was so scared he trembled. He had assumed that Wang Fei and the Yahuan were all well off and wouldn't know the truth in this. Also, the other Wang Fu's purchasing methods were about the same as his. This made him even more confident that there wouldn't be any slip-ups. Who knew that Wang Fei only flipped through the account book a few times before exploding? Wang Fei, you don't know. 25 taels of silver is the annual living expenses of a remote place. Which thing in our Jing city isn't several times more expensive than in other places? Nukai really has no other choice. The steward saw that there was no other way and could only bite the bullet. Chu Qingju didn't even look at him. She picked up another account book and flipped it open. 5 taels for a bolt of cotton, 20 taels for a bolt of normal satin. She threw the account book onto the person in charge. She didn't even listen to the explanation and continued to flip to the next book. Not even an hour later, all of the account books had been thrown onto the ground. Chu Qingju raised a teacup to take a sip. Huang Yang, summon the people you found to copy the market prices. Tell these people, if they copy it well, they will be the new stewards. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. They had assumed that Wang Fei only dared to explode at them. Who knew that she was going to replace all of them? Instantly, they started to cry out their grievances. The steward responsible for purchasing cloth, relying on the fact that he had been brought out of the palace by Wang Yi, even spoke. Wang Fei, Nukai have served Wang Yi for many years. We wouldn't do anything that would betray the Wang Fu. If you do this, doesn't it mean that Wang Yi doesn't have a good eye for people? When Chu Qingju heard this, her lips suddenly curled into a smile. She viciously smashed the teacup in her hand in front of this person. What are you? You're not worthy of Wang Yi picking. The only servants in this fu that are worthy of such words are Xianxia, Ming He, and a few close servants. Wang Yi didn't punish you, but you are the first to be arrogant. If this gets out, doesn't that mean that I, Wang Fei, isn't as noble as you servants? Xianxia and Ming He, who had walked to the doorway, coincidentally heard this. The two exchanged a look and stopped to stand guard at the doorway, looking as though they were protecting Wang Fei. Huang Yang came over with a few taijian. He bowed to the two before entering the room. Xianxia and Ming He found that these people in the fu also knew how to work. If Wang Fei chose these people to replace the original ones, it would be the most suitable. The two's hearts jumped. They saw that Wang Fei usually didn't like to take care of the Hoyuan. They hadn't thought that she understood the people of the Wang Fu so well. Thinking about it, the two found that they had underestimated Wang Fei in the past. They had assumed that she only had a few tricks to deal with Wang Yi. They hadn't thought that on these matters, she was also amazing when she acted. The rice produced this year is 1 dan for 200 wen, 1 dan for 500 wen, 1 egg for 2 wen, 1 bolt of normal satin for 5 liang. As the people came in, they read out the prices. The faces of the kneeling stewards were all pale. They had to hold their breath to keep from collapsing. Look at how you've heated up the stewards. Chu Qingju held a newly changed teacup. She said faintly, come, give each of these stewards a big bowl of iced sour plum soup. It was already the winter solstice. A bowl of sour plum soup had more ice than soup. After the stewards drank it, their teeth started to chatter. The steward that had talked back looked at Chu Qingju and said shakily, Wang Fei is very skilled. You should let Wang Yi see your might. Was he telling her that if she was strict, she would be disliked by Wang Yi? Chu Qingju didn't get angry but smiled. She blew on the tea in the cup and slowly opened. This person talked back to Ben Wang Fei. 20 strokes of the cane. Have someone sent him back to the Department of Household Affairs. Say that he didn't learn the rules well. Duan Wang Fei can't keep such a servant. Since he said she was skilled, how could she let him down? When she finished, someone dragged the steward away. The remaining people instantly became obedient and begged Wang Fei not to send them back to the Department of Household Affairs. If the servants that were sent back to the Department of Household Affairs, even if they wouldn't mysteriously lose their lives, it would be a fate worse than death. They would rather receive a dozen strokes than go back to that place. Seeing the stewards keep quiet out of fear, Chu Qingju put down the teacup. Do you know your wrongs? The stewards heard Wang Fei's tone and there seemed to be room for negotiation. They instantly started to kowtow and admit their wrongs. Gently putting down the teacup, Chu Qingju tested the corner of her lips. Since you are honest and know your wrongs, I am a soft-hearted person. I will punish you with 10 strokes of the cane, half a month's salary. This position will be vice stewards. These people will be the stewards. Do you have any objections? She pointed at the people that were recording the prices of the items. The stewards hadn't thought that they wouldn't be sent back to the Department of Household Affairs and would be able to keep their positions as vice stewards. All of them were filled with gratitude and kept on saying that Wang Fei was benevolent and that they had to work well for the Wang Fu. In the future, all of you will work well. I know clearly who really did the work and who took advantage of the situation. In the future, if anyone does such a thing again, I won't take your lives. Just obediently return to the Department of Household Affairs. Chu Qingju sighed. Holding Mu Jin's hand, she stood. Those who should do the work, those who should receive the punishment, receive the punishment. Leave. Xianxia and Ming He, who were standing at the doorway, looked at the people that came out. Each of them had a joyful expression. They couldn't help but sigh again. Wang Fei was really skilled. The new winter clothing was distributed in the Fu. The servants found that the winter clothing this year was made of the same material as the previous years, but it was much thicker. Everyone had an extra layer of clothing. Every one of them was overjoyed, thinking inside that the Fu was different with a mistress. Even the living standards of the rough servants like them had increased. Xiao Ganzi held in his hands the toys that the servants had given him. There was a smile on his face as he said to the little Taijian beside him, "Look at everyone in this Fu smiling, it's like it's the new year." He knew very well that this Wang Fu looked like it was full of flowers, but the servants at the bottom could only eat their fill. Compared to the servants in front of their mistress, it was the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder these people were so happy when they received a little bit of benefit. It's not that Wang Fei is benevolent, it's that Ge and the 2 chief stewards have managed well, the Taijian carefully following him said with a fawning smile. A few days ago, some of the stewards were severely punished by Wang Fei. They didn't dare to have any complaints and were very obedient. Now, who in the Fu dares to cause trouble for the servants without reason? What are they? If Wang Fei punishes them, then punishes them. Even if she wants their lives, they can only blame their bad luck. When Xiao Ganzi said this, he glanced at the Taijian in front of him. You are also one of my subordinates. Remember, this Hoyuan is decided by Wang Fei. If you do something stupid, don't blame Gij for not protecting you. Gij, don't worry, don't worry. The little Taijian received Xiao Ganzi's reminder and was moved to tears. This one will definitely listen to Gij and not do anything stupid. Xiao Ganzi nodded in satisfaction. He might not be as useful as Xianxia and Ming He, but he was still someone that Wang Yi was used to. Right now, Wang Yi clearly wanted to promote Wang Fei. Wang Fei was also a swift and decisive person. That move was so fast that even he hadn't realized it. What warning, what diplomacy before violence, it wasn't necessary. First it was a good beating. After scaring the people, it was easier to deal with. Those people had assumed that Wang Fei would be restrained because of Wang Ye's thoughts. Even he had thought so. So when the incident had happened, he had found an excuse to leave the Fu to avoid trouble. Who knew that Wang Fei would directly dispose of him without even informing Wang Yi? When Wang Yi spent the night in Jingyuan and went to court the next morning feeling refreshed, he knew that Xianxia and Ming He had picked up a big bargain. Their skills weren't as good as others, so it was no wonder that these two had the most face in front of Wang Yi. Xiao Ganzi sighed. In the future, he had to be more careful. Even if he couldn't compare to Qian and Ming, at least he couldn't let others replace him. In the garden of the Wang estate, Huang Yang was hurriedly walking when a sweet-looking maidservant came from the opposite direction. She kept calling out to Huang Yang Gij and blocked his way. Huang Yang was unhappy, but his expression was normal as he asked, "Sister, may I ask what's the matter?" The little Yahuan didn't dare to accept him as Jijia. If it was before, it wouldn't have been a problem, but now, who in the Fu didn't know that he was the most favored Taijian in front of Wang Fei? As she smiled and said she didn't dare, she said, "Huang Yang Gij, our mistress has been sick these past few days. She hasn't gotten better even after calling the doctor. Please put in a good word for my mistress in front of Wang Fei, and let Wang Fei send an invitation to the Imperial Hospital." Finishing, she shoved a pouch into Huang Yang's hand. Huang Yang saw that she looked unfamiliar and didn't take the pouch. He put his hands behind his back and his voice became more serious. "Who is your mistress?" The little Yaohuan saw that Huang Yang didn't take it and was anxious but helpless. She could only say, "Good gidge, I serve beside Yunqing Gunyang. Please ask for Wang Fei for my mistress. I will thank you first." Finishing, she gave Huang Yang a deep bow. Where did this Yaohuan serve? The little Yaohuan heard this voice and turned her head to look. She saw Wang Yi walking over with Xianxia and Minghe. The one who spoke was Minghe. She instantly became joyful and knelt with a bang. "Newbie Yuer, this is Yunqing Gunyang's maidservant." Newbie greets Wang Yi. He Hing slowly walked closer, slightly lowering his head to look at Yuer kneeling by his feet. He then looked at Huang Yang. "What is going on?" Huang Yang bowed and said, "Wang Yi, this Yuer Gunyang says that Yunqing Gunyang is sick and wants Nukai to report to Wang Fei and have Wang Fei send an invitation to the Imperial Hospital to invite a Tai to take a look at Yunqing Gunyang." He Hing furrowed his brows and unhesitatingly left. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Ming He, who was left behind, looked disdainfully at Yuer. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Yunqing Gunyang is probably muddle-headed from her illness. In our Fu, other than Wang Yi and Wang Fei, only Si Fei and proper Cheshire can invite Tai. Who is she to invite a Tai? When she had been sent into the Fu, didn't she say with a face full of virtuousness that she would rather be a poor person than a rich person's Chia? A brothel girl that had been sent in really thought she was the young miss of a prestigious family. With that status, it was already giving face to the Darren that had given her the gift to be a Tongfang. She didn't want to be a Cheshire in the Wang Fu. What big dreams were those? Now that she was sick, the doctors outside the Fu weren't qualified to serve her, and she needed a Tai? What kind of thing was that? Ming He snorted and walked away. Huang Yang looked at the dazed Yuer, his expression unchanging as he said, "Go back and tell your master, since this doctor is useless," then changed to another doctor. "If there's anything missing, go tell Mujin Gunyang. I have other matters to attend to and will leave first." After Huang Yang had walked a dozen steps away, Yuer finally reacted. She looked dazedly in the direction that Wang Yi had left. She somewhat understood why the surrounding people had looked at her with pity when she had been sent to Chuiyu Yuan to serve. So Wang Yi didn't care about Zhuzi at all. It wasn't as Zhuzi had said. What Wang Yi liked Zhuzi in his heart, wasn't that just Zhuzi's imagination, if he really liked Zhuzi? How could Wang Yi be so indifferent? Yuer slowly stood and slowly walked back. Ming He Gonggong had said it so clearly. Even if Zhuzi wasn't happy, she had tried her best. When Huang Yang returned to Jingyuan, he reported the matter to Chu Qingju, narrating the entire incident from beginning to end. Yunqing Gunyang? Chu Qingju only remembered Yunqing's plain white clothing and her virtuous demeanor. A great Wang Yi fell in love at first sight with Hua Kuei. Because Hua Kuei was virtuous, his love deepened. In the end, he resisted all the powers and lived happily with Hua Kuei. This kind of story was the plot of a story. Did that silly woman really think that He Heng was a character from that story? Get someone to send some herbs over and call a useful doctor for her. Chu Qingju smiled faintly as she ordered, just a 17-year-old girl. She still has a long life ahead of her. It's not worth letting her lose her life. Wang Yi is so kind. Aren't you also this old? Why do you have to be so moved by others? Yin Lu put a hot water woman covered in brocade into Chu Qingju's hands. At the beginning, her face was very proud. Chu Qingju smiled and held the hot water woman in her hands. "You stupid girl." Yin Lu's cunning wasn't as good as Mujin, but this kind of personality had its uses sometimes. What was even rarer was that loyalty. She listened to such nagging. Everyone in the Fu is watching. Mujin, who was standing at the side, looked helplessly at Yin Lu. This kind of person isn't even painful to Wang Fei. To watch her lose her life, what would others think of it? Chu Qingju didn't care for the conversation between the two. She waved her hand at Huang Yang, ordering, "You personally order someone to do this. Just say that I like Yunqing Gunyang's beauty and let someone take good care of her." She didn't like Yunqing as a person, but it wasn't to the point where she would let her die of illness. She didn't have such a twisted mentality. Huang Yang accepted the order and retreated. He smirked inside. Didn't that Yunqing Gunyang think she was virtuous? Right now, it was because of Wang Fei's pity that she was able to keep her life. If she had the ability, she wouldn't beg others. That would be virtuous. In Chuiyu Yuan, Yunqing's face was waxy yellow as she lay on the bed. Listening to Yu happily talk about what Wang Fei had done out of benevolence, the hatred in her eyes deepened. Why did she have to let the sympathy of other women to keep her life? Why did she have both beauty and talent but couldn't compare to the average-looking Jiang Yongyu and the others? As she drank the bitter medicine, a strong desire to live rose in her eyes. She couldn't die, she definitely couldn't die. She had to stand high and see who would pity her? Who would look down on her? Chu Qingju heard that Yunqing of Chuiyu Yuan was very cooperative with the doctor. She put down the brush in her hand with interest and looked at the dancing butterflies on the paper. She examined it for a while before replying, heart higher than the sky, life thinner than paper. Mu Jin put a peony incense burner on the table. She smiled and asked, Wang Fei predicted this? This kind of person, she wouldn't listen to such words as pity. Carelessly throwing the paper to one side, Chu Qingju started to sketch out a beautiful peony flower. Feng Zijin hasn't been very free recently. Otherwise, how could she have passed the matters of the Fu to Jing Fei? How can Wang Fei be sure it's her? Mu Jin hesitated before asking, it seems that Jing Fei doesn't really like the two of them. A person like Jing Fei, she wants to suppress me who she doesn't like, but she also doesn't want the Si Fei to suppress me. So she would definitely learn some things about me from one of the Si Fei, but she doesn't want that Si Fei to break the rules. So that day in Zhongjing Palace, she easily exempted me from serving and had the two Si Fei stand from beginning to end. Chu Qingju waved the brush and quickly sketched out a peach blossom. Jiang Yongyu is a smart person, so she wouldn't do something that would offend me. Then the most suspicious person would be Feng Zijin. In this era, a mother-in-law treating an Erxi was the strangest attitude in the world. Many times, they liked to bully the Erxi themselves, but they couldn't bear to see others make the Erxi lose face. Otherwise, why was it said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Mu Jin heard this and thought carefully. She felt it was reasonable, but when she thought about how Jing Fei purposefully made things difficult for Wang Fei, Mu Jin still felt that Jing Fei, this mother-in-law, wasn't easy to serve. A simple daffodil appeared on the paper. Chu Qingju didn't have any interest in painting. She let Jing Zhan, who was beside her, put away the painting. She smiled as she looked at Mu Jin, who was deep in thought. You don't have to worry too much. Jing Fei might be hard to deal with, but it's not impossible to deal with. To deal with people who had a wild imagination, being naturally dazed was a great weapon. She wasn't naturally dazed and could always pretend to be dazed. The women in the palace liked to use their mouths to stab people. Just pretending not to understand was enough to anger her to death. In any case, no matter what, Jing Fei wouldn't really dare to move against her right now. What was she afraid of? In the study, He Hing closed the secret letter in his hand. Looking at the sky that had completely darkened, he ordered, "Come, light the lanterns and go to Jingyuan." Ming He, who had been waiting at the door, motioned for the little Tai Jian beside him to take the lantern. He personally took a beaded palace lantern and stood silently at the side, waiting for Wang Yi to move. The study and Jingyuan were separated by a garden. He Hing walked to the edge of the garden and saw a faint figure standing next to the fake mountain. The figure was white and he couldn't see who it was, but he could faintly hear a female voice reciting a poem. When the wild goose returns, the moon fills the western tower. Flowers float by themselves, water flows by itself. Who's there? He Hing expressionlessly looked at the figure. The dim candlelight caused a thread of light to appear in his eyes. Wang Yi? The voice paused, appearing slightly panicked. A woman wearing a light-colored wide-sleeved robe with red eyes knelt in front of He Hing. There was only a white jade hairpin in her hair. Her slender figure knelt on the ground, appearing pitiful. Ming He looked at the expressionless Wang Yi and asked, "Why is Yunqing Gunyang here? The winter nights are cold, you have just recovered from your illness, you should wear more." He Hing's lips curled. He looked at the clothes that couldn't be considered thick on Yunqing's body and walked around Yunqing. He had thought it was interesting, but looking at her pitiful state, he suddenly felt it wasn't interesting. This wasn't as interesting as when she had pretended to be virtuous in the past. This virtuous and virtuous woman suddenly became flattering, which made people feel that it was boring. Yunqing watched as Wang Yi walked away. She gritted her teeth and said, "Wang Yi." He Hing turned to look at the woman still kneeling on the ground. He suddenly asked, "Do you still remember when Ben Wang wanted to take you as a Tong Fong, what you said?" Nu said, "To have the one of my heart, to never part." Yunqing raised her head and looked at He Hing, her eyes full of love. "Then what are you doing now?" He Hing examined Yunqing with interest from head to toe. In the end, his gaze landed on that white neck. Nu truly admires Wang Yi. Yunqing's eyes flashed with tears. If I knew it would come to this, Nu would not have stayed in the Wang Fu. Pfft. He Hing raised an eyebrow and said to Minghe, "Tomorrow, remember to remind Ben Wang to promote this woman as a Tong Fong and get someone to send her back. It's so late, don't startle people." Finishing, he turned and walked in the direction of Xingyuan, not even looking at Yunqing who was kneeling on the ground. Minghe smiled and glanced at Yunqing. Nu Kai remembers. Finishing, he followed. After everyone had left, Yunqing finally stood and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She stared wide-eyed at the direction Wang Yi had left in, her eyes brightening like never before. He Hing stepped into Xingyuan. Without waiting for the servants to announce his arrival, he directly entered Chu Qingju's room. As he entered, he saw Chu Qingju holding a jade gourd pendant in her hand. She was looking at it under the light. Her eyes had a calmness he had never seen before, as though time had stopped in her gaze. He knew that this jade gourd had been left behind by Wang Fei's birth mother, Tianshi. These days, Wang Fei had been wearing it on her body. Seeing her like this, he assumed that she was missing her birth mother and asked, "Wang Fei, why haven't you gone to sleep? Wang Yi has come?" Chu Qingju hung the jade gourd back on her neck. She stood and walked in front of He Hing. She looked at the familiar palace maids and Tai Jian waiting outside the door. She smiled and remarked, "It's so late today, I thought Wang Yi wouldn't come. The night is long. Without Wang Fei by my side, Ben Wang doesn't have the heart to sleep." He Hing came forward and pulled the other into his arms. He bent his head to kiss Chu Qingju's forehead. "Come, help me bathe and change." Steam floated in the large bathtub. There were flower petals scattered on the water. Chu Qingju was brought into the tub by He Hing. The two faced each other naked, experiencing what it meant to touch skin to skin in the bathtub. He Hing's hand brushed across Chu Qingju's white breasts, his index finger slightly hooking around that small jade gourd. He gave a low laugh as he remarked, "Qingju like this, it's really hard to resist." Finishing, he bent down and sucked on that moist lips. He didn't like kissing women, but to be this close to Wang Fei, he felt that there was some flavor. Taking the opportunity to sit on He Hing's bent legs, Chu Qingju reached out to wrap her arms around He Hing, pressing her soft breasts into He Hing's embrace. A head of loose black hair floated in the water, contrasting with the bright flower petals. It was unspeakably enchanting. A warm palm slid across her smooth back, slowly moving down, igniting a burning fire. After a round of pleasure, both of them felt very satisfied. He Hing casually put on an inner garment and bent down to carry Chu Qingju out of the slightly cold water. He put her on the bed and personally took a handkerchief to dry her hair. When a man was satisfied, he would always be especially gentle. This trait was well demonstrated by Duan Wang He Hing. Chu Qingju used the inner garment to wrap around her body, allowing He Hing's attentive performance. She gave a yawn and asked, "Why did Wang Yi come so late today?" "Took care of some matters and came late." He Hing saw that his hair was pretty much dried and changed a handkerchief to carelessly dry himself. The two hugged each other as they sat on the bed. Before waiting for their hair to dry, they started to chat about some small matters. "I heard that you took care of a few stewards who did bad things?" He Hing suddenly spoke, "Those people really weren't right. You were too kind to them. That kind of people should just be beaten to death. How can a human life be so worthless?" Chu Qingju smiled, "I see that they are very honest in their work. A fall into the pit, a gain in their wit. If they can work well in the future, it will be a good deed for the Wang Fu. Those servants that offended their superiors, you don't have to be soft-hearted." He Hing was very familiar with how Chu Qingju handled the affairs of Hoyuan. He didn't feel there was anything wrong. To be able to manage Hoyuan and make people feel grateful, that was skill. He wanted a Wang Fei like this. If someone dies, it's not good for our Duan Wang Fu. Chu Qingju understood He Heng's intentions and said, this is fine. Hearing this, He Heng didn't continue the topic. He turned to the jade gourd on Chu Qingju's neck. This jade gourd is exquisite and cute. Hearing this, Chu Qingju rubbed the jade gourd, her smile fainter. This was left behind by Chia's mother when she was alive. It had always been guarded by stepmother. In the beginning, Chia had tried all kinds of methods but couldn't take it back from stepmother. Now that Chia has become Duan Wang Fei, she has eagerly delivered it. These words flattered He Heng and stabbed Xianxia twice. Chu Qingju didn't feel any pressure at all. This Xianxia's personality is vicious. He Heng's face darkened as he said, now that I'm protecting you, let's see if she dares to be so arrogant. In the past, it was fortunate that Jiujiu protected you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such a good wife. Calling the Tian family Jiujiu, calling the Duke of Changde Gongyi. Even though he was a member of the imperial family and it wasn't wrong to call him whatever he wanted, but this double standard was too obvious. Jiujiu and Jiumu have always protected Chia. Otherwise, Chia wouldn't have that 120 caddies of dowry after marrying into the Wang Fu. And those land deeds and stores, they were all left to me by my mother and what Jiumu gave me on the day she added to the dowry. Chu Qingju gave a light laugh. Chia is both unfortunate and fortunate. At least, I have a Jiujiu that wholeheartedly protects Chia. Jiujiu is benevolent. He Heng smiled as he pulled the other into his embrace. Now that you are the mistress of the Wang Fu, if you have nothing to do, you can invite Jiumu to the Fu for a walk. I also want to see my two Biaodi. If Wang Yi doesn't dislike Jiujiu's family, Chia will definitely have Biaodi pay a visit to you in the future. Chu Qingju raised her head to look at Duan Wang, her smile like a flower, as though she was very happy that He Heng was close to her Jiujiu. We are all brothers, there's no need to pay a visit. He Heng was very satisfied with the Xianxia Marquis Fu. The family style was strict, their conduct was courteous. This kind of family didn't fall from the nobility. So he was very willing to call the Marquis of Xianxia Jiujiu. Chu Qingju's smile didn't change as she heard this. They wouldn't dare to call Wang Yi brothers. Wang Yi doesn't know, Chia's two Didi study all day and are very pedantic. Every day, they talk about heaven, earth, ruler, family, and teacher. For them to ignore your status, it's harder than for them not to study. This is a family that knows etiquette. He Heng could hear the closeness Chu Qingju had towards the Tian family. He patted her back as he said, in the future, if you have any contact with the Tian family, you can make the decision. We are all relatives, you don't have to be so restrained. Chu Qingju naturally agreed. As to what to do, that was her business. With the Tian family's style, they were naturally loyal to the emperor. She didn't dare to be interested in what He Heng thought, but she didn't want the Tian family to be drawn into this matter. She, Chu Qingju, wasn't a good person, but she knew to repay kindness with kindness, and to complain with resentment. She had taken over this body for no reason, so she had to be grateful. When she woke up the next morning, she saw off He Heng who was going to court. Chu Qingju slept for a while before she got up to wash and eat breakfast. Before she finished eating, she heard a strange matter. You are saying that Wang Yi wants to take Yunqing Gunyang as a tongfang? She wiped her hands and looked at Xiao Ganzi. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, if that's the case, then bestow a pair of jade bracelets to Yunqing as my congratulations. Wang Fei is kind. Just a tongfang, it's not worth your reward, Xiao Ganzi smiled as he replied, but last night, Yunqing was pestering Wang Yi in the garden. Wang Yi didn't have the patience to deal with her so he casually said to take her into his room. But it was just one sentence and nothing else was bestowed. Pestering Wang Yi? Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. No wonder she had come up late last night. It was because she had been hooked by a beauty. Xiao Ganzi saw Wang Fei's indifferent smile and thought that Wang Fei didn't take the matter to heart. Reassured, he continued, that's right. People of poor birth, they only know those tricks. Nukai is afraid of polluting Wang Fei's ears. It's rare that Xiao Ganzi Gonggong can explain the cause and effect. Chu Qingju smiled as she commented, there are many things to do in the Fu these days. Help me look over the purchasing matters, so that the stewards don't slip up. Nukai will watch carefully, Xiao Ganzi's heart leapt. Purchasing was a great source of profit. Wang Fei had said so, the stewards responsible for purchasing, wouldn't they all carefully flatter him, as expected, in the future, currying favor with Wang Fei was the best plan. He wouldn't compare to Xianxia, Ming He and the others. To be able to stand out in front of Wang Fei, wasn't that his ability? He Hing might not be the most favored of the four Wang Yi, but there were many that sent invitations to Duan Wang Fu. Today, someone would send tea leaves, tomorrow, someone would send new crops from the farms, the day after, someone would send famous paintings. All invitations from the womenfolk would be delivered to Chu Qingju's hands. Some would be met, some would have their invitations withheld, and it was enough for the servants to receive them. It was said that the door of the Prime Minister was a fourth-grade official. She wasn't the only Wang Fei, even the paternal families of the Cheshire and the Fu were flattered. So when she saw someone from Han Qinghe's family come in with an invitation, Chu Qingju hesitated slightly before ordering, "Let the servants receive this person, and tell him that the Fu has rules. On the New Year and mid-autumn, or if there is pregnancy and childbirth, the Xianxia of the Fu can receive the family. On normal days, there is no need." Not just this was a Wang Fu, even the relatives of the Cheshire of a normal family didn't have the custom of visiting without reason. This family really doesn't know the rules. Even Wang Fei, your relatives don't have the custom of visiting for no reason. This Yinyang is so special. Yin Lu looked disdainfully at the seemingly nondescript invitation. Newbie still remembers Han Yinyang's arrogance at the beginning. She was just relying on the fact that she was the first to serve Wang Yi. Alright, Chu Qingju looked faintly at Yin Lu, get someone to deliver the things this person has presented to Han Xianxia. Tell Luosher, it's not that I'm not accommodating, but the Fu has its own rules. Right now, all the Wang Yi were eyeing that position. It was better to interact less with people that weren't familiar with the Wang Fu. Otherwise, if there was a problem, Duan Wang would probably strangle her to death. It was better to die from arrogance than to die from being framed by others. In Shiyuan, Han Qinghe looked at the things on the table. It was just some small trinkets that weren't worth much. She didn't know how the gatekeeper would laugh at her looking at these things. She forced out a smile and said to Shu Kuei standing in front of her, "Thank you, Shu Kuei Gunyang. Please, Shu Kuei Gunyang, help newbie give thanks to Wang Fei. Yinyang doesn't have to be so courteous." Before newbie came, Wang Fei had said that it was a woman's good fortune to have family. It's just that there are rules in the Fu, so I can't let you see each other. I hope Yinyang can forgive me. Shu Kuei had originally been a member of the Wang Fu. Now that she was a first-rank Yahuan by Wang Fei's side, the servants in the Fu were very polite to her. So facing Han Shi's politeness, her expression was normal, but her actions maintained the role of a servant. She kept her head bowed to show her respect to Han Shi. What is Wang Fei saying? It was this servant's family that disturbed them. Wang Fei was kind enough to leave their things. This servant will remember Wang Fei's kindness. Han Qinghe was much more obedient now. She understood that originally, these things could not have been presented to her. Wang Fei letting her get these things, no matter if Wang Fei was sincere or not, she had to admit that she had to be grateful to Wang Fei. Her maternal family's status was low and they couldn't send anything good. These things were the little things she liked before she entered the palace. But ever since she followed Wang Yi to the Wang Fu, she had never received anything from her family. Looking at it now, it seemed that her family had sent something every year, but the servants had never sent it in. Remembering that before Wang Fei had entered the Fu, the one with the most power in the Fu was Feng Zijin, Han Qinghe smiled coldly inside. She hated her maternal family for being so weak that she was ashamed to even mention it. But looking at these things, her heart was very complicated. There seemed to be something sour and bitter that she couldn't get out. The 2nd of the 12th month was an auspicious day. Chu Qingju sat on the main seat. Below her sat Feng, Jiang, Luo, and Han. At this time, the gazes of the four weren't on Chu Qingju but were examining Yun Qing, who was standing in the middle of the room dressed in a light pink dress. Leaning on the armchair, Chu Qingju used her hand to prop up her head and lazily took a sip of tea. Looking at the 5 women below, she slowly opened, "Since Wang Yi wants to take you as a Tongfang, we don't have any objections." Tongfang can't be compared to Yinyang and can't host a banquet. I can't bear for you to silently enter His Highness' room, so you should give this princess and everyone else a bow. This will let everyone know that you are no longer a guest of this palace, but one of His Highness' people. Yes, at the beginning, I had thought that Wang Yi would take you as a Tong. Who knew that you weren't willing and became a guest of this Fu? But at least the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. You finally entered our Fu. Feng Zijin smiled as she looked at Yunqing. Look at this little face, it's so tender, no wonder Wang Yi likes you. Who in this Fu didn't know the cause and effect of the matter? Feng Zijin's tone was full of disdain. It was clear that she didn't want to leave any face for Yunqing. Yunqing's face paled. She bit her lower lip as she replied, Feng Zifei is joking. Yunqing was born lowly. It's just that Wang Yi took pity on me. I can't compare to Wang Fei and everyone else who is favored by Wang Yi. It seems that Yunqing Gunyang doesn't understand the rules of the Wang Fu. Feng Zijin smiled coldly. This Tongfang, in front of the mistress of the Fu, has to call herself Shiba. Even where her hands are placed, how her feet stand, there are rules. If you don't understand, you can get the mamas in the Fu to teach you. Newbie will remember. Yunqing hesitantly bent her knees, her head drooping even lower. Chu Qingju, who was sitting at the front, saw the bloodless corner of her lips and the tightly clenched hands hidden in her sleeves. This was like the teacher and student standing on the platform in her previous life. The student thought that his little actions were done in secret but didn't know that the teacher had seen everything clearly. Feng Zifei saw Yunqing's state and snorted in disinterest. She didn't speak again. In front of Chu Qingju, Jiang Yongyu and the others didn't speak much to begin with. At this time, they couldn't continue the conversation and could only bury their heads to drink tea. If that's the case, then start to kowtow. Chu Qingju slightly straightened her body and smiled as she looked at Yunqing standing below. For a Tongfang to bow 3 times and 9 times to the wife, that was the wife's benevolence and the Tongfang's glory. But if this happened to Yunqing, it would only be humiliation, not glory. When a Qiesher bowed, they could offer tea. She, a Tongfang, bowed 3 times and 9 times, what face was that? But even so, she could only endure the humiliation and kneel down. She slowly bowed, kowtowed, and kowtowed again. After standing and repeating it 3 times, she trembled as she opened, Newbie greets Wang Fei. Chu Qingju nodded. She took out a gold-plated round hairpin from the silver tray that Jin Zhan was holding and gave it to her. In the future, serve Wang Yi well. Yunqing knelt as she received the gold hairpin with both hands. She kowtowed to Chu Qingju before standing to kneel in front of Feng Zijin. She made a bow and 3 kowtows. Newbie greets Feng Zifei. I'm not as rich as Wang Fei. I've long heard that you disdain gold for being vulgar and silver for being dazzling. You're also talented, I'll let you play with this book. Feng Zijin handed the book to Yunqing. She smiled as she commented, I think you'll like this book. It was a story. It was about a rich young master who was schemed against by a huakue and almost lost his beloved daughter. In the end, the rich young master and the daughter married. That huakue, due to her many evils, was imprisoned and sentenced to a great punishment. Chu Qing looked at the book that Yunqing had wrinkled. Chu Qingju looked at the book that was wrinkled by Yunqing and silently buried her head to drink a mouthful of tea. It wasn't until Yunqing finished curtsying to the Tuqiesher that she slowly opened. Right now, there are 3 Tongfang in the Fu. Banxia came from my side, Baiji and Yunqing were sent from outside the Fu. There aren't many rules here, you don't need to go to Jingyuan to serve. In the future, if Wang Yi doesn't ask you to serve, you can stay in the yard and rest, don't worry about other matters. Hearing this, the hearts of the other 4 people were filled with joy. Everyone in the Fu didn't know that Wang Yi normally didn't like serving by Yahuan. The Yahuan that was close to him were all old and 2 of them were married in the Fu. Right now, these 3 Tongfang couldn't appear in front of Wang Yi every day. What else could they do? Wang Fei is kind and loves them so much. If it was in another Fu, they would hold pots and hang curtains. Jiang Yongyu smiled as she followed up, Yunqing Gunyang, thank Wang Fei? Yunqing knelt down again, Newbie thanks Wang Fei. Chu Qingju looked at her and waved her hand, stand up, kneeling here and there makes me tired. If you don't have anything else to do, you can all leave. She was too lazy to watch the show. After finishing the noon meal, Chu Qingju saw the sun come out of the clouds and took the others to the garden to take a walk to digest the food and bask in the sun. There was never a time when the Wangfu's garden had dried up. Even in the 12th month, the garden was still lush with greenery. There were even many blooming flowers. Looking at some of the flowers, they didn't bloom in season. They must have been planted by the servants. Get out of the way, who are you, how dare you search me? Ban Xiaogunyang, in my opinion, you should hand over the thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if other people knew there was a thief here. Walking past a lush bush of flowers, the place seemed very dark and remote. Chu Qingju saw a young woman wearing an embroidered jacket surrounded by Yahuan and Mama. Her hair was disheveled, as though she had fought. You are the thief. I am Wan Ye's person. How dare you search me? Also, the thing is gone, why don't you suspect anyone else, but me? Oh, Ban Xiaogunyang really thinks of herself as a mistress? A slightly plump Mama sneered, you are just a Tong Fong, a servant. Do you really think you are that kind of person? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? The thing that was lost was left in the room. Only you passed by. Other than you, who else could it be? Peh. Ban Xia spat, all of you just saw that Wang Fei is in favor now and came to make things difficult for me, wanting to curry favor in front of Wang Fei. Why don't you take a look at how Wang Fei likes you? All of you are dog servants, pretending to be bailiffs of the yamen. What are you pretending to be? Tomorrow, when Wang Fei loses favor, who knows who she will go curry favor with? Mu Jin, who had been following beside Chu Qingju, heard the words and coldly said, what show is going on here today? Such a good garden, what's the commotion? The others turned to look and their faces changed in fright. They instantly knelt down with a thud. Only the woman called Ban Xia was left standing. Chu Qingju expressionlessly examined this Ban Xia. She raised an eyebrow, what is going on? The path she had chosen, even if she had to kneel, she had to walk it to the end. Yunqing was like that, Ban Xia was also like that. Since Ban Xia had betrayed her mistress in the beginning, she would have thought that there would be a day like this. She, as a Wang Fei, was in favor. Even if they didn't punish her, there would be people who would try to curry favor with her, a Tong Feng who wasn't even a mistress. Some choices couldn't be reversed. Chu Qingju looked at Ban Xia who was still standing. Did she regret it now? It was the first time Chu Qingju seriously examined this girl called Ban Xia. Other than her slightly disheveled appearance, her appearance wasn't bad. Large eyes, curved eyebrows. When she spoke, there seemed to be 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. She looked innocent and cute. If she hadn't personally heard the ferocity in her words, Chu Qingju wouldn't have believed that she could say such a thing. There are so many people coming and going in this garden, why are you making such a ruckus? Mu Jin looked coldly at the kneeling people and then at Ban Xia. Ban Xiaogunyang has good spirit. Is it up to you to discuss Wang Yi and Wang Fei? When Ban Xia saw Chu Qingju, she was already slightly afraid. But looking at Mu Jin's high and mighty demeanor, she remembered that the 2 of them were both Yahuan. Mu Jin was only so proud because Wang Fei was favored. She instantly felt indignant. She was just Wang Fei's Yahuan, what right did she have to act as though she was lecturing people? It's not that Mimi has good spirit, but that Mu Jin Jia is becoming more and more powerful. Ban Xia pushed aside the disheveled hair by her cheek. No wonder these dog servants are all trying to curry favor. It really is when a person attains the Tao, all the chickens and dogs follow. Hearing this, Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. Holding Jin Zhan's hand, she sat down on the stone table at the side. She didn't want to argue with a Tong Feng. Ban Xiaogunyang's mouth is becoming sharper and sharper, but the rules are becoming more and more shameful. Mu Jin wasn't angry, smiling faintly. Tong Feng Ban Xia, disregarding the rules of the Fu, offending your superiors, 30 slaps to the face. When Mu Jin finished speaking, a mama that had been kneeling on the ground hurriedly stood, fawning, Mu Jin Gunyang, please take 2 steps back, don't let the dirty thing splash you. Finishing, she turned and gave Ban Xia a slap. Wang Fei, your mind is evil. Another Yahuan quickly climbed up from the ground, taking out a handkerchief and stuffing it into Ban Xia's mouth. She grabbed the disheveled hair and exposed Ban Xia's entire face so the mama could slap more easily. Chu Qingju narrowed her eyes as she looked at the patterns on the stone table. Hearing the slapping sounds in her ears, she used a handkerchief to wipe her hands before slowly opening. You are just a little Tong Feng, yet you are so savage. Who gave you the guts? She raised her head and looked at Ban Xia with a sharp gaze. Or is it that my tolerance in the past has made you forget your duty? So unruly that you can casually talk about your master? Although you're not from a wealthy family, you're still the daughter of an innocent family. How can you be so ignorant? You're simply a disgrace to your parents. Ban Xiao's mouth was gagged. Hearing Chu Qingju mention her family, she whimpered a few times before calming down. Don't hit her anymore. Don't ruin her good face. Chu Qingju took back her gaze. The slaps had stopped, Tong Feng above Ban Xia, punished to be a servant in the laundry room. At this point, she looked at Ban Xia. You don't have to look for His Highness. I will personally tell His Highness about this. Mu Jin glanced at Wang Fei before turning to instruct the Yahuan and mamas in front of her. Go help Ban Xia Gunyang pack her things and send her to the laundry room. Don't tire Ban Xia Gunyang out. Mu Jin Gunyang, don't worry. We will definitely take good care of Ban Xia Gunyang. The mamas that had slapped her smiled in agreement. After bowing to Chu Qingju, they dragged Ban Xia, who was still gagged, out of the room. After they had all left, Jin Zhan worriedly asked, Wang Fei, Ban Xia is truly hateful. Why don't you chase her out of the fu? Why keep her as an eyesore? Chu Qingju supported her as she stood. What kind of place is the laundry room? Beauties need to be pampered. In that kind of place, no matter how beautiful a beauty is, she will become a village girl. What kind of thoughts would Wang Yi have when he sees her? A woman that can make a man's eyes light up needs to become more and more beautiful, and not uglier. That was why there were so many men in the world who disdained their wives and favored their concubines. Women raised children, took care of the household, supported the elderly, managed the concubines, and raised their own or other people's children. When they were old and haggard, in the end, the man would disdain her for not being amorous. She couldn't be that kind of virtuous wife. Pleasing men like that, it was better to please herself. That's not true. In the future, when Wang Yi sees that little wench, he will only feel disdain. How would he remember her good deeds in the past? Yin Lu hatefully said in a low voice, betraying the master. This is letting her off easy. Mu Jin looked around. Seeing that no one had heard Yin Lu's words, she said, Wang Fei, sitting in the shade for too long isn't good for the body. Why don't we change places? Chu Qingju nodded. Jin Zhan, go ask if Wang Yi is busy right now. If he isn't, I'll go take a look at Wang Yi. Jin Zhan nodded and quickly walked out first. In another part of the garden, Jiang Yongyu looked with a smile that wasn't a smile at Ban Xia, who was being dragged out of the garden by several people. Only when the figure was out of sight did she spit out 2 words in a low voice, idiot. The Yahuan beside her smiled and commented, Mistress really is flawless. As expected, this Ban Xia didn't run wild for long. Jiang Yongyu glanced at her. From the moment she betrayed her master, today was fated. It's not that other Fu didn't have servants like her, but who wasn't as impatient as her? Wang Fei just entered the Fu a month ago and she was in a hurry to climb the bed. To end up like this, it's already Wang Fei's benevolence. Ai Lu, you have to remember. In the future, if you meet people like this, stay far away. People who betray their masters don't have good endings. Ai Lu lowered her eyes and respectfully said, Mistress, don't worry, newbie will remember. Jiang Yongyu saw her like this and nodded in satisfaction. She smiled as she watched Wang Fei walk towards Wang Yi's study. Wang Fei, Chushi Qingju, was a smart and rational woman. In this lifetime, she didn't want to be at odds with this kind of woman. In any case, the most she could do in this lifetime was see Fei. It was better to follow this kind of person. At least in the future, she wouldn't end up worse than the arrogant Feng Shi. The Jiangnan salt policy is becoming more and more chaotic. He closed the report in his hand and said to the subordinate standing below the desk, send someone to keep an eye on this. There are Lada and Lasson's people. The 2 factions are fighting until their heads bleed. Ben Wang won't be the bad guy that affects their mood. The person standing below was one of He Hang's retainers. His name was Wang Changming. His appearance wasn't outstanding but he was very good at gathering information. His brain was also very clever, so he was familiar with Heng. Wang Yi, this subordinate heard in Jiangnan that Rui Wang Ye's people are lending money. Wang Changming frowned, but it's all under other people's names. This subordinate couldn't find any concrete evidence at the moment. Lao San's food and clothing are the best. Naturally, he spends money. Heng's index finger tapped on the table, muttering, "We won't pay attention to this matter." The emperor sees his daily expenses. The emperor doesn't say anything. Ben Wang, as the older brother, can't manage for him. In the future, find a chance to pass this to Ning Wang's ears. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. This matter is best left to Lao Da to manage. Yes, Wang Yi is wise, Wang Changming responded. His Highness Ning Wang is powerful and will definitely teach His Highness Rui Wang well. Heng's lips curled at these words. He raised his head and saw Ming He come in with a tray. The smile on his face disappeared as he asked, "What is it?" "Wang Yi, Wang Fei is outside. She said that if you aren't busy, she has something to discuss with you." Ming He looked at Wang Changming, who was standing at the side, and raised the tray in his hand higher. Wang Fei also said, "If you are busy right now, you can eat a bowl of pigeon soup before you work." Heng's expression eased slightly. He motioned for Ming He to put down the tray. He turned to Wang Changming, "You can leave first." Wang Changming bowed and left. When he went out, his head was very low. He could only see the skirt embroidered with auspicious clouds not far from the door and the pearl cloud brocade shoes peeking out from the skirt. He smelled the faint fragrance of flowers on the other's body and buried his head even lower. He bowed and then hurriedly left. Not looking at the blue-clothed person who had left, Chu Qingju saw Ming He come out to lead her into the room. Holding Mu Jin's hand, she walked into the study. Seeing Heng sitting in front of the desk eating soup, she smiled and went forward to say, "I heard that this soup is very good for the brain." Wang Yi is usually busy, it is good for the body to occasionally use it. After finishing the soup in a few mouthfuls, Heng took the handkerchief that Ming He presented to wipe his mouth. He then stood and walked in front of Chu Qingju. He reached out and intimately stroked the hairpin by her temple. "If you eat like this every day, in 2 years, Ben Wang will become a big fatty." Chu Qingju's body leaned back and examined him from top to bottom. It's hard for Wang Yi to become a fatty, but if you really become a fatty, her eyebrows lifted and she was instantly filled with endless charm. After Wang Yi is fat, there will be fewer beauties throwing themselves at you. Has Wang Yi not heard of the phrase, liking a person, you have to use all kinds of delicacies to fatten him up? That way, no one will come to steal him. So my Qingju has such sinister thoughts. Heng laughed lightly. He buried his head in Chu Qingju's neck and sniffed, "But I like to hear this phrase. At least Qingju is thinking of me." Chu Qingju reached out to pull on the jade belt at Heng's waist. Burying her head in his neck, she smiled and whispered in his ear, "But does Wang Yi have a chia in his heart?" Pulling the person into his embrace, Heng turned and sat on the chair at the side, letting Chu Qingju sit on his lap. His hand gently slid from Chu Qingju's back to her waist. He smiled and kissed that moist cheek. "Can't my Qingju see it?" Chu Qingju blinked and used her hand to draw circles on Heng's chest. Chia's eyes aren't so good, to be able to see Wang Yi's heart through the skin. Why don't Wang Yi let Chia hear it? She buried her head in Heng's chest, laughing coldly inside. "You want to play romance, do you think Jia is a silly and sweet little girl?" Ming He, Mu Jin and the others saw the two masters acting intimately and silently retreated out of the study. After closing the door, they could still hear the faint sounds of conversation and laughter inside. The two exchanged a look and tacitly retreated to the side. The Chu and He duo in the room didn't do what the servants outside thought. After the two played around for a while, they suppressed their desire to rise. Heng wrapped his arms around Chu Qingju's waist so that she could sit more comfortably on his lap. "You said that the present to Fu Huang this year would be heavier. That's reasonable. Now that I'm a member of a family, it doesn't matter how it was in the past, but in the future, I'm afraid you will have to think about it." "I was just thinking about it. If Wang Yi doesn't have any objections, I'll let the servants do it. It's almost the end of the year, it's better to prepare early." Chu Qingju smiled as she leaned into Heng's arms. "It is Chia's good fortune that Wang Yi trusts Chia so much. Husband and wife are one body, Qingju doesn't have to say such a thing." Heng gently embraced her. "The Hoyuan will be given to you." I can't trust you more. Chu Qingju smiled, that's good. If Chia punishes someone, Wang Yi won't feel heartache. Those people are just Chia who can't be shown in public. If they are punished, then they are punished. There's no heartache. He Hing didn't care and turned to ask, Qingju's name is derived from the scholar's shoes that travel far, the Qingju of the mist? Chu Qingju smiled and said, Chia thinks that the matter of Chang Degong naming his children has already spread throughout Jing. This wasn't something to be proud of. A man using the contents of a love letter he wrote to a woman to name his children. In a novel, it was romantic, but in a noble family, it was a joke. He Hing understood the meaning in her words and smiled warmly, Qingju, don't think too much. In my eyes, your name is unique, and you are naturally unparalleled in the world. When Chu Qingju heard this, she couldn't help but raise her head to look at He Hing, her smile blossoming. Of course it was unique. In all of the noble families of Delong dynasty, who would give such a low-class name? That was what she thought. When Chu Qingju walked out of the study, it was more than an hour later. She adjusted her slightly askew hairpin and stood at the doorway, narrowing her eyes to look at the setting sun. She smiled and turned her head back. She only saw He Hing's straight figure standing in front of the desk. The people in the dark and the people in the light always felt that the other was especially dazzling. When He Hing raised his head, he coincidentally saw that smile. His eyes blurred and he suddenly felt stunned. He seemed to understand what it meant by one smile from a beauty enchanting 100. Wang Fei, Yuzan came forward and added a thin cloak for Chu Qingju. She bowed as she tied the cloak. The weather was cold, Wang Fei had to take care of her body. Slightly raising her chin, she allowed Yuzan to tie the cloak more smoothly. Chu Qingju smiled and asked, Yu Yaohuan, do you really think I'm that fragile porcelain person? Wang Fei was sick a few days ago. Newbie had been worried for a long time. Now that you are at peace, you don't have to be too careful. Yuzan tied the cloak and smiled as she bent her knees to walk next to Chu Qingju, holding her hand. Chu Qingju smiled and shook her head. She raised her feet to walk down the stone steps. I just remembered there was a pouch that was only half embroidered. Let's go back. Ming He watched as Wang Fei left with the Yaohuan. He bowed and led the other servants. Wang Fei, take care. Chu Qingju stopped walking and turned to nod at him before continuing to walk forward. Such a small action, but it made Ming He feel much closer to Wang Fei. Wang Fei's status, it was a great honor for her to nod at him when she left. He turned to look inside the study and walked to the door, announcing, Wang Yi, today, the Department of Household Affairs sent over some lamb from the northern frontier. Zhuzi should have a taste. Get the servants to prepare all kinds of meat and vegetables to be sent to Jingyuan. Ben Wang and Wang Fei will eat hot pot together. He Hing walked to the door and looked at Ming He. Didn't the officials from Dongjun send some braised pork and venison? Tell the servants to prepare it well. A few days ago, Wang Fei mentioned that she wanted to eat hot pot. With the weather now, it's a good time to eat hot pot. Nukai will send the order. Ming He bowed and retreated. Leaving the yard, he quickened his pace. He also had someone tell this matter to Jingyuan to prevent Wang Fei from being caught off guard. It was indeed a happy thing to sit indoors and eat hot pot food in the winter, especially since the dishes were all very fresh. There was no need to worry about chemicals or that they would lose their taste after being frozen. He picked up a pure wild mushroom with his chopsticks and put it into the bowl. He dipped it in the top-notch seasoning dish and took a bite. It was spicy and delicious, and indescribably comfortable. Chu Qingju didn't like mutton, but this time, the mutton was handled very well. She only tasted the delicate and smooth texture of mutton, without any fishy smell. The pheasant was fresh and fragrant, the shrimp was delicious, and there was also the roe deer and venison meat that she didn't often eat in her previous life. Chu Qingju couldn't resist and ate quite a bit. He Hing looked in shock at the plates of food disappearing. This was the first time he had seen a woman eat so much. He thought he had seen many women, but he had never seen a woman like Chu Qingju, whose chopsticks were so precise, her wrists so strong, and her hands so fast. At the end, she dipped another mouthful of mushroom and swallowed it before Chu Qingju put down her chopsticks. After rinsing her mouth and washing her hands, she remarked, It's been a long time since I've eaten so freely. Did Xia scare Wang Yi? He Hing was wiping his hands at this time. Hearing this, he responded, seeing Wang Fei's appetite is so good, Ben Wang is reassured. Since you like hot pot, let the kitchen make more in the future. For Xia, something like hot pot, it doesn't taste good if you eat it often, but if you don't eat it for a long time, the smell will make my mouth water. A few days ago, my body hadn't recovered and I didn't dare to use these things. Now I finally have an idea. Taking the handkerchief that Yuzan presented and wiping her hands, Chu Qingju stood and asked He Heng, "Is Wang Yu willing to walk with Xia?" After using so many things, it's time to walk. He Heng also stood and reached out a hand to Chu Qingju. "Qingju, follow me." Chu Qingju smiled as she gave her hand to the other. The other's warm palm perfectly wrapped around her hand. She moved, causing the two's hands to interlock. She smiled as she looked at He Heng, commenting, "Some say, 10 fingers interlocked, until the hair turns white." He Heng smiled warmly and tightened his grip on her hand. The two held hands as they walked out of Jingyuan. Behind them, a string of servants followed, illuminating the path in the night. Chu Qingju looked regretfully at the dark night sky. The summer nights are better. Even if you can't see the moon, you can see many stars. Didn't you think she was a naive and sweet young girl? Then Jia will play with you, talk about the stars, the moon, poetry, and songs. Today is the 2nd of the month, naturally you can't see the moon. But the moon in winter is also very beautiful. He Heng followed Chu Qingju's movements and raised his head. He then looked at Chu Qingju and said, "But the winter nights are cold so most people ignore it." Chu Qingju's eyebrows moved slightly. When she looked at He Heng, her face was full of smiles. Most people like beautiful things, like the moon and stars in summer and autumn, flowers in spring, and plum blossoms in winter. Xia isn't any different from these people. I'm used to liking things that everyone appreciates. He Heng looked at the smile at the corner of Chu Qingju's mouth and his heart moved. He then moved his gaze away and felt his throat itch. He held the person's hand as they slowly walked forward. On the blue stone path, the sound of light footsteps came. There are many common people in the world, I can't escape. He tilted his head to smile at Chu Qingju. This smile was cultured and elegant, unspeakably beautiful. Some people said, when a man and a woman walked hand in hand, if the man always walked at a brisk pace, it meant that the man didn't know what love was. Chu Qingju looked at the man who walked shoulder to shoulder with her. Inside, she thought, even if a man always took care of a woman's steps, it didn't mean that he loved this woman. It could also mean that this man was a saint of love, and understood a woman's thoughts. The two walked for almost an hour in the Fu. Just as they were preparing to leave, they encountered Feng Zijin, who was wearing a light-colored cloak. Feng Zijin looked at the hands of the two clasped together. She pressed her lips together and bowed. "New greets Wang Yi, Wang Fei. It's so late. You aren't resting in your room, what are you doing here?" He Heng finished speaking and turned to take the cloak from Mu Jin's hands to put it on for Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju took this chance to examine Feng Zijin. The other was holding a palace lantern with the image of Chang'e flying to the moon. Behind her were two little Yahuan. These two Yahuan were carrying two small baskets. "Wang Yi, the winter nights are long. New sleeps late and wanted to walk in the garden." Feng Zijin lowered her face. "I didn't think I would encounter Wang Yi and Wang Fei." His clean and round fingers quickly tied the cloak. He Heng looked at the two little Yahuan behind Feng Zijin. He looked at the paper boats and candles in the baskets and faintly said, "Since the winter is cold, stay in the yard. It's almost the new year, it's not good to be sick." New thanks Wang Yi for his concern. Feng Zijin smiled. "It's just that I remembered the paper boats that Wang Yi and I used to put out. Since I couldn't sleep at night, I wanted to put a few in the lotus pond to play." New is wearing thick clothes and will return after a while. She had heard that she and He Heng were strolling in the garden and had specially brought props to reminisce with He Heng. Chu Qingju curled her lips in a smile. "These boats are folded very beautifully. But if you soak them all night, they won't look good tomorrow morning. In my opinion, Wang Yi should get someone to make a gold boat for Feng Fei. It won't break no matter what you do. It's just a small toy, you think so seriously." He Heng looked at the servants behind him who were carrying the lanterns. It wasn't easy for Feng Shi to coincidentally encounter so many people carrying lanterns. He had an interest in teasing women, but he didn't want to see women use things from the past to ask for favor. This fengshi was becoming more and more ridiculous. The digestion is almost complete. Let's go back. It's going to be foggy soon. He gripped Chu Qingju's hand again. He looked at Feng Zijin, who had retreated to one side and unhesitatingly led the others away. Feng Zijin looked in disbelief at the backs of He Heng and Chu Qingju. She didn't believe that Wang Yi would just walk away. Was it that what she had done wasn't enough to evoke his past memories? Just at this time, she saw Chu Qingju turn her head, a faint smile on her face. She suddenly stilled, a strange chill rising up her back. The biggest difference between men and women was that men were always good at forgetting the good things of women, and women were always good at remembering the good things of men. So when a woman treated a man, she shouldn't always be good. If she was too good, he would take it for granted and forget what the woman had done. To want a man to always remember you, you first had to always remember yourself. If you lost yourself, how could you hope for others to remember you? A few days later, Chu Qingju received a gift. An 8 treasures glass lamp. If this lamp was lit at night, it would be possible to see the moonlight and star-like light shining around the room. It was unspeakably beautiful. Listening to the exclamations of the servants around her, Chu Qingju smiled faintly as she looked at the 8 treasures glass lamp on the gold-plated and pearl-inlaid lamp stand. The joy in her eyes was just right. Closing her eyes, Chu Qingju pointed in a direction, "Put the lamp over there." The servants carefully put the lamp in place, the amazement in their eyes still hadn't faded. "Wang Fei, this place might be good, but there are always people coming in and out. It wouldn't be good if it bumped. Mu Jin hesitated. "Why don't we put it in the stores? When Wang Fei wants to see it, newbie can take it out. Isn't the lamp meant to be used?" Chu Qingju smiled as she looked at the swaying dots of light in the surroundings. "I like this lamp very much. It would be a pity not to put it here and look at it every day." "Newbie understands." Mu Jin didn't say more. She docilely stood behind Chu Qingju, her attitude respectful but not fawning. The news that Wang Yi had gifted Wang Fei a precious 8 treasures glass lamp quickly spread through the entire Wang Fu. The servants who had seen the lamp talked about it as though the lamp was their own. Their eyebrows flew up and down as they enjoyed the story. Feng Zijin smashed a lot of things in her room. She wanted to rush to Jingyuan and smash that lamp. Chu Qingju, that whore, wasn't it just a broken lamp? Did she have to let the servants spread the news to the entire Fu, as though she wanted it? Smashing another piece of porcelain, Feng Zijin panted as she looked at the Yahuan at the door. She said harshly, "What is it?" The little Yahuan shrank back and said carefully, "Zhuzi, Wang Fei has invited you to Jingyuan." Feng Zijin's face darkened. She smoothed the stray hairs on the side of her face. "Have someone come in to serve." She wanted to see what tricks that whore was playing. The main gate of Jingyuan was on the same line as the main gate of the Wang Fu. This meant that the person who could live in Jingyuan had to be the master of the Fu. The other Siisher and Tong Feng all lived in the courtyards between the 2nd gate and the 3rd gate, separated by the moon gate. The other guards, manservants, and servant women all lived outside the 2nd gate. The rules of the Wang Fu were very strict. It was very clear who could move where. Among the servants, those who could enter the 2nd gate to serve were more prestigious than ordinary servants. These servants were known as the inner court servants. Even if it was just a cleaning job, there were many people who would do anything to get the job. It could be seen that in this Wang Fu, Chu Qingju, who lived in Jingyuan and controlled Hoyuan, was an existence that couldn't be disobeyed in the hearts of these servants. "Wang Fei, Jiangxi Fei, Luo Yinyang and Han Yinyang have arrived," Yuzan announced as she entered. Chu Qingju sat on the chaise lounge that was covered with a fur blanket. She leaned against the back of the chair, her hands holding a beaded hand warmer. Hearing Yuzan's words, her eyebrow rose. "It's cold outside in the hall. Invite them over here." Yuzan curtsied and left without a word. A short while later, 3 different beauties walked into the room. After the 3 obediently bowed to Chu Qingju let the 3 sit down. She lazily said, "Just now, I had people sort through the private stores and found some pretty good materials. I called you over to let you pick and take some back to make some new clothes." Finishing, she tilted her head to look at Mu Jin. Mu Jin motioned for the Yahuan to bring out the materials. These materials really were pretty good. Even though they couldn't compare to cloud brocade and shoe brocade, they were still expensive. Of the three seated, Jiang Yongyu's status was the highest. She looked at the large pile of materials on the table and couldn't help but stand to say, "Wang Fei, how can we do this? The Fu has already given us the materials, how can we take yours? I can't wear all of this. If I leave it for too long, the color will turn ugly." Chu Qingju looked at the materials. These were the dowry that Chang de Gong Fu had stuffed in her face. It looked like a lot, but 10 bolts couldn't compare to the price of 1 bolt of shoe brocade. If you wear it, it will be pleasing to the eyes. If it was left at the bottom of the chest, wouldn't it be a waste? Hearing this, Jiang Yongyu smiled and curtsied to Chu Qingju, "Nu thanks Wang Fei for her good intentions." Finishing, she turned and pointed at 2 bolts of black brocade. "Nu will pick these 2 bolts first." Chu Qingju looked at the 2 bolts of brocade and smiled faintly, commenting, "These 2 bolts aren't bad. Mu Jin, give the 2 bolts of sapphire blue to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's skin is white, the sapphire blue is the best for her." Hearing this, Jiang Yongyu only said that Wang Fei was teasing and didn't refuse. The other 2 Xianxia each picked a horse. Chu Qingju also picked a horse for each of them. In an instant, the room became lively. The other 2 Xianxia also picked a bolt each. Chu Qingju then picked a bolt for each of them. The room instantly became lively. Originally, I wanted to make a girdled skirt, but the color wasn't suitable. Wang Fei picked this bolt of lotus brocade for Nu. It actually fulfills Nu's wish. Han Qinghe's face was filled with joy as she caressed a bolt of lotus brocade. This color is also very suitable to make a pouch. Look at those words, as though it's her that's the best. Jiang Yongyu smiled lightly and turned to look at Chu Qingju sitting at the front. "It seems Wang Fei has spoiled you to the point of no return." Jiang Fei's words are teasing Nu. Nu saw that when you were picking the materials, your face was also full of joy. Han Qinghe laughed, "But now you are teasing Nu." I was wondering why it was so lively. So everyone was choosing good things. Outside the door, Feng Zijin heard these women trying to curry favor with Chu Qingju. When she came in, she saw the Yahuan behind the Xianxia were holding several bolts of brocade. There were still some left on the table. She came forward and curtsied to Chu Qingju. "Nu came late, is there anything good left?" Chu Qingju put the hand warmer to one side and took a sip of the tea that Mu Jin presented. She looked sardonically at Feng Zijin. "I had thought that Feng Fei wasn't coming. Pick whatever you like." Feng Zijin carelessly glanced at the pile of brocade. "Nu likes this bolt. Would Wang Fei be willing to part with it?" Everybody looked and found that Feng Zijin was pointing at a bolt of pomegranate red satin. Instantly, their expressions changed. Pomegranate red wasn't a bright red, but it was a bright red. Fengshe was just a seisher that couldn't wear red. Was this a challenge to Wang Fei? The smile on Chu Qingju's face became even warmer. "I feel that with Feng Fei's elegance, the color suits you better. But since you like it, take it. I have too much red brocade, it hurts my eyes." Finishing, she said to Mu Jin, "Take the rest to Feng Fei's yard. Wang Fei, don't worry. Newbie will get someone to deliver it well." Mu Jin curtsied and directed the servants to gather up all the brocade on the table and deliver it to Feng Fei's yard. Jiang Yongyu held a smile at the corner of her mouth as she buried her head to drink the best jade pool floating snow tea. Her slender fingers curved slightly when she heard Wang Fei's words. She then put down the teacup and tested the corner of her mouth as she said to Feng Zijin, "Mimi is really impatient. You might like that pomegranate red, but I don't think it matches you." Han Qinghe heard Jiang Yongyu clearly express her position. She glanced at Jiang Yongyu and said, "Nu thinks that Feng Fei doesn't match pomegranate red. A sure wanted to wear red, what kind of daydream was that? Did she think Wang Yi was an idiot who didn't know the rules?" Feng Zijin's expression was extremely ugly. Originally, when Jiang Yongyu spoke, she was already displeased. Seeing that Han Qinghe, a Xianxia, dared to speak to her like this, she scolded, "You're a Xianxia, is there a place for you to speak here? Feng Fei's words are too heavy. Whether Nu can speak here is up to Wang Fei, not you." Han Qinghe sneered, "Or does Feng Fei think that you can make Wang Fei's decisions? Shut up, what nonsense are you saying?" Feng Zijin's family wasn't bad. She didn't care for a few bolts of brocade. She already felt embarrassed by Chu Qingju's disdain. Seeing that Han Qinghe, a Xianxia from a poor family, dared to mock her, she instantly shouted angrily, "You have the right to speak of my matters?" In her anger, Feng Zijin had forgotten that Chu Qingju wasn't the same as before. Her actions could be considered disrespectful of etiquette. Han Qinghe heard Feng Zijin's words mocking her birth. She was furious inside, but her expression became even more humble, her smile even more gentle. "Feng Sifei, don't be angry. Niu is just speaking the truth." "You." Feng Zijin was so angry she took a step forward. She didn't know how she stepped on her skirt. With a scream, she fell down. The moment she fell to the ground, she seemed to hear the crisp sound of something shattering. Before she could see what she had knocked over, she heard a sharp intake of breath, and then the entire room was silent. She struggled to stand up with the help of a servant girl. She saw that a glass lamp had fallen to the ground. The small luminous pearl that was originally embedded in it had rolled to the side. The jewels and pearls that hung from the corners were also scattered all over the place. As for whether the lamp wall had cracked or not, she did not know. Heavens, this is the 8 treasures glass lamp that Wang Yi had specially found a craftsman to make for Wang Fei. Han Qinghe lightly exclaimed. She then covered her mouth, her face panicked. At this time, even if Feng Zijin didn't have a brain, she knew the situation wasn't good. Her body felt cold and she knelt down with a bang. "Wang Fei, Niu didn't mean it. Please, Wang Fei." Everyone carefully examined Wang Fei's expression. They found her expression was dazed, as though she hadn't reacted. Everyone's hearts started to beat erratically. Everyone in the Fu knew that Wang Fei liked this lamp very much. Even Wang Yi was happy. Now that the lamp was broken, they didn't know how angry Wang Fei would be. If Wang Fei wasn't happy, Wang Yi would naturally be angry. Wang Fei. Feng Zijin's palm started to sweat. She didn't understand, how could she have lost her composure, how could she have fallen on this lamp? "Go back," Chu Qingju stood, tiredly looking at Feng Zijin. "I knew that you were always dissatisfied with me. In the past, I thought that you were arrogant, but your personality wasn't bad. I didn't think that you had such intentions." Yes, how could there be such a coincidence? She didn't bump into anything else, but bumped into the object that Wang Yi had gifted to Wang Fei? It was just jealousy. It was one thing for a little Fei to be arrogant, but she had to look down on Wang Fei. Her actions were too presumptuous. Wasn't she just relying on the fact that Wang Fei hadn't punished her? The people in the room watched as Wang Fei dazedly returned to the inner room. They all paused. A beat later, they carefully put away the octagonal glazed lamp and found that the wall of the lamp was broken. Such an exquisite object, such a pity, Jiang Yongyu sighed. "Let's go back first. Wang Fei probably isn't in a good mood right now. Let's not disturb her." Finishing, she left with the 2 Xianxia. Feng Zijin stood up in a daze. In a daze, she held onto a Yahuan's hand and returned to her courtyard. The panic in her heart grew and she didn't know what to do. Everyone saw her bump into the lamp and she didn't even have a chance to explain. In another yard, Jiang Yongyu heard that Feng Zijin had already returned to her yard. She instantly sneered, as expected, "An idiot. If she had a brain, she would kneel in Jingyuan right now and beg for forgiveness. That way, Wang Yi would at least be less angry when he learned of the matter." Right now, she had shrunk back to her yard. Wasn't that making Wang Yi even angrier? Han Qinghe, who was sitting across from her, smiled when she heard this. She remarked, in the past, she relied on the fact that she had the highest status in the Hoyuan and was favored by Wang Yi. She made things difficult for others and didn't even care about you who had the same status as her. It's not strange that she didn't have a brain. You weren't polite to her today. Jiang Yongyu looked at Han Qinghe. "Han Xianxia is so daring. I had misjudged you in the past. Jiang Sifei is intelligent, when has she ever misjudged?" Han Qinghe smiled faintly as she stood and curtsied to Jiang Yongyu. "Niu is just adapting to the situation. This is what I learned from Fei. Niu has to thank you." Jiang Yongyu's lips curled. She said neutrally, "Han Xianxia doesn't have to be so courteous. I just want to live a good life. You and I are just water from the well and river. Let's not be so courteous." Han Qing, he snorted and curtsied again. Since that's the case, me will bid farewell. I won't see you out. Jiang Yongyu nodded slightly and watched as Han Qing, his figure disappeared behind the door. A beat later, Ai Lu opened. Zhuzi, what does Han Xianxia mean? She is expressing her loyalty to Wang Fei and probing my thoughts. Jiang Yongyu snorted. Just wait. Tomorrow, that Feng Fei will get a good look. If the heavens wish for one to die, they first make one mad. Jiang Yongyu stood. She has been mad for too long and forgot her own status. It isn't wrong for Wang Fei to take care of her. Ai Lu wanted to ask. It was clearly Feng Fei who provoked everywhere that caused the calamity. Why was it Wang Fei who took care of Feng Fei? But seeing that Zhuzi wasn't speaking, she obediently closed her mouth. Feng Fei was arrogant and despotic. She had broken the 8 treasures glass lamp that Wang Yi had gifted to Wang Fei. That night, the news spread through the entire Wangfu. Those that hated Feng Fei clapped their hands in glee inside, waiting for her misfortune. Who knew that on the second day, there was no movement in Jingyuan? Wang Fei didn't even send any words of reprimand. Some of the servants that had been humiliated by Feng Zijin were slightly disappointed. Was the matter going to pass like this? After another 2 days, the rumors in the Fu had started to calm down. But at this time, the Feng family came. Feng Fei's father was a third-grade assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. This rank wasn't a high official in Jing City. Even more, it was just the Ministry of Works, not an important department like the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Rights. Before the Feng family's invitation could reach Xingyuan, it was intercepted by Wang Ye's people. They only said that the Fu temporarily didn't receive guests. So the Feng family's people didn't even get to see Wang Yi or Wang Fei. They weren't even able to leave behind anything before they were chased out. The Fu became lively again. Wang Yi didn't give the Feng family any face. Did it mean that he was extremely dissatisfied with Feng Fei? Before anyone could react, Feng Fei was moved to a small yard in the west corner of the Wangfu. Her expenses were halved. Even though she was still called Fei, but her expenses were no different from a Xianxia. Immediately after, the news spread that Wang Yi was going to make Feng Fei a Xianxia. The title of Fei was just a pleasing one. To put it crudely, it was just a yin-yang of a better birth. Of Wang Ye's women, other than Wang Fei, there was no one else that could enter the genealogy of the imperial family. Today, Wang Yi could make the servants call you Fei. Tomorrow, he could make the servants call someone else Fei. No matter how noble the Seisher was, it couldn't compare to the Jingfu by half a hand. In Jingyuan, Chu Qingju looked at the box that He Heng personally held out. She looked suspiciously at He Heng. What good thing is Wang Yi putting in this box, to be so mysterious? Isn't it just to play with Chia? He Heng pointed at the door and windows. He ordered the servants, close the door and windows, make the room darker. Because of the winter weather, the room was darker than other seasons. Once the door and windows were closed, the room instantly darkened and people weren't used to it. Open it and see, He Heng smiled as he looked at Chu Qingju, motioning for her to open the box. Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow at He Heng and smiled. Her index finger lightly rubbed the lid a few times. Under He Heng's expectant gaze, she opened the box. The moment the box opened, a soft light came out of the box, instantly brightening the entire room. Her fingers slightly paused, Chu Qingju's eyes slightly widened. Inside the box was a mutton fat jade lamp. The base of the lamp was carved in the shape of a qingyuan spreading its wings. The qingyuan held a lotus in its mouth. The stamen of the lotus and the wings of the qingyuan gave off a gentle light. Chu Qingju looked in disbelief at this lamp. The thing the size of an infant's fist was a night pearl? And those thumb-sized pearls inlaid on the wings, were they also night pearls? Also, this lampstand was obviously carved out of a whole piece of jade. How big of a piece of jade would it take to make such a finished product? This lotus flower was not small, and its weight almost exceeded the lamp holder. How did it maintain its balance with the lamp holder? Even though the light of the night pearl was gentle, Chu Qingju could see the light of a nouveau riche on this lamp. The wisdom of the ancient people was limitless. In this instant, a certain country bumpkin from the modern era was kneeling in front of the great civilization. The previous glass lamps might have been exquisitely made, but Chu Qingju, who was used to seeing all kinds of glass products in the modern era, wasn't at a level where she would gasp in amazement. Today, when this night pearl lamp appeared, Chu Qingju could only worship. Seeing Chu Qingju's shocked expression, He Hing smiled and said, "This lamp was bestowed by Fu Huang 2 years ago, when I moved out of the palace to build a fu. Supposedly, it was made by a famous craftsman 100 years ago. Even though it isn't as pretty as the light of the moon and stars, but I see that the carving of this jade lamp isn't bad. It will be very suitable for you to use when you sleep." The servants in the room were dumbstruck. The night pearl was already a precious and extraordinary item. This lamp was even more priceless. Wang Yi really valued Wang Fei. In the legends, the Qing Yuan is the bird that announces good fortune by the side of the Queen Mother of the West. It is also said that the Qing Yuan is deeply in love, and only seeks a lover in its life. Chu Qingju's face seemed especially gentle under the light, her eyes seemed to be dyed with the light of the night pearl. To have met Wang Yi, it is Chia's greatest fortune. He Hing slightly lowered his head, not looking at the eyes that were glowing. He warmly opened, "It's just a dead object. As long as Qingju likes it, it is its greatest merit." Caressing the warm wings of the Qing Yuan, Chu Qingju's fingers lingered on the night pearl embedded in the wings. "Wang Ye's good intentions, Chia appreciates it. But such a valuable item, no matter how valuable it is, it can't compare to Qingju's position in my heart." He Hing reached out to hold her hand. "Don't think too much, just like it." Putting the Qing Yuan lotus holding the jade lamp back into the box, the room once again became dark. He Hing saw that Chu Qingju seemed to be staring dazedly at him and his grip tightened. The servants opened the doors and windows. The room lit up. He Hing released Chu Qingju's hand. "Before this, the palace had sent a decree. I have to enter the palace in a little while and return late. You don't have to wait for me to sleep early." "All right," Chu Qingju smiled and nodded. She stood and carefully put the box to one side. "If that's the case, then prepare early in case Fu Huang is unhappy if you are late." He Hing nodded and gripped Chu Qingju's hand again before leading his people out of Xingyuan. Chu Qingju watched as his figure disappeared at the door. Her expression was calm as she sat back on the chaise. "Mu Jin, put this lamp in my bedroom. Be careful, don't knock it." No matter what He Hing's intentions were, since she liked this lamp, then it should be placed in a pleasing place. As the room of the mistress of the Wang Fu, it wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. Mu Jin nodded and carefully carried the box into the room, afraid of knocking it. A short while later, Chu Qingju hadn't even finished a cup of hot tea when she saw Huang Yang rush in. "Wang Fei, Feng Sifei is kneeling outside the yard to beg for forgiveness." Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. She came to beg for forgiveness? After a moment, she asked, "Has Wang Yi left the fu?" "Just left the fu," Huang Yang thought. Feng Sifei's clothing was simple. She said she was sincerely repentant and begged Wang Fei to forgive her. "A good show is starting, but the main character isn't in the fu," Chu Qingju snorted. She stood, declaring, "I want to see how sincerely she repents." Putting on a fox fur cloak, Chu Qingju led many people of all sizes to the gates of the yard. She saw Feng Zijin, dressed in blue, and with a little Yahuan, kneeling at the gates. Maybe it was because the clothing wasn't thick enough, her face was slightly green. Seeing her come out, Feng Zijin's green face became slightly regretful. She heavily kowtowed, knew was ignorant and made a great mistake. "Wang Fei, please forgive me." "What is Feng Sifei doing?" Chu Qingju walked to the stone steps in front of the door and calmly looked at Feng Zijin's state. "I haven't done anything to Feng Sifei. What is the meaning of your actions?" "Wang Fei, please forgive me." In the past, Nu was rude. Nu didn't know when to retreat. Feng Zijin kowtowed a few more times and knelt in front of Chu Qingju. "Please, Wang Fei, please persuade Wang Yi. Don't demote Nu. Please, Wang Fei, put in a good word for Nu." Chu Qingju finally saw that in just a few days, Feng Zijin had become much more haggard. Her eyes were still bloodshot. There was no trace of the bright and arrogant look from a few days ago. In the past, this person had always been high up. Had she ever thought there would be a day like this? However, He Hing wanted to demote Sifei to Yinyang. Was this telling the entire Fu that in this Wang Fu, other than him, the Wang Yi, only she, as a Wang Fei, was the mistress of this Wang Fu? She had long known that He Hing was a rational and intelligent person. But since he could make such a clear-cut decision and purposefully let Feng Zijin know, wasn't it because he wanted this scene to happen? That man wanted to let her vent her anger, and also let the people of Jing know how much he, Duan Wang, respected his wife, and how upright his character was. Duan being this person's title, on the surface, it really was the most suitable. Lowering her eyes to look at the person continuously kowtowing to her, Chu Qingju slowly opened her mouth to ask, Feng Shi, who do you think I am? Feng Zijin stilled and stopped her kowtow. She raised her head to look dazedly at this woman that she had never placed in her eyes. I am the mistress of Duan Wang Fu, Wang Ye's wife. Chu Qingju bent down and raised a hand to lift Feng Zijin's chin. But why do you always forget this fact? Feng Zijin's eyes widened. She remembered that Chu Qingju had once humiliated her by lifting her chin. At that time, she had felt angry and humiliated. But now, she felt a chill spread through her entire body. The woman in front of her wasn't a harmless white rabbit, she was a seductive vixen, a vicious snake or scorpion. Looking in satisfaction at Feng Zijin start to tremble, Chu Qingju gave a light laugh. She slowly stood and used a handkerchief to slowly wipe her fingers, one by one. I remember when I was seriously ill, I vaguely heard you say outside, it's so annoying to die but not die. Feng Zijin trembled even more violently, even her teeth started to chatter. I, the person who couldn't do as you wished, how can I bear your pleas? The smile at the corner of Chu Qingju's mouth was so gentle that water could be squeezed out. She raised her voice, Feng Siyifei, what are you doing? It's cooler on the ground. No matter what, Wang Yi will make his own decisions. You acting like this is very difficult for me. Lowly. Feng Zijin's terror reached a peak and turned to anger. Before she could start scolding, Yin Lu covered her mouth. That's right, I forgot that the Feng clan also has some prestige. I'm sure the family rules are very strict. I wonder if your other cousins are as straightforward as you. Feng Zijin instantly stilled and collapsed weakly to the ground. She looked dazedly at the smiling Chu Qingju, murmuring in a low voice, you want to threaten me? Hearing this, Chu Qingju used the handkerchief to cover the corner of her mouth as she laughed lightly, Feng Siyifei, don't joke around. The most important thing for us, the women of the inner compound, is our reputation. We don't care much about what happens outside, it's embarrassing. Feng Zijin's mouth opened but she couldn't speak. She didn't understand. She was clearly the most favored Siyifei, how did she end up like this? Didn't Wang Yi not like Wang Fei? How did it become like this? Smiling faintly as she watched Feng Zijin being supported away, the smile on Chu Qingju's lips gradually dissipated. She looked coldly at her back without any warmth. Chu Qingju flipped through the fragrant flowery invitation in her hand. She looked with interest at Mu Jin, say, Rui Wang Fei inviting people to a plum appreciation banquet in the middle of winter, is she really in the mood or just to torment people? The Qin family was a scholarly family. The conduct of this Rui Wang Fei, Qin Bai Lu, was very fitting for a cultured person. White dew withers but the flowers don't wither, the cool wind blows the leaves dry. No one understands the desolate state of love, they walk around the withering bushes to see. Chu Qingju lightly smiled as she put the invitation on the small table beside her. She exhaled a breath of hot air, the so-called white dew is hazy, the autumn equinox is full of rice. After the white dew, will there really be a good harvest? Mu Jin smiled as she put the invitation to one side. She smiled as she replied, Newbie heard that there is frost before and after the white dew, there will be a good harvest. Only white dew without frost, the harvest will only be bad. Our Mu Jin knows the most, Chu Qingju smiled as she stood, since this is San Daimiai's first banquet after marrying into the imperial family, as Sasa, I can't be absent. Get someone to write a reply, say that I will be punctual. Yin Lu came in holding a red plum blossom. Hearing Chu Qingju's words, she inserted the red plum blossom into a vase as she commented, coincidentally, it started to snow last night. Even though it's a good time to appreciate the plum blossoms, it's still a bit cold. Chu Qingju looked at the red plum blossom and giggled, common people, common people. Tomorrow, to Rui Wang Fu, I won't take you. Yin Lu opened her mouth to speak when she saw Yuzan walk in. Behind her was Jin Zhan. Both of them had smiles on their faces as though something good had happened. Wang Fei, the two bowed. Yuzan, who was walking at the front, opened her mouth to report in a light voice, Wang Fei, just now, news came from the western corner. Wang Yi demoted Fengshe to Yinyang. The Feng family came again but was scolded away by Wang Yi. Hearing the news, Chu Qingju had a feeling that it was as expected. She let go of the hand holding the hot soup and turned to get the hot tea beside her. Fengshe didn't make a fuss? Yuzan pursed her lips and continued, this servant heard that the commotion started in the morning, but no one paid any attention to it. They smashed a few things and only managed to calm down at noon. From this morning until now, they have not eaten anything. This Fengshe really didn't give up her evil intentions. The last time she came to beg Wang Fei, she had only been well-behaved for 2 days. Today, when she heard Wang Yi demote her, she started to make a ruckus for no reason. Tell the people in the kitchen not to mistreat the food of Shijiao Yuan. Chu Qingju took a sip of tea and smiled as she ordered, no matter if Fengshe eats or not, there can't be anything less. As to what she likes to smash, let her. Our Wang Fu might not have the style of extravagance, but we can still offer a few pieces of porcelain. Don't stop her. The little garden in the west corner of the Wang Fu, she didn't know what it looked like. Hearing Wang Fei's words, Mu Jin, who was at the side, said, Wang Fei, do not worry. Newbie will get Huang Yang to pass on your words. It is a pity that Wang Fei has such a benevolent heart, but Xianxia is still so domineering. It really makes one's heart cold. Fine, she's a pampered and spoiled official's daughter, used to being arrogant. Chu Qingju put down the teacup, just a little Xianxia, there's no need to argue with her. Yilu heard this and raised her head to look. She saw Wang Fei and Mu Jin smile in a similar manner. This kind of smile seemed to carry an indescribable sense of treachery. But the words were reasonable. Why were Wang Fei and Mu Jin smiling so strangely? Fengshe is still making trouble? He Hing returned to the Fu. After listening to Xiao Ganzi's report, he furrowed his brows and asked, what is she making trouble for? Hearing this, Xiao Ganzi lowered his head with an embarrassed expression. Xianxia hasn't had a drop of water since this morning. She begged to see you. Because she was stopped by the guards of the garden, she grumbled a few words. Grumbling about who? He Hang's steps stopped, his brows creasing, grumbling about Ben Wang, or Wang Fei? Xiao Ganzi's body bowed even lower, his voice becoming smaller. Xianxia is deeply in love with Wang Yi, how could she have any complaints about Wang Yi? Then she's grumbling about Wang Fei? He Hing smiled coldly, just spoiled her for 2 days, she really forgot who she was. Xianxia, personally go to Shi Banana Garden to send a message to Fengshe. The Feng family has also come to the Fu today. If she isn't satisfied and continues to make trouble, then pack up and return to the Feng family. Ben Wang here can't tolerate a Xianxia that is more noble than Wang Fei. Before Xianxia took his orders and left, he specially glanced at Xiao Ganzi. This kid's words were clearly saying that Fengshe was deeply in love with Wang Yi, but the hidden meaning was that she was dissatisfied with Wang Fei. It looked like he was standing on Wang Fei's side, he had a brain. No wonder he could climb to this position even though he was a few years younger than himself. There were differences in the replies of servants. The same content, but said in a different way, the meaning would be different. Fengshe, this person, could only stay in that remote and desolate Shi Banana Garden for the rest of her life. When Xianxia arrived at Shi Banana Garden, he saw that the garden was filled with bananas, bunched here and there, looking messy. There were weeds growing in the corners of the walls. The scenery of this garden wasn't as beautiful as its name suggested. Looking at the meat, vegetables, and rice that had been smashed to the ground in front of the room, Xianxia's brows furrowed. The little Taijian following behind him hurriedly went forward to kick away the broken pieces of porcelain. Qian grandpa, be careful, don't hurt your feet. Xianxian silently walked in. Looking at the broken porcelain on the floor, he then looked at Feng Zijin who was raising a slender porcelain vase and wanting to throw it away. He raised his voice and said, what is Master Feng doing? Feng Zijin saw that the person who came was Wang Ye's personal attendant, Xianxian. Her eyes instantly lit up. She put down the porcelain vase and asked, Qian Gonggong, did Wang Yi tell you to come see me? Xianxian snorted and picked a place to stand. Wasn't it Wang Yi that told Nukai to come? Finishing, he saw the joy on Fengshe's face before he continued slowly, Wang Yi said, if you continue to make trouble like this, the family will take you back. Today, the Feng family came to our Fu. Seeing how concerned they are for you, they will be happy to take you back. The joy on Feng Zijin's face instantly retreated like the tide. She dazedly watched as Xianxia walked away without turning his head back. She weakly sat down on the old wooden chair. A beat later, her eyes reddened and tears fell. She knew she was finished, her entire life was finished. Mistress, the personal Yahuan saw Feng Zijin's pale face and couldn't help but comfort, don't be sad. When Wang Ye's anger subsides, he will definitely treat you well again. Feng Zijin squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Her eyes were red as she looked at her Yahuan, Bai Tao, don't comfort me. Wang Yi won't want to see me again. Saying this, she suddenly gave a bitter laugh, how could I forget, I'm just a Chia. Why did I think that Si Fei was just one character away from Wang Fei? Thinking about how she had purposefully arranged food that countered Chu Qingju so that Chu Qingju would slowly fall ill, she muttered, retribution, it's all retribution. Bai Tao heard her mistress's whispers and her expression changed drastically. The people in the Fu all said that Wang Fei had fallen ill from anger because Ban Xia had climbed onto the bed, but she knew that Wang Fei hadn't fallen ill from anger. It was because she had eaten those foods that countered Chu Qingju, causing her body to worsen until she was bedridden. But she hadn't expected that Wang Fei would suddenly recover and scold the kitchen staff. In the future, she would pick her own food list. Maybe from the moment Wang Fei recovered, it was fated that this day would happen. Looking at the ruined Shijiao garden, Bai Tao twisted a handkerchief to wash her mistress's face as she grimaced. Maybe it really was retribution, or the will of the heavens. Because it had snowed for a day and 2 nights, even though there were people sweeping the streets of Jing City, there was still a layer of snow. The people making a living on the streets bore the drifting snowflakes as they watched from afar an ebony carriage with 4 horses and precious lids and bells slowly approach. With every step the horse took, the carriage would ring. There were Taijian and imperial guards guarding the front and back of the carriage. When the people on the street saw the procession, they instantly understood which member of the imperial family had come out. They heard that today was the plum appreciation banquet that Third Wang Fei was holding. These people were most likely going to admire the plums. This carriage doesn't look as grand as the previous one, a passerby said in a low voice, I wonder which family it is. Shut up, don't show your fear. The previous carriage was just a 2-horse carriage, the one just now was a 4-horse carriage. If it wasn't a Junwang or above, who would dare to use a 4-horse carriage? The person at the side explained, this is most likely a Wang Fei Nyang. Look at that carriage, it's made from ebony and sandalwood. When he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the imperial palace, only the emperor and the emperor's children can use a sandalwood carriage. The person who had spoken before instantly paled. He was afraid that his words would reach the ears of a noble person and cause him great misfortune. Chu Qingju hadn't thought that the carriage she was sitting in would become a topic of conversation. When she sat on the carriage to Rui Wang Fu, she coincidentally encountered the carriage of the eldest Ning Wang Fei. She let Ning Wang Fei enter the Fu first before she sat on the sedan that led to the second gate. After passing the gate of drooping flowers, the sedan stopped. When she held Mu Jin's hand as she exited the sedan, she saw a few women dressed magnificently inside the gate of drooping flowers. She swept a glance over and bowed to Ning Wang Fei, greetings to Da Huangsa. Daimai doesn't have to be so courteous. Ning Wang Fei reached out to support Chu Qingju, a gentle smile on her face. Chu Qingju smiled at Ning Wang Fei. She turned to look at Rui Wang Fei who was a step behind Ning Wang Fei. The two bowed one after the other as a greeting. At this time, many more people came to greet Chu Qingju. After a while, the 3 Zholi walked at the very front, holding hands as they chatted and laughed. The scene was so intimate that even blood sisters couldn't compare. Huangsa, you came late today. You have to drink as a punishment later. Qin Bailu held Chu Qingju's hand, her voice soft and thin, you can't refuse. Ning Wang Fei knew that Chu Qingju had arrived at almost the same time as her but had let her enter first. She said, San Daimai doesn't know, your Ursa came with me just now. It's just that I came in first. You can't punish her because of this. The 2 of them had arrived one after the other. How could Qin Bailu not know? But now that she knew that the two of them hadn't agreed to come together, she didn't mention it again. She turned to talk about the plum blossoms in the plum garden. Chu Qingju smiled as she listened. She pretended to glance carelessly at Ning Wangfei. It was said that Ning Wangfei, Wei Qingyi, was very virtuous and managed Ning Wangfei well. The wives and concubines in the Fu were harmonious. Seeing the real person today, it really was as good as seeing. She couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the imperial family Xerxifu. The plum forest of Ruwei Wangfu might not be the most beautiful plum forest in Jing, but it was the most famous plum forest in Jing because these plum trees had been personally bestowed by the emperor. When Ruwei Wang had left the palace to build his Fu, he had said he liked plum blossoms. The emperor had sent down an imperial decree to select plum trees for the Ministry of Works to carefully plant. So, no one in Jing dared to say that the plum blossoms of Ruwei Wangfu weren't beautiful. Even though there was a plum mountain in the suburbs of Jing, and many scholars liked to go there to write poetry and paint, but no one dared to say that the plum mountain in the suburbs of Jing was the most beautiful plum forest in Jing. The scale of Ruwei Wangfu was about the same size as Xianxia Wangfu. The layout was similar, but the style of the details was very different. If Chu Qingju had to use a suitable word to describe it, it would be luxurious. Covered bridges, fake mountains, and flowers, it was everywhere exuding wealth. Chu Qingju couldn't help but sigh that Hiheng was actually a very thrifty and good child. But this Ruwei Wangfu was too ostentatious. It was as though they were afraid that people didn't know that their master was the most favored by the emperor. Some people said that it was possible to see a person's taste by looking at the house they lived in. Of course, this could only be said for the rich. If the style of Ruwei Wangfu was luxurious, then the Fu that Hiheng lived in was low-key, luxurious, and profound. From this, it was possible to see the difference in the personalities of the two brothers. Passing through an arch made of moon, the snow on the bluestone path had been swept away, so that the people admiring the flowers wouldn't be affected by the snow. Chu Qingju looked over. This average-sized plum forest, in the swirling snow, really did have an unspeakable beauty. She blinked and smiled at Qin Baishuang, commenting, "Daimai is very fortunate to be able to admire such a beautiful plum forest in her own home." "Not at all," Qin Baishuang responded with a smile. "Daimai heard that the lotus pond in Ursa's Fu is also very beautiful. In the summer, it is a beautiful scene. If it is really as Mimi says, next summer, I will definitely invite everyone to go and admire the lotuses." The cloak that Chu Qingju wore was a bright pomegranate color, the edges sewn with silver fox fur. The silver and red contrasted against Chu Qingju's white face. "It was a pity that when I entered the Fu, it was already autumn. I didn't know that the Fu had such beautiful scenery." Ning Wangfei Wei Qingyi smiled at this time and said, "You are an unmarried girl, how would you know such things?" For him to say such words, it can be seen that second uncle treats sister-in-law very well. Otherwise, how could you live so leisurely, not even caring about the good things in the Fu? When Chu Qingju heard this, she knew that Wei Qingyi was mocking Qin Baishuang for knowing too much as a newlywed girl, and also hinting that she didn't know how to manage a household. But the words were beautiful, and no one could find anything wrong with it. Thus, she smiled and said with admiration, "Sister-in-law, please don't tease me. Sister-in-law is virtuous and can manage the Fu well. It's a pity that I, this blockhead, am always in a mess when I manage the Fu." Fortunately, our Wangya was magnanimous and did not blame me, otherwise I would not have the face to come out and see people. "Ersa's words are somewhat wrong," Qin Bailu smiled as she followed up, "You are more capable than me. Yesterday, our Wang Yi was laughing at me for mixing up a lot of things. In my opinion, we should all learn from sister-in-law." Wei Qingyi's heart was stabbed by this display of affection, but the smile on her face became even warmer. "That's nothing, you will slowly learn. Right now, the newlyweds are naturally in love. In the future, when there are more newlyweds, let's see if you can still call him Wangya. When I first married, I was also laughed at. Now that you mention it, I remember the past." The three looked at each other and smiled again, walking towards the Lin-Mei Pavilion in the middle of the plum forest. The noble women behind them smiled as they followed behind the three of them. However, their hearts were taut. It seemed that these three princesses were not easy to fool. Especially Luosher, who was also in the crowd. As Chu Qingju's Jiumu, she was worried that her niece would accidentally fall into the trap of the two Wang Fei's words. Lin Mei Pavilion was a two-story pavilion, specially used to admire the plum blossoms in the winter. The womenfolk sat on the pavilion to admire the plum blossoms. They didn't have to suffer from the wind and snow and could eat fruits and refreshments. The height from which they could admire the scenery was pretty good. Chu Qingju took off her cloak, revealing a head of black hair that was hidden under the cloak. Mu Jin helped her put on the silver fox fur cloak. After Wei Qingyi sat down, Qin Bailu led her to sit at the table. Because there were several charcoal basins in the four corners of the room, even with the windows open, she didn't feel cold in the wind. Just as she held up a cup of hot tea, Chu Qingju heard Wei Qingyi say, "Is this the best Longjing?" She looked over at the voice and saw the other take a small sip. As expected, I can't hide it from Dasa. Qin Bailu smiled as she commented, "This is the Westlake Longjing Imperial Tribute Tea that the Emperor bestowed a few days ago. Usually, I don't bear to drink it. Today, this tea is very suitable for everyone. Rui Wang Fei's tea, even for us commoners, the aftertaste is endless." The Marquis of Baorong spoke at this time. "It's all thanks to Wang Fei that we can taste such delicacies." Everyone knew that the Marquis of Baorong was close to Rui Wangfu. At this time, the Marquis of Baorong had a fawning expression that made people's teeth ache. Those that came to admire the plum blossoms were all of high status. Most of them were careful with their words. There weren't many that were as direct as the Marquis of Baorong. Baorong Marquis is too serious. Qin Bailu didn't like the Marquis of Baorong's fawning, but thinking that the Marquis of Baorong was one of Wang Ye's people, she still had a slight smile on her face as she looked at the crowd. Everyone being able to enjoy it is its greatest merit. This imperial tribute Longjing tea wasn't even 10 caddies a year. For Rui Wangfu to take it out to receive guests, it could be seen how generous the emperor's gifts were. This was what Qin Bailu wanted everyone present to know. Otherwise, of all the teas, why did they have to use Longjing Imperial Tribute Tea? Was it to let everyone feel that the emperor favored He Yuan the most and support He Yuan's ascension? Chu Qingju blew on the tea leaves, a smile on her face. Who here was an idiot? If they chose a side for this little bit of tea, they probably wouldn't be able to sit at this place. San Daimiai is so generous. Wei Qingyi lowered her head to take another sip. Even the tea that Fu Huang bestowed, you are willing to let all of us taste it. Dasa thanks you first. Dasa, there's no need to be courteous. We're all one family, there's no need to separate. Her gaze suddenly landed on the Marquis of Xianxia, Luosher. Speaking of which, Xianxia Marquis is actually Ursa's paternal family. Chu Qingju heard the conversation turn to her and put down the teacup to smile at Jiumu. When she came, she had seen Jiumu, Luosher, but it wasn't easy to talk. Now that Qin Baishuang had started the conversation, she naturally followed up. San Daimiai is right. This is my Jiumu. Ever since I was small, Jiumu has taken great care of me. If I had known that Jiumu would come today, I would have come early this morning to disturb you. It can be seen that the one Ursa wants to see the most isn't Dixie, but Xianxia Marquis. Qin Bailu covered her mouth as she laughed. Then she said with a mirthless smile, "It can be seen that I can't compare to Xianxia Marquis. You and I are one family. In the future, we will often come and go, there's nothing rare. Jiumu is my relative, she can't be as close as you and I are," Chu Qingju said in an intimate tone. Daimiai isn't being sarcastic, she's laughing at me. I don't dare laugh at Sa. Qin Bailu hadn't expected that Chu Qingju would say such a thing. She smiled and responded, "Sa is close to Jiumu, how can others laugh at you?" Luosher saw that the two had finished joking before warmly interjecting, "Rui Wangfei has seen a joke. It must be that Chen Fu and Duan Wangfei haven't seen each other for a long time and Wangfei is angry at Chen Fu's Jiumu, so she purposefully said that." Chu Qingju smiled as she stood to ask for forgiveness. "Jiumu, don't say it like that. If Biao Xiong and Biao Di knew that I wronged you, they definitely wouldn't let me enter the Fu in the future." Luosher smiled as she half declined and half knelt to return the bow. After chatting for a while, she quietly sat down again. She didn't forget herself because of Chu Qingju's status. Everyone present could see the closeness between the two. People always said that a Jiumu loved to treat her niece poorly. Look at the other family, weren't they very close? Chu Qingju knew that Tianxia was worried that Qin Bailu would make things difficult for her, so she stood up. But she didn't want to pull the Tian family into the fight for succession. She purposefully put the Tian family in the position of a stern elder, and not the normal people that depended on the Wangfu. Everyone gradually saw that. They sighed inside, this Tian family was still a hard rock. Other than loyal to the emperor, they didn't favor anyone. Even when their niece married into the Wangfu, they didn't see any change in their attitude. They didn't purposefully distance themselves, but didn't pretend to please. This kind of conduct was really the style of the Tian family. So sometimes, the more natural it was, the less people would think. Even Wei Qingyi and Qin Bailu could see that the Tian family didn't have any intentions of standing on He Heng's side. They couldn't help but sympathize with Chu Qingju. It was one thing to have such a troublesome paternal family, but even her Jiuzhou's family wouldn't change their attitude because of her. She didn't know how she would survive in Duan Wangfu in the future. The snow is heavy. Wei Qingyi turned to look out the window, at the plum blossoms blooming proudly in the snow. In this white world, the red plum blossoms are the most eye-catching, and beautiful. Yes, red is the main color. No matter how beautiful the other colors are, in this wind and snow, they don't show anything. Qin Bailu smiled. What does foreign think? Chu Qingju continued to drink her tea with interest. These words were clearly praising the plum blossoms, but weren't they saying that the main wife was the way, and that the concubines weren't good enough? Everyone present was the wife of the main wife. Naturally, they all agreed and started to praise the red plum blossoms. It didn't matter if the Xianxia that had come with their mother understood or not, they all smiled as they listened, as though Qin Bailu was really praising the plum blossoms. After admiring the plum blossoms for a while, seeing that the snow was getting heavier, everyone started the noon meal in the attic. After eating, they drank tea and chatted. Chu Qingju felt that this kind of gathering was boring as she dealt with Wei and Qin. She drank a lot of tea into her stomach. Wei Qingyi saw that the snow was getting heavier and wanted to stand to bid farewell. Chu Qingju and the others saw this and followed to bid farewell. But Qin Bailu stopped them. She said that the snow was too heavy and the carriages wouldn't be able to move well on the road. They would wait for the sedan to arrive before letting them leave. Everyone could only agree and sit down again to chat about the hair ornaments, clothes, and compliment each other. When it came to dressing, the women would have many topics to talk about. Which house had the best rouge? Which house had the most exquisite hairpins? Which house had the best embroidery maids? In short, there were endless topics to talk about. The dressing styles of the three Wangfei were all different. Ning Wangfei was dignified and steady. She wore a light yellow embroidered dress, a pure white cloak draped over her shoulders. Her hair was pulled up into a bun, matched with a set of jewels. She looked dignified and noble. Rui Wangfei didn't wear a cloak but wore a silver rat fur coat. Her hair was combed into a bun, beautiful and elegant, with a hint of scholarly air. Chu Qingju's appearance was the best of the three. She didn't dress as dignified as Ning Wangfei, nor as scholarly as Rui Wangfei. She was slightly stunning. The foreign present thought inside, no wonder Duan Wangyi would be angry at Chang de Gongfu for her. A newlywed wife had such beauty, how many men wouldn't dote on her? Daimai, the butterfly wearing a peony embroidered on the tail of the dress is very beautiful. Wei Qingyi's gaze swept across Chu Qingju's exposed cloak. At first glance, it seems to be real. Sasa flatters me. I have a few yahuan with me. Usually, I don't have much to do, so I just make these things. Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. I don't use other embroidery maids, so I let them do it. At least it's enough to wear outside. Which of us here doesn't have someone who knows how to sew? Sasa is being modest. I think this dress is very beautiful. Qin Bailu might have praised Chu Qingju, but inside, she felt that this Sasa was too shallow. No matter how exquisite the dress was, if she didn't have any literary talent, how was she different from those common people? The other foreign complimented the three, full of nobility, beauty, and dignity. They also belittled themselves to set off. For them, admiring the plum blossoms wasn't the most important. What was important was that the three mistresses were happy. Then they would have finished this plum appreciation banquet. Wei Qingyi was the oldest of the three, so her posture was the steadiest. When she conversed with Chu Qingju and Qin Bailu, there was a hint of benevolence. She waited until these furents had flattered enough before she said, "Everyone, don't praise them anymore. Otherwise, they will be embarrassed. The court ladies hurriedly smiled and said that they were speaking the truth and that it was not a compliment. Chu Qingju looked at the room full of women. These people all had the most natural smile on their faces as though each was happier than the last. At this time, she unconsciously felt tired for these people. However, when she thought about how these people would naturally be flattered when they returned to the Fu, she sighed with emotion. Fortunately, she did not become a commoner's wife. Otherwise, living in this era would be even more difficult. Saw, I heard that Chang de Gong Foreign has been sick these past few days. She couldn't even come this time to admire the plum blossoms. How is she now? Qin Bailu looked at Chu Qingju, who had been smiling at the corners of her eyes. She suddenly asked, even the Xianxia of the Duke's Fu fell ill to take care of her mother? Chu Qingju's eyebrows moved slightly, the smile at the corner of her eyes not diminishing. Really? Saw doesn't know? Qin Bailu smiled faintly and said with surprise, it seems that I asked the wrong person. Putting down the teacup in her hand, Chu Qingju pushed the teacup to the side. Daimai really has sharp eyes and ears. Saw thanks you for telling me. Finishing, she stood, look at this snow, I don't know when it will stop. Daimai's hospitality shouldn't be declined, but there are many matters in the Fu. Saw will leave first. Finishing, she didn't care what expression Qin Bailu had. She helped Wei Qingyi up and turned to hold Mu Jin's hand as she walked out. Everyone present paused before hurriedly standing to send them off. Who knew that Duan Wangfei had already walked out the door? Qin Bailu hadn't thought that Chu Qingju would just leave. She looked at the person who had been smiling just a moment ago. Her face had suddenly changed. It was rare for her to be ignored. Her face was slightly stiff. She paused before she managed to suppress her anger. Wei Qingyi smiled as she stood. She didn't hesitate to bid farewell. Clearly, she didn't want to stay here to give Qin Bailu face. Ning Wang might not be close to He Heng, but he was better than He Yuan. Why would she offend Chu Qingju for Qin Bailu's sake? After the two Wangfei left, more than half of the noblewomen left. The few that stayed were just the families of the officials in He Yuan's faction. Wangfei, this Duan Wangfei was too direct, the personal Yahuan supporting Wei Qingyi said in a small voice. Newbie saw that Rui Wangfei's expression changed. It's good that she changed. She has the appearance of a learned woman, it's so annoying. Wei Qingyi came out of the attic and mocked. Hu Enjing doesn't know that the second foreign of the Duke of Chengde treats Duan Wangfei coldly? Qin Bailu's words just now were saying that Chu Qingju is unfilial. She's purposefully trying to disgust Chu Qingju. Even so, if Duan Wangfei leaves like this, wouldn't others say she is unfilial? The Yahuan looked around. Seeing no one had come over, she continued, I really didn't think that Duan Wangfei would have such a personality. Who doesn't feel unhappy? Wei Qingyi expressionlessly stepped on the snow. Everyone in Jing knows that the second foreign of the Duke of Chengde isn't benevolent. Chu Qingju dares to put on such an expression, she's not afraid of others talking about it. Even more, in Jing City, who would talk about a Wangfei for the sake of the second foreign of the Duke of Chengde? The people of the imperial family, right is right, but wrong is also right. Didn't you see how respectful Duan Wangfei is towards the Marquis of Xianxia? Just because she read some books, she thought her knowledge was shocking? Wei Qingyi smiled coldly. In her view, Qin Bailu had become stupid from reading. Those were the words that a Dixixian would say to a Sasa? No wonder Chu Qingju had ridiculed Qin Bailu for her intelligence. What she had done today, the news that Ning Wangfu knew everything about Jing City would spread tomorrow. Which family didn't have some shameful things? In the future, the officials of Jing City might have to be wary of Ning Wangfu. She was happy to watch the show. However, this Chu Qingju was really daring. Something like flicking her sleeves and leaving, it wasn't something that just anyone could have. At this time, the sedan carrying Chu Qingju was slowly moving towards the main gates. Chu Qingju sat in the sedan. She wasn't as angry as others imagined. Based on the principle that if you don't make me happy, I'll make you embarrassed, she dared to leave because she wasn't afraid of becoming enemies with Qin Bailu. Even if she didn't throw her face, the relationship between the two wouldn't improve in the future. The swaying sedan suddenly stopped. Chu Qingju heard the greetings of the servants outside. She slightly raised the curtain at the side and saw a person wearing a white cloak. He was standing 5 steps away from the sedan with a Taijin. This person was Rui Wang Yuan. Chu Qingju instantly let go of the curtain and leaned against the wall of the sedan, silent. Yuan looked at the slightly swaying curtain on the sedan and slightly bent his waist in a bow. Greetings to her saw. Sandshu is too polite. Chu Qingju wasn't interested in a man who was as beautiful as a woman. She faintly responded, many thanks for your Fu's hospitality today. But it's getting late and we'll bid farewell first. Ere Sa bids farewell, Yuan put his hands behind his back. After watching the sedan sway away, he saw a young Taijian hurriedly run over. Wang Yi, just now, the gatekeeper came to report that Duan Wang Ye's sedan is parked at the Fu gates. But I don't know why he isn't entering the Fu. Tilting his head to look at the sedan leaving, Yuan snorted, since Ben Wang's good brother isn't entering the Fu, Ben Wang won't disturb. He actually came personally to receive him. Was this Yiheng addicted to pretending to be a saint? When he finished, he saw several more sedan coming from the direction of Mei Lin. He turned and walked to the side, avoiding the sedan of the womenfolk. Knowing that Qin Bailu had invited the womenfolk today, he didn't have any objections. It was just that he didn't like his Wang Fei's hobby of admiring the plum blossoms on a snowy day. No wonder people said that women without talent were virtuous. Women who read too many books would be pretentious. Plum blossoms could be seen at any time. Luosher sat in the sedan, thinking about what had just happened at the banquet. She faintly felt that her niece was different from the past. Even though she didn't speak as much as usual, but the presence around her was much stronger. It seemed that Duan Wang Yi really did treat her well. Otherwise, her niece wouldn't have the guts to throw her face at Rui Wang Fei. The sedan stopped at the main gate. Luosher got off the sedan and found that several foreign were standing there as though they were waiting for something. What is this? She walked towards a foreign that she was on good terms with and asked in a light voice, why aren't you leaving? Duan Wang Ye's sedan is outside. This foreign raised her chin, indicating for her to look at the main gate. Then she smiled and commented, I see that Duan Wang really loves your niece. Hearing this, Luosher looked towards the gate and coincidentally saw her niece holding Duan Wang's hand as she entered the sedan. That red cloak dragged on the white snow, exceptionally beautiful. Seeing Duan Wang wait for his niece to sit in the sedan before following, Luosher took back her gaze. Under the inspecting gazes of the foreign around her, the smile on her face was no different than usual. Wei Qingyi held the hand of a servant girl as she stood behind the door. Seeing the sedan of Duan Wang Fu being carried away, her expression was slightly dazed. She had worried herself to death for Ning Wang Fu, but had never seen Wang Yi treat her like this. Other than Chu Qingju's appearance being slightly more outstanding, how else could she compare? Was it that everything she did couldn't compare to Chu Qingju's flowery display? Just look at the cloak that Chu Qingju had carelessly dragged on the snow. It was made from the finest cloud brocade with natural silk sewn into it. When it came into contact with water, it would wrinkle. Such a cloak would cost several hundred gold. Now that this cloak had been dragged on the snow, it naturally couldn't be worn again. The Wang Fu naturally didn't lack for silver, but she was used to being a housekeeper. The expenses of the Fu were fixed. She herself wasn't used to luxury. As a D-wife, why should she learn from those Cheshire and spend all day on clothing and makeup? Wang Fei? The Yahuan beside her saw that she hadn't moved and looked worriedly at her. Let's go, Wei Qingyi smiled. She didn't need to compare herself with Chu Qingju. When Yiheng grew tired of her, her flowery display would become extravagant, her actions would become willful and pretentious. And she didn't need this temporary flourishing because no matter what, she would always be the most dignified and virtuous Ning Wang Fei. This was the path that the imperial daughters-in-law should walk. Because it was a snowy day, even though the sedan carriers were very careful, Chu Qingju still felt the sedan under her swaying slightly. She wanted to raise the curtain to look outside, but she remembered that Yiheng was still sitting next to her. In the end, she only smiled and asked, why did Wang Yi come? I took care of some matters in the morning and happened to pass by. Thinking that you were at Sandy's Fu, I decided to wait to go back with you. Yiheng raised a hand to lift the curtain to look outside. The snow was heavy and there weren't many people on the road. The snow is getting heavier. In the future, don't go out in this kind of weather. Who wants to waste time in this kind of weather? Chu Qingju smiled as she glanced at him, but because it was the first time San Daimei sent an invitation, it wasn't good to reject her, so I had to make this trip. He Hing saw that her expression was slightly unhappy and smiled. He patted the back of her hand. What unhappy matter was there at the banquet? He Yuan's Wang Fei, Qianxia, she should have come from a scholarly family, right? Would it make you happy if I said it? Chu Qingju slapped his hand. Don't mention it. Our good daimyo laughed at Xia for not being filial to her stepmother. Surprised by Chu Qingju's slap, He Hing looked at the back of his hand that had been hit. He felt that place was slightly itchy. He moved his finger and raised an eyebrow. Her daimyo is saying such things, you don't have to pay attention to it. That Xianxia isn't worthy of your filial piety. As a stepmother, she isn't benevolent and wants people to be filial to her. She doesn't even look at herself in the mirror. He looked down on the family of Chang de Gongfu and didn't have any good feelings towards Xianxia. Right now, Chu Qingju was his wife, the Wang Fei of a dynasty. She was just a little duke's foreign. Did she want to show off in front of Wang Fei? This Chang de Gongfu had slighted Chu Qingju, that was looking down on him. He, a Wang Yi, couldn't be looked down on by this family. Who was she? Sensing the other's emotions, the smile on Chu Qingju's face became slightly better. Wang Yi, don't be angry. You care for me, I understand. Hearing Chu Qingju use I in front of him, He Hing didn't feel disrespected. He felt that Chu Qingju was becoming closer to him. He raised his head and saw the starry eyes of the other party, as well as the touched expression on her face. His heart stirred slightly. He suddenly felt that they seemed to be on good terms before. This woman was his wife, a woman who would accompany him to the end of his life. If they were to treat each other with respect, it would be too boring. That's enough to hurt you? He Hing's smile softened. I know you don't like going to that Chang de Gongfu. In the future, you don't have to worry about the people in that fu. I'm here for everything. Chu Qingju tilted her head to look at him. Then as he was stunned, she suddenly buried her head into his embrace. Wang Yi, you will make me bad like this. As long as this prince's woman is good to me, it's fine. If she treats others badly, so be it. The corner of He Hing's mouth rose slightly. He unconsciously reached out to carefully hold her waist to prevent Chu Qingju from accidentally falling. Lying on He Hing's chest, Chu Qingju thought, it was fortunate that she had seen many men coax women. Otherwise, with He Hing's methods, she would have jumped into the pit a long time ago. Look at this behavior, this speech, it was the representative of the affectionate faction. Just at this time, the sedan suddenly swayed. He Hing hurriedly reached out with both hands to protect Chu Qingju. His body leaned back, avoiding the window where it would be easy to attack. Then he pushed the other down onto his knees and asked in a deep voice, what happened? Wang Yi, there are people blocking the road ahead. Outside the curtain, Xianxia watched the spectacle of a hoodlum chasing a beauty. He bowed and reported, there are several people chasing a woman in front. His tone was relaxed, but the position he was standing in was blocking the entrance of the sedan. The other guards also had their hands on the hilts of their swords. Hearing this, Chu Qingju twisted her body. He Hing reached out with 2 fingers to poke at her head. Seeing Chu Qingju stare with wide eyes at him, He Hing smiled at her before looking at the curtain, ordering, clear the road. The large man chasing saw the situation and had already stopped and retreated to one side. They hated the bad luck of the brothers to encounter a noble on an 8-person sedan in such a snowy day. Hearing the noble speak, they obediently knelt at one side, afraid that the noble would make trouble for them because of their actions. The woman running at the front saw the situation and her eyes lit up. With a bang, she knelt 2 zhang away from the sedan. Darren, please, Darren, save this common girl. These bad people want to capture this common girl to be a concubine of a member of the house. Please, Darren, save this common girl. How could they encounter something as stupid as kidnapping a common girl? Chu Qingju changed to a more comfortable position to lean against He Hing's thigh. She smiled lightly, asking, in the icy snow, a helpless and pitiful woman begging for help. Does Wang Yi want to be the hero that saves the beauty? He Hing saw her smile mischievously and reached out with a forefinger to stroke the corner of her lips. The beauty is already in my arms, where else would there be a beauty? Opening her mouth to bite that forefinger, Chu Qingju used her teeth to grind before snorting. Who knows if that little beauty's pitiful appearance would move someone. He Hing very enjoyed Chu Qingju's petite appearance and laughed lightly. This jealousy is really endless. A strange commoner girl, I wouldn't even want her to come to the Wang Fu to be a servant. How can I serve? Standing outside, Xianxia silently turned his head to the other side, pretending that he couldn't hear the movements inside the sedan. He glanced at the girl who was kneeling on the ground. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her hair was a little messy from running, but when matched with her fair and delicate face, she really looked delicate and pitiful. She was wearing a water blue cotton dress that wasn't too thick. She looked quite pretty. When his gaze swept across the hand that was half hidden in the sleeve, his face darkened as he ordered, "Retreat." In front of Wang Yi, you can't be disrespectful. Finishing, he gave a look to the two guards beside him. The two guards directly walked forward, dragging the woman and throwing her to one side. Not even looking at the woman covered in snow, Xianxia flicked his sleeve, "Lift the sedan." She had the nerve to use such an old-fashioned trick. Her clothes were normal but the workmanship was slightly more exquisite. And those fingers that were like spring onions, which normal girl didn't do some housework and could keep her hands so delicate? Did she think his grandpa Qian was blind? After the sedan continued to travel a certain distance, He Hing finally allowed Chu Qingju to sit up. He smiled wryly as he commented, "I don't know who gave me such a good gift, but this gift doesn't look good." Hearing the meaning in He Hing's words, Chu Qingju asked in return, "How can you be sure that it was someone else who gave the gift, and not this girl who wanted to give it to herself?" Too well prepared. There can't be such coincidences in the world. If it was a normal person, they would have hidden to one side. They wouldn't be so close to the sedan. He Hing's smile was slightly cold. This person underestimates Wang Yi too much. Chu Qingju understood that there weren't that many scenes of a hero saving a beauty in this world. It wasn't a television drama. No wonder He Hing would be on his guard. He wasn't a lecher. This person that suddenly charged out, naturally he had to be careful. Oh? Looking at Chu Qingju's disdainful expression, He Hing smiled again. Turning his head, he opened the curtain. Looking at the fluttering snow outside, he suddenly felt that this fluttering snow had some flavor. The two returned to the Wang Fu. After eating the evening meal, they slept early. As to this little interlude, Chu Qingju was too lazy to care about it. He Hing didn't mention it again. On the morning of the second day, the snow had stopped but the accumulated snow hadn't melted. It was even colder than when it had snowed. He Hing stood in the great hall, listening to the officials of the court argue about the examinations next spring. There wasn't any expression on his face. The subordinates of He Qi and He Yuan all wanted to recommend people on their side to be the examiner. Spittle flew, quoting from the classics. It could be seen how nimble the mouth of the literati was. Sitting at the front, Qing de Emperor had a headache from the arguing of the people below. Seeing that He Hing hadn't spoken, he asked, "Duan Wang, what do you think?" Being called out by the emperor, He Hing stepped forward, raising his hands in a fist as he replied, "Fu Huang, the Daren's words are all reasonable. But Urchin feels that there are two other people who can take on this heavy responsibility. There's no harm in speaking." Qing de Emperor looked at his eldest son and third son before returning his gaze to He Hing. Based on Urchen's view, the Minister of War Luo Daren and Great Scholar Lu can take on this heavy responsibility. Both Daren were ranked first in the past. Their conduct is also upright, steady, and magnanimous. If the two Daren can be examiners, it would be perfect. He Hing wouldn't be so dumb as to fight for the position of examiner at this time. Right now, Fu Huang was old and was wary of his young sons. It was better for him to recommend two of Fu Huang's old officials to avoid trouble. When He Qi and He Yuan heard this, they both looked at He Hing. What did Lauer mean? Qing de Emperor's expression softened slightly, as though he had heard the answer he wanted. His finger tapped the armrest of the dragon chair. "This matter will be discussed later." Court dismissed. Everyone knew that the emperor had made a decision. They all shouted "Long live the emperor" 3 times as they sent him off. After the emperor left, they slowly stood and left in groups. Ji has good intentions. He Yuan had already understood He Hing's intentions. He smiled wryly as he walked next to He Hing and walked shoulder to shoulder with him, but Didi heard that Luo Daren's daughter is Ursa's Jomu. Saw and this Jiomu have a deep relationship. Is that true? He Hang's steps paused. He smiled at He Yuan. Yu Xiong doesn't know, when did Didi become interested in the affairs of the family? Matters of women's families, let the women worry about them. Yu Xiong doesn't care about that. Hearing the disdain in He Hang's words, He Yuan's expression became slightly ugly. He had always looked down on He Hang's fake smile. He sneered, Ji's words are wrong. Husband and wife are one, caring for each other is the right thing to do. There's no need to differentiate between male and female. Yu Xiong naturally knows this. He Hang's smile became even gentler, but Didi, you don't know. He Yuan snorted. He turned his head and saw Lauda walking towards them. Instantly, his face darkened. Sandy, let's go together. He Chi smiled as he walked in front of the two. I heard that a new restaurant has opened in Jing City. Why don't us brothers go together? He Yuan smiled coldly. Ji is too polite. Didi has other matters and will leave first. Finishing, he left with a cold face, not giving any face to He Chi. This wasn't the first time this had happened. He Chi's expression didn't change as he looked at his back. He looked unconcernedly at He Heng. He's not going. You come with Ge. He Heng smiled as he agreed. His attitude was natural as he walked shoulder to shoulder with He Chi. There wasn't any spark of fighting for succession between the two. He knew inside that He Chi might have an honest appearance, but he was someone who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Half of the credit for He Yuan's domineering reputation was on his head. It was a pity that Lao Da's mother's birth was too low. This was the biggest obstacle to him fighting for succession. But he heard that the emperor was going to greatly reward the Hogong. He wondered if Lao Da's birth mother would be promoted. Logically, with Lao Da as an imperial son, he should have been promoted a long time ago. It was a pity that Lao San's Mufei kept interfering and allowed the eldest prince's birth mother to still have the title of Kiran. The two went to the restaurant together. After eating, they parted. He Heng didn't taste the food and wine, but Lao Da's intention of allying with him to defeat Lao San was hinted at. Returning to the Wang Fu, He Heng found that the servants in the Fu were all smiles. He couldn't resist asking Ming He, who had come to welcome him back, did something good happen in the Fu? Wang Yi, it's the new year. Wang Fei has bestowed silver to us servants. Ming He knelt as he replied, Nu Kai was so happy that we forgot our manners. Please forgive us, Wang Yi. Stand up. Wang Fei bestowed you, it's normal to be happy. He Heng waved his hand. What is Wang Fei doing now? Just now, Nu Kai went to Jingyuan to kowtow and thanks. Wang Fei must be in Jingyuan right now. Nu Kai doesn't know anything else. Ming He bowed and retreated to one side, indicating that he didn't have any intentions of inquiring about Jingyuan. He Heng nodded, his feet turning. Let's go to Jingyuan to take a look. Entering Jingyuan, He Heng skipped the servant's announcement and headed straight for the Jingyuan. Just as he reached the door, he heard the conversation in the room. Princess, isn't this pouch pretty good? Why did you keep it? Forget it. I know you're just comforting me. How can I give away such a thing? But, what is it that you can't give away? He Heng walked in and saw Chu Qingju hiding something behind her. He smiled as he walked behind her. He took the thing and looked. It was a navy blue pouch. One side was embroidered with a simple picture of lucky clouds, the other with a large Fu character. The embroidery really couldn't compare to the ones he usually used. Is it for me? He Heng looked at the pouch again, but didn't return it to Chu Qingju. Seeing the other's awkward expression, he said, I think it's pretty good. Chu Qingju gave a dry cough. I just embroidered for fun, I didn't say it was for you. Then I'll ask for it from you. He Heng took off the pouch on his body and personally put it on. He smiled as he commented, the color is pretty good. Chu Qingju glanced at the pouch and then moved her eyes away. Since Wang Yi likes it, then take it. Finishing, she turned to ask, is Wang Yi eating dinner here tonight? He Heng nodded, the hot pot from last time wasn't bad. Why don't we use that again tonight? Chu Qingju, who coincidentally wanted to eat hot pot, naturally agreed. She felt that it wasn't a loss for her to make such a fuss. At least now, she could eat and drink well, and occasionally be arrogant. Glancing at the navy blue pouch again, she curled her lips. The end of the year was approaching. The people at court also became busy. But the matter of the examinations had been decided. The main examiner was the great scholar of the Hongyuan Pavilion, Lu Jinghong. This person was one of the two people that He Hing had recommended. The assistant examiner was on He Yuan's side. When the imperial decree came down, He Hing wasn't surprised at all. Fu Huang might be wary of his sons, but he still favored He Yuan. Otherwise, why would he have left the position of assistant examiner? It was a pity that his Fu Huang didn't know that spoiling was also harming. He Yuan's appetite would become bigger and bigger, and he would eventually cause trouble. On the 26th day of the 12th month, the palace sent out another decree. Many of the Feipin were promoted. Ning Wang's birth mother, Yao Shi, was promoted to Gui Pin with the title Wen. He Yuan and He Heng's mother both advanced a step, from Fei to Gui Fei. Just as the people of Jing hadn't prepared their gifts, another decree for marriage came down. Minister Luo's eldest granddaughter was betrothed to Qingwang He Ming, to be married in the spring of next year. These edicts came down one after another, beating everyone until they were dizzy. Just the congratulatory gifts alone had already been sent out. Then everyone stretched their necks to watch, waiting to see what Jing City would be like next year. Chu Qingju finished arranging the gifts to be sent to the Luo family and Qingwang Fu, as well as the gifts for the Feipin of each palace. She held a cup of hot tea for Shu Kuei to massage her shoulders, but her mind was thinking about the matter of the Luo family and Qingwang. The Luo family was Zhoumu's paternal family. It wasn't prominent, but it had some reputation in Jing City. It wouldn't be a surprise if the Luo Gunyang married into the imperial family. But she really didn't know if marrying this Qingwang was a good or bad thing. If the first three Wang Yi had any hope of fighting for the throne, then He Ming was just a bystander. Unless the first three all died, otherwise, the throne wouldn't have anything to do with him. This person's ability was as normal as his name. She didn't know how much Qing Emperor disliked this son. The first three sons, one had the meaning of Qilin, one had the meaning of beautiful jade, one had the meaning of profound knowledge. Each was more particular than the other. But when it came to Qingwang, he suddenly lost the thread. The standard of naming dropped and he gave people names that were common on the streets. Even though the meaning was bright, but it didn't look as high class and grand. In the mathematics books of her previous life, the classmate little Ming was so busy. He always had to run water and collect water, he constantly walked from A to B, he constantly rode his bicycle to give out apples, and he constantly went to his maternal grandmother's and uncle's homes. Thinking about it, Chu Qingju shook her head. She said to Mu Jin, the gifts from Qingwang Fu should be a bit more generous. Just this name, it was worth sympathizing with. Mu Jin replied, Wang Fei, just now, the people from the Department of Internal Affairs sent over the annual list. Newbie has already checked the list. Should we put the items into the warehouse? The items from the Department of Internal Affairs weren't rare, but they were still items of the imperial family. This was a matter of face. Chu Qingju nodded. Thinking about how she had to go into the palace to kowtow in greeting in a few days, she felt her knees hurt. Disregarding how complicated the relationships and thoughts of the women in the palace were, just those two troublesome sisters-in-law were enough to make one feel annoyed. At the end of the year, the Luo family belonged to a very lively faction. There was an endless stream of people sending gifts to the Fu. Even if Qingwang, whom the daughter of the Luo family had married, wasn't favored by the emperor, but he was still a Wang Yi. The people of Jing had to give him some face. Luo Lao Tai flipped through the stacks of gift lists in her hands. She commented to her Erxi sitting at the bottom, AI, Yao girl marrying to that kind of place, it's really. The rims of the Luo family's daughter-in-law's eyes were slightly red as she said, the emperor's grace is vast, it is our Luo family's good fortune. Speaking of this, she choked up. If she could choose, she would rather marry her daughter into a normal official's family than marry into the imperial family and suffer. Erxi heard that Qingwang's personality is honest. Once Yaoer marries over, she wouldn't suffer too much. These days are self-made. Luo Lao Tai put down the list, Duan Wang Fu isn't as easy as Qingwang Fu. That Chu girl is living well, Duan Wang treats her well. In the past, our Luo family has also treated Duan Wang Fei well. When Yaoer marries in, she'll have someone to take care of. but Duan Wang and Qin Wang. The words that the Luo family's daughter-in-law were worried hadn't finished when she was interrupted by Luo Lao Tai Tai. The relationships between women are the matters of women, Luo Lao Tai Tai said meaningfully, the others are the matters of men. Our Luo family is only loyal to the emperor. The Luo family's daughter-in-law nodded in understanding. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a servant come in to report that Duan Wang Fu had sent gifts. When the list of gifts was delivered, Luo Lao Tai Tai took the list and nodded. Duan Wang Fei has really treated our Luo family well. We should increase the gifts this year. Finishing, she handed the list to her Erxifu. The Luo family's daughter-in-law took the list and thought with some relief that the Luo family had been kind to Duan Wang Fei. Duan Wang Fei was a person who knew how to repay favors. In the future, when she entered the imperial family, Yao Girl would have someone to take care of. If Duan Wang could ascend, she hurriedly shook her head, suppressing the thought. In Rui Wang Fu, He Yuan had smashed several pieces of porcelain. His handsome face was dark. Is Fu Huang muddle-headed? He's pointing the people of the Luo family to Lao Si. Isn't this clearly pushing the Luo family and Lao Si to Lauer? The Taijian serving him heard this and shook in fright. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, pieces of porcelain stuck in his knees. He didn't dare to frown. Wang Yi, Wang Fei says she wants to see you. A little Yao Huan stood trembling at the door, not daring to look at He Yuan. I won't see her. Smashing another piece of porcelain, He Yuan sat on the carved sandalwood chair. His face darkened for a beat. Come, prepare the carriage to enter the palace. Damn it, if he knew it would be like this, he wouldn't have encouraged Mu Fei to have Fu Huang bestow the Chu family to Lauer. Now it was him, as the beneficiary in He Yuan's eyes. He Heng wasn't as happy as He Yuan had imagined. Because he knew the conduct of the Luo family. As to what Lao Si would choose, it would depend on the future. Holding a cup of Longjing tea, he leaned against the back of the chair with half-closed eyes, thinking about the possible reactions of He Yuan and He Qi. He Heng raised an eyebrow. No matter what, this matter was beneficial to him. However, it was time to send the news of He Yuan's lending to Lao Da. As long as the two of them fought, they wouldn't be able to care about Lao Si's marriage. After all, Lao Si, in their eyes, wasn't important to that extent. Wang Yi, Wang Fei sent someone to deliver chicken soup. Ming He's voice sounded from outside the door. Looking at the chicken soup in front of him, He Heng suddenly thought of Chu Qingju. Fu Wang's imperial decree said that she had great fortune. It wasn't wrong. Wang Fei really could be considered his lucky star. On the 28th day of the 12th month, the imperial court was closed. The palace would occasionally give out rewards to each Fu. The ones that received the rewards were mostly the families of the officials that had some face in Jing. So if there was a reward from the emperor, it represented that the person was valued by the emperor. The little officials that wanted to climb up also watched closely to see which family they could curry favor with and which family they could ask for help. Chu Qingju followed He Heng to kneel in the main hall of the Wang Fu and received the emperor's reward. It was just the Spring Festival couplets, the Fu character and 2 plates of kumquats that the emperor had personally written. Kumquats had the meaning of auspiciousness and could be considered a good omen. After sending away the Taijian, the two returned to the Jingfang and opened the Spring Festival couplets to take a look. The red paper was written in gold and there were flowers drawn on the edges. From Chu Qingju's layman's point of view, the handwriting was very good. But from the strokes, Qing de Emperor's handwriting was more gentle than strong. It could be seen his personality. Casually peeling open a kumquat that was slightly bigger than a thumb, Chu Qingju broke half into her mouth and fed the other half to He Heng. She nodded and commented, the handwriting is good, the kumquats are sweet. He Heng looked at her fluid movements and smiled as he put the couplets away. Xianxia, you and Ming He personally put up the couplets. Yes, Xianxia carefully held the box containing the couplets and left with Ming He. Chu Qingju looked at the pair of Fu characters, then where should we put this pair of Fu characters? Naturally in our room. I'll put it up later. He Heng pointed at the door of the Jingfang and saw Chu Qingju eating kumquats again. It's so cold, don't eat too much cold. Chu Qingju's wrist twisted and shoved the kumquats in her hands into his hands. Since Wang Yi is going to put up the Fu characters, then I'll help you see if it's crooked. Finishing, she took the Fu characters and started to order the servants to get the items to paste the characters. He saw that she was in high spirits and let her be. Under the protection of the Taijin, he stepped on a stool to put up the Fu characters. A bit crooked, move it to the right. Move it to the right. Too much, move it a bit to the left. Move it to the left. Chu Qingju looked critically at Hang's result and nodded reluctantly. It should be like this. When the Taijin heard this, they hastily helped Wang Yi get off the stool. Then they dragged the stool to the side so as not to disturb the little fun between Wang Yi and Wang Fei. Hang took a few steps back and nodded in satisfaction. Then he reached out to tap Chu Qingju's forehead. I think you are blindly directing. Chu Qingju took a step back and replied with a smile. Wang Yi's skill isn't good, how can you blame me? Not far away, Jiang Yongyu and her 3 Xianxia were standing where they were. Seeing Wang Yi and Wang Fei talking and laughing, they didn't know if they should go over or not. Originally, because Wang Fei had rewarded them with some hairpins today, she should have brought people to give thanks. But looking at this scene, how could she be so insensible as to move forward? The other 3 didn't feel good, but they didn't dare to show it on their faces. They only looked at Jiang Yongyu, waiting for her reaction. It's fine, I'll come back tomorrow. Wang Yi and Wang Fei are busy right now. Jiang Yongyu took back her gaze. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she encountered Yin Lu who was carrying a food box. Greetings to Jiang Fei and Yin Yang, Yin Lu bowed. Yin Lu Gunyang doesn't have to be so courteous, Jiang Yongyu smiled. We originally wanted to come and greet Wang Fei, but Wang Yi and Wang Fei are busy. We didn't want to disturb them and will leave first. Before Yin Lu could speak, Yuzan hurried over and bowed to the 4. Jiang Fei and Yin Yang, Wang Fei and Wang Fei are asking you to come over. So it was because Chu Qingju had seen the commotion and had called them over. In the main room, Hang and Chu Qingju sat at the head of the table. The 4 Sichu sat quietly and obediently below. Chu Qingju looked at Feng Zijin. It had only been half a month, but Feng Zijin seemed to have become much more haggard. She sat there like a statue, without any energy. She raised a teacup to take a sip and asked, what is the matter? Today, us sisters have received Wang Fei's reward. We are very grateful and wanted to come and greet, Jiang Yongyu replied. We have disturbed Wang Fei, please forgive us. You're too polite, Chu Qingju put down the teacup. Good flowers need a good vase. Those jewelry and hairpins only shine when they meet a beauty. I just don't want good things to be wasted. It's not worth the trip. Jiang Yongyu smiled. Even though Wang Fei says so, Nu is still very grateful. If there wasn't Wang Fei, Nu wouldn't have so many good things. Finishing, she touched the hairpins in her hair. It was clearly one of the hairpins that Chu Qingju had given her. Hang noticed her action and said, Wang Fei's intentions, you just have to kowtow and give your thanks. Finishing, he smiled at Chu Qingju. No wonder I had someone make jewelry and hairpins a few days ago. So it was like this. Chu Qingju didn't have the mind to purposely act virtuous in front of Hang. It was just because it was the new year and she wanted to make herself more pleasing to the eye. In any case, what was the point of being frugal when it wasn't her own money? Since Wang Yi had spoken, Jiang Yongyu couldn't reply. She could only silently sit at one side and hold the teacup to pass the time. At this time, Huang Yang walked in. After bowing, he announced, Wang Yi, Wang Fei, Yunqing Gunyang requests an audience. Hang slightly furrowed his brows, clearly irritated. She's a Tong Feng, what matter does she have to request an audience with Wang Fei? These words were extremely impolite and made Huang Yang, who had passed on the message, pause. Wang Yi, Yunqing Gunyang says to thank Wang Fei for taking care of her and wants to give a bow to Wang Fei. Huang Yang obediently replied. Tell her to kowtow at the door, Hang said. Tell her, Wang Fei is usually busy. If she has nothing to do, tell her to stay in her room. He was tired of Yunqing's tricks. First she played virtuous, then she pretended to be pitiful. What was she playing now? This kind of woman, if he didn't pay attention to her, in the end, she would find all kinds of reasons and appear in all kinds of ways. Hang took a sip of the tea in his hand. It's fine. These 2 days, get someone to send her to an estate outside. Ben Wang is too lazy to see her. The other Seisher lowered their heads, afraid that Wang Yi would find them unpleasing to the eye and send them to the estate as well. Once the people in this fu were sent out, they wouldn't have much of a chance to come back. They didn't know how Yunqing had provoked Wang Yi to dislike her, but they knew in their hearts that Wang Fei was not to be offended. In the past, there was Yunqing as a lesson, and now there was Feng Zijin as an example. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Wang Yi, this Yunqing is such a young girl. It's such a pity to send her to the estate like this, Chu Qingju said with some regret, such a tender and beautiful girl. He Hing saw her face full of pity and said helplessly, just a woman, but you care more than me. If that's the case, give her a person in the estate so she won't be alone. Chu Qingju knew that the so-called Tongfeng was just a man's plaything. It was normal for them to be given to manservants and servants. Even more, this Yunqing Wang Yi hadn't touched her yet. There was no such thing as monopolizing her. But the Huakui of this generation, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, it was such a pity to give her to a rough person. If Yunqing really was a virtuous person, she would probably turn around and hang herself to death. If she wasn't, it was better to live in the estate than to lose her life in the future. When the other Xianxia heard that Wang Fei, with just a few words, had let Wang Yi marry Yunqing to a rough person, their hearts trembled. Especially Feng Zijin, even her palms were sweating. If she was just sent to the estate, maybe one day the Wang Yi would go to the estate and value her again. At least there would be some hope of her coming back. If she was matched, she could only live with a rough person. For them who were used to a rich life, this was terrifying. When Yunqing heard the shocking news, she almost went crazy and begged to see He Hung, but was stopped by a Taijian. That night, she only carried a bundle and was forced onto a donkey cart. That night, she was sent to an estate in the suburbs and given to a young steward of the estate. A woman being sent away, for the people of the Wang Fu, it was very common. The only thing that could be used as a topic of conversation was this Yunqing Gunyang. She had been so virtuous, so valued by Wang Yi, and so looked down on the servants. Bah, she deserves to be sent away. The little Taijian who had been punished by Yunqing spat. Thinking that his ears weren't very good, the little Taijian wanted Yunqing to die immediately. The other servants looked at him sympathetically. Who told this guy to have bad luck? When he was cleaning the guqin for Yunqing, he broke one of the strings and was punished with a dozen slaps. Now that his ears weren't good, which master would want to use him? It would be hard to climb up in the future. On the day of the spring festival, Chu Qingju woke up early in the morning. She changed into a thick and heavy lawn bird robe with wide sleeves. In her hair, she put on a phoenix tail hair ornament that represented her identity. After a while, she looked at her radiant self and showed some satisfaction. She reached out to let Mujin put on the magic cloud gold shoes for her. When she stood, she saw He Heng was already standing at the door. Looking at He Heng's noble attire, the only thing that was low-key was that dark blue pouch. Chu Qingju smiled and bowed to him. Has Wang Yi specially come to wait for me? He Heng pulled on her hand. Qingju has amazed me today. Chu Qingju rarely dressed like this, but today, when she put on her airs, He Heng couldn't move his eyes away. Slightly raising his chin, the pendant in front of his forehead swayed slightly, revealing the peach blossom that Chu Qingju had drawn on her forehead. As Duan Wang Fei, of course, I can't let others look down on me. He Heng curled his lips. He bent down to hold her hand and whispered in her ear, my Wang Fei, of course, is better than other women. Chu Qingju smiled and blinked at him. She thought inside, he definitely wouldn't dare to say this to Jing Guifei. Otherwise, Jing Guifei would definitely whip him to death. Thinking that she would see her popo, who had become Guifei, in the palace, Chu Qingju strangely felt a little excited. This Jing Guifei who was choked but still pretended to be calm, it really made people like her. Thinking about it, Chu Qingju gave an expectant smile. Lowering his head, he saw the bashful smile on Chu Qingju's face. He Heng's expression became even gentler. Even though the palace banquet was held at night, Chu Qingju and He Heng needed to kowtow to the emperor and empress, so they woke up early in the morning. Even though the relationship between the emperor and empress wasn't good, but the two of them were sitting together today. Chu Qingju and He Heng arrived at Tianqi Palace where the emperor lived. When the Taijian summoned them in, they saw He Qi and Wei Qingyi already sitting on chairs. He Heng took a few steps forward, bringing Chu Qingju to kneel in front of the emperor and empress. Chen and Wang Fei come to give a New Year greeting to Fu Huang and Muhu. Finishing, he presented a sandalwood box with both hands, wishing Fu Huang the 3 stars of fortune, wealth and longevity to always be with you, and for your good fortune to benefit the world. Qingde Emperor took the sandalwood box. Seeing the statues of the 3 stars of fortune, wealth and longevity, he smiled. Hunger and your wife, stand up. When one was older, they wanted more fortune and longevity. This salary also had the meaning of status. It matched Qingde Emperor's wishes, so his smile warmed slightly. You too, sit. Finishing, he ordered the Taijian to bring chairs for the two. This was the first time Chu Qingju saw the emperor. She took the opportunity to examine the other as she sat down. The emperor's appearance was more normal than his son's. His body was slightly plump, his brows showing signs of fatigue and old age. No wonder his sons all had other thoughts. De Ji came early. He sat down and raised his hands to He Qi. He smiled as he greeted. Didi greets Gij. Di also came early. He Qi laughed brightly and then looked at the emperor. Seeing that the emperor was still looking at the things Lauer had given, he asked, Fu Huang, this year the national treasury is full. Chen heard the storytellers in the restaurants and teahouses all praise Fu Huang's benevolence. Has Fu Huang heard this? Hearing this, Qingde Emperor closed the wooden box in his hand and put it to one side. He turned to look at He Qi. You, this child, love to run to the restaurants and teahouses. What are you listening to all this for? Fu Huang, please forgive me. Chen's words will offend you a little. Chen feels that the common people are mostly honest. When they say you are benevolent, it naturally comes from their hearts. Chen is secretly happy when I hear it. He Qi straightened his neck and looked like he had to explain himself. Son can't be like imperial father who doesn't care about undeserved reputation. In any case, when they praise you, son can't help but feel happy. This flattery was really good, Chu Qingju thought silently. This Ming Wang seemed to speak honestly, but his honest words were too pleasing to the ear. Look at how happy the emperor was, his laughter was several decibels higher. De Ji, you are really something. You clearly know that Fu Huang doesn't like to hear this, but you still say it. He smiled as he remarked, not just this year, but in the past, many people have said that Fu Huang is benevolent and wise. I don't dare to say it to Fu Huang, and just enjoy it for myself. When He Qi heard this, he cursed in his heart. This second bro really knew how to follow up. According to what he said, not only did he elevate his father even higher, but he also implied that he only found out about it this year. Wasn't he setting him up, as expected? After hearing He Hang's words, Qingde Emperor laughed even more happily. After a few laughs, he turned to say to the empress, look, these children, they aren't like a Wang Yi at all. To be so happy over such a small matter, they are a joke to others. The empress gave a suitable smile and spoke in a tone that seemed as though she felt it was unfair for the two. Emperor, these 2 children are pure and filial. Hearing other people praise their father, they naturally feel happy. How can you say their filial piety is the nature of children? Xia is going to cry out for the injustice of these 2 children. Chu Qingju sneaked a look at He Hang beside her. This person was eloquent and had a steady personality. This kind of man would be successful anywhere, and the possibility of him becoming emperor wasn't small. Thinking about her possible fate after this person ascended to the throne, Chu Qingju felt that before he ascended to the throne, she should enjoy herself. Even though the barrier between men and women in Delong dynasty wasn't as severe as in the Ming and Qing dynasties, but Chu Qingju perceptively kept her head down and didn't look around. Even when she occasionally raised her eyes, it was in the direction of the empress and Wei Qingyi. Just when she accidentally raised her head, she found that Wei Qingyi was also examining her. And in the other's expression, there was a hint of mockery and sympathy towards her. Chu Qingju, who felt slightly lost at this expression, paused. Coincidentally, the legendary little classmate He Ming came in at this time. She felt that there was some meaning in sitting here. At least she could see what this child who had been tricked by his father was like. She quickly glanced at He Ming, who was wearing a blue brocade robe. He wasn't as resolute as He Qi, not as warm as He Heng, not as handsome as He Yuan. He looked slightly average, but he was still a handsome boy. Watching him obediently bow and sit down, Chu Qingju sighed. Such a good child, but it was a pity that he had a father who tricked him. Seeing that Lao Si had come but his favorite Lao San hadn't arrived, the smile on Qing de Emperor's face became fainter and fainter. The three brothers seemed to have agreed on this and didn't tease the emperor anymore, each pretending to be deep and silent. After sitting for another 15 minutes, when the smile on Qing de Emperor's face had disappeared, He Yuan finally arrived. Chu Qingju saw that he had managed to make Qing de Emperor beam with just a few words and finally understood what it meant to be biased. Seeing Qing de Emperor joyfully put on the prayer beads that He Yuan had given him, He Hing calmly raised his teacup to take a sip. He Qi only twitched his mouth. He Ming still sat silently. The expressions of the three were enough to prove that they were used to this kind of thing. There wasn't even a hint of jealousy. Chu Qingju felt sorrow for the emperor. Maybe he didn't know, but the other three sons didn't have any feelings for him. Because if they had feelings, they wouldn't have been so calm when they saw this scene. But when she thought about it, what was even sadder was the three imperial sons. To have such a father, it was a great misfortune. It was fine that he didn't care for them, but he only cared for one child and treated them like they didn't exist. After sitting for a while, the three brothers were chased away by the emperor with the excuse that they were going to greet their mothers. Only He Yuan remained to sit with them. The contrast was even more stark. No wonder He Yuan would be so arrogant. Chu Qingju and Wei Qingyi walked shoulder to shoulder. The two hadn't seen each other since the plum appreciation banquet. At this time, both of them had friendly smiles on their faces. Daimai, how have you been recently? I heard that a few days ago, an ignorant servant from your fu was sent to the estate? Wei Qingyi smiled faintly. I just heard San Daimai say it. I don't know if it's true or not. Just an ignorant Yao Mei. I didn't care about sending her away. I didn't want her to be alone at such a young age, so I tried to persuade Wang Yi that it would be good to send someone. Chu Qingju smiled carelessly. I don't know where San Daimai heard such small things. Daimai is kind. Just sell those servants that don't follow the rules. There's no need to spend so much effort on them. Wei Qingyi jerked the corner of her mouth. As to how San Daimai knew, I don't know. There's nothing that can't be said to others. San Daimai must be concerned. Chu Qingju smiled as she caressed her earlobe, revealing a sweet smile. As to sending this person away, it was Wang Ye's idea. I'm fine. Wei Qingyi instantly felt that this smile was blinding. Coincidentally, she saw her Wang Yi raise his hands to bid farewell to Duan Wang. She said in a regretful tone, it looks like we have to part ways with Daimai here. We'll meet again at the banquet. Sa, take care. Chu Qingju smiled as she bowed to send her off. After Wei Qingyi and He Qi walked shoulder to shoulder, she walked next to He Heng. They were all in the business of Wang Fei, who didn't know how to make people choke with their words. He Heng knew that Chu Qingju had been talking to Sa, but as a man, he wasn't interested in women's topics and hadn't listened closely. Seeing the smile on Chu Qingju's face, he didn't ask more. He slowed his steps and matched Chu Qingju's pace. When they reached Jing Guifei's Zhongjing Palace, before they entered the room, Chu Qingju first heard the laughter of a woman. The palace maids didn't dare to laugh like this, the Feiping wouldn't laugh like this. It seemed that it was someone that Jing Guifei was familiar with. When they entered the room, Chu Qingju saw a woman standing behind Jing Guifei as expected. As she massaged Jing Guifei's shoulders, she chatted to make Jing Guifei happy. Then she saw the eyes of this woman fly towards He Heng. When Jing Guifei saw He Heng, the smile on her face became even brighter. After the two made their greetings, she let the two sit down. After asking He Heng a few questions about his daily life, she turned to Chu Qingju and said, Erxifu, you might not know this Xiatu. She is the daughter of Bengong's paternal cousin. Ran Shuang, come greet your Gij and Sa. Ran Shuang greets Gij, greets Sa. Wei Ran Shuang moved gracefully. With a bashful smile, she bowed in front of the two before retreating with a red face to one side. But her little eyes were still sneaking onto He Heng's body. So it's our Wang Ye's Mimi. I didn't know you would be here today and didn't prepare a greeting gift. Finishing, she took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and stood to walk in front of Wei Ran Shuang. She took her hand and personally put it on before continuing, this is the bracelet that my mother left for me. Even though it's not expensive, but the quality is good. I hope that Mimi doesn't dislike it. Chu Qingju knew that Jing Guifei's surname was Wei. Her father had been the grand tutor when the emperor was still the crown prince. Right now, Wei Daren only had the empty title of Tai Bao and no real power. Wei Daren had a younger brother who was a 5th-grade provincial governor. After so many years, he didn't have any accomplishments. Now that Jing Guifei said that Wei Ranshuang was her cousin's daughter, it was just to make Wei Ranshuang look better. In reality, wasn't she just the granddaughter of a 5th-grade local official? Since this Wei Ranshuang dared to openly call her Sa, then she was happy to accept. Ranshuang doesn't dare to take Cao Cao's things. Wei Ranshuang wanted to take off the bracelet but was stopped by Chu Qingju. You are Wang Ye's Mimi, so you are my Mimi. Then there's no need to be so courteous between us. Finishing, she looked in puzzlement at Jing Guifei. Mufei, Mimi usually isn't in Jing City. Otherwise, such a beautiful Mimi, how come I haven't seen her before? Jing Guifei looked at Chu Qingju pressing down on her niece's movements and smiled faintly, replying, her father was stationed elsewhere and was recently transferred back to Jing. So it's like that. Chu Qingju smiled as she pulled Wei Ranshuang to sit down. Now that Mimi has returned to Jing, in the future, I'll have a sister to join in the fun. Jing Guifei saw Chu Qingju's enthusiasm and felt her heart hurt. Had her Erxifu not thought about the reason she had specially brought this person here, her Tang Xiong was only a little 6th-grade official now that he had been transferred back to Jing City. Even if she wanted to help him, Ranshuang wouldn't be able to marry into a good family. So she thought about letting her son see this girl. If he liked her, at least in the future, he wouldn't mistreat her. If he didn't like her, then it was a chance for brother and sister to get to know each other. Even more, she didn't really want her niece to be her son's Jia. Seeing that her son didn't even look directly at her niece, Jing Guifei knew that there was no hope. She turned to look at Chu Qingju and almost couldn't stop her expression from changing. She was holding Wei Yatu's hand and not willing to let go. What did she mean? Mimi's skin is so good, it's so comfortable to the touch. Chu Qingju's face was full of admiration. It can be seen that the place Mimi lives in is better nourishing than Jing City. Finishing, she actually smiled and rubbed that white and tender little hand. Jing Guifei didn't feel good. Where did her Erxifu's brain go? Didn't she have a sense of danger? Didn't she know to guard against other women? Saying another woman's skin was good in front of her husband, was she trying to arouse her husband's curiosity? For some reason, looking at Chu Qingju's happy smile, Jing Guifei felt helpless and restless. She turned to look at her son. She saw her son sipping tea with a smile on his face and didn't react at all. She could only open, Hunger, in a few days, your Ershu will come to visit you. Find time to meet him. He Hing knew what his Mufei meant and nodded slightly, replying, Erchen understands. Finishing, he pushed a plate of kumquats next to him towards where Chu Qingju was sitting. Jing Guifei saw his action and didn't say anything. But when her eyes looked at Chu Qingju, she felt even more restless. During the noon meal, Chu Qingju and He Hing sat around Jing Guifei, one on the left and one on the right. The palace maids came in with things to help the three wash and wipe their hands. Jing Guifei had intentions of elevating Wei Ranshuang, but Wei Ranshuang's status meant that she couldn't sit with the three of them. Chu Qingju looked at Wei Ranshuang who was standing behind Jing Guifei. This Wei Mimi, who had just returned to Jing, had a pretty appearance. There was a hint of delicateness and the way she stood submissively behind Jing Guifei was very likable. But in this ancient era, there were too many things that could happen between cousins. Chu Qingju saw that she was sneaking glances at He Heng and guessed that she was starting to feel amorous. Taking the handkerchief that the palace maid handed over to dry her hands, Chu Qingju's gaze swept across He Heng. The other looked as though he wasn't interested in Wei Ranshuang. She smiled and watched as the dishes were brought out. After the meal, Wei Ranshuang accompanied Jing Guifei back to the inner room to rest. Chu Qingju and He Heng went to the side room. The items in the side room were complete. Chu Qingju even saw a bunch of twisted characters hanging on the wall. It looked like the graffiti of a child. He Heng saw Chu Qingju look at the characters and coughed dryly, explaining, this was the room I lived in with Mufei when I was young. After I was 6, I moved to the side hall. After I was 10, I moved to my own palace. Chu Qingju looked at the year under the characters. Qing to 17th year. At that time, Hiheng was only 5. She took her gaze back and smiled, commenting, Wang Ye's talent is exceptional. Qingju can see that your talent is exceptional from this, it shows that your vision is exceptional. Hiheng smiled as he sat down on the bed, come rest on the bed. Tonight, we can only return to the Fu very late. Chu Qingju let the servants take off the hairpins and the grand outer robe. After everyone left the room, she nimbly sat down on the bed. She glanced sideways at him, remarking, if my vision wasn't good, how could I have liked Wang Yi? He couldn't help but laugh at this kind of talk. Hiheng had to admit that he was very happy to hear the words. In the end, he just pressed the person down on the bed, you marrying me was Fu Wang's decree. How was it because you liked me? Chu Qingju pulled the blanket behind her, muttering, it's fine if I liked him later. Hiheng looked at the person whose head was buried in the quilt. The corners of his mouth rose helplessly, but his eyes unconsciously softened. Jing Guifei's afternoon nap wasn't long. She woke up after a little less than an hour. She sat up from the bed and looked at Wei Ranshuang who was sitting silently at the side. She let a palace maid help her change into the clothes and hairpins for the banquet. Seeing that Wei Ranshuang was about to come forward to braid her hair, Jing Guifei stopped her. Looking at her own beauty in the mirror, Jing Guifei faintly opened, Ranshuang, do you know why Ben Gong let you enter the palace? Wei Ranshuang hadn't spent much time with Jing Guifei. Hearing Jing Guifei's question, she panicked before answering shyly, niece doesn't know. Picking out a ruby peach hairpin from a jewelry box to give to a palace maid, Jing Guifei's face was calm as she said, before you entered the palace, your mother must have told you a lot. But there are some things Ben Gong has to make clear to you. Duan Wang is already an adult. Ben Gong can't make decisions for him, and doesn't want to force me to make decisions for him. You can rest your thoughts now. Wei Ranshuang's face paled. A beat later, she said in a small voice, Aunt, I don't ask for much, I just want to stay by Biaoji's side. Finishing, her face was completely red. Hearing this, Jing Guifei smiled. It wasn't clear if it was mockery or something else. She raised an eyebrow and tilted her head to look at the young girl standing at the side. You've only seen Hunger for a while and you want to be with him for the rest of your life? Young women were always easily influenced by a man's status, appearance, and mannerisms. They didn't care what the man's personality was like, what his family was like. They would feel that it was true love and dive in. As to the result, they never thought about it. Wei Ranshuang's face became even redder. She secretly buried her head but didn't refute Jing Guifei's words. Then what do you think of Duan Wang Fei? When Jing Guifei mentioned her Erxifu, her eyebrow jumped again. Duan Wang Fei is the most beautiful and graceful. Wei Ranshuang bit her lower lip and squeezed out a few words, I don't want to compare with Wang Fei and don't dare to. You can't compare to her, Jing Guifei personally drew her eyebrows. When she looked at Wei Ranshuang again, her words were merciless, I don't want you to be a Xianxia. If you are willing, I will definitely get someone to find you a good husband. Even though her daughter-in-law wasn't what she wanted, she had to admit that her niece really couldn't compare to Chu Qingju. Appearance, family background, presence, bearing, even the qualities that made men happy, Wei Ranshuang was far from Chu Qingju. As a Chia, she couldn't compare to a proper wife. What could she use to fight for a man's affection? Wei Ranshuang's face became even paler but she gritted her teeth and didn't speak. Jing Guifei saw her like this and furrowed her brows. She didn't speak again. To put it crudely, it wasn't her brother's daughter. Since the other wouldn't listen, she didn't want to say more. Coming out of the inner room, Jing Guifei saw that there was no one in the outer hall and asked, they haven't woken up yet? Ding Mama knew who Nyang was talking about and answered, Wang Yi and Wang Fei must have gotten angry a bit early today and are slightly tired. They haven't woken up yet. Newbie should go call them now. Fine, let them sleep. I don't know how long it's going to be tonight, Jing Guifei waved her hand. She drank a mouthful of tea to make herself more alert. Shu Guifei, that woman, is probably going to make things difficult for Ben Gong tonight. Tell the people accompanying Ben Gong to the banquet to be careful. Ding Mama hurriedly agreed. Her Nyang and Shu Guifei had fought for many years. These years, they didn't like each other. Luckily, Wang Yi had worked hard. Otherwise, with the emperor's favoritism towards Xu Guifei, Nyang might have suffered at Xu Guifei's hands. As the two were talking, they saw He Heng and Chu Qingju walk in hand. Jing Guifei stopped talking. Seeing her Erxifu staring at her in awe, she instantly felt very pleased. She opened, "You just woke up. Drink some tea to refresh yourself. Later, have some pastries." At this kind of banquet, it was never enough to eat. Chu Qingju knew this. After she sat down and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea, she commented, "Mu Fei's dress is so beautiful." Because the other's praise was too direct and lacking in skill, Jing Guifei held the teacup and remarked, "This dress was specially made by the Shengyi Bureau. It took a lot of time to make, naturally it's not very beautiful." Other families' Erxifu's speech was full of twists and turns, and when praising others, she would use classics. How come when it came to her, it was just a dry sentence? Even her enthusiasm for showing off had decreased by half. Jing Guifei expressed that she wasn't happy at all. Wei Ranshuang saw the situation and went forward to change a cup of hot tea for Jing Guifei. She smiled and remarked, "Gu's dress, the celestial cranes look like they're in a fairyland. I don't know how the embroidery mother embroidered it, but it's so eye-catching. Look at her, look at her." Jing Guifei glanced at Chu Qingju. Holding the newly changed teacup, she smiled and remarked, "Ben Gong wants them to make something, naturally it has to be done well. Otherwise, what's the use in keeping it? Gu is of high status, they wouldn't dare to mistreat you." Wei Ranshuang finished and said to Chu Qingju, "The workmanship of Xiaoxiao's dress is very rare. It must have taken a lot of time to make." Chu Qingju smiled as she looked at Wei Ranshuang, "We are members of the imperial family. At times like this, we have to be more particular." Her good Biao Mei wasn't a harmless little white rabbit. Wei Ranshuang's smile dimmed slightly. "Yes, people like us, we don't need these things." "That's true," Chu Qingju nodded, "for a girl like you, it's fine to wear anything, there's no need to be particular." The dimness on her face froze. Wei Ranshuang felt that the other's matter-of-fact tone made her heart feel uncomfortable. A beat later, she squeezed out a smile, "Xiaoxiao's status is high, naturally we have to pay more attention. There's no way around it. We can't let our Wang Yi lose face." Chu Qingju sighed helplessly. She turned to look at He Heng, "Right, Wang Yi." He Heng nodded. Without looking at Wei Ranshuang, he smiled and replied, "You're right." When a woman spoke, as a man, other than responding, he really didn't have any interest in what they were saying. Men with ability, they didn't mind how expensive or how much money they spent. There were only 2 kinds of men that disliked the extravagance of a woman. One was a good-for-nothing, the other was a change of heart. Chu Qingju didn't know if He Heng had a change of heart, but she knew that He Heng was very capable. Looking at the interaction between the two, the dimness on Wei Ranshuang's face became much more real. But she couldn't say anything else and could only force a smile. "Gij and Xiaoxiao's relationship is very good." He Heng slowly followed up, "Me and your Sa are husband and wife, of course our relationship is good." Wei Ranshuang didn't speak again. Jing Guifei faintly looked at the scene. She put the teacup in her hand to one side and motioned for Ding Mama to change a cup for her before opening. "The pastries in the kitchen should be ready. Ben Gong will get someone to bring them up. Erxifu, later on at the banquet, you can't drink too much." If she had to leave halfway through the banquet, wouldn't she lose face? Hearing this, Chu Qingju nodded, "Erxifu will remember. Thank you Mu Fei for the reminder." Finishing, she threw a grateful look at Mu Fei. Jing Guifei jerked the corner of her mouth. She felt that she didn't want to talk to her anymore. When the sky darkened, Jing Guifei finally spoke, "Hunger, you go to the front first. Ben Gong will take Erxifu to the rear hall." He Heng stood and gave a bow. He gave Chu Qingju a reassuring look before leaving the door of Zhongjing Palace. "Let's go, Erxifu." Jing Guifei touched the buyao at her temples. She stood and ordered, later, obediently follow Ben Gong. "Don't speak carelessly." She felt that if she didn't give a few more orders, she wouldn't be reassured. Chu Qingju went forward to hold her hand. She smiled and replied, "Erxifu will remember." The state banquets of Delong dynasty were always held in Zhaoyang Hall, so the entire Zhaoyang Hall was very large. Even the decorations were grand and carried the authority and awe of the imperial house. At the very top of the hall, there was a dragon and phoenix table lined with gold. Below it, there was a row of square tables on the left and right. Chu Qingju walked into the hall and found that all the people sitting on the left were men, and all the women on the right. There were already a few people sitting at the first table on the right. Chu Qingju looked closely. Wei Qingyi and Qin Bailu were each accompanied by a beautiful matron. These two matrons must be Xu Guifei and Wen Guipin. The plainly dressed matron sitting next to them should be Qing Wang's birth mother, and Guipin. Jing Guifei walked over with a smile. Chu Qingju helped her to sit down on the seat next to Xu Guifei. She pointed at the seat next to her. Erxifu, you should also sit. Chu Qingju smiled and bent her knees to greet the others. Greetings to Xu Guifei and Guipin, Wen Guipin. And Guipin was Qing Wang's birth mother. She looked like a very docile woman and was very similar to Wen Guipin sitting next to her. But Chu Qingju found that Wen Guipin's eyes and brows were very soft, different from Wen Guipin's docile appearance. Lao Shifu doesn't have to be so courteous, sit down, Xu Guifei smiled, you became ill not long after you entered the door. Ben Gong didn't get a good look at you. Seeing you today, it's such a good Erxifu. No wonder Jia hides you all day and doesn't let you come out. Hearing this, Jing Guifei's eyebrow rose. She smiled wryly as she remarked, Ben Gong's Erxifu doesn't like to go out usually. Ben Gong can't do anything about it. Her personality is wooden, not as clever as Lao San's. Mimi, don't laugh. She had a Erxifu that liked to join in on everything. She dared to criticize her family's Erxifu. It wasn't so easy to drive a wedge between her and her Erxifu. The smile on Xu Guifei's face became somewhat ugly. Glancing at Qin Bailu beside her, she said with a smile that did not reach her eyes, Jia must be joking. They are all from prestigious families. Which one of them isn't virtuous and intelligent? That's true, Jing Guifei allowed a palace maid to pour tea for her. She turned to continue, Lao San's Erxifu comes from a scholarly family. She must be a rare talent. I don't dare to be called a talented woman. Qin Bailu stood and bowed. Jing Guifei Nyang is flattering Erxi. Jing Guifei glanced at the ghastly white dress she was wearing and then looked at her Erxi's complicated red lawnbird girdled wide-sleeved dress. Even though it was a bit wasteful, it was New Year and red looked more festive. And Guipin silently watched this scene and sipped her tea. Her daughter-in-law hadn't married yet, and she wasn't as noble as these two. There was really nothing to fight about. However, the daughter-in-law of the second son's family was indeed a bit too distinctive. When this young lady was still unmarried, she had seen her in the palace. She didn't seem to have such a distinctive appearance. The emperor and the empress have arrived. The two Guifei Niang, who had been throwing daggers at each other, stopped talking at the same time. They gracefully stood up and then slowly knelt down. Chu Qingju, who was at the side, sighed in amazement. She saw that they were so familiar with their work, it was as if they could enter a different state at any moment. As Jing Guifei knelt down, she listened to the Taijian call and kowtowed once before Chu Qingju helped Jing Guifei to stand. Using this action, she found that Jing Guifei's eyes were emotionless as she looked at the emperor. She couldn't help but look at the man standing at the top. The old man was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. His slightly bloated figure made the once handsome him look ordinary. But it was this kind of man that caused the women in the Hogong to scheme and waste all of their youth. It's New Year's Day. Beloved subjects don't have to be so courteous. Give them a seat. Qing the Emperor waved his hand and sat down. Seeing the people below kneel at his feet and shout long live 3 times before they dared to sit down, the smile on his face became even brighter. After they clapped their hands, a few women dressed in colorful dancing costumes walked in and began to dance a festive dance. The food and wine flowed out. Chu Qingju looked at the plates of exquisite food and the corner of her mouth moved. But looking at Jing Guifei sitting as straight as Mount Tai, she didn't speak in the end. No wonder Jing Guifei had told them to eat desserts before coming. These dishes looked beautiful but they didn't have much heat. Who liked to eat this in the middle of winter? She slightly tilted her head to look at the young girls dancing in the middle of the hall. Every bend of the waist, every wave of the hand was graceful. But the people watching all had a slight smile on their faces. The smile at the corner of their lips seemed to have been imprinted, not one bit more, not one bit less. After the dance, a few more men and women dressed in costumes came, singing something auspicious. Chu Qingju wasn't interested and let Mu Jin pick up a piece of dessert for her to eat to pass the time. Lauda, how come I don't see your genre today? Xu Guifei looked at Wei Qingyi, who was sitting upright. Her tone was regretful. There aren't many children in the palace, it always seems a bit lonely. Guifei Nyang, Zhong'er has caught a cold these past 2 days. Erxi was worried that he would enter the palace and spread the illness to the nobles, so he stayed in the fu. He Zhong was Wei Qingyi's child. Usually, she carefully protected him. Hearing Xu Guifei mention the child, her heart tightened. She gave a warm smile on her face and said in a respectful tone, "When he's better, Erxi will bring him in to greet Nyang." So it's like that, Xu Guifei nodded. She ordered the servant beside her to bring some medicine for Wei Qingyi before smiling and saying, "This child has to be careful. The weather is cold these days. As a mother, you have to put in more effort." This attitude, it was as if she was the mistress of the house. Sitting beside Wei Qingyi, when Guipin didn't say a word, a gentle smile hanging on her face the entire time. Wei Qingyi responded. She tilted her head and personally picked up a 1,000-layer cake for Wen Guipin. "Mu Fei, try this cake. Sweet but not greasy, it's very good." The smile on Wen Guipin's face became even more gentle. After taking 2 bites of the 1,000-layer cake, "You don't have to keep taking care of me, eat something for yourself. If Mu Fei can use it well, it's Erxi's good fortune." Wei Qingyi put down her chopsticks and smiled as she poured a cup of plum wine for Wen Guipin. "This wine isn't intoxicating. It's perfect with the 1,000-layer cake." Lauda is so virtuous. The smile on Xu Guifei's face became fainter. She looked at Qin Bailu, who was holding a cup of wine, and felt her heart wasn't in a good mood. She turned to ask Jing Guifei, "Jia, don't you agree?" Jing Guifei glanced at Xu Guifei and smiled, commenting, "These Erxi, they're all filial children. Mimi, don't be envious of Wen Guipin and forget your own good Erxi." Her own heart wasn't in a good mood and she wanted to pull her down. Did she think she didn't have a brain? Qin Bailu knew that her popo wasn't happy and put down the wine cup in her hand. She turned and personally put a piece of crab meat into Xu Guifei's bowl. Xu Guifei took a small bite and said faintly, "The crabs in winter aren't as tender as those in autumn. Such a big crab, it just looks good." Qin Bailu's hand tightened on the chopsticks. In the end, she could only smile and say, "Mu Fei's words are reasonable. Why don't you try this duck tongue? Erxi is fine with it." "No need," Xu Guifei smiled, "eat it yourself. Ben Gong doesn't have much of an appetite." "Ben Gong thinks it's not bad." Jing Guifei looked at Chu Qingju. "Erxi, get it for Ben Gong to try." Chu Qingju saw that the other wanted to show off her appearance and could only smile as she rolled up her sleeves and picked 2 for Jing Guifei. She even considerately broke the bones at the base of the tongue. "You honest child, don't just focus on me." Jing Guifei finished eating the duck tongue and smiled as she let the palace maid behind her pour a bowl of soup for Chu Qingju. "Us women should drink more soup, there are many benefits." Chu Qingju smiled as she raised the bowl and said intimately, "Thank you, Mu Fei." Then she buried her head and obediently started to drink. Xu Guifei looked at this scene of a loving mother and a filial daughter-in-law. She snorted coldly, but the anger in her heart became even more irritated. Jing Guifei was in a good mood as she used a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. Only stupid women would embarrass their Erxi in front of others. If there was something, they could go back to their own rooms to make a fuss. At the very least, the Erxi was a Wang Fei. This place was filled with noble women. If the Erxi didn't have any face, wouldn't the mother-in-law be in the limelight? It would just cause her son to lose face and become a joke to others. At the male guest section, the first table to the right was the 4 He brothers and the old Wang Yi of the imperial family. But the old Wang Yi were very perceptive and treated the 4 very courteously. He Hing sat between He Yuan and He Qi, a smile on his face as he conversed with the people sitting at the table. He was elegant and dignified. "CD, the good thing is near. Today, you should drink a few more cups with us brothers." He Qi raised a wine cup and said to He Ming, "Come." He Ming's face was already tinged with drunkenness, but he couldn't refuse De Ji's request. He could only raise the wine cup with a bitter face. "Thank you, De Ji. DD will drink first." He Yuan's white fingers rubbed the rim of the cup. He looked at Da's forthright manner as he toasted everyone at the table. He raised an eyebrow and flicked the wine cup. De has a good tolerance for alcohol. Haha, big brother, you can't do anything else, but your alcohol tolerance is passable. He reached out and patted He Yuan's shoulder, causing the wine in He Yuan's cup to spill out. It's not good to drink with your delicate appearance. Looking at the back of his hand that had been spilled, He Yuan disdainfully put down the wine cup. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand clean before smiling coldly. Didi doesn't go to the restaurants and tea houses as often as De. Naturally, my tolerance for alcohol isn't as good as Deji's. As though he didn't hear the disdain in the words, He smiled and said, it's not good for a man to not know how to drink. Don't you agree? It doesn't have to be a man that knows how to drink, and not all men like to drink. He smiled as he raised the wine cup towards He. Occasionally drinking a few cups alone is a happy thing, but if it's like drinking is your life, then you have to politely decline. Didi doesn't have as good a tolerance as De. This cup goes to De. Finishing, he didn't care for He's reaction, throwing his head back to drink. He Yuan watched with cold eyes and snorted in disdain. He took the wine cup that the Taijian had just replaced. Erdi's words are reasonable. He's smile was still as straightforward as before. He also drank a cup, but he didn't continue to toast. He obediently sat at his seat and started to eat. He lowered his head, lightly smiling as he swirled the empty wine cup in his hand. After the food and wine were taken away, it was the time for the subordinate countries to come forward and offer their tributes. Chu Qingju looked at the obedient envoys and the matter-of-fact attitude of the people around her. She suddenly understood what it meant by might was the truth. As the Taijian read out the list that the envoys had sent up, the ones that had given the most tributes had smug expressions, the ones that had given the least were full of poverty. They wanted to kowtow to Qing the Emperor to express their helplessness at not having any more food. After these envoys retreated, another hour had passed. Chu Qingju held a teacup and had a new understanding of Delong dynasty. This was a powerful dynasty. It was even a place of pilgrimage in the eyes of other small countries. Since it was like this, the possibility of Delong dynasty having foreign wars in the next few decades was very small. No wonder Qing the Emperor had such a soft personality. Just at this time, a heavy drum suddenly sounded. Chu Qingju saw the Emperor and Empress come out of the Great Hall and kneel on the white jade platform outside the hall. She, who had followed the crowd out, paused slightly and knelt down with Jing Guifei. She listened to Qing the Emperor's prayers to the heavens, as though he was begging for good weather and prosperity for the people in the coming year. When the fireworks exploded above Chu Qingju's head, she finally woke up. At this time, the Emperor had just finished his prayers. She helped Jing Guifei stand and retreated to one side. Then she heard the singing of singers and some laughter. She raised her head and saw the multicolored fireworks explode. She couldn't help but blink. Her eyes seemed to be sore and uncomfortable. Jing Guifei dazedly stared at the fireworks for a beat. She lowered her head and said, "The Emperor and Empress have already returned to the palace. It's getting late, you should also return." Finishing, she held the hand of a palace maid. "Ben Gong is also tired. Mufei, Erxi will send you back." Chu Qingju held Jing Guifei's hand. Seeing that her brows were slightly tired, she took the cloak that Mu Jin had prepared for her and draped it over Jing Guifei. "No need." Jing Guifei looked at the long red dress that Chu Qingju was wearing. Her hand lightly wrapped around the knot of the cloak. "It's cold at night. You and Hunger should return early. This place isn't far from Zhongjing Palace. Ben Gong can take the step carriage back." Finishing, she waved her hand and didn't pay any more attention to Chu Qingju. She held the hand of a palace maid and left. Chu Qingju stood in the same spot for a while before supporting Mu Jin down the tall white marble steps. The long skirt swept across the stone steps like a stream of water. At the bottom of the stone steps, the four He brothers stood a few steps away from each other. He Yuan's expression was cold, and behind him was the expressionless Qin Bailu. The two of them did not have a deep relationship to begin with, and when the two of them met, Qin Bailu still had a wronged expression on her face. This made He Yuan's expression turn sour, and the two of them stood stiffly at arm's length. Qin Bailu hated her mother-in-law for not giving her face and blamed He Yuan for not being gentle enough. Originally, she had already been wronged, but she still had to look at He Yuan's face. This made her even angrier. She didn't care what others thought of her and just stood there with a sullen face. Seeing her like this, He Yuan looked away impatiently. He raised his head and saw a red figure walking down the white jade stairs. White and red in the flickering fireworks, it was an indescribably seductive sight. He refocused. When the person came closer, he found that it was He Hang's Wang Fei. Seeing that it was his brother's woman, he didn't look any longer. He coolly moved his gaze away and turned to leave without a word. He clearly had no intentions of bidding farewell to his brothers. He Ming wanted to open his mouth to say goodbye, but seeing that De Ji and Ji didn't seem to have seen the scene, he hesitated and lowered his head. My hands are a bit cold. He Hang walked to the bottom of the stone steps. When Chu Qingju stepped down the last white jade step, he held her hand. He took off the cloak he was wearing and wrapped Chu Qingju tightly before bowing to He Qi and He Ming. De Ji, sid, I'm leaving first. D, please go ahead. He Qi glanced at Di Mei, who was tightly wrapped up, and smiled as he waved his hand. It's late. Di and Di Mei should return early. No wonder Lao was so protective of her that she looked like an eyeball, and even carried a small pouch on her body. He looked teasingly at He Hang. This Di Mei really did have some beauty. He Ming was well behaved and didn't even glance. He respectfully bowed with his hands in front, saying, Ge, take care. He moved to see her off. The fog's fur felt itchy on the tip of her nose. Chu Qingju reached out to push it away and coincidentally saw He Ming's proper bow. CD, wait. He Hang grabbed Chu Qingju's hand and smiled at He Ming. We're brothers, you don't have to be so courteous. Finishing, he turned to leave. He Ming looked in puzzlement at Ji's back as he strode away. His steps hadn't even come back. After you get married, you'll understand. He Qi reached out to pat his shoulder. Coincidentally, he saw Wei Qingyi come out and said, Gu is also returning. You should also return to the Fu early. Finishing, he casually walked away. He Ming looked in bewilderment as He Qi walked away. Seeing De Sa come over, he bowed again. In this short amount of time, the brothers had all left. He felt they were even harder to understand. It was rare that there wasn't a curfew in the palace tonight. He Ming waited until most of the people had left before he walked towards Nguiping's palace. Nguiping's palace wasn't large and the furnishings weren't exquisite. But because she had an imperial son, the servants of the Department of Household Affairs didn't dare to slight her. Compared to the other Fei Ping that weren't favored, her days were already very good. At least, she never lacked for what she needed. Mother and son were afraid that other people would be suspicious, so they didn't spend much time together. Now that they saw each other, they talked more. When Nguiping heard her son mention what had happened before and after the banquet, she couldn't help but smile. What they do isn't our business. As to Ning Wang, seeing her son's confused expression, the smile on her face grew. Just a few jokes, you don't have to think too much. Duan Wang's wife's appearance was exquisite. The imperial family didn't lack for women with this kind of beauty, but Duan Wang's wife had a different flavor to her. She had been in the Hogong for many years and naturally understood how attractive this kind of woman was to men. As a Wang Fei, to have this kind of beauty, she really didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Thinking about how Duan Wang Fei obediently ate tea and desserts with Jing Guifei, and Nguiping shook her head. Jing Guifei wasn't simple. Thinking back to when she had entered the palace, she had been at this age. She wanted Duan Wang Fei to have a comfortable life in the future. Thinking about it, she spoke in a heavy tone. Ming in the future, treat your wife better. This woman doesn't have it easy. He Ming obediently agreed, but he still didn't understand how the matter had implicated his wife who hadn't married yet. Maybe, he was too dumb, little Ming Wangyi thought helplessly. After the New Year festival, it was the first day of the first month of the new year. Chu Qingju and He Hang sat in the main hall of the Wang Fu. The stewards of the Fu, one by one, gave their New Year greetings to the two. The lower-level servants all cowed out outside the hall door. Hearing the servants continuously change their auspicious words, Chu Qingju motioned for Mu Jin and Shu Kuei to reward these people. Looking at the happy faces of these people, she thought of how she felt when she received the bonus from the management company in her previous life. It was probably about the same as these people right now. Nu Kai Kowtows to Wang Yi and Wang Fei. May Wang Yi and Wang Fei have a happy new year and have everything go smoothly in the coming year. Xianxia and Ming He were the two people that He Heng was most proud of. The words that the two said were very simple, but the loyalty on their faces was more obvious than anyone else. Chu Qingju looked at the two of them and then looked at He Heng, saying, Wang Yi, it isn't easy for the two of them to run around with you every day. You have to reward them. Hearing this, He Heng smiled and replied, Wang Fei, you make the decisions in our family. How to reward them is up to you. When the stewards heard Wang Yi's words, they all stopped breathing and focused. These days, Wang Fei had been in control of Hoyuan, but there were still some people that wanted to find a loophole. But today, Wang Yi had said it so clearly that some people's foreheads broke out in a cold sweat. If that's the case, then Xia will take matters into her own hands. When there were many people, Chu Qingju still followed the rules and called herself Xia, even though she didn't like this way of addressing herself. Mu Jin, take 2 pouches for the 2 gong. The two took the pouches and didn't pinch or look at them. They kowtowed in thanks, their attitude extremely respectful. As expected of the people that could serve He Heng, they didn't make any mistakes. She looked at the crowd and announced loudly, today is the first day of the year. Everyone doesn't have to be so reserved. Leave. The servants kowtowed again before bowing and retreating. Coming out of the main hall, there were people that were envious that the 2 chief steward Gong had received the favor of the 2 masters and carefully fawned over the 2. There were also people that wanted to know what was inside the pouches but were dismissed by the 2. After the 2 sent away the people around them, they opened the pouches. There wasn't anything rare in the pouch but a banknote of 50 taels. The 2 released a breath. If Wang Fei had really bestowed something rare, it would have been a troublesome matter. The 2 exchanged a look. Xianxia sighed, this Wang Fei of ours isn't simple. Us 2 brothers have to do our best in the future. 50 taels of silver was a large sum for normal people, but to them, it wasn't very rare. Wang Fei giving them this number meant that Wang Fei wasn't trying to win them over. It was also telling them that she thought highly of them, but didn't want them to do anything they shouldn't. A day of 50 taels, it perfectly matched their status. Wasn't it telling them that they had to stay within their boundaries? Not long after the stewards left, He Heng's women came in. Among these women, other than the 4 Cheshire that had status, there was also a Tong Fong called Bai Ji. He Heng originally had 3 Tong Fong, but Yun Qing had been betrothed to the people of the estate. Ban Xia had been punished by Chu Qingju to be a lowly washerwoman, so the only one left was Bai Ji, whom Chu Qingju hadn't seen before. After the women bowed to her, Chu Qingju didn't have any virtuous words to say. She tilted her head to ask He Heng, does Wang Yi have anything to say? He Heng didn't understand, but to the Cheshire, he really didn't have anything to say, so he shook his head. Since Wang Yi doesn't have anything to say, you can all leave. Chu Qingju raised a teacup. Mu Jin, take out the red packets I prepared for everyone and send them out. The Cheshire paused. They hadn't thought that they would be thrown out so quickly. Where was the admonition that was expected in the other Fu? Wasn't it supposed to be about serving Wang Yi well and obeying the rules of the Wang Fu? Each of them clutched the red packets and didn't react as they left the main hall. Luo Yinxiu asked in shock, we're going back like this? If we're not going back, what are we staying for? Han Qing he gathered the cloak on her body and walked away without turning her head back. Bai Ji reluctantly turned her head to look at the main hall before slowly walking away. Inside the hall, Chu Qingju stood and moved. Is Wang Yi reluctant to part with the beauties? He Heng put down the teacup in his hand and stood as well. He smiled helplessly, it's almost noon, let's go eat together. Finishing, he pulled Chu Qingju's hand and gently opened, don't think too much. Hearing this, Chu Qingju's lips rose in a smile, but there wasn't much mirth in her eyes. I thought that the new year would be more relaxed. Who knew that it would be even busier than usual? Chu Qingju held a thick stack of gift lists from each Fu. She rubbed her forehead and put the list to one side. After these matters are settled, the new year will be almost over. Isn't the new year a lively and joyous occasion? Naturally there will be more gifts. Mu Jin massaged her shoulders as she urged, these past few days going to the various Wang Fu has been tiring. When you go to Xiangqing Marquis Fu tomorrow, you can finally relax. Chu Qingju was very satisfied with Mu Jin's craftsmanship. At this time, her eyes were half closed as she commented, "It's not that simple. Tomorrow, it's not just me going to Xianxia Fu. There are also foreign from other Fu. It will be just as lively." The custom of the families visiting each other on New Year's Eve hadn't changed much here. These days, Chu Qingju was irritated by the drama and disgusted by the sight of meat. Luckily, her status was high and she didn't break her legs from running. Wang Fei, Yuzan walked in. Seeing Chu Qingju's relaxed expression, she said, "Wang Fei, the Marquis of Baorong Fu has sent you an invitation." Baorong Marquis residence? Chu Qingju remembered that this Marquis of Baorong was at odds with Xianxia and was on He Yuan's side. She waved her hand, "Put it down. Have someone reply that I don't have time." Baorong Ho Fu, this kind of family, really had the nerve to send her an invitation. Could it be that they thought that because she didn't like Xianxia, she would give them face? It was really laughable. Yuzan put away the invitation and turned to say, "This servant heard that this year, many beauties were selected from all over the country to enter the palace. I wonder if there will be any from our Fu." Chu Qingju moved her neck to ease the soreness in her neck. She said faintly, "You don't have to worry about something that didn't happen. Have Huang Yang keep a close eye on the mansion. If anyone causes trouble, tell me directly." Yuzan heard Wang Fei's tone was calm and assumed that Wang Fei had a card up her sleeve. She stopped the topic and said, "There hasn't been anything in the Fu these past 2 days. It's just that a few days ago, Han Xianxia and Feng Xianxia argued in the garden." Hearing this, Chu Qingju smiled, "Don't worry about them, wait a few days." Han Qing he was an expert at sailing with the wind. When Feng Zijin was favored, she followed Feng Zijin's lead in everything. Now that she, the princess, was in charge, she naturally had to make her stand clear. This kind of person wasn't interesting. Chu Qingju was too lazy to watch her act. She sighed and ordered, "Take some people and check all the gifts that have come in from the outside. Go with Xianxia and the others to store them." Hearing this, Yuzan bowed and withdrew. Mu Jin said with some hesitation, "Wang Fei, Han Xianxia's temperament is fickle. Newbie is worried that she will have other thoughts in the future." "It doesn't matter how many thoughts she has," Chu Qingju laughed lightly, "she's the oldest woman by Wang Ye's side. Wang Yi doesn't like her anymore. Naturally, she has to find someone else to rely on. I don't need to keep an eye on such a person every day." Mu Jin immediately understood what Wang Fei meant. No matter how powerful this flea it was just a flea. It could not become a tiger. Spending too much energy on a flea, that was throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. In the afternoon, He Hing came back from a banquet. He drank more than half a cup of tea before he managed to suppress his drunkenness. He had the servants bring water in. He saw that the Yahuan had also followed in. He waved his hand, ordering, "Leave, Ben Wang doesn't need your service." The people in the room left. He took off his clothes and soaked in the tub for a while before standing up to dry his body. After putting on his inner robes, he called for someone to come in and declared, "In the future, Ben Wang doesn't need service when bathing." Just now, at the banquet, he had heard a joke. A certain young master of a prestigious family had been groping while being served by a Yahuan. Who knew that he had been caught red-handed by his powerful wife? In this argument, the root of the person's life had been injured. It was said that that place had been crippled. This matter made the lower half of the male guests at the banquet hurt when they heard it. It also made He Hing lose interest in having Yahuan serve him in the bath. At least, not in the mood for this period of time. Thinking back to the endless taste of the Mandarin duck bath with Chu Qingju, He Hing felt his throat itch. After he was dressed, He Hing adjusted the navy blue pouch at his waist. "Go to Wang Fei's place." Ming He, who had been serving at the side, was used to it. He took off Wang Ye's cape and followed, indicating for the little Taijian behind him to follow. Xianxia had put the annual gifts into the treasury for each Fu. He had to be alert now. It was already late when He Hing returned to the Fu. After his bath, it was already time for the evening meal. Chu Qingju saw him come and the two ate together. Even though the majority of the dishes on the table were vegetarian, the two ate happily. After the meal, it was still early. He Hing was in the mood to play chess and insisted on playing chess with Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju, who only knew the rules of chess, had no choice but to play with him. If the heavens gave Hing another chance, he definitely wouldn't let Chu Qingju play chess with him. Looking at the messy chessboard in front of him, and Chu Qingju's excited gaze, he helplessly put down a piece. "Aya, Wang Yi, why are you playing here?" Chu Qingju saw her piece was blocked and couldn't help but take back the piece she had just played. "Then I won't play here, change place, change place." A gentleman doesn't regret his move. "How many moves did you ruin tonight?" Hing couldn't help but sigh. This was the worst chess game he had ever played in his entire life. Even when he had just learned to play chess, he hadn't been so conflicted. "I'm a woman, I have the right to regret. Gentlemen are for you men, it doesn't matter to me." Chu Qingju shoved the white piece back into Hing's hand. She picked up the black piece and put it in another place. "Here." Hing pretended not to see the hole and randomly played. Seeing Chu Qingju happily eat her piece, he asked, "Just now, didn't you say that women have great intelligence? What does the intelligence of women have to do with me reneging?" Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow, her face shocked. "Wang Yi, you must have misunderstood." Finishing, she put down another piece. Hing wanted to say that it was his turn, but seeing the other's joyful expression, he couldn't say a word. The chess skills that he was so proud of, in front of his Wang Fei, were utterly defeated. When a person just learned something, their interest was the greatest. Right now, Chu Qingju's interest was at its peak. After playing for almost 2 hours, Hing looked at the messy chessboard and ignored Chu Qingju's interested face. He stood and walked in front of Chu Qingju, bending down to scoop her up. "It's late, Qingju should rest with me." Chu Qingju wrapped a hand around his neck. "Then tomorrow, you can play with me again." Hing felt his throat choke, but the smile on his face was still warm. "We'll talk about it tomorrow." Finishing, he carried the other towards the inner rooms. Seeing the situation, Ming He, Mu Jin and the others hurriedly retreated with the others. But as the two retreated, they both thought, Wang Fei's skill at chess, it really was terrible. It was rare that Wang Yi could endure for so long. He didn't know if it was because he had held back too much during the game, but after finishing with Chu Qingju, Hing felt very carefree. Using the light of the night pearls, he saw her eyes looking at him. With this look, he couldn't resist caressing that soft skin. The feeling under his hands was too comfortable, so comfortable that he didn't bear to move his hand away. "Itchy." When Hing's hand moved to her waist, Chu Qingju couldn't resist using her knee to lightly nudge the other. Who knew that she nudged the wrong place and that hand moved from her waist to below? The naughty hand caused Chu Qingju to move, but Hing pressed her down. He rubbed against her chest, asking, "Is it itchy here?" His hand moved to a warm place. Chu Qingju felt that her body was slightly soft. In bed, Hing could be considered a top-class man. At least when the other was enjoying, Chu Qingju could also enjoy herself. She wrapped a hand around the other's back, her moist lips brushing past his slightly cold ear. She exhaled a warm breath, also itchy. This action ignited a fire. Hing lightly bit down on her broken bones. "I'll stop the itch for you." It was another passionate exercise. After the two of them were both comfortable, Chu Qingju leaned against Hing, rubbing against the warmth of the other's body as she fell asleep. Hing put his hand on Chu Qingju's waist. Looking at her sleeping appearance, he also closed his eyes and fell asleep. On the morning of the second day, Chu Qingju sat at the head of the bed. Looking at the man who was using a silk handkerchief to wipe his face, she asked with surprise, "Wang Yi is going to accompany me to the Marquis Fu? Isn't it normal for a husband to accompany a newly married daughter to give New Year greetings?" Hing threw the handkerchief back into the basin, motioning for the servant girl kneeling to leave. He walked in front of Chu Qingju, reaching out to pinch Chu Qingju's cheek. The smooth feeling made his mood very good. "Quickly get up and eat. Later, you still have to dress and change." Finishing, he didn't care what Chu Qingju thought, swinging his hand out of the inner room. Chu Qingju stilled and was slightly speechless. A man who was satisfied in a certain area, as expected, was more gentle. After breakfast, when Chu Qingju was dressing, Hing sat at the side with interest. Seeing the servant girls come up with boxes of jewelry, he said, "Put on the buyao I gave you." Hearing this, the hand that Chu Qingju used to hold the buyao made a turn and picked up the blue luan buyao to give to Yuzan in charge of her hair. Looking at this unique buyao in her hair, Chu Qingju's lips curled as she commented, "This buyao is so beautiful I can't bear to wear it." No matter how beautiful it is, it has to be worn by someone. He Hing walked behind her and caressed the buyao. He reached out to take the brow pendant from Yuzhan's hand and personally helped Chu Qingju put it on. He bent down to look at her in the mirror. "As long as you like it, these worldly things are nothing." Chu Qingju touched the brow pendant and raised her head to look at He Heng. The other's face was filled with a warm smile, as though he was an infatuated man looking at the woman he loved. She smiled as she lowered her head. She picked up the brow pendant to make her willowy eyebrows even more beautiful. After drawing a flower between her brows, she raised her head again and smiled shyly as she asked, "Is this good?" He Hing felt that he was stunned by the smile. The smile on his face was so warm that it could drip water. "Very good." He reached out to pull up the person in front of the mirror. He sighed. "The saying is, like a tiger with white teeth, two moths with green eyebrows. The red face is like a lotus, the white skin like cream. It's just so. It's a pity that there are so few poems in the world that they can't describe my feelings right now." In Wang Ye's eyes, "Am I that good?" Chu Qingju tilted her head. "I don't believe it. Has Qingju ever heard that beauty is in the eye of the beholder?" He Hing smiled as he reached out to stroke the hair at her temples. "Never mind, you will naturally understand in the future. It's getting late, we should leave." Yuzhan and the Yahuan, who had been attending to her, stood shyly at the side, sighing at the depth of the relationship between Wang Yi and Wang Fei. It was Xianxia, Ming He, Mu Jin and the others who had been waiting behind the door that had calm expressions. They obediently bowed their heads as though they couldn't hear what Wang Yi and Wang Fei were saying, and they themselves were puppets that couldn't hear or speak. The Marquis of Xiangqing, Tianjin Ku, wasn't even 50 this year. He was a righteous person but knew how to adapt. He had a reputation in Jing City. In the entire Jing City, the only place he didn't give face was Changde Gongfu. Many people in Jing City had distanced themselves from Changde Gongfu because of his reputation. Right now, everyone in Jing City didn't know that Duan Wang Fei was close to her maternal family, Xiangqing Hofu. She treated Xiangqing Hofu as her paternal family. Due to the fact that what the Duke of Changde had done wasn't kind, many people praised Tianjin Ku for his loyalty. Otherwise, who would care for a niece that didn't even have a mother? An eye for an eye. Right now, Duan Wangfu was clearly distancing themselves from Changde Gongfu. Wasn't it karma? Today was the day the Tian family invited guests. Not long after morning, guests started to arrive. Tianjin Ku took his two sons, Tian Kuan and Tian Jun, to welcome the male guests. As he was busy conversing with the guests, he heard the housekeeper hurriedly run in to say that Duan Wangyi had arrived. "Duan Wang?" Tian Kuan looked in shock at the housekeeper. Realizing that the guests were looking in their direction, he lowered his voice to ask, "Father, why is Duan Wang here?" Tianjin Ku waved his hand. "Lauda, come with me to the middle door to welcome Wang Yi. Lao stay here to accompany the guests." Finishing, he hurriedly walked out. Tianjun looked at the backs of his father and elder brother. He turned to see the curious expressions of the guests. He laughed and started to chat with them. He felt slightly surprised inside. His family didn't have many interactions with Duan Wang. Was Duan Wangyi really condescending for his Mimi? "Tian Gongzi, an honored guest has arrived?" A guest of similar age to him raised his hands in a greeting. "Who is it?" Tianjun smiled as he returned the greeting. "Everyone is an honored guest of the Fu. When they arrive, everyone should drink a few cups." Of course, of course." The person smiled as he agreed. Even though he didn't find out anything, but at least Tianjun's words gave him face. He didn't feel angry. The other people saw that there wasn't much of a show and retracted their thoughts. No matter what, they would see soon. No matter how honored this person was, it couldn't be the emperor. Tian Kuan stood behind his father and looked at the 8 carriages imprinted with the characters of Duan Wangfu stop at the gates of the Fu. He walked to the door, bowed and greeted. "This lowly official respectfully welcomes Wang Yi, Wang Fei." Xianxia stepped forward and bowed to Tian Kuan before opening the curtains. Tian Kuan saw He Heng and Chu Qingju sitting shoulder to shoulder. There seemed to be some intimacy between the two. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't look anymore. Biao Xiong doesn't have to be so courteous, He Hing took Chu Qingju's hand as they walked out of the sedan. He smiled and said, we're all one family, there's no need to be so courteous. Finishing, he raised a hand for Tian Kuan to stand behind him before walking with Chu Qingju through the gates of the Marquis Fu. Uncle. Chu Qingju gave a deep bow. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. His features were proper, his posture tall and straight. He was a man that easily made people feel good about him. As a Jiujiu, Tianjin didn't see Chu Qingju very often. He pretended to support Chu Qingju and quickly examined her. Seeing that his niece seemed to be living well, he bowed and greeted, Wang Yi, Wang Fei. Marquis Yi, there's no need to be so courteous. You are Wang Fei's Jiujiu, so you are Ben Wang's Jiujiu, He Hing returned a bow, there's no need to be so courteous. Tianjin smiled as he straightened, his voice warm as he said, if that's the case, then this lowly official can only be courteous. Wang Yi, please follow this lowly official. The smile on his face was much friendlier, but his words and actions were still respectful. But even so, it still made people feel that his attitude had become much more intimate. Chu Qingju looked at this Jiujiu. No wonder he was able to live so well in Jing City. Who wouldn't praise his conduct? It could be seen how important emotional intelligence was. The male guests and the womenfolk ate separately. After He Hing left with Tianjin Ku, Chu Qingju smiled at Tian Kuan, who was 5 steps away from her before turning to enter the sedan that had been prepared. Seeing the sedan being carried away by the great strength mama, a smile appeared on Tian Kuan's face. Seeing that his Mimi seemed to be living well, his entire family could relax slightly. His hands behind his back, he slowly walked in. The smile on his face faded slightly. But the thoughts of the people of the imperial family were fickle. He didn't know if Duan Wang would treat his Mimi as well as he did now. He was a man himself and naturally understood the thoughts of men. Even more so for a man like Duan Wang who was used to seeing beauties. The sedan stopped after it entered the second door. Chu Qingju got off the sedan and saw Luosher with a young girl standing not far away. She sprinted a few steps in front of Luosher and bowed, greetings to Jiumu. Luosher, with the girl behind her, hurriedly returned a bow before reaching out to grab her hand. She said, you look thinner. Quick, come in with me. The cold of spring at the start of spring is very strong. All the elders in the world were the same. When they saw the younger generation that they hadn't seen for a long time, they would feel that the other had gotten thinner. Hearing this, Chu Qingju smiled and warmly held Luosher's hand. How have I gotten thinner? The entire Wang Fu is managed by me. The servants don't dare to mistreat me. Luosher treated her like half a daughter. Seeing her close to her, she was naturally happy. She patted her hand and said lovingly, you manage such a large Wang Fu, how can you not be tired? No matter how good the food is, it's useless. Finishing, she started to ask if it was easy to manage the people in the Fu, and if there was anything wrong with the food and lodging. This wasn't much different from how Jing Guifei asked about He Heng. After Chu Qingju answered all of them, she saw the girl behind Luosher was still silent. She asked, Jiumu, which family does this beautiful girl belong to? It's hard to resist liking her. Luosher's step stopped. She looked at the girl Chu Qingju was talking about. Seeing her face was bright red, she said, she's the same age as you, just a month younger than you. It's appropriate for you to call her Mimi. This is the eldest niece of my paternal family, Wen Yao. In the future, you will be spending a lot of time together, so I'll let you meet. Wen Yao, Luo Wen Yao? Chu Qingju instantly understood. This was the granddaughter of the Luo family that had been betrothed to He Ming. She saw that Luo Wen Yao was already blushing and didn't say it out loud. She only smiled and said, I like this Mimi. Luosher heard that her words were outrageous and smiled as she sighed, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become even more mischievous. Finishing, she pulled Luo Wen Yao over and had the two walk beside her, one on the left and one on the right, but, you like this Mimi, I don't have to worry. Chu Qingju understood Luosher's meaning. A good girl being betrothed to an unfavored imperial son, it wasn't something that any family was willing to see. The waters of the imperial house were muddy. Her husband wasn't favored and her sisters-in-law weren't simple. If there was no one to take care of her, she wouldn't know how much she would suffer. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on her face. Jiumu, don't worry. I will definitely treat Wenyao Mimi as my own. Of the 4 Urxifu of the imperial house, 3 of them were competing against each other. It wasn't a bad thing that she was close to Luo Wenyao. But she hadn't thought that the people of the Luo family would really take this step. It could be seen that they truly loved this girl. Luo Wenyao silently listened to the conversation between her aunt and Duan Wangfei. In the past, she had heard many stories of how Duan Wangfei had been mistreated by her stepmother before she married. Seeing the real person today, she felt that this was an extremely dazzling woman. Every frown and every smile was flirtatious. It made her feel an inexplicable desire to be close to her. It was easy for people to be attracted to people that were different from them. Luo Wenyao's personality was quiet and elegant. Her future husband and Duan Wang didn't have any conflicts. Seeing Chu Qingju treat her kindly, it was easy for her to feel closer. So when they entered the room, the two had already started to talk. Luo Lao Tai Tai, who was already sitting in the room, saw this scene and gave a relieved smile. It seemed that this Duan Wangfei was more like the Tian family. The womenfolk present were closer to the Tian and Luo families and weren't overly reserved when interacting with Chu Qingju. When they heard that Duan Wang had come with Chu Qingju, they sighed. Someone had detected that Duan Wangfei and Luo Gunyang had come in together. They understood what was going on, but no one said anything. They only talked about the interesting things in Jing to pass the time. I heard that a skilled person came from Wu Zhuangguan. His divination is very accurate. After the Hua dynasty, I'll take my family to go beg. Isn't Wu Zhuangguan in the suburbs of Jing? When are you going? We can go together to get a divination. Chu Qingju listened to this conversation and put down the teacup in her hand. Buddhism and Taoism were prevalent in Delong dynasty. The court didn't support any of them, but the common people had their own beliefs. Luo Shi saw that Chu Qingju seemed to be interested in Wu Zhuangguan and said that Wu Zhuangguan is the largest temple in Jing. It's on Baiyun Mountain in the suburbs of Jing. The powerful person they are talking about must be Xian Lingzhenren. If you are interested, you can go beg. Chu Qingju smiled. There's no need. A person's fate has already been decided by the heavens. If you calculate it, it will ruin your good fortune. She wasn't a staunch atheist, but she believed in the saying that good fortune would get thinner the more you calculated it, so she wasn't interested in something like asking for a divination. She hadn't thought that Chu Qingju would say this. Luo Shi paused in surprise before nodding. That's reasonable. Luo Wenyao's heart jumped as she listened. She looked at Chu Qingju with a thread of respect. Such an open heart, how many women in the world could do it? At this time, she finally realized how much trouble she had caused after she married. There was no point in worrying about something that was already decided. It was better to think about how to live a good life. That was the greatest good fortune. Thinking about it, Luo Wenyao's gaze as she looked at Chu Qingju carried a thread of gratefulness, a few more traces of a smile appearing on her face. After the banquet, everyone listened for a long time before standing to bid farewell. Chu Qingju waited until most of the people had left before standing to hold Luo Shi's hand, saying, Jiumu, I should also return to the Fu. Luo Shi was slightly reluctant but had to say, in the Fu, take care of your body. There are many people in the Fu, you have to pay more attention. This was a reminder to the Seisher, but with Luo Shi's status, it wasn't appropriate for her to say more. Chu Qingju nodded before bending to enter the sedan. She glanced at Luo Shi before letting the servants put down the curtain. Watching the sedan disappear outside the second door, Luo Wenyao sighed in a low voice. Duan Wangfei is a wonderful person. Luo Shi glanced at her niece. She thought of her niece that had been bullied in Changde Gongfu and sighed. She hoped that Duan Wang would always treat her so well. You have to remember, for a woman to live a good life, she first has to treat herself better. If you mistreat yourself, then others will mistreat you even more. Luo Shi spoke in a heavy tone. Jing Wang might not be favored by the emperor, but I've seen him before. He has a generous personality. You don't have to worry too much. Jiumu. Luo Wenyao's face instantly blushed, a thread of anticipation in the midst of her shyness. At the gates of Xianxia Fu, he saw Chu Qingju walk out of the sedan and a slight smile appeared on his face. Tian Kuan, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but look over. He watched as Duan Wang walked towards Biaomei. Maybe it was because the two were too beautiful, or maybe it was because the two had intoxicating smiles. This scene was very beautiful, but so beautiful that it wasn't real. Tian Kuan blinked. Maybe he was thinking too much. On the 8th day of the first month, the court opened. The number of carriages and sedan chairs that came and went in Jing City decreased. The number of vendors on the two sides of the street gradually increased. But just as the court opened, a major event occurred at court. Because an official had accused Rui Wang of lending money at high interest rates in Jiangnan, participating in the salt administration and opening a gambling house. Once this matter came out, it instantly caused a great uproar. On the third day as the matter grew, this official angrily reprimanded Rui Wang for having a guilty conscience and even threatened his family. After he finished, in front of the entire court, he slammed his head against the golden dragon pillar in the main hall and died. This was like water falling into a pot of oil. The entire sky of Jing City exploded. The emperor was so angry he fainted in the main hall. In an instant, everyone in Jing City felt threatened, afraid that they would be implicated. In Duan Wang Fu, Chu Qingju flipped through the increasing number of visiting cards. She frowned and said, "In the future, if someone comes to visit, just say that I'm sick." Wang Yi is busy and isn't in the Fu, unable to receive visitors. At this time, He Qi and He Yuan were fighting. Duan Wang Fu didn't need to join in. The smart officials in Jing City should have already found that the official who died was connected to Ning Wang. Ning Wang and Rui Wang were fighting fiercely right now. Everyone else was happy to watch the show. Why should they wade into this muddy water? Mu Jin nodded to show that she remembered. Seeing Wang Fei's face was dark, she said, "In the morning, people from Changde Fu came. They said that Lao Tai misses you." Hearing this, Chu Qingju smiled mockingly. "In the past, when I was at Changde Fu, I didn't see Lao Tai miss me." Now she remembers, she didn't like the conduct of Changde Fu. Right now, they don't have anyone at court. They just want to use Lao Tai's name to find information. "Tell the messenger, just say that I had a cold in the past. Now that it's cold, I can't get sick." In any case, the reputation of Changde Fu was already bad enough. She didn't mind adding a bit more bad reputation. In any case, it was a fact that Xianxia abused his wife and daughter. That's good. That way, those shameless people won't bother us. At the side, Yin Lu added some smokeless coal to the copper lion brazier in the corner. She was full of righteous indignation. "Newbie is afraid that if we give them face, in the future, they will stick to us." When Chu Qingju heard this, she couldn't help but smile. "You think too much. Changde Fu might be shameless, but they wouldn't rush over. With the Duke of Chengde's personality, he wouldn't bear to mistreat Xianxia. As to Xianxia, she definitely didn't want to see him. The only one that really wanted to have a good relationship with Duan Wang Fu was Chu Lao Tai. It was a pity that she was old now and Changde Fu wasn't her world. Mu Jin glanced at Yin Lu and didn't let her say anything she shouldn't say. Yin Lu was becoming more and more unruly recently. Even if Wang Fei was a generous person, she shouldn't rely on Wang Fei's favor and forget her own duties. Under Mu Jin's glare, Yin Lu knew that she had broken the rules. She quickly shut her mouth and did not dare to speak nonsense again. Seeing the movement between the two, Chu Qingju smiled but didn't speak. Yin Lu's personality was a bit impatient. With Mu Jin's discipline, it would prevent her from being taken advantage of in the future. In Rui Wang Fu, He Yuan smashed a teacup with a dark face. He Qi really played a good trick this time. Thinking about the official who had smashed his head against the wall of the Great Hall, He Yuan felt extremely angry. When did he need to threaten such a minor official? Now that the matter had reached a point where it couldn't be resolved, Fu Huang, in order to calm the mouths of the people, had removed his right to attend court and even stopped him from leaving the Wang Fu. He had always been at odds with Lauda, but because of Fu Wang's favoritism, he rarely lost in the fights at court. He hadn't thought that he would suffer such a big setback this time. "Wang Yi, this matter is most likely troublesome. According to this one's thinking, the most important thing right now is to clean up the matter in Jiangnan. A retainer comforted, this matter has been made so big by Ning Wang, the emperor will definitely send people to Jiangnan to investigate. As long as there is no evidence, then even if a few more people die, it wouldn't be a big deal. He was very clear inside that no matter if Wang Yi could clear himself of this matter, it would still affect his reputation. People usually believed in bad things and didn't believe in good things. Even if it was proven that the matter had nothing to do with Wang Yi, in the eyes of others, it was just that the emperor wanted to protect Wang Yi and purposefully pardoned Wang Yi. Even more, Wang Yi had already done these things. Even if a few more people die, it wouldn't be a big deal? He Yuan smiled coldly as he looked at this retainer. He turned to look at another retainer, Gao Duo. Who do you think Fu Huang will send to Jiangnan to investigate this time? The retainer called Gao Duo didn't rush to speak because He Yuan called him out. He thought for a beat before replying, Wang Yi, you are the emperor's most favored imperial son. For you, this is more beneficial than anything else. Now that Ning Wang's actions are getting bigger and bigger, it has caused the emperor to be wary. If this one isn't wrong, the emperor will send Qing Wang and an official the emperor favors to Jiangnan. Lao Si. He Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lao Si has always been cowardly and doesn't have a mind of his own. There's no need to worry too much. The only worry is the accompanying official. Right now, there are 4 officials that the emperor trusts the most. One is the Marquis of Xianxia, Tianjin Ku, the junior minister of the judicial office. However, this person is Duan Wang Fei's Jojo, so the emperor won't send him. The second is the Minister of War, Luo Changqing, but this person is His Highness Qing Wang's future father-in-law, so the emperor won't send him. The third is the Grand Scholar of the Hanyuan Pavilion, Lu Jinghong, who is already the chief examiner of the imperial examinations this time. So excluding these 3, only the Minister of the Right, Wei Wenguang, is most likely to accompany. And Wei Wenguang is a cunning person. Even though he doesn't have much ability, he is very perceptive and has always been favored by the emperor. Gao Duo made a bow and said meaningfully, Wang Yi, all of this one's speculations are based on the emperor's favoritism towards you. After He Yuan heard this, he sat back down on the chair and thought for a while. The panic on his face gradually calmed. Mr. Gao's meaning, Ben Wang understands. You can all leave. Hearing the change in how Wang Yi addressed him, Gao Duo's expression was calm as he left with the other guests. Once they left Xing Yuan, he stroked his not very long beard, smiling as he left the Wang Fu under the jealous gazes of the other guests. In the main hall of Tianqi Palace, He Heng and the other 2 brothers stood below. There were several officials standing to the left and right. Maybe it was because Qing the Emperor's expression was too ugly on the dragon throne, but each of their expressions was heavier than the other. There were more than 100 memorials on investigating Rui Wang at court. Even if Qing the Emperor wanted to, he couldn't suppress it. His slightly aged face seemed even more weathered. Looking at his sons and officials, he was slightly helpless. The matter of Rui Wang, Zhen still has doubts. After the truth is clear, then we will make a decision. Even though everyone knew this was the truth, but at this time, they couldn't help but exclaim the emperor's wisdom and then start to argue over who to send to Jiangnan. Alright, Zhen knows what you are talking about. Tomorrow, Zhen will give a decree at the court. Everyone can leave. Qing the Emperor might have understood that this matter was true, but he couldn't bear to punish his most favored son, so his heart was in turmoil as he chased everyone out. He Qi's expression was slightly ugly as he walked out of the main hall. He didn't even look at He Heng and He Ming as he flicked his sleeves and left. It could be seen just how angry he was inside. He Ming blinked as he looked at De Ji hurriedly leaving and then turned to look at Ji beside him, as though waiting for his decision. It's late, us 2 brothers should return to the Fu. He Heng smiled carelessly. Sid and Ji should go together? Ge, after you. Hearing this, He Ming politely invited He Heng to go first. Us brothers don't have to pay attention to such things. He Heng patted his shoulder and stepped out first. But whether it was intentional or not, he always walked shoulder to shoulder with He Ming. When the 2 reached the palace gates, they encountered He Yuan, who had just gotten off the carriage. He Yuan was wearing a sapphire blue satin robe. He looked quieter than usual, even his face paler. After the three exchanged greetings, He Yuan looked at the two of them and asked, "RGE and SID are preparing to leave the palace?" He Hing knew inside that He Ming should be in the Fu right now and not at the palace gates, but his expression was natural as he replied, "Exactly so. Then Didi will leave first." A thread of a smile appeared on He Yuan's face. "RGE and SID, take care. Sanji, after you," because He Yuan usually didn't pay attention to him. Suddenly hearing He Yuan mention him, a thread of surprise appeared on He Ming's face. He then smiled and returned a greeting, "Didi won't disturb Sanji." He Yuan nodded before taking a Taijian with him as he strode in the direction of Tianqi Palace. The sapphire blue silhouette seemed slightly anxious. Seeing this, when He Hing looked at He Ming, the smile on his face fading slightly. When the two separated to enter the carriage, He Hing patted his shoulder, "CD, take care." He Ming smiled as he bowed, "RGE, take care." Watching as the carriage with the words Duan Wang Fu left the palace gates, He Ming got on his own carriage. When the curtain was lowered, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, his eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness. Coming off the carriage, He Hing just stepped into the Fu. When he raised his head, he saw the paper kite flying in the air. He narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows at Ming He behind him, find out who is flying it. In the future, no one in the Fu is allowed to fly this kind of thing. In the previous dynasty, there had been people who used paper kites to send messages outside. Right now, the people of Jing were in a state of panic. His Duan Wang Fu didn't want a spy to appear. "Yes," Ming He beckoned to the Taijian behind him. The Taijian hurriedly retreated and fought to find the person flying the paper kite as fast as possible. In Jingyuan, Chu Qingju smiled as she looked at the beautiful paper kite flying in the air. She turned to Mu Jin and said, "Look, isn't someone using this trick?" Mu Jin also smiled warmly, "Wang Fei's foresight is miraculous. But who would be so brainless to do such a stupid thing at this time?" Chu Qingju watched as the paper kite floated for a while before disappearing. She sighed with pity, "Oh, the weather hasn't warmed up yet and he has the leisure to fly a kite. He really is a refined person." "What refined person?" He Hing strode in and coincidentally heard the words. He smiled wryly, "If Qingju likes it, after the weather warms up, I'll take you to the estate to play. You can fly anything you want." "It's tiring to run." Chu Qingju was slightly annoyed. "If Wang Yi really cares for me, why don't you find a few more chefs for me to enter the Fu and let me taste all the delicacies in the world?" "That's fine. In a few days, I'll take you to the estate to try the authentic farm dishes." He Hing pulled her in. He took off his cloak and handed it to a Yahuan. "Those things aren't as exquisite as the Fu's, but they have a different flavor. And the cured meat that the estate sent a few days ago was very good." Chu Qingju poured a cup of tea for him. After He Hing took it, she sat down on the chair next to him. "I got someone to bring some more into the Fu. These pickled foods might taste good, but eating too much isn't good for the body. You still have to avoid it." He Hing took a sip of tea. Hearing Chu Qingju's words, he put down the teacup. "Don't let your personality dictate." Hearing this, Chu Qingju smiled. She turned and started to prune a short pine tree. "Wang Yi, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid." It seemed that in terms of food and drink, the ancients had mastered it a long time ago. But did He Hing's words have a double meaning? "Fine, I know you have a desire for good food, but it's not to the point of harming your body." He Hing felt that Chu Qingju was still smiling, but the smile had faded. He could only helplessly change the topic. "Just now, the person that flew the paper kite in the Fu, no matter who it was, you have to lock her up." Chu Qingju saw his expression was slightly serious and slowly nodded. "Wang Yi means, investigate first." He Hing raised the teacup again but didn't drink. He looked seriously at Chu Qingju. "There are always people in the Wang Fu that don't belong to you and me." She hadn't expected that He Hing would tell these things to her. Chu Qingju looked at this man in a new light. This person was definitely a decisive person. It was just that his usual cultured and refined demeanor made people lower their guard. Wang Yi suspects that this person has ulterior motives. There are many ways to attract my attention. This method isn't very good. He Hing gave a faint smile. "I saw that the paper kite didn't fly very high. After a while, the fuse broke and flew out of the Fu. This isn't the way to attract my attention." Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. She had thought that someone was using this method to attract He Heng's attention. She hadn't thought that someone would use this method to communicate at this time. Thinking of this, she smiled faintly. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, He Heng said calmly, this person can't be left alive. Chu Qingju's hand that had been cutting the short pine tree slanted and cut an extra branch. She regretfully picked up the pine branch. This bonsai had been ruined by her again. She had studied dancing in her previous generation. After it had been hard for her to survive in the dancing circle, she had become a manager. She could be said to be clever with her hands. How did she become a bonsai killer? Putting down the scissors in her hand, she turned to wash her hands in the copper basin that a Yahuan had brought over. She wiped her hands and said, Wang Yi, you can decide these things. All I can do is manage this Hoyuan for you. He Heng saw her white and slender fingers wipe on the soft silk. For some reason, he felt that this pair of hands was incomparably alluring. He stilled before replying, you did very well. With you, the Hoyuan is much quieter. Putting the silk back on the tray, she indicated for the Yahuan to leave. Chu Qingju turned to smile at He Heng, is Wang Yi finding Hoyuan to be too quiet? Not quiet, it's tranquility, He Heng smiled as he stood. He pulled the person in front of him, I like how Hoyuan is right now. Throwing a flirtatious glance at the other, Chu Qingju turned and sat down on a chair at the side, it's good that Wang Yi likes it. I'm just afraid that Wang Yi will feel that there aren't enough beauties in the yard and resent me for not being generous and virtuous enough. He Heng walked next to her and stole a kiss at her cheek before declaring, Ben Wang's Qingju is virtuous, obedient, and intelligent. Reaching out with 2 fingers to push the other's face away, Chu Qingju raised her chin and laughed lightly, Wang Yi, you have to remember these words. Finishing, seeing the other's face full of smiles, she kissed his chin as though it was a gift. He Heng's heart itched at this action. It wasn't that no woman had ever kissed him of their own accord, but he felt that only this woman's actions were the most seductive. He didn't want to endure any longer and bent down to pull the other into his embrace. Wang Yi, the person who flew the kite has been caught. Wang Yi, please make a decision. He Heng had never felt that Xianxia didn't have eyes like he did now. He took a deep breath before straightening and sitting down at the front, come in. Chu Qingju raised a blue and white porcelain cup to cover half her face and tilted her head to look at He Heng with a smile. He Heng coincidentally saw this gaze and his heart itched again. He looked deeply at her and sighed helplessly before reluctantly moving his gaze away. Satisfied with He Heng's reaction, Chu Qingju adjusted herself into a dignified sitting position. Turning her head, she coincidentally saw Xianxia come in with a few people. At the very back were 2 strong mama escorting a young woman wearing a pink long dress. She seemed slightly familiar. After the person knelt in front of her, Chu Qingju finally recognized who this person was. So it was He Heng's Tong Feng, Bai Ji. She didn't know why Bai Ji had stayed by He Heng's side, but this person never showed herself. She had been quiet for such a long time, was it all an act? She had thought that someone was using this kind of tactic to gain favor. It seemed that she had guessed wrongly. As expected, in the struggle for the throne, there were always spies. Her vision didn't seem to be far enough. For her, this was a very good lesson. If she had sent information to the outside, then what had she sent? She was just a little Tong Feng, what could she have come into contact with? He Heng used the lid to lightly scrape against the rim of the cup, making a piercing sound. But just this action was enough to make Bai Ji tremble in fear. Ben Wang remembers that you were promoted to Tong Feng 2 years ago. He Heng blew on the surface of the tea, neither angry nor happy as he spoke. The paper kite you dropped outside, Ben Wang had someone pick it up. Why don't Ben Wang admire that kite? Bai Ji's expression changed slightly but she kowtowed, pleading, Wang Yi, forgive me. Newbie didn't know that she couldn't fly a kite in the Wang Fu. Wang Yi, please forgive me. Ignoring her pleas, He Heng saw Ming He bring the kite in. Taking the kite, he looked at the simple drawing of a beautiful woman. Beside the drawing of the beautiful woman, there were 2 lines of poetry. Wearing the scholarly shoes of a traveler, trailing the mist and silk. He Heng saw the beautiful woman in the drawing was dressed magnificently, standing at a high place. He lightly snorted, a good drawing, a good poem. Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow as she looked at Bai Ji. If she hadn't guessed wrong, this drawing seemed to be referring to her? Wang Yi. Baiji's expression changed. Newbie wasn't considerate enough and forgot to avoid Wang Fei's name. Please, Wang Fei, forgive me. Finishing, she started to kowtow to Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju's expression was troubled. She bit the corner of her lips as she looked pitifully at He Heng. You don't have to beg, Wang Fei. He Heng slapped the kite in his hand on the table, coldly ordering, come, Baiji has offended Wang Fei. Drag her away and lock her in the firewood room. Very quickly, someone dragged Baiji away. He Heng stood to say to Chu Qingju, I still have some matters to attend to. Wait for me to come back tonight and we can have the evening meal. Chu Qingju nodded and tied the cloak around him. She looked at the scattered kite on the table. This kite? Minghe, take this kite and burn it. After He Heng finished speaking to Minghe, he turned to smile at Chu Qingju. He grasped her hand, consoling, don't worry. Feeling the back of her hand being pinched, Chu Qingju glared at He Heng. Seeing him turn and walk out, she finally opened, the weather has changed quickly these past few days. If Wang Yi goes out, you have to take care of your body. He Heng smiled at her before leading the others out of Xingyuan. His face darkened as he said to Xianxia, pay attention to who goes near the firewood room these next few days. Those people can't be allowed to live in the future. Xianxia nodded and reported in a low voice, Wang Yi, Wang Chongming has come. To the study, He Heng's face darkened. Thinking about the troublesome women in the Hoyuan, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wang Chongming, He Heng's expression had returned to normal. Any news from that side? Wang Yi, Rui Wang has already entered the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. He wants Qing Wang to go to Jiangnan, Wang Chongming said with a joyful expression. It seems that our plan has succeeded. Lao San has always felt that he is higher than us three brothers and looks down on Lao Si. Naturally, he wants to pick a soft persimmon to bully. He Heng smiled coldly, leak the news to Ning Wang. With Ning Wang's personality, if he doesn't cause trouble, it would be a waste of Lao San's efforts. Pretending not to hear the secret between the imperial sons, Wang Chongming turned to ask, this subordinate understands. What else does Rui Wang need to do? No need for anyone else to do anything. With his personality, he will cause trouble, He Heng said faintly, we just have to watch. Wang Chongming instantly understood and bowed with his hands in front, praising, Wang Yi is wise. On the second day, the emperor sent down a decree at court. He ordered Qing Wang and the minister of the right, Wei Wenguang, to go to Jiangnan to investigate the matter of Rui Wang. He also bestowed a gold medal as if Zhen had personally come. He strictly ordered the two to investigate carefully to prevent others from wrongly accusing Rui Wang. These words expressed the attitude of the emperor. Some people knew that even if Rui Wang couldn't attend court right now, he was still the most favored and trusted imperial son of the emperor. No wonder he was so fearless. A day later, He Ming and Wei Wenguang, who held the title of imperial envoy, left with their troops. The people of Jing sympathized with this unfavored Qing Wang. Everyone knew that the emperor wanted them to go through the motions. But if they protected Rui Wang, it would leave a bad reputation for the people of the world as a protector of villains. It could be seen how biased the emperor was. He Qi sat in the tea house, watching the troops leave the city, a disdainful smile on his face. When the troops could no longer be seen, he put down the teacup and ordered the tea brewer beside him who was pouring tea, find a chance to act on the road, try not to harm Qing Wang. In the middle of the night, when no one was around, a black shadow flashed in the corner of the wooden hut. This person hadn't even neared the wooden hut when several lanterns suddenly appeared in the surroundings. He looked in shock and saw that there were many people surrounding the hut. Grandpa Qian has waited for so many days and finally caught you, rat. Xianxia appeared in the corner with a lantern. He looked with disdain at the servant dressed like a manservant and raised his hand, tie him up, don't startle the masters of the Fu. The servants swarmed over. Before this person could speak, his mouth was gagged and tied up and dragged away. Blind thing, finishing, he spat on the ground and kicked open the door to the wooden hut. He looked down at Baiji who was tied up in the corner with her mouth gagged. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he said, Baiji Gunyang, your partner has already been caught. Why don't you talk to this one, who let you enter the Fu? Baiji twisted the rope on her body, but the rope was too tight. She couldn't free herself no matter how hard she tried. She stared hatefully at Xianxia. Let go of her mouth. Xianxia took the whip from the hands behind him and lightly slapped it on his palm. There was still a warm smile on his face. Baiji Gunyang, have you thought of what to say? I don't know anything. Baiji hatefully turned her head, not looking at Xianxia. I only wanted to fly a paper kite. Wang Yi has wronged newbie. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with her. He said impatiently, there's no difference whether you say it or not. It's a pity for the old and young in your family, and that sister who is just married. Why don't we give you the crime of poisoning Wang Yi? I wonder what punishment your family will receive. Shameless. Baiji turned her head and stared hard at Xianxia. What do you want to do? You aren't the first person to praise you like this. Xianxia flung the whip away, the smile on his face even brighter. Suddenly, the whip landed on Baiji's body. Usually, the people who praise their grandfather like this, by now their teeth aren't even on their bodies. Her body shrinking in pain, Baiji said with a pale face, newbie is wronged. Since you would rather give up your family to protect the Zhuzi behind you, then you won't feel pain for your family, Xianxia said with a smile. Why don't you let your family go first tomorrow? I hope that when you go down and see them, you will have the face to raise your head. Baiji was already in tears. She covered her wound and choked out, it was His Highness Ning Wang who told newbie to pay attention to the matters in the Fu. But newbie's status was low and didn't send any information out. A few days ago, His Highness Ning Wang told newbie to investigate how Wang Yi was treating Wang Fei in the Fu. Newbie thought that it wasn't something important, so she dared to send the information out. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of dragging down her family. Nonsense, His Highness Ning Wang is such a righteous person, he won't allow you to slander him. Xianxia said in a heavy voice, this kind of nonsense, how would Wang Yi believe it? It's true. Newbie's Didi entered Ning Wang Fu a few days ago. Newbie really had no choice but to be blinded by greed. Gong gong, newbie really didn't spread any news. Baiji cried as she knelt in front of Xianxia. Alright, you won't listen to your nonsense. Xianxia took 2 steps back, not letting Baiji hug his leg. He said lightly, Baiji passed away from illness recently. Send someone to bring 30 liang of silver to her family. Finishing, he motioned for the person behind him to pour the poisoned wine down Baiji's throat. Thank you Wang Yi, thank you Gong Gong. Baiji's hands trembled as she downed the wine. No matter what, at least Wang Yi had let her family go. Xianxia came out of the firewood room and threw away the whip in his hand. He took the handkerchief the young Taijian handed over to wipe his hands, hide the person well. At least she served Wang Yi once. This person can't seek death. Those who betray their master, they won't have a good ending. Finishing, he left without turning his head back. Tongfang Baiji had died, but not many people in the Fu cared. Because everyone knew that Baiji had died suddenly. People who died suddenly were the ones that couldn't be questioned the most. When Xu Qingju heard the news, she was cutting a newly delivered bonsai. After she heard Huang Yang's words, she put down the scissors and said, since the person is gone, don't mention the past. Get someone to send something to her family. This is Wang Ye's grace to her. Since He Hing said that Baiji had died of illness, then she had to do this. Even someone as straightforward as Yin Lu couldn't say anything at this moment. After Huang Yang left, she only said uneasily, he's gone just like that. As a servant, you can't be half-hearted. Mu Jin put away the scissors that Xu Qingju had put on the table to prevent Xu Qingju from accidentally hurting her hand. For her to be like this, it can be said that Wang Yi is benevolent. This kind of thing, not just a life, it was possible that it could even affect the clansmen. Hearing this, Yin Lu didn't argue. For her, what she had to do every day was to serve Wang Fei well. She didn't have to think about anything else, and she didn't have to think that much. Xu Qingju propped up her chin with one hand, bored to death as she looked out the window. These days without a computer or a handphone, it was really boring. She gave a yawn and lazily said, Mu Jin, help me find some stories. Mu Jin bowed and left. But a short while later, before she got a story, Xu Qingju got an invitation card embroidered with gold. Jean and Princess Royal? Chu Qingju flipped through the invitation card in her hand. There had been a few princesses and Junju sitting at another table during the New Year festival, but she had never seen this Jinan princess before. If her memory wasn't wrong, Jinan princess was the eldest daughter of Qingde emperor. Her birth mother had died early, but she was remembered under the empress. She had also been bestowed the title of princess royal by the emperor. Her status among the womenfolk wasn't low. But ever since she married the Count of Beilu, she lived in Jingzhou and rarely returned to Jing. The rumors were that the Count of Beilu and Jinan Princess Royal loved each other very much and had a son and a daughter. Many of the womenfolk at court admired them, and they were the model husband and wife in many people's eyes. But why did she return to Jing and set up this kind of painting viewing banquet at this time of the new year? She looked at the beautiful hairpin-style small script on the invitation. The invitation sent to the Wang Fu should have been personally written by Jinan Princess Royal. Words were like the person. This Jinan Princess Royal should be a very talented woman. Personally unwrapping a reply, Chu Qingju waited for the ink to dry before closing the invitation. Handing it to Jin Zhan, who was serving the ink, she ordered, "Have someone deliver it to the Princess Royal Fu." At night, He Hing came to Jingyuan. After the two finished the evening meal, Chu Qingju brought up the matter. He Hing wasn't close to this Jie of his, but he had heard some things about Jing. 2 days ago, the Princess Royal returned to Jing. You might not have seen her, but since the invitation has been delivered, you should go. Chu Qingju handed a cup of digestive tea to him. I've already replied. It's just that the painting viewing banquet is in 3 days. The day after tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I'm slightly surprised at the date that the Princess Royal set. Seeing He Hing take the teacup, he took the chance to touch her hand. She glared at him with a smile. Did the Count of Beilu return to Jing? He Hing shook his head. I haven't heard. I only heard that the Princess Royal had returned with the 2 girls. Chu Qingju felt that something must have happened. The Princess Royal had returned to Jing before the Lantern Festival. She had only taken the children and not the Fuma. Right now, there wasn't anything important in Jing. Why was she in such a rush? Did this Count of Beilu do something that wronged the Princess Royal? Because in this world, those that were called the model couple would always drop the ball. This was probably what was called showing off affection, dying faster. If it was really so, then it would be interesting for the Princess Royal to return to the palace now. Don't think too much. He Hing put down the teacup and reached out to scrape the tip of Chu Qingju's nose. The Princess Royal is the noblest princess among us sisters. Who dares to offend her? Chu Qingju instantly understood the meaning of these words. If the Count of Beilu really did something that wronged the Princess Royal, and if the Princess Royal was so angry that she came to make trouble for him, this Count of Beilu wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. She looked at He Hing. These words might not be caring for the sisters, but it was the truth. Wang Yi is right, Chu Qingju smiled. I was thinking too much. And, if that's the case, why don't we think about the matter between us? He Hing bent down to lightly bite her ear, like, should we prepare to sleep now? Finishing, he pulled out the hairpin in her hair. Instantly, the black hair poured down. Chu Qingju looked at him with a smile, her breath like orchids. What is Wang Yi thinking? He Hing felt that this gaze was really seductive. He carried the person horizontally. What am I thinking? Qingju will know in a bit. Chu Qingju burrowed into his chest and laughed. The morning of the second day, Chu Qingju sat up on the bed. She looked at the scattered clothing under the bed and then at He Hing, who was dressing in front of the mirror. She lazily retreated back into the blankets. Seeing her wake up, He Hing said, "Today is the Lantern Festival. I'll take you out of the Fu to ride the carriage." Wang Yi, you have to keep your word. Hearing this, Chu Qingju flipped over. One hand propped up her head as she reclined to look at He Hing. Then come back early, I'll wait for you. I will definitely come back early. He Hing walked to the side of the bed. After leaning down to steal a kiss from her lips, he straightened. I'm going to court. If you're tired, sleep a bit longer. Finishing, his eyes swept ambiguously across the red marks on Chu Qingju's collarbone. Pulling the blanket up to her chin, Chu Qingju pointed outside and snorted, Wang Yi, go to court. Xia is still sleepy and won't send you off. Finishing, she flipped over and left her back to He Hing. He Hing smiled as he shook his head and left the door in a good mood. Chu Qingju slept for another 2 hours before lazily getting up. She calmly watched as the Yahuan packed the clothing under the bed. She sat in front of the mirror, drawing her brows as she ordered, "Jean Jean, get someone to find out about the Princess Royal." Jean Jean bowed and silently left. Silently looking at the woman in the mirror for a beat, Chu Qingju's lips rose. The eldest princess had suddenly returned to Jing. As Chu Qingju had predicted, something had happened in between. In reality, it wasn't anything unexpected. It was just that the Count of Beilu, who had always been a good man, suddenly fell in love with the daughter of a minor official and even took the person back to his foo. What kind of person was the eldest princess? She didn't argue with him and directly sent the woman home. Who knew that the Count of Beilu was so angry he placed the person in as a mistress? After the eldest princess learned of the matter, she took people and smashed the residence of the Count of Beilu before taking her children back to Jing. As to what happened to the Count of Beilu, the eldest princess didn't care at all. After Chu Qingju finished listening to the events, she sighed, the so-called deep love between husband and wife, it's just so. The reason the eldest princess could have such boldness was largely because she was the daughter of the emperor, the eldest princess of noble birth. If other women encountered such a thing and left, who would get justice for them? After Jean Jean finished narrating the events, she said in a small voice, Newbie also heard that the emperor and empress already know of this matter. The emperor is very angry and has already decreed for the Count of Beilu to come to Jing. A man like the Count of Beilu, he wasn't truly deeply in love. He was only hindered by the status of the eldest princess and hadn't met a woman that moved him. Now that he met a young and tender girl, he forgot his wife, forgot his children, and forgot his own identity. Actually, this kind of man, what difference was there between him and those men who flirted with other women? After he came down from court, his expression wasn't good. It seemed that he knew what had happened at the eldest princess's foo. The day after tomorrow, go to the eldest princess's foo. Spend more time with her. When he said this, he sighed, this Count of Beilu is really too outrageous. Chu Qingju pretended not to know, what is it? He paused for a moment before replying, he failed to live up to the eldest princess's intentions. Fu Huang has already summoned him back to Jing. Knowing that he didn't want to talk about this matter in detail, Chu Qingju smiled and said, it's getting late, let's eat dinner. He looked outside and nodded, it's getting late. After eating, I'll take you to see the lanterns. He was still thinking about this matter, and he didn't want to use other people's matters to affect the mood between the two of them, so he said, there are many people at night, so I had someone prepare a veil for you. It's good to go out for a walk. Chu Qingju gave a smile, then let's hurry and use it. I still need to go change. The one she was wearing was beautiful, but it was a floor-length dress. It wasn't very suitable for going out. Knowing that she wanted to go out, he smiled and said, all right. He turned to wash his hands and prepared to eat. The meal started with a small bowl of yuanxiao. Chu Qingju ate half a bowl and then ate something else. She started to rinse her mouth and wash her hands. When he put down his chopsticks, she stood to go to the inner room to change. Holding a cup of digestive tea, the smile on Hang's face deepened. Looking at the darkening sky outside, Hang ordered Xianxia to bring people to set up the carriage. Chu Qingju changed into a jade green girdled dress, and tied her hair into a bun. Walking out, she saw Hang sitting at the side drinking tea. She went forward and asked, what does Wang Yi think of me like this? Hang saw that she was wearing a jade green girdled dress. It was different from her usual indolence. This time, she had more of a youthful charm, like a tender flower bud, water would come out with a pinch. Very good, Hang went forward to hold her hand. Let's go, it's about to start. After sitting on the carriage for a while, they found that the noise on the street increased, as though they had entered a crowded area. However, no one blocked the carriage. Even though the carriage they were sitting on didn't have the insignia of the Wang Fu, but to be able to sit on a two-horse carriage, how could the status be low? After the carriage moved forward for a while, it stopped. Hang handed the veil to Chu Qingju, we're almost at the riverside. Come off with me. Finishing, he got off the carriage first and held out a hand to her. Chu Qingju gave her hand to him and allowed him to help her down the carriage. She didn't know what the veil was made of. Even though the things outside seemed to be separated by a thin layer of mist, they could still see clearly. Her hand was held by Hang, tucked into the other's wide sleeve. There was a bit of the feeling of first love coming out for a stroll. But Chu Qingju was very clear that she wasn't a pure little girl, and the other wasn't a youth still in love. At this time, the two sides of the riverside were filled with beautiful lanterns. There were also some stall owners that hung lanterns for people to spend some money to guess character riddles. Those who guessed correctly would receive a lantern as a gift. Behind the two of them were Taijian and guards in plain clothes. They didn't let the two of them be squeezed. Walking through the bustling crowd, Chu Qingju saw people holding lanterns and releasing them by the riverside. She also saw some children running around with animal lanterns. In this instant, her mood became very good. What is it that always says it's coming, but never actually arrives? Wind? Clouds? Chu Qingju heard the conversation and couldn't help but laugh. He saw her laugh happily and asked, "What, does Qingju know?" If this was in her previous life, it would be a brain-teaser question on a primary school student's winter vacation homework. "Of course I know," she turned back to look at the person still guessing. "It's tomorrow." Hearing this answer, He couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "It really is tomorrow." Behind him, he pulled on the gauze hat for Chu Qingju to wear it more securely before commenting, "Qingju is very intelligent." Finishing, he pulled her in front of a stall. "Which one do you like?" He pointed at the lanterns that were hung. Chu Qingju looked over and pointed at the moon rabbit lantern, commenting, "That rabbit is very cute." He motioned for the stall owner to take down the moon rabbit lantern. He examined the sign hanging on the lantern. It was the first half of a couplet and asked for the second half. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly gave money to the stall owner so that his mistress could match this couplet. "The rabbit's soul connects to the silver sea." Chu Qingju recited the first half. She wasn't skilled at this and didn't know if He could match it. She prepared to look at the other lanterns that were hung. Ao Shan received Ziwei. Who knew that before Chu Qingju could clearly see what was hanging on the nearest lantern, she heard He say the second half. She raised an eyebrow and then smiled, commenting, "So strong." "It's just a simple couplet." He took the moon rabbit lantern from the stall owner's hands and gave it to Chu Qingju, "For you." Taking the lantern, Chu Qingju lifted it up to examine it closely before replying, "Thank you, Wang Yi." Seeing that Chu Qingju liked the lantern, the smile on He's face became even more obvious. But after he walked a few steps, the smile on his face became unnatural. Because he saw He Yuan walking in this direction. There was a woman beside him. But she was wearing a gauze hat so people couldn't see her appearance. Clearly, He Yuan also saw him. The two brothers paused in their steps before they walked closer to each other. "RGE." He Yuan's gaze swept to the side beside He. He took his gaze back and said, "RGE is in a good mood today." Sandy is the same. He carelessly moved to the side and managed to cover half of Chu Qingju's body behind him. "Greetings to Duan Wang Fei." At this time, the woman beside He Yuan spoke. Chu Qingju's eyebrow that was hidden behind the gauze hat rose. She paused before asking, "San Mei?" Why was Chu Yusu walking together with He Yuan? What did the people of Changde-Gongfu want to do? Chu Qingju felt that she didn't understand the situation in front of her. This era wasn't as strict towards women as the previous dynasties, but Chu Yusu was a woman that had just reached marriageable age. Following a Wang Yi that already had a wife on the streets, wasn't that inappropriate? She looked at the veil the other was wearing. Her features couldn't be seen, but it made one's imagination wander. She was too lazy to care about the affairs of Changde-Gongfu and in the end, didn't say anything. "It's me. Chu Yusu's voice was as sweet as usual, and even had a thread of gentleness. She curtsied slightly to Chu Qingju. "I didn't think that I would meet Jia here." Originally, she had called her Duan Wang Fei, but when she called her San Mei, the other changed her form of address. Her tone didn't show any dissatisfaction at the relationship between Chu Qingju and Changde-Gongfu, as though Chu Qingju was just her Jia. "Such a festive occasion, so I came out for a walk." Chu Qingju didn't have the mind to speak more in front of two Wang Yi and a woman she wasn't familiar with. She lightly opened her mouth and didn't say anything else. Chu Yusu saw that she didn't want to speak more and casually responded. She didn't speak again. Clearly, she was a woman that knew when to advance and when to retreat. This action made Chu Qingju feel that it was a miracle that Xianxia could raise such a daughter. The four of them instantly became silent. No one spoke. Suddenly, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky. Chu Qingju raised her head to look. She only saw the blinding light of the firework as it spread. She could hear the cheers of many people. Chiyusu also raised her head but only saw the dimming of the firework. She didn't have the heart to watch. She lowered her head to look at Rui Wang beside her. The other's handsome features caused her to blush slightly. Didi has a pleasure boat by the river. Why don't Ji and Sa come on the boat to admire the river lanterns? He Yuan calmly suggested. I heard that there will be fireworks for more than an hour tonight. It won't be too noisy on the boat. Ge, don't disdain Didi's boat for being crude. Finishing, a proud smile appeared on his face. Hearing the other mention the pleasure boat, He Hing knew that Fu Huang had specially ordered the people of the Ministry of Works to make this boat for Lao San. He might not have been on it before, but he had heard other people say that this boat was exquisitely carved. Since the other party wanted to show off, it was not appropriate for him to directly refuse. That's very good. Ge hasn't had a chance to see Didi's boat. It's rare to encounter it tonight, I'll have to disturb you. Finishing, he turned and held Chu Qingju's hand, smiling faintly as he commented, admiring the lanterns on the river, it's a special taste. Chu Qingju's index finger scratched his palm and lightly nodded. He Yuan looked at the lovey-dovey couple and put his hands behind his back, averting his gaze. At the side, Chiyusu was slightly moved. De Jia was such a wooden person, but she managed to gain Duan Wang's friendship. Even her personality was much stronger than before. It could be seen how much influence Duan Wang had on her. A feeling of envy arose in his heart, and it was a little sour and bitter. Chang de Gongfu was declining day by day, so they wanted her to enter Rui Wang Fu. Even if she couldn't be the Jingfei now, but after Rui Wang ascended to the throne, she could at least be the imperial Fei. If she gave birth to a son, maybe there would be even greater good fortune in the future. Even though she had accepted this path a long time ago, but when she saw De Jia walking hand in hand with Duan Wang, her heart still hurt. Which woman in the world didn't want to wear a phoenix coronet and robes when they married? Why wear a green waist skirt to become another man's Cheshire, and that man, she couldn't even call him husband. The guards on both sides of the road quickly pushed aside the crowd, leaving enough space for their masters to walk. Chu Qingju and He Hing walked at the front, giving off the feeling of important people coming out and other people leaving. There were people selling snacks on both sides of the road, such as yuanxiao, sesame balls, sesame candy, and so on, attracting many people to buy them. She even saw a chubby child holding a bowl of hot sesame paste, eating it with relish. Such a lively scene, it made her smile. She pointed at a little stall selling glutinous cakes and commented to He Hing, Wang Yi, that glutinous cake has sesame and peanuts on it. It looks very interesting. He Hing looked at the nondescript stall. The sellers were a normal couple. Both of them were over 60, but they looked very energetic. The food outside isn't very clean, you can't eat too much. Finishing, he motioned for Xianxia to go buy it. Xianxia hurriedly walked in front of the little stall and gave a handful of copper to the stall owner. He even bought the bowl and spoon. He carefully carried the glutinous cake in front of He Hing, Wang Yi, Nukai had them add more peanuts. He Hing nodded and took the bowl to have a taste. The taste was average, but it was more interesting. He handed the bowl to Chu Qingju. Here, don't blame me if you have a stomachache at night. I'm not that delicate. Chu Qingju didn't take the bowl. Instead, she reached out with her left hand to pick up the spoon to eat the glutinous cake. Her right hand slightly lifted the veil at the front of the gauze hat, clearly treating He Hing as her servant. Xianxia saw the two mistresses walk slower and slower. He silently lowered his head. He didn't see Wang Ye's expression of pleasure. After a few pieces of glutinous cake, Chu Qingju put down the spoon and took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. She remarked, the taste isn't bad. I just saw someone selling tofu pudding. It's a pity it's not elegant to eat it on the road. Let the chefs in the Fu make it for you. He Hing threw the bowl to Xianxia and wiped his hands. These little things might just be for a taste, but it should be made more intricately. Chu Qingju obediently nodded, her expression saying, Wang Yi, you are right, I will listen to you. Following behind the two, He Yuan was silent. Just now, when he saw He Hing carry the bowl for Chushi, he had been slightly surprised. They, the imperial sons and grandsons, had never served anyone before. This Chushi did have skill, to be able to make her Ji so happy to serve others. No wonder Mu Fei would say that she was a fox. To be able to seduce Lao she wasn't ordinary. People said to marry a virtuous wife. Lao married such a D wife, he probably wouldn't be able to rest easy. Thinking about it, he raised his head to look at the backs of the two. This kind of woman would be very good to be a beautiful Xia. After walking for less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the site of the pleasure boat. He Yuan's pleasure boat was the only one at the pier, and it was even guarded by imperial guards. The other pleasure boats were all parked far away, clearly not daring to collide with it. He Yuan ignored the guards that bowed to him and led He Hing and his wife onto the boat. As he led them inside, he said, this pleasure boat has 2 levels. Let's go up. Chu Qingju found that even the handrails of the stairs were carved with landscape paintings. The stairs under her feet were made from fine red wood. Stepping on it was as steady as stepping on flat ground. He Hing walked at the front, carefully pulling Chu Qingju's hand as they walked up. When they reached the top floor, he let go of her hand. The windows of the pleasure boat were open. Next to the window was a set of tables and chairs. He Yuan led the two to sit down. He also sat on the side before saying to Chu Yusu, who was still standing, Chu Xianxia, please sit. He knew what Chang Dehofu was planning. He didn't have much interest in this Xianxia. But if he took Duan Wang Fei's Mimi as a Xia, what would Lauer's expression be like? Wasn't his good Ji deeply in love with Wang Fei? He probably wouldn't take his anger out on her. Chu Qingju sat by the window. She looked at the surface of the river being dyed red by the lanterns on both sides of the river. She propped her chin on her hand and admired the scenery. Occasionally, lotus lanterns floated over. The candles on the stamens were bright and dim, creating a different kind of beauty in the night. On a cold night, the guests come with tea as wine, the bamboo soup boiling and the first red. He Yuan raised a teacup, Ge, Saw, why don't you try the tea on this boat? When Chu Qingju heard this, she felt that Rui Wang and his wife both had the hobby of letting people taste tea leaves. For someone like her who didn't know much about the tea ceremony, what she hated the most was listening to this kind of question. Raising her veil, revealing her white chin, Chu Qingju smiled as she took a small sip. Then she put down her veil and elegantly put the cup back on the table. Quiet and elegant, leaving a fragrance on the lips and teeth, He Hing put down the teacup, smiling as he commented, Sandy's days are so leisurely. Ge, I can't find such good things. Recently, I don't have to go to court. Naturally, I've put more effort into these things, He Yuan sardonically remarked, Ge is busy, I don't have the time to think about these worldly things. Hearing the other mention the court, He Hing tilted his head to look out the window. He turned back to look at He Yuan, remarking, Sandy is joking. Fu Huang is just momentarily angry. After Sid finds out the truth, Sandy will most likely be busy with the matters of the court. I hope that Sid can return to Jing as soon as possible and wash away this injustice, He Yuan pretended to sigh helplessly. He turned to the silent Chi Yusu beside him, I've heard that San Xiaojia's zither skills are exceptional. Would Xiao Wang have the honor of being a first-grade player? Under the veil, Chi Yusu's face froze. She paused slightly before putting down the teacup in her hand. Her voice carried a smile as she replied, a clumsy song, I hope everyone won't laugh at it. Finishing, she stood and walked to sit in front of the zither. Plucking the strings produced a tinkling sound. The smile on He Heng's face didn't change. Inside, he looked down on the people of Changde Gongfu even more. Right now, Qingju was Duan Wang Fei. Chi Yusu, as her Mimi, was willing to play a song for Rui Wang. A daughter of a Duke's Fu was rushing to become a Cheshire. He didn't know if it was a loss of face for Qingju or the reputation of Changde Gongfu. Chi Yusu's zither skills were really not bad. Chu Qingju tilted her head to listen. Inside, she had a deeper understanding of He Yuan's arrogance. He could let Chu Yusu play the zither for him in front of her, his saw. It meant that he didn't think much of He Heng and his Ursa. Arrogant people usually died early. Chu Qingju smiled coldly. With this skill, he wanted to be the emperor, he was dreaming. And this Chang de Gongfu, they really didn't care about face. Luckily, everyone in Jing knew that she, as Duan Wangfei, wasn't close to Chang de Gongfu. Otherwise, they could lose face, but she couldn't. What Chiyu played was a very famous song. Some people thought that this was a song that reminisced about the past and hurt the present, but others felt that this was a song that described mountains and rivers. No matter what, this song had very strict requirements for the zither. If there was the slightest mistake, the meaning couldn't be played out. Chu Qingju wasn't an expert on the zither, but as a former dancer, she was sensitive to music. At least, she could hear that when Chiyu played this song, her mood wasn't as good as she had imagined. Xianxia's skills are really extraordinary. He Yuan listened for a while before continuing to drink tea. He suddenly said, Ersa's skills must also be extraordinary. The words crossed the line. Chu Qingju didn't get angry, but smiled. Her action of putting down the teacup was heavier than before. She coldly said, Sanshu is really leisurely and carefree. Otherwise, why would you care about such insignificant matters? The words were extremely impolite, not leaving any face for He Yuan. Sitting beside her, He Heng didn't make a sound. Clearly, he didn't feel that Chu Qingju's words were bad. A hint of shock appeared on He Yuan's face. In reality, when the words left his mouth, he had detected that they weren't appropriate. But he was used to being arrogant and hadn't expected that this Ursa would speak so impolitely. Suppressing his anger, he looked at He Heng. Seeing the other's expression wasn't very good, he could only raise the teacup. Didi has crossed the line, Ursa, please forgive. Chu Qingju lazily raised the teacup. Sanshu is too polite. However, she didn't drink the tea. A trace of a smile appeared on He Heng's face. He raised the teacup and said to He Yuan, Sandi, this tea isn't wine. Don't let the wine get you drunk. He Heng's woman, should have this kind of temperament. If she had to endure this kind of thing, as a husband, how could he endure it? He Yuan forced out a smile and took a sip. He felt that the tea in his mouth was astringent and hard to endure. The fire in his heart couldn't be suppressed. When the song ended, Chiyu took back her hand. She elegantly stood and bowed to the three before returning to her seat. Chu Qingju saw that her fingertips were slightly red. Her eyebrows moved slightly and she turned her head to look at the pastries in front of her. She reached out to pick up a piece and started eating. He Heng watched as the plate of salty pastries became smaller and smaller. He said, careful of getting thirsty. Eating this kind of pastries at night, wasn't she afraid of becoming fat? Lifting the tea to take a sip, Chu Qingju didn't eat the pastries anymore. She pointed with emotion at the fireworks outside the window and remarked, the fireworks last year must have been as beautiful as today. It's a pity that Xia was in the Fu and could only see the light of the fireworks, but couldn't see how beautiful they were. Hearing this, Chiyusu's heart jumped. Last year, during the Lantern Festival, she and her Didi had left the Fu to admire the lanterns. Dejia and Erjia had been left behind in the Fu. In the past, she had felt slightly guilty, but without Dejia, she could play more freely. Hearing Dejia mention this, she felt strangely uneasy. In the future, you will probably get tired of seeing the fireworks every year. He Heng tilted his head to look out the window. The fireworks reflected a red in his eyes and made his vision blur. The past, don't take it to heart. Finishing, he moved his gaze away and continued to sip his tea. At the side, He Yuan hadn't spoken much after being choked by Chu Qingju. It was clear that he was still suppressing his anger. But for He Heng, He Yuan's anger wasn't anything. What would happen at court tomorrow would only make him angrier. And Chu Qingju didn't look out the window. The wind blew her veil, revealing her white neck. Then it was covered by the veil again. She caressed the rim of the cup and commented to the quiet Chiyu, Sanmei's skills on the zither are getting better. Dejia is too kind. Chiyu forced a smile. She knew that the other didn't think much of her in the other's words, but she had to maintain a respectful appearance. It's just that I usually play more. Chu Qingju nodded, you have always been much better than me, this Jia. Dejia is a heavenly beauty, Mimi can't compare. Chiyu stood and curtsied. She didn't dare to continue, but what she said wasn't right. Heavenly beauty? Chu Qingju felt that she was saying that she only had beauty, but no brains. But she didn't mind. If other people praised her beauty, it was worth her happiness. As to whether she had brains or not, it was enough for her to know. What other people said, what did it mean? She had never been afraid of being maliciously slandered by others in the world, or being envied by others as being mediocre. She smiled indifferently, put down the teacup in her hand, and suddenly said, "There are fewer and fewer people on the riverside." He Yuan looked out and saw that there were fewer people on the riverbank. He lightly said, "It's getting late, let the boat dock." He also couldn't bear to see Lao Er being intimate with his woman. No matter how beautiful the fireworks were, there would always be a time when they would stop. The number of pedestrians on the riverbank gradually decreased, and the lively scene gradually became bleak. The pleasure boat gradually neared the shore. Chu Qingju looked at the colorful lanterns that were still hanging by the river, but no one was admiring them. She thought of the jade rabbit lantern that she had the servant hold. Who's looking after that lantern? Chu Qingju was supported down the stairs by He Heng and asked about the whereabouts of the lantern. "Don't worry, Xianxia's got someone to hold it." He Heng walked down the last step. Seeing that Chu Qingju was reluctant to part with the crudely made jade rabbit lantern, the smile on his face deepened. "There are a lot of lanterns hanging in the Fu. When we get back, I'll get someone to pick a few beautiful ones to hang in Jingyuan." Chu Qingju nodded and held He Heng's hand as they walked down the deck. Looking at the surroundings, she found that the sky had started to mist and it was slightly colder. Xianxia, who had been waiting at the side, put on the two's cloaks. After helping Wang Yi put it on, he prepared to serve Chu Qingju but was waved away by He Heng to personally act. The soft shoe brocade cloak was embroidered with faint flower patterns. Under the moonlight, it had a hazy sense of beauty. Chu Qingju saw He Heng put on the cloak for her and lowered her head to tie the belt. But He Heng beat her to it. He Heng's fingers were trimmed very cleanly, the joints clearly visible. It gave people a feeling of strength and reliability. Chu Qingju smiled. She raised her chin and allowed He Heng to tie the cloak for her. Chiyusu silently stood in the corner. No one was attentively serving her. Everyone was looking at her. She looked at the scene of Duan Wang bending his head to help Jie tie the cloak and suddenly felt embarrassed and ironic. Right now, Jie was high up, the Duan Wang Fei that countless people served. But she had to use all her effort to please Rui Wang. Even if she succeeded, she would just be a seisher. Since it's late, Ji and Sa should return early to rest. He Yuan saw He Heng's movements had stopped before speaking. "I should also return to the Fu." The carriages of the two Fu had already stopped at the side, waiting to take their masters back to the Fu. When He Yuan finished, he walked towards the carriage of his own Fu. Following behind him, Chiyusu hesitated. After bowing to He Heng and Chu Qingju, she still followed He Yuan's steps onto the carriage of Rui Wang Fu. Chu Qingju watched as the carriage of Rui Wang Fu left, a hint of disdain appearing on the smile on her face. Rui Wang Yi is really an emotional person. Hearing this, He Heng smiled. He's always been like this since he was young. Because of this, he's gotten into a lot of trouble with De Ji. It's just that Fu Huang is biased towards him, causing him to become more and more individualistic. To be able to make He Heng say the words biased, it could be seen how biased Qing the Emperor was, and how much He Yuan offended people. Logically, an imperial son who was favored by the emperor like this, there would be many people supporting him in order to obtain the merit of ascending the throne. But this Rui Wang didn't have many people on his side. It could be seen that he was so arrogant that even the court officials felt that he would one day lose control. However, maybe Qing the Emperor liked his stubbornness, or at least didn't worry about him. Feeling that her thoughts were slightly biased, Chu Qingju exhaled. "I don't know why San Mei is following Rui Wang. This matter is becoming more and more chaotic." It wasn't good for her to talk about the matters of the imperial sons, so she could only change the topic to Cheng de Gongfu. "What they do has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about these people." He Heng understood He Yuan's plans. He didn't like He Yuan's pettiness. He had taken a woman from Cheng de Gongfu. Did he really think that he could slap He Heng's face and cause He Heng to vent his anger on Qingju? When He Heng thought about it, he felt it was funny. He wasn't a brat, he wouldn't vent his anger on such a matter. He Yuan's way of thinking of himself to measure others really didn't suit him. When they returned to the Wang Fu, it was already late at night. The servants had already hung the flower lanterns in the Jingyuan. Chu Qingju and He Heng washed and then slept. But their moods weren't bad and weren't affected by He Yuan at all. But when He Yuan returned to the Fu, he let out a moderate anger. He didn't even acknowledge Qin Bai Lu's request for an audience. He only ordered the servants to send Shi Su back to Changde Fu. When Qin Bai Lu heard that Wang Yi and the Xianxia of Changde Fu were admiring the flower lanterns, she was so angry she almost smashed things. But in the end, she suppressed the anger inside. Didn't Changde Fu already have a Wang Fei? Why would they send another daughter to be a seisher? Forcefully suppressing the anger inside, Qin Bai Lu thought hatefully. No matter what, if this woman really entered the Fu, she wasn't one to be gentle with the fairer sex. On the morning of the second day of the Lantern Festival, a major event exploded at court. The imperial envoys sent to Jiangnan hadn't even reached Jiangnan when they were attacked by assassins. Qin Wang was stabbed in the arm and had a high fever that didn't subside. The Right Minister Wei Wenguang was even more seriously wounded and was unconscious. The entire court was in an uproar. Who had the guts to assassinate an imperial envoy? Did someone want to silence them? Assassinating an imperial envoy was a major matter. Qin de Emperor's personality was soft, but encountering such a thing, he still felt his face had been heavily slapped. In a rage, he ordered for an investigation. He Heng stood beside He Qi, listening to He Qi's righteous and impassioned speech as though he was really sharing the burden of Fu Huang. His eyebrows moved and he silently lowered his head. If that's the case, then leave this matter to Ning Wang and the Ministry of Justice to investigate. Qin de Emperor's anger hadn't dissipated, his tone slightly harsh. These evildoers are too arrogant. Chen accepts. He Qi knelt on one knee to receive the imperial decree, his lowered head concealing the smugness in his eyes. After court, He Qi didn't speak to other people like he usually did, but hurriedly left. He Heng looked at He Qi's hurried back, a sliver of a smile appearing on his face. Your Highness Duan Wang, have you heard of the story of the mantis and the cicada? The Minister of War, Luo Changqing, walked next to He Heng and raised his hands in a greeting. He chuckled as he looked at Ning Wang's back. This story might be a bit common, but it's still interesting. He Heng slightly nodded at him, smiling as he praised, Luo Daren is wise. What wise? It's just a few words of nonsense. Luo Changqing stroked his beard, his face still smiling. I don't know how His Highness Qing Wang's wounds are. As officials, we are very worried. Luo Daren, don't worry. Ben Wang's SID only injured his arm. The messenger said that the injuries are already under control. He Heng put his hands behind his back, walking half a step ahead of Luo Changqing. Fu Huang has already sent the Imperial Hospital's director and judge to hurry over. That's good. As officials, we don't have to worry obtaining the answer he wanted. Luo Changqing chuckled as he raised his hands in a greeting. Your Highness Duan Wang, this subject has other matters to attend to and will leave first. Farewell. Luo Daren, take care. He Heng smiled faintly as he nodded at him. Watching Luo Changqing leisurely walk away, the smile on He Heng's face gradually faded. Luo Changqing, this old fox, was worried about his grandson-in-law. After talking for so long, it was just to confirm He Ming's news. Thinking about the tricks that Lao De and Lao San played behind his back, He Heng's lips curled. No matter how loyal these people appeared, there were still times when they would think for themselves, such as the current Luo family. If something really happened to He Ming and the Luo family's daughter became a widow, the Luo family would not let this matter rest. Listening to Luo Changqing, this old fox, just now, he must have already guessed who the real culprit was. As for why Luo Changqing told him, he didn't care. At least he was sure of one thing, and that was that the Luo family had a bad impression of Big Brother and Third Brother. In Duan Wang Fu, Chu Qingju looked at the flower lanterns that were hung in the yard. She let the servants put them away. The flower lanterns were pretty, but they had to be lit every night. They also had to be guarded to prevent a fire. That was too troublesome. She liked to enjoy life, but she didn't want to trouble people for such a small matter. Even more, beautiful things had to be seen at specific times to be even more beautiful. Wang Fei, newbie heard that Rui Wang Fu was in a bit of a ruckus today. Rui Wangfei was so angry that she sat in the carriage back to her paternal home. Jin Zhan walked behind Chu Qingju and lowered her voice to report, "There are some people outside saying that Chang de Gongfu wants to send Xianxia to Rui Wangfu." She couldn't understand. Xianxia was a Xiaojia with both beauty and talent. Why would she want to be a Seisher? Chu Qingju's hand that was reaching out to take the flower lanterns paused. Then she took back her hand disinterestedly. Holding her hand, she walked out of the yard. Didn't Xianxia try her best to enter the gates of Chang de Gongfu in the past? That good father of mine didn't even take 100 days before he hurriedly welcomed her into Chang de Gongfu. Everyone in the world thinks differently. The path that other people choose, we can't interfere. As long as it has nothing to do with us, it's fine. Jin Zhan heard the coldness in the words. She also understood that Chang de Gongfu didn't treat Wang Fei well. She, Yin Lu and Yuzan had been placed into the Duke's Fu by Xiangqing Ho Fu so that they could serve Wang Fei closely. Mu Jinjiajia had been adopted when Foreign was still alive. After Wang Fei was born, she had been at Wang Fei's side. Even though they had tried their best to protect Wang Fei these years, they still made Wang Fei suffer. Now, Wang Fei was indifferent to the people of the Duke's Fu. It was very normal. But Newbie is worried that their actions will affect Wang Fei's reputation. Jin Zhan thought about what the people of the Duke's Fu had done and her face showed disgust as she furrowed her brows. It really makes one angry. Angry about what? Chu Qingju smiled. Hu and Jing doesn't know that I, Duan Wang Fei, have a bad relationship with Chang de Gongfu and have a bad relationship with my stepmother. Even more, in this circle of Jing City, almost everyone thinks that I was raised by Jiumu. What Chiyusu does, it can only be related to Xianxia and not me. Jin Zhan instantly understood. Ever since Wang Fei had recovered, she had distanced herself from Chang de Gongfu and became close to Xiangqing Ho Fu. The events of the past had long spread through Jing City. She said with some relief, "I really thank the heavens and the earth. We can't let these people affect Wang Fei. If Wang Yi misunderstood Wang Fei because of these things, then it would be a disaster." Chu Qingju only smiled. There wasn't that much luck and coincidence in the world. It was just that one had to do it. Thinking about that family, her smile became slightly cold. There wasn't that much good for evil in the world. Walking out of Jingyuan, there was a bluestone path. The green bamboos planted on both sides were hidden behind the fake mountains. It had a sense of peace. Passing through a moon gate, it was the large gardens of the Wangfu. At the end of the bluestone path on the right was a small stream. There was an arch bridge over the stream. When Chu Qingju had nothing to do, she liked to go to the bridge to feed the fish. This was more interesting than sitting on the 9 winding corridors and watching the goldfish in the lotus pond. Carelessly throwing down a handful of fish feed, she watched as a few goldfish carefully and quickly swallowed the fish feed into their mouths. She pointed at a nondescript blackback fish, commenting, "This fish isn't as pretty as the koi, but swimming so silently next to the rock, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have found it." Jin Zhan looked closely and said uncertainly, "This seems to be a koi, but it's too inconspicuous." Raising an eyebrow, she threw down another handful of fish feed. She saw that black koi was like a bolt of lightning, darting on the surface of the water as it swam away with the fish feed in its mouth. It really was a perfect demonstration of speed and accuracy. Chu Qingju uninterestedly poured all the fish feed in. She asked in boredom, "Who is going to the Princess Royal Fu tomorrow?" "Newbie isn't clear, but I heard that the Princess Royal has invited many people," Jin Zhan thought. Newbie heard that many unmarried Xiaojia in Jing City have also received invitations from the Princess Royal Fu. Chu Qingju nodded. She understood the Princess Royal's intentions. Rather than grieving for a man, why not find some people to have fun with? Women, they had to treat themselves better. Chang de Gongfu also received an invitation? Chu Qingju suddenly thought, if Chiyusu and Qin Bailu both came tomorrow, with Qin Bailu's personality, she didn't know what trouble she would cause. Jin Zhan nodded. Chang de Gongfu also received an invitation. Chu Qingju rubbed her chin and smiled, commenting, "Then tomorrow, I have to be more careful in case I get into trouble." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Huang Yang hurriedly run towards her, saying that Jing Guifei had bestowed gifts. The servants didn't have the right to receive the gifts that Jing Guifei had bestowed. Chu Qingju could only take the servants to personally receive the gifts. What surprised her was that Jing Guifei had the servants bring a few pairs of palace flowers and glass hairpins. The workmanship was exquisite and it looked like it was something that only the mistress could use. Strangely, Chu Qingju had a feeling that Jing Guifei was helping her gain face. Tomorrow, there would be many female guests coming and going from the Princess Royal Fu. Places with many women naturally liked to compete in clothing and ornaments. Jing Guifei bestowing gifts for use in the palace meant that Jing Guifei, this popo, was very satisfied with her, this Xianxia. Caressing the palace flowers, a smile appeared on Chu Qingju's face. Maybe Jing Guifei wanted to tell others that she, this popo, wouldn't be dissatisfied with her, this Xianxia, because of Chang de Gongfu. Jing Guifei's actions not only blocked the ridicule that she might encounter from the two Sifu tomorrow, it also told those women tomorrow that Jing Guifei stood on her, this Xianxia's side. Even though a large part of the reason Jing Guifei had done this was because of Duan Wang, but Chu Qingju still accepted the goodwill. Because Jing Guifei had many ways to express her position, but she only chose this one that was most beneficial to her. Tomorrow, when you go out, use this palace flower and this glass hairpin. Chu Qingju picked out 2 items and put them in a small sandalwood box. She gave them to the jade hairpin that usually bound her hair. Things from the palace, they always have to be more exquisite and rare. Most importantly, anyone with a bit of insight could recognize that this was something that only the higher-ranking mistresses in the palace could use. Then it didn't need to be said where they had come from. In Zhongjing Palace, Jing Guifei leaned on the chaise and said to Ding Mama at the side, "Since the gifts have been given, I hope that Xianxia will understand." "Nyang, don't worry. Duan Wangfei is an intelligent person and will definitely understand Nyang's efforts." Ding Mama brought a cup of tea for her and carefully served. "Nyang is benevolent, Duan Wangfei will definitely remember your kindness." "It's not important whether she remembers or not." Jing Guifei held the teacup. Thinking about her own Xianxia, she unconsciously furrowed her brows. The word intelligent could be used on her. Holding a plate of pastries, Wei Ranshuang silently stood at her spot, a thread of sadness and jealousy in her eyes. Didn't they say that the relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law was like heaven and earth? Why was even Aunt worried for Duan Wangfei? Thinking about Duan Wangfei's every word and action, and what Aunt had once said to her, Wei Ranshuang gritted her teeth and accidentally dropped the plate in her hands. Jing Guifei looked at Wei Ranshuang who was standing at the doorway. She put down the teacup in her hands and faintly said, "Ranshuang, you've been in the palace for a long time. Your mother must miss you very much. Tomorrow, Gong will have someone send you back." Wei Ranshuang sat on the green cloth carriage, her expression dazed as she hugged a bundle. The swaying of the carriage didn't wake her up much. After the carriage had moved forward for a while, it suddenly stopped. She paused for a beat before asking, "What happened?" "Gunyang, the carriage of Duan Wangfu is coming. We have to move out of the way." The person outside answered. "Duan Wangfu?" Wei Ranshuang's expression changed. She lifted the curtain on the carriage window and saw the guards in front clearing the way. They were escorting an 8-treasure carriage. It was obvious that it was a carriage used by the womenfolk of Duan Wangfu. Behind the carriage, there were a few exquisite little carriages. They should be for the maids of Duan Wangfei. Wei Ranshuang bit her lower lip. Her heart felt uncomfortable. Even the carriage of Duan Wangfei's maids was better than her own. Putting down the curtain, she listened to the people outside use shocked tones to discuss the carriage of Duan Wangfu. Her eyes gradually became determined. After Duan Wangfei's carriage passed, the green cloth carriage that Wei Ranshuang was sitting on started to sway forward again. Getting off the carriage, Wei Ranshuang looked at the slightly shabby door of her fu. There weren't any sedan chairs. She held the hand of a young Yahuan and walked in. Her home was only this big and there weren't any high-ranking officials in the family. Wei Qianxia saw that her daughter had come back and there were many people carrying gifts. She smiled and remarked, "You look a bit fatter." "Guifei Nyang really takes care of people." Wei Ranshuang forced a smile. She let her mother put away the gifts that Jing Guifei had bestowed before responding. "Gu said that you must have missed me so she let me come back." Hearing this, Wei Qianxia's expression changed slightly. She motioned for the other people in the room to leave before asking worriedly, "But Guifei Nyang doesn't like you?" Wei Ranshuang shook her head. Her voice was aggrieved as she said, Guifei Nyang said that Duan Wangfei is very good. What does that mean? Does she dislike you for going to her son's seashore? Wei Qingshi's tone was angry as she said, she's a miss of our Wei family. Does she forget her paternal family after becoming Guifei Nyang? No matter what, her Gonggong and Jing Guifei's father were brothers from the same mother. Now that their branch was declining, Jing Guifei didn't have any help and even looked down on her Yahuan. It really was infuriating. But thinking that her husband, a mere 5th grade Zhizhou, had been transferred back to Jing City, her husband and her child would have to rely on Jing Guifei in the future, she could only suppress the discontent in her heart. She sighed and said, for Nyang to bestow so many things, at least it shows that she still remembers you. As to His Highness Duan Wang, I'll think of another way for you. Wei Ranshuang's face reddened. She lowered her voice to say, His Highness Duan Wang is a very good person. Wei Qingshi looked at her daughter's bashful expression and decided that she had to see that Duan Wangfei first before anything else. Her paternal family's father and brother might not have much ability, but they were still part of the Qin family. There would always be someone who could speak. If his daughter went to Duan Wangfu, it would be a good path. At least, with Jing Guifei Nyang present, Duan Wangfei wouldn't treat his daughter harshly. Duan Wang and his daughter were cousins. How could he not take care of her because of this relationship? Entering the Wangfu, it was better than marrying to a minor official who would never be able to rise. At this time, the Princess Royal's Fu was extraordinarily busy. Clothes and hair fluttered in the air. When Chu Qingju walked to the Hoyuan, if it wasn't for the fact that these people were dressed in classical clothing, she would have thought this was a modern gathering. When she came in, a well-dressed mama carefully guided her to a pavilion. She saw a beautiful woman dressed in grand robes sitting beside Wei Qingyi. She assumed that this person was Jean and Princess. She came forward with a smile and gave a graceful bow, this must be Jiejie. Greetings, Jiejie. Jean and Princess stood to hold her hand. She bowed in return, Daimai, don't be so formal. I called everyone here to liven things up, not to be so courteous. Finishing, she pulled her to sit next to her and let the servants serve tea. Chu Qingju smiled and said, that's good. I don't usually abide by these rules. Finishing, she looked at the surroundings, why don't I see my nephew and niece? I told them to go play with the little guests of the other families. Jean and Princess waved her hand, adults and children can't play together. If they don't come to disturb us, isn't that a good thing? Chu Qingju smiled but didn't respond. Even though children a few years old were noisy. But as a Jiumu, she could listen but she couldn't respond to such words. How can a child not be noisy? Wei Qingyi smiled as she followed up. She had a son herself and when the topic of children was brought up, she was always more passionate. It's good that the child likes to run around, his body is stronger. Jean and Princess nodded, yes, it isn't easy for this woman to take care of children. Finishing, she smiled as she looked at Chu Qingju, Daimai doesn't have a child yet. You can relax for a while. Chu Qingju smiled as she raised her teacup to take a sip, it's good to have a child. She detected the faint kindness in Jean and Princess' words. If it was a normal person, they would have asked her when she was going to have a child. But Jean and Princess made it sound like she was joking. Looking at the excitement of other families, it's not easy to take care of a child. Jean and Princess had no intention of continuing to talk about children. She turned, when Erdi and Daimai married, I wasn't in Jing and didn't have the fortune to meet you. Seeing you today, I feel happy on behalf of my Didi. Such a good person being married by him, it's a great fortune. Trying to make herself show a bashful expression, Chu Qingju lowered her head. Jean and Princess saw Chu Qingju's face was red and knew she was shy. She smiled and remarked, I forgot that you are a newly married mother. You're shy right now. When she first saw the other, she felt she was stunning. But this bashful appearance of a young girl made her agree with the Empress' words. This Duan Wangfei was very suitable for Erdi. Wei Qingyi could see that Jean and Princess Royal was close to Chu Qingju. She looked at Chu Qingju in surprise. Today, this Daimai of hers was still very eye-catching. That face that was 9 points of beauty had become 10 points. She knew that men loved this kind of beautiful woman, but she was even more clear that a woman couldn't rely on just a face to keep a man. Princess, Rui Wangfei has arrived. Jean and Princess heard the servant report and the smile on her face faded a fraction. But if one didn't look closely, it wouldn't be discovered. Quick, invite her in. She didn't have many interactions with Rui Wang, but Rui Wang's arrogance had long entered her ears. As a married princess, she never spoke much on these matters. But she didn't like Rui Wang's family that much. A person with this kind of personality, even if he ascended to the throne, her brothers and sisters wouldn't have good days. Qin Bailu's mood wasn't very good, but the smile on her face didn't diminish. She walked into the pavilion. After greeting Jean and Princess, she sat down next to Chu Qingju. Sitting closer, Chu Qingju found that her cheeks seemed slightly swollen. Qin Bailu's makeup today was slightly thick. She seemed to have matured a lot. Wei Qingyi held a teacup, blowing on the tea leaves on the surface. She slowly took a sip before smiling at Qin Bailu, commenting, "San Daimi, I came a bit late today. I encountered some matters on the way out today. I've let De Jia and Tu Sasa laugh at me." Qin Bailu squeezed out a smile. The hand holding the teacup was a bit forceful. "It's Dixie's fault. Your De Sa is joking with you. It's not late." Jean and Princess also saw that something wasn't right on her face. Her tone softened. "Since you've all arrived, come with me to chat with the others. After all these years, I'm not familiar with the womenfolk of Jing." Since the eldest sister-in-law had spoken, the three Dixixing naturally stood to accompany Jean and out to talk with the womenfolk. The three followed Jean and Princess to sit at the front. They found that there were many young girls sitting in the garden. They didn't know what Jean and Princess meant, so they smiled and didn't speak. Chu Qingju found that Xianxia had brought Chu Yusu and Chu Huishui in the garden. She turned to look at Qin Bailu. As expected, her face had become slightly uglier. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia was too eager for quick success. Today, she knew that Rui Wangfei would come, but why did she join in the excitement? Was Jean and Princess going to favor Chu Yusu because of this? Many guests have come today. Ben Gong is one that likes to be lively. Why don't the guests admire a few paintings, and compose a few poems to broaden people's horizons? Jean and Princess' tone was one of negotiation, but when she finished, someone came up with a painting and brush. To be able to show their face in front of the princess and Wang Fei, many people were willing. So these young girls started to examine the paintings in order to compose a good poem. Chu Qingju looked at these eager young girls and instantly felt that Jean and Princess was looking for fun. These young girls didn't have much of a relationship with her, it was good to be lively. These people were admiring paintings. Chu Qingju and the others naturally wouldn't join in the excitement. They drank tea and chatted. "I heard that the lanterns by the river 2 nights ago were extremely beautiful. It's a pity that I couldn't leave. Otherwise, I would definitely go see." Ning Wangfei Wei Qingyi's voice was full of regret. The lanterns in the Fu might be beautiful, but it lacks some interest. Chu Qingju saw Qin Bailu's expression become even uglier. "Has her daimai gone to see?" Wei Qingyi pulled the topic onto Chu Qingju's head. By now, who didn't know that Duan Wang had taken Duan Wangfei to admire the lanterns and had gone to Rui Wang's boat to admire the fireworks? Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow. Wei Qingyi's question was just to stir up trouble between her and Qin Bailu. After all, Chu Yusu was the same as her, surnamed Chu. At this time, in Duan Wangfu, He Hing heard an unsurprising piece of news. Lao San wants the 3 daughters of the Duke of Chengde to be Ce Fei? He Hing looked calmly at Wang Chongming. "Is this confirmed?" Rui Wangfu has already sent a letter and gift to Chengde Gongfu. "It should be close," Wang Chongming said, "but I don't know if Chengde Gongfu will accept." "Of course they will accept." He Hing played with a root carving, a faint smile on his face as he remarked, "Lao San is happy to give me face. He doesn't even think about the relationship between the Chu families Xianxia and Wang Fei." Wang Chongming didn't dare mention Wang Fei and could only say, "Dai Duo also sent news. Rui Wangyi is very angry at the assassination of the imperial envoy and suspects that Ning Wang is purposefully framing him." He Hing lowered his face and put down the root carving. He flicked the base of the root carving. "Let him be angry." The base of the root carving was a hollow pavilion. It looked beautiful, but in reality, it wasn't sturdy. Most females liked graceful poems. Chu Qingju took the poems that Wei Qingyi handed over. She glanced at them and saw words like cool breeze and light smoke. She flipped through them before handing them to Qin Bailu beside her. I feel that these Gunyang are all very talented, but I'm not good at poetry. Why don't Sandaimai take a look? Qin Bailu took the more outstanding poems that Jin and Princess had chosen. The first one was the work of the third miss of Chang de Gongfu. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She flipped through it again and said to Chu Qingju, "Air Sa comes from a noble family. Even the third miss of your Fu is so talented, why do you have to belittle yourself?" The words were harsh. Even if Rui Wang was favored by the emperor, he was still a deity. You, as a daimai, to use this kind of tone to speak to Sa Sa, you really didn't know how to show respect. The Qin family was a scholarly family, how could they have such a cultured woman? Jin and Princess' eyebrow rose. She raised her head to look at Qin Bailu before lowering it to taste the tea. Your Fu? Chu Qingju smiled as she took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Her voice was gentle as she said, Sandaimai, it's not that Sa Sa likes to lecture, but your words are too improper. Us women, when we marry, we follow our husbands. My Fu is Wan Ye's Fu. Sandaimai's words, aren't you not treating me as a member of the imperial family? Even the empress couldn't say such words, much less Qin Bailu, a daimai. When Qin Bailu heard the words, she hated Chu Qingju for not giving her face. On the surface, she could only smile apologetically as she said, "Forgive me, Sa. It was my tongue that slipped. Please, Sa Sa, forgive me." Finishing, she stood and bowed. Chu Qingju didn't stand to return the bow. She only nodded and said, "Daimai doesn't have to be so courteous. There aren't so many rules between us. But today, I have to say something. Right now, I am Duan Wangfei, my mother is Chu Tianshi. Daimai, don't mix things up in the future." The smile on Qin Bailu's face almost froze. She hadn't expected that Chu Qingju would so straightforwardly throw the Duke of Changde's side. She thought of the rumors in Jing about the relationship between Chang de Gongfu and Duan Wangfei. That the Duke of Changde was a wanton and unrestrained person. Not even 100 days after his wife's death, he took a new wife, that Tian Liangshi was not a benevolent mother, harshly treating the daughter of the previous wife of the Duke of Changde. She didn't care about the Shu daughter and only treated her own children and paternal family well. No wonder the scandals of Chang de Gongfu had been spreading everywhere in Jing City recently. So they had been waiting here. Chu Qingju wanted to clearly express her attitude towards Chang de Gongfu. Many people had come today. Qin Bailu had lost face in front of so many people, but she couldn't explode. She could only endure her anger and sit back down. She handed the poem in her hand back to Jin and Princess. Which one does Princess feel is better? Chu Qingju looked at her forcefully suppressing her anger and thought unhappily, Rui Wang and his wife were a match made in heaven. Even their words were so unlikable. She felt that if she didn't choke the other, she would be letting down the other's arrogant attitude. Ben Gong feels that Chu and Lu Gunyang aren't bad. Jin and Princess raised her head. Which two Gunyang are they? Come forward for Ben Gong to see. Chu Qingju looked at the Gunyang that came forward to bow. Chu Yusu's appearance was gentle and pleasant. The Lu Gunyang was slender and graceful. She really was a person that made people's eyes light up. If she hadn't guessed incorrectly, this Lu Gunyang should be the daughter of Grand Scholar Lu Jinghong, Yu Rong. Ben Gong sees that the two of you are evenly matched in poetry. It is said that there is no first in literature. Why don't the two of you share first place? Jin and Princess had heard of the matter between Chu Yusu and Rui Wang. She gave Chu Yusu another look. This girl really did have the beauty of a spring flower, her brows almost like they could be drawn. At this time, she couldn't help but look at Duan Wangfei, who was smiling and drinking tea. The two were of the same father and sister, but their appearance and demeanor were different. Chu Yusu was beautiful, but it wasn't a beauty that was hard to find in the world. It was Duan Wangfei whose appearance wasn't unparalleled in the world, but she was unspeakably beautiful. Every word and action carried the flavor of beauty. This was probably her personal charm. Jin and Princess let the servants present a set of top-quality calligraphy and hair to Chu and Lu. After praising them a few more times, she smiled and let the two sit down. She didn't mention a word about the relationship between Chu Yusu and Chu Qingju. Very quickly, servants brought in new pastries and fruits. Everyone could see that these were all good things. It could be seen that the emperor was very fond of Jean and Princess. No wonder all the Wang Fei were so friendly to Jean and Princess. Even someone as proud as Rui Wang Fei was polite. From beginning to end, Wei Qingyi, who hadn't spoken much, felt that Chu Qingju and Qin Bailu seemed to be innately incompatible, and it was always Chu Qingju who had the upper hand. Chu Qingju dared to speak so confidently against Qin Bailu, it must be because of Duan Wang's affection for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to speak without thinking of the consequences. She thought disdainfully, when Duan Wang didn't favor her anymore, what would she do? She had even offended her sister-in-law, who she would see every day. In the future, would he pity her? If it was her, she would have said the words even more beautifully, and wouldn't make the other lose face. She sighed and raised a teacup to hide her emotions. Sometimes, only the cruelty of reality could make a woman learn to grow. The paintings are pretty much finished. If everyone doesn't mind, why don't you come with Ben Gong to listen to a song? Jean and Princess held the Yahuan's hand as she stood. Once the words came out, everyone agreed. Who would dislike it? The stage had been set up earlier. After everyone sat down, the play started. The main idea was that the heartless man loved the woman, and in the end, the woman grew old and the man turned over a new leaf. Chu Qingju looked at this kind of plot and felt uncomfortable. Why was it that the woman stayed at home to take care of the old and raise the children, but the man spent his time outside? When the woman grew old and her youth was gone, and the man was bored and wanted to go home to retire, he had to be praised as a prodigal who turned over a new leaf, who saw the woman's youth, the woman's blood and tears. When she grew old and could no longer enjoy the beauty of youth, what was the use of a man turning over a new leaf? In her view, these plays were all wretched and useless, written by scholars to satisfy their own desires. They always hoped that their wives would be virtuous and silent, and hoped that other people's wives would be dissolute. In reality, they didn't even have a wife. The only thing they could do was eat from one meal to the next, crouching in a broken room and fantasizing that there would be a girl from the fields or a noble young miss that would desperately marry them. Mu Jin saw that her mistress's expression wasn't good and changed a cup of hot tea for her. She asked in a small voice, "Mistress, is your body not feeling well?" Chu Qingju held the teacup and faintly replied, "Nothing, it's just that I don't like this kind of man having such a virtuous woman." Her words were said in a small voice but Jean and Princess heard it. Jean and Princess nodded and smiled coldly, "That's right. This kind of man is worthy of having a house full of children and grandchildren. It's disgusting. Get the performers to leave. Ben Gong doesn't like this kind of play." The performers hurriedly retreated. They didn't understand how they had angered the princess. "A few days ago, I heard a play. It was interesting. Why don't Xianxia listen?" Chu Qingju smiled faintly. "Men and women in this world, they have to pay attention to one thing: good and evil will always be rewarded. How can they let others take all the advantages?" Jean and Princess felt that Duan Wang Fei was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. After she nodded, she said to Chu Qingju, "Daimiai's words are good. I also agree." This Jean and Princess did have some personality. Chu Qingju smiled as she raised the teacup, "Your Highness is wise." Qin Bailu looked coldly at Chu Qingju and Jean and Princess talking. She turned her head to look coldly at Chu Yusu sitting in the corner. As expected, the women of the Chu family were all foxes with long sleeves. Jiejia looked like a fox, Mimi did what foxes did. None of them were good. It was probably a case of a commoner scholar falling in love with a noble young miss. He used all kinds of methods to win the good feelings of the young miss. But the scholar had a childhood sweetheart as his fiancée. The scholar wanted to have the blessings of two, so he concealed the matter. In the end, what he did was found out by the young miss and childhood sweetheart. Both of them loathed him and in the end, he was poor for the rest of his life. The one he wanted to climb was the young miss, the one he wanted to break was the childhood sweetheart he grew up with. In the end, he didn't succeed. This was a mockery of the scholar's greed. Originally, this play wasn't praised by others. For men, who wanted to watch this kind of play? And the women who were raised in the boudoir naturally didn't know of this kind of play. So when this play started, many people watched with interest. After the play finished, a group of people started to discuss. This said how shameless the scholar was, that said the young miss and the childhood sweetheart did a good job. I have to say that this scholar is really hateful. But this noble young miss should not have secretly met with the scholar before and almost ruined her reputation. Qin Bailu said with a faint smile, this world still pays attention to the words of parents and matchmakers. A good young miss just had to mess with an adult man. It is not a good thing. Many people present had heard of the events of the Lantern Festival, so they didn't know how to respond. This was a matter of Rui Wangfu. Rui Wang's personality had always been arrogant and it was best not to provoke him. When Xianxia finished listening to Qin Bailu's words, her expression changed. But Chiyusu's expression didn't change. From beginning to end, there was a smile on her face as though Qin Bailu wasn't pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. Wei Qingyi and Chu Qingju both smiled silently as though they hadn't heard Qin Bailu's words. The two exchanged a look and raised the teacup in their hands, bending their heads to take a sip at the same time. Luckily this noble young miss didn't make a great mistake. To be able to realize her mistake and not stubbornly follow her own path, it's a good thing. Jean and Princess words broke the silence. A sharp smile appeared on her face, this kind of man, you can't tolerate or spoil him. Otherwise, he will forget who he is. Once the words came out, everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Which man in this world didn't cheat, which man didn't like beauty? Chu Qingju looked at Jean and Princess. On her face, she seemed to see a certain determination. After seeing 2 shows, it was already past noon. After Jean and Princess invited everyone to eat, she let the unmarried Gunyang to chat. She talked with some of the married noblewomen and noblewomen about the interesting things in Jing City. Chu Qingju heard these people mention spiritual master Xianling of the 5 Estates Monastery again. It seemed that this spiritual master Xianling really had some skill. Regardless of whether there were ghosts or gods in this world, but for a person to be respected by so many noblewomen who mingled in complicated circles, it was enough to show that his skill was extraordinary. As to what aspect, it depended on the benevolent and the wise. Hearing this, Jean and Princess was unexpectedly calm. She smiled faintly, since he is an extraordinary person, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely meet him. Even though she said so, Chu Qingju could see that she didn't care about this kind of thing. Chu Qingju held Mu Jin's hand as she stood up to change. On the way back, she encountered Chiyusu with a yahuan. She stopped in her steps and calmly watched as Chiyusu gave her a proper curtsy. Greetings to Duan Wangfei. Chiyusu was very clear now that the Dejia in front of her didn't want to have any relationship with Chang de Gongfu. She could even see the coldness towards Chang de Gongfu from Dejia. She had heard many rumors from the outside world. She wanted to refute them but found that the rumors were all true. And some of the things that had happened in the past were even worse than the rumors, so she didn't even have the face to call her Dejia. The reputation of the Fu was worsening and it even affected her marriage with Jia. She wasn't willing to be a normal official's foreign, but the D sons of the great aristocratic families weren't willing to marry her. So she would rather use her own talent and beauty to fight. At least it was better than a mediocre life. Xianxia, please rise. Mu Jin saw her. Wang Fei didn't move and went forward with a smile to give her a hand before retreating behind Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju looked at the sky. Why did you come here alone? I just saw the Yao family Gunyang and the Lu family Gunyang chatting together. Aren't you going to play with them? Chiyusu's expression was slightly awkward. She forced a smile and replied, just wanted to walk. Nodding, Chu Qingju didn't say more. I'll leave first. Be careful. Farewell, princess. Chiyusu curtsied again. She watched as Chu Qingju was escorted by several yahuan in the direction of Jean and Princess. She bit the corner of her lips to suppress the sourness in her heart. Right now, those noble misses weren't willing to walk with her. They thought they were noble, and weren't willing to interact with someone like her who was willing to be a chia. In reality, they were just normal people. In the future, when they married, they would still have to think of ways to win the husband's heart, and also take care of the favored seisher. At that time, they would just be vulgar fish eyes. Maybe this kind of thinking was just Chiyusu comforting herself, but right now, she could only think like this to suppress the strange jealousy she had towards Chu Qingju, and the delusion that she shouldn't have. For example, if she had been the one to be betrothed in the first place, the one being worshipped now would be her. Wei Qingyi and the others saw Chu Qingju return and smiled. "You finally came back. We were just talking about you." "What about me?" Chu Qingju smiled as she sat down on her original seat. She took a peeled tangerine and put it in her mouth. "Bet you are fortunate. The Xianxia and the Fu are all obedient, and not so scheming." Wei Qingyi smiled. "Not like our Fu, there are many beauties." Chu Qingju coughed dryly. She swallowed the tangerine and wiped the corner of her mouth. "Dasa, you must be joking." Recently, Duan Wangfu had demoted Si Fei to Chia, a Tong Fang had died of illness, and before that, a Tong Fang had been married off to someone from the estate. How could this be called obedient? Was this Wei Qingyi purposefully trying to embarrass her? "I'm not as virtuous as Dasa and manage the Fu well." "Dasa, don't laugh at me." Chu Qingju knew that only Jin and Princess, Wei, and Qin dared to talk about Duan Wangfu. She smiled at Jin and Princess as she said, "Jia doesn't know. Dasa has always been a virtuous person, but she always praises me for being useless. Jia, you have to judge for me." Alright, Ben Gong's Didi took you as Wang Fei, that's their good fortune." Jin and Princess smiled as she put a plate of red date cake in the middle. "Just eat 2 more cakes, don't compliment each other." Wei Qingyi smiled and changed the topic. She knew that Duan Wangfu was controlled by Chu Qingju right now. The Hoyuan was surrounded like a metal bucket. A few days ago, Wang Ye's face had darkened because a Tong Fang had died of illness. That Tong Fang must have been one of Wang Ye's people. The people sitting with her were all foreign of high status. It was a pity that Chu Qingju's Jiumu, Tian Luoshi, wasn't here. Otherwise, Chu Qingju wouldn't feel so bored. Jin and Princess had held a painting banquet today just to let these foreign know that she, Jin and Princess, was going to stay in Jing City. At the same time, she wanted them to go back and tell their husbands that she was going to take care of the Count of Beilu. These people should be more observant and not meddle. This move had the flavor of using power to suppress others, but who made her the emperor personally titled the Princess Royal? It wasn't that DeLong dynasty didn't have other princesses, but only she was titled the Princess Royal. That was enough to prove her status. Chu Qingju felt that Jin and Princess was a smart woman who could see reality clearly. She had a noble status and wouldn't compromise for the sake of so-called emotions. She had given birth to children for the Count of Beilu. Theoretically, the Count of Beilu couldn't take concubines. But the Count of Beilu had done such a thing. This wasn't just slapping Jin and Princess' face, it was slapping the imperial family's face. If Jin and Princess allowed such a thing to happen today, then in the future, the Fumas of the other princesses would also do the same. If there was one, there would be 2. In the end, the pitiful ones would be the women. When the banquet finished and she came out of the Princess Fu, Chu Qingju saw Xianxia and Chu Yusu at the main gates. In front of them was Qin Bailu, who was looking down from above. She didn't stop and directly passed the 3 to get on her carriage. Other people were willing to act out a melodramatic drama, but she wasn't willing to be splashed with melodramatic blood. When the carriage started to move, Chu Qingju opened the window and happened to see Qin Bailu give a scornful smile to Xianxia and Chu Yusu. Xianxia's face was filled with anger that she didn't dare to explode. She curved her lips and put down the curtain. Returning to Duan Wangfu, Chu Qingju saw Shu Kuei and Rui Xiang standing guard at the main gates of Jingyuan. She knew that He Heng was probably inside and asked, "Is Wang Yi in the room?" Shu Kuei bent as she answered, "Wang Fei, Wang Yi has been here for a while." Nodding, indicating that she understood, Chu Qingju passed through the main gates and crossed the gardens of the Jingyuan. When she reached the outer room of the room, she saw He Heng looking at the painting of a beauty dancing under the moon that she had the servants hang on the wall. "Wang Yi," Chu Qingju smiled as she walked next to him and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "What's wrong with this painting?" "I remember, you also had a long dress like this." He Heng felt that this painting had some of Chu Qingju's shadow. How could Wang Yi have never thought that the one in this painting was me? Chu Qingju smiled. He Heng looked at the inscription at the bottom of the painting. It was Chu Qingju's painting. It had been painted a few days ago. No wonder he hadn't seen it yesterday. She must have had someone hang it up today. Qingju knows how to dance? He Heng was slightly surprised. There were many noble females that learned the 4 arts, but there weren't many that learned dancing. Just self-taught, Chu Qingju raised an eyebrow as though she was proud and helpless. In the past, when I had nothing to do, I would think about how to pass the time in my room and randomly learn from the books. He knew that Chu Liang sure didn't treat Chu Qingju well and didn't think that she would spend the effort to let Chu Qingju learn too many things that a noble lady should know. He saw her smile full of pride and helplessness and smiled, asking, "When will I have the honor to see it?" Chu Qingju raised her bright and beautiful chin like a proud queen. "When Wang Yi does something to please Xia will consider this matter." She clearly called herself Xia, but He could hear a hint of arrogance in it. But he also felt that the other's appearance made his heart itch. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch Chu Qingju's waist. Qingju's waist is so slender and soft. "You can definitely dance beautifully." Chu Qingju's lips curled. Wang Yi's words, "Are you treating Xia as a dancer and teasing?" He more or less understood what it meant for a woman to be unreasonable. But strangely, he felt that he had to explain. He helplessly pulled the other into his embrace. "How can those women compare to you, Qingju? You only danced for me to see, no one else could see. This is a matter between us husband and wife. I like it, I'm not teasing." Finishing, he added, "In the future, when I please you, you have to condescend to dance for me." Chu Qingju hummed, "Since you're looking forward to it so much, when spring comes, I'll dance a song for you to see." This body's bones were really soft. When she danced, it wouldn't seem stiff or lacking in beauty. But she didn't want to really dance for He to see. Men were strange creatures. They liked to play with casual women but looked down on women for being too casual. From a certain perspective, men were sometimes more contradictory than women. But if she took this as a pleasure between the two of them, and even made the other anticipate it, but didn't easily let the other see, then it would only make He feel a sense of closeness, a secret belonging to the two of them. Sometimes, a beautiful secret was beneficial in pulling the distance between men and women closer. He looked at Chu Qingju's proud appearance and felt the cat in his heart itch even more. He breathed in the fragrance of her hair and said in a husky voice, "All right." Even through the clothing, he seemed to be able to feel the delicacy under the clothing. He couldn't help but want to carry the other to bed. Chu Qingju didn't want to play the game of pressure before eating dinner. She leaned her head against He's chest and said, "I see that Jean and Princess Royal seems to want to separate from the Count of Beilu." After a moment of silence, she heard He's disdainful and slightly angry voice. "Separation is inevitable. Can he mistreat the imperial princess? This matter won't be given to him so easily." Chu Qingju smiled mysteriously. Look, this was the people of the imperial house. No matter if they were arrogant, warm or simple, they all had a natural arrogance in their bones. The Count of Beilu arrived at Jing City on the 26th day of the first month. The first place he went was the Princess Royal Fu. But before he entered the door, he was chased out by the servants of the Princess Royal Fu. He hadn't thought that the servants would make things difficult for him. Just as he was about to explode, Jean and Princess held a Yahuan's hand and stood at the gates. Because the Count of Beilu had been thinking about that mistress every day, husband and wife had rarely been together in the last few months. The Count of Beilu stood under the gates and looked at the grandly dressed princess. His fiery anger was extinguished by cold water. He murmured, "Princess. What is Fuma doing?" Jean and Princess gave a sardonic smile as she looked behind him. "Why don't I see your beloved?" The Count of Beilu's expression was awkward. The gates were filled with the servants and guards of the Princess Fu. He didn't want to lose face in front of these people, but he had to. Otherwise, the entire Chao family would be affected, much less protect that mistress he loved. Princess has misunderstood. It's just a plaything. How can it affect the relationship between husband and wife because of her? The Count of Beilu forced a smile and gave a deep bow. "Princess, please forgive your husband. In the future, your husband will not do such a foolish thing." Jean and Princess looked disdainfully at the man in front of her. He was still elegant and cultured. The person was still the same person, but his heart had changed. A man who had changed his heart, if she kept him, he would just be guarding a stinky body. There was no need to disgust herself. She didn't know why, but she wanted to laugh. She laughed out loud. "Prince Consort's joke is quite interesting." Ben Gong didn't know that Prince Consort would lose his mind because of a toy. Whether or not you are confused, you should know in your heart. Ben Gong doesn't want to hear such words. Since Imperial Father has summoned you to the capital, you should go to the palace and explain to Imperial Father. The Count of Beilu's heart panicked. He could hear the disdain in the princess' words. But if the princess didn't mediate this matter, the emperor would punish him heavily and the Chao family would be finished. Originally, the Chao family was a family that only had a title but no real power. If this matter was blown up, they most likely wouldn't even be able to keep their title. Thinking about it, the Count of Beilu could only continue, "Princess, you and I have been husband and wife for so many years. How can a small matter affect our relationship? This matter is one's great mistake. As long as Princess is willing to forgive one's husband, one is willing to do anything. Since you know that we have been husband and wife for so many years, how can you do such a dirty thing to break our relationship?" Jean and Princess wasn't moved. She looked expressionlessly at the Count of Beilu. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. These years, Ben Gong has not mistreated the Chao family. You treat me like this, what face do you have to come here? Finishing, she turned to the doorkeeper, "Close the door." The Count of Beilu watched as the door slowly closed. He wanted to plead, but when he saw Jean and Princess' eyes, he couldn't say a word. Because the other's eyes told him that no matter what he said, the other wouldn't be moved. The news that the Count of Beilu had been refused an audience with the princess quickly spread through Jing. Many people said that the Count of Beilu was too daring, others said that the Count of Beilu wasn't smart enough in his conduct, but no one dared to say that Jean and Princess Royal was overbearing. After all, it wasn't so easy to marry a daughter of the imperial family. When Xu Qingju heard of the matter, she sent people to find out if they had nothing to do. There really wasn't much to do in this courtyard. If they didn't hear about outside matters or find their own entertainment, it really wasn't easy to pass the time. No wonder the women here would have all kinds of banquets when they had nothing to do, admiring flowers and paintings, drinking tea. All these titles were just for the noblewomen to gather together to pass the time. On the night that the matter spread, the Fu received a decree from the Empress. It said that tomorrow, a family banquet would be held in Kuei-Yuan Palace. He Heng and Chu Qingju had to come. After receiving the decree, Chu Qingju was slightly surprised. The Empress didn't seem to have a personality that cared about other matters. Holding a family banquet without any warning, it was most likely for the matter of Jean and Princess. He Heng saw Chu Qingju's expression was deep in thought and said, "You don't have to think too much. Tomorrow, other than us brothers, I'm afraid there will only be Jean and Xianxia and Fu Huang and Muhu." This meant that the other imperial fae didn't have the right to be present? Chu Qingju understood. This was the rhythm of settling the Count of Beilu. She nodded, "Yes, it's time for our paternal family to teach this fickle and heartless man a lesson. He didn't care about his wife and children, but had to be involved with an unclear woman. We can't let him off easily." Feeling Chu Qingju's anger, He Heng smiled and commented, "It seems that you and Zhang Jie got along very well at the banquet last time. Otherwise, why would you be angry because of Zhang Jie?" Chu Qingju sat down on the carved chair and sighed, "Zhang Jie is a good woman. The Count of Beilu is really hateful. There are good people in the family, but he had to be involved with an unclear woman outside. It can be seen that the feelings of so many years, for him, aren't that important." Seeing that her expression seemed to be slightly tired, he didn't know why, but he opened his mouth. "There are thousands of men in the world. Some don't remember old feelings, some grow deeper as time passes. Zhang Jie just met a bad man." Chu Qingju suddenly smiled. Her left hand propped up her chin as she tilted her head to look at He Heng. "Wang Yi, you have to be the kind of person that grows deeper as time passes." He Heng's eyes darkened as he replied hoarsely, "Of course I'm the kind of person that grows deeper as time passes." But he emphasized a certain word. A man and a woman alone, naked. He Heng's deliberate seduction aroused Chu Qingju's interest. It wasn't clear who moved first, but when Chu Qingju reacted, she was already lying on the bed with half her shoulder exposed. He Heng's canine teeth were licking and biting at her shoulder. Feeling her shoulder itch, Chu Qingju shrunk back and laughed, causing He Heng to bite harder. He said hoarsely, "It seems that I haven't worked hard enough to make Qingju laugh." Finishing, he purposefully pinched her waist, causing Chu Qingju to laugh even louder. Knowing that her waist was the most ticklish, he purposefully did it. Chu Qingju purposefully hid in his embrace. Then when he wasn't paying attention, she grabbed Xiaoheng and snorted, "Wang Yi, don't tease me. It wouldn't be good if my hand accidentally shakes." He Heng gave a muffled laugh, "Is Wang Fei threatening me?" Finishing, his body sank down, pressing the other under him. After lightly kissing her ear, he raised his head to look at her, "Then you have to treat it well." "How do I treat it well?" Chu Qingju's eyes widened, her face innocent as she looked at He Heng. Her hand very carelessly shook a few times. As expected, she felt Xiaoheng become alert. This time, He Heng's fire was ignited and he instantly leapt down. An hour later, the servants started to carry the bathtub and hot water to Jingyuan. These Taijian carefully kept their heads down, not even daring to look at the clothes and hair ornaments on the ground. But just from the clothes on the ground, it was possible to see how passionate Wang Yi and Wang Fei were. Chu Qingju leaned against the edge of the bathtub, allowing He Heng to massage her shoulders. Her voice was slightly lazy as she asked, "I heard that we have a garden in the Jing suburbs that has a hot spring? You like it?" He Heng's hand caressed the smooth skin, smiling as he pressed his chest against that slender and smooth back. "There really is a large hot spring in Jade Spring Garden. In a few days, I'll take you there to play for a few days." "That's good." Chu Qingju tilted her head to lightly kiss He Heng's cheek. "Wang Yi, don't forget." It was naturally a good thing for a beauty to give a kiss of her own accord. He Heng stole a kiss from Chu Qingju's lips before saying, "What I promised you, how could I forget?" Chu Qingju smiled as she turned her head. The inky black hair was in the water, making it impossible to see the bottom of the tub. This time, when she came to Kuei Yuan Palace, Chu Qingju found that Kuei Yuan Palace seemed to be more lively than last time. Even the servants had increased, as though it was purposefully put on a show. Following He Heng into the main hall, as expected, she saw the emperor and empress were present. Sitting at the first seat was Jin and Princess Royal. Sitting below Jin and Princess was He Yuan and Qin Bailu. Chu Qingju thought, this time, Rui Wang and his wife had come quickly. They weren't unreasonable. After bowing with He Heng, she sat down across from He Yuan and his wife. Chu Qingju kept her head down to sip her tea. Qin the emperor might not be a good father, but at least, he was very moral. Sitting at the front, he rarely looked at his two Urxifu and only talked to his two sons. A short while later, Ning Wang and his wife arrived. Chu Qingju watched as the two sat down at the front and Ichi started to talk to amuse the emperor. She couldn't help but think, every imperial son was born an expert at flattery. "Since your Didi has arrived, Jin will ask you again, do you really want to separate?" Qin the emperor sighed, his slightly aged face slightly tired. "Guan Yan, Jin really shouldn't have given you to that boy from the Chao family. It has nothing to do with Fu Huang. They say, you may know a person's face but not their heart. In the beginning, it was daughter who nodded that Fu Huang arranged the marriage. In the end, it was daughter who didn't have good eyes." Guan Yan was Jin and Princess Royal's maiden name. Qin the emperor had personally given this name for her. Maybe when he had given this name, Qin the emperor had thought that even if this daughter married in the future, she would still remember the imperial palace, so he gave it Guan Yan. Chu Qingju found that the emperor treated Jin and Princess very well, better than any of his three sons other than He Yuan. Maybe it was because Jin and Princess was his first child that the feelings were slightly different. In these years, this daughter and the Count of Beilu can be considered to be respectful to each other, harmonious. But right now, the Count of Beilu's thoughts are no longer on me and my children. He doesn't even care about my identity and our past relationship, and mingles with a 9th-grade official's daughter. Daughter can lose face, but not the face of the imperial family. Such a heartless man, what use is there for me to keep him? It's better to separate, that way we can have some peaceful days. Jin and Princess gave a bitter smile. Otherwise, even if I force myself to be with him, daughter will only feel disgusted. There was a moment of silence in the main hall. Then Chu Qingju heard Qin the emperor sigh. "If that's the case, Jin will allow you to separate from the Count of Beilu. As to your children, you will raise them. Have your Didi take care of them." Finishing, Qin the emperor looked at He Heng and his brothers. "Do you have any objections?" He Qi and He Yuan expressed that they had no objections. He Heng stood to ask, Fu Huang, after the separation, Xianxia will raise 2 children by herself. Even with us brothers to look after them, wouldn't it be difficult? Why doesn't Fu Huang bestow a title of nobility on your nephew and niece? When Qing the emperor saw He Heng stand, his expression wasn't very good. After He Heng finished, a smile appeared on his face. Lao is right, it should be so. Since that's the case, then make an exception and bestow upon Chung'er the Marquis of Dingzhong, Shan'er the Rui Junju, and change to their mother's surname. When they grow up, we will reward them. This was a true gift. He Heng's nephew and niece didn't just change their surname from Chao to He, they also received a title of nobility. In the future, no one in Jing would dare to mistreat them because they didn't have a father. As long as they had the imperial surname, their status would be greatly different. Jean and Princess Royal hadn't thought that things would go so smoothly. She stood with tears in her eyes as she thanked Qing the Emperor for his favor. She glanced obscurely at He Heng. Chu Qingju noticed the gaze and knew that the other would remember He Heng's great favor. As to He Qi and He Yuan, they didn't have any objections this time. They just hated He Heng for receiving this favor. Even if this nephew changed his surname to He, it wouldn't affect their fight for the throne. It wasn't of any benefit to them. It was better to follow Fu Huang's heart and get a benefit. The expression of the Empress, who had been sitting at the side without speaking, changed slightly. Jean and Princess might not be her own, but she had been raised by her side for many years. Naturally, there was a deep mother-daughter bond. When Jinan was wronged, the one who felt the most pain was her as a mother. But she wasn't favored by the emperor and could only sit. Hearing that the emperor was going to bestow 2 grandsons, the last bit of worry she had for Jean and Princess and the separation disappeared. After the matter was settled, Qing the emperor stood, declaring, Zhen still has other matters and will leave first. If that boy from the Chao family comes, you don't have to be courteous to him. Zhen's decree for him will be passed down tomorrow. Does this mean that you can play with the men who bully my daughter, and I will take care of them? Chu Qingju silently shed 2 crocodile tears for the Count of Beilu. Landing on the hands of the He family brothers, even if he didn't die, he would fall. After Qing the emperor left, the atmosphere in the main hall seemed to lighten slightly. Chu Qingju took a piece of sugar cane that had been cut into small pieces and put it in her mouth. After chewing it noisily, she covered her mouth and spat out the crumbs onto the small porcelain plate that a palace maid was holding. She ate a few more pieces before wiping her mouth clean. She felt slightly dissatisfied. Sugar cane had to be eaten with a kacha bite before chewing again. It was more interesting. This way of eating, there wasn't the satisfaction of biting off a piece of sugar cane, but the way she ate was much better. Wei Qingyi couldn't believe her eyes. Chu Qingju dared to eat sugar cane in front of others, wasn't she afraid of her table manners? She watched as Chu Qingju crisply chewed on a few pieces of sugar cane before wiping the corners of her mouth. Strangely, the corners of her mouth jerked. Daimai has a good appetite. Chu Qingju smiled, sweet things make one feel good when eaten. She handed the wiped handkerchief to Yuzan behind her and took the clean handkerchief that Mu Jin handed. "Dasa, you can try sometime." Wei Qingyi laughed dryly, "I don't like to use these snacks. For me, in life, it's eating and drinking." "Dasa, please don't laugh," Chu Qingju smiled unconcernedly. When He Heng heard this, he only smiled. Clearly, he didn't feel that Chu Qingju's words were too tasty. Instead, he felt that his Wang Fei was a bit more straightforward. Of course, this was probably due to the fact that when a person found another person pleasing to the eye, whatever that person did was good. He Qi raised his head just in time to see the smile on He Heng's face. He took a breath and felt his teeth ache. Er Sa is very attentive to food and clothing, Qin Bailu smiled as she looked at Chu Qingju. The other's clothing was exquisite and beautiful. This kind of sugar cane is really sweet and crisp. I like to eat this in the winter. Jean and Princess took a piece of sugar cane into her mouth. After spitting out the crumbs, she commented, "It seems that her daimai has the same tastes as me." Finishing, she smiled at Chu Qingju. Chu Qingju returned a smile, "That's good. In the future, if I find something good to eat, I can find someone to share it with me." Hearing this, Jean and Princess looked at He Heng and teased, "This is Erdi's fault. How can you let daimai enjoy good food alone?" When she finished, she saw Chu Qingju's face turn red. For a moment, Jin and Princess laughed out loud. Jia, don't tease, he Hing bowed, otherwise, someone's face can be a monkey's butt. Nonsense, nonsense. How can there be such a beautiful monkey's butt in this world? Of all the words, you have to use such inelegant words, the Empress smiled as she examined Chu Qingju's face. Ben Gong looks, it's more similar to the heavenly peach of the Queen Mother of the West. Finishing, she smiled herself. Chu Qingju, with a face full of bashfulness, tilted her head to glare at He Hang before burying her head to drink tea. He Hang's bones softened under her glare. He stood to beg for mercy from the two. He was teased again and it made him understand another truth. Men couldn't participate in the world of women. When He Yuan had lowered his head, he had coincidentally seen Chu Qingju glare at He Hang. It really was a bit flirtatious. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at He Hang, who was smiling bitterly and begging for mercy, his eyes probing. Just as everyone was laughing, a Taijian came in to report that the Count of Beilu was asking for an audience. The smile on Jin and Princess' face retreated like the tide. She straightened her clothing and coldly raised her teacup. The Empress' face turned cold as she ordered in a heavy voice, "Let him get in." In this instant, Chu Qingju felt that the Empress had the air of a royal sister. She tilted her head to look at the door and saw a very scholarly-looking man slightly bowing as he walked in. Just from his appearance, he really was a man that women would easily have good feelings about. So, the world had invented a phrase to describe this kind of man. That was, a beast in human clothing. Xiao son-in-law greets Muhu, greets Didi. Who's your Didi? Is Ben Wang someone that anyone can call Didi? He Yuan snorted and lazily leaned against the back of the chair, looking indolent. Don't put gold on your face. You don't find it embarrassing, but I find it blinding. Chu Qingju silently swallowed a mouthful of tea. This He Yuan's mouth was a knife, and this knife was coated with poison. The Count of Beilu hadn't thought that he would be attacked the moment he came in. But the other was a Wang Yi, so he could only endure. With this cowardly appearance, he dares to flirt outside. Looking at him dirty Xia's eyes. He Qi happily added another knife. Deji's words are wrong. When Didi saw the Count of Beilu a few years ago, he was still handsome and could barely match up to Xianxia. He Hing blew on the stem of the tea in the teacup and said slowly, "Only now do I know that the Count of Beilu is a good actor. I'm afraid that even the famous actors in Jing can't compare to him. Otherwise, how dare he deceive our imperial house for so many years?" Comparing an actor to the Count of Beilu, Chu Qingju felt that He Hang had stabbed a good knife. It was lucky that when he had first spoken, the Count of Beilu had given him a hopeful gaze. In reality, these brothers were all good at stabbing without seeing blood. Chu Qingju coughed dryly and looked at Jin and Princess to say, "Xianxia, don't be sad. Who doesn't encounter one or two disgusting things in life? Don't let these things affect your mood and dirty your eyes." She felt that at this time, if she didn't add another knife, it would be slightly unsociable. Even Wei Qingyi and Qin Bailu started to stand together against the outside world. Improper conduct, it really is unbearable. Qin Bailu disdainfully moved her gaze away, an expression as though she didn't want to see something disgusting. Wei Qingyi's words were more gentle. She said expressionlessly, "When the Count of Beilu Darren did these things, did he think of Princess and your child? Now that Princess' heart is cold, he wants to remedy it. Does he think that the people of the imperial house are easy to bully?" The people who spoke were all of higher status than the Count of Beilu. The Count of Beilu heard these words and felt insulted, and even felt hatred towards Jin and Princess, but he could only kneel in the middle of the hall and beg for forgiveness. Jin and Princess looked at the cowardly man in front of her. In Jingzhou, she hadn't seen him so sincerely repent. He had even turned against her for that woman. Now that he was scared, he put on such an appearance. Why had she liked a man like this in the beginning? Moving her gaze away in disgust, Jin and Princess stood and said, "Muhu, this daughter is tired and will first return to the rear hall to rest." Finishing, she didn't look at the Count of Beilu anymore. Holding the hand of a palace maid, she turned and left the hall. The Count of Beilu's heart froze. He knew that this matter couldn't be resolved, so he could only kowtow heavily to the Empress, describing how regretful he was, how he wanted to turn over a new leaf. He also talked about how good the princess was and how he missed the time when the two of them had a good relationship. Ben Gong feels that Lauer isn't right. This Count of Beilu isn't a famous actor, he's a storyteller in a tea house. Look at his words, if one doesn't know, they would think that our imperial house is making a mountain out of a molehill. The empress gave a cold laugh. You don't have to kowtow, don't spill blood on the ground of my Kuei-Yuan palace. Get out, Ben Gong is irritated seeing you. No mother could have a good expression towards a son-in-law that had an affair. The empress' conduct was already very good. If it was in a normal family, the Count of Beilu would have been beaten so badly his mother wouldn't have recognized him. Chu Qingju watched as the Count of Beilu was forcefully dragged out by the Taijian. She said disdainfully, luckily, my nephew and niece didn't see him like this. He heard the words and thought of the two children that weren't even 10 years old. He sighed, separation is good. It's better than having a father like this. For some reason, he thought of Chang de Gongfu and his brows unconsciously furrowed. After the Count of Beilu was dragged out of Kuei-Yuan Palace, the He brothers all lowered their heads to drink tea, listening to their wives speak. If the three brothers didn't have to speak, they definitely wouldn't say a word. The conflict between He Yuan and He Qi was practically laid out in the open. Recently, Lao Si and Wei Wenguang had been ordered to personally investigate the case in Jiangnan. Who knew that just a few days after they left Jing City, they encountered an assassination attempt. Wei Wenguang and Lao Si were both wounded and had to rest locally. Many Tai from the Imperial Hospital had been sent out. They barely managed to keep their lives, but there was a turbulent undercurrent in the court. Who would be so daring as to assassinate an imperial envoy? The person who dared to do such a thing was either a rebel or someone of high status and power. The Delong dynasty had existed for more than 100 years. There were no so-called rebels against the court. The assassin would only be sent by someone of high status and power. Then why would this person do such a thing? There were already people at court who speculated that this matter was connected to Rui Wang. But the matter had been handed over to Ning Wang to investigate. Ning Wang's mouth was tight this time and didn't leak any information. Rui Wang didn't seem to be any different because of this matter, so everyone felt that Rui Wang wouldn't be so daring. This kind of action was basically going against the emperor. No matter how much Rui Wang was favored or arrogant, he wouldn't do such a thing. The empress was clear of the grievances between the three brothers. Seeing that it was almost noon, she said, it's rare that you three brothers can gather together. Ben Gong is happy to see you, let's go eat together. The three couples followed the empress to the dining table. A short while later, someone brought the princess and the two children over. The elder, He Chung, was about 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing a red brocade robe, a longevity lock hanging on his body. He looked very cute. The younger, He Xian, was about 5 years old. Her eyes were large, her smiling face extremely cute. When the two children were put together, it really did feel like a golden boy and jade girl. Greetings to Imperial Grandmother, greetings to Jiujiu and Jiumu, the two children obediently bowed. It could be seen that Jean and Princess had raised them well. Even Chu Qingju, who felt that children were noisy, liked them very much. Xian'er has grown up so much, Wei Qingyi, who had seen the two before, smiled as she gave the two a greeting gift. She smiled as she said to Jean and Princess, the last time I saw the two children, Xian'er still couldn't walk. Now she has become a sensible girl. A warm smile appeared on Jean and Princess' face, just a naughty child, not as good as you say. Chu Qingju had long prepared a greeting gift. Hearing Jean and Princess say this, she said, Xianxia, you can't insult the two children like this. I like the two nephews very much. As she spoke, she beckoned to the two children, Qing'er and Xian'er, come over and let Jiumu take a look. He Qing and He Xian obediently walked in front of Chu Qingju and carefully examined this Jiumu. Their faces became flushed. He Xian carefully pulled on Chu Qingju's sleeve, hello, Jiumu. Hello, Xian'er. Chu Qingju bent to lift He Xian onto her knees. She took a pendant from Mu Jin's hands and hung it around Xian'er's neck. This is Jiumu giving you to play with. He Xian buried her head to take a look at the pendant. It was a blossoming lotus, carved vividly. The entire piece of jade was as transparent as ice, extremely beautiful. It was very suitable for females to wear. Jean and Princess found that this pendant was carved from ice-type jade. This kind of jade was extremely hard to find and was even more beautiful than glass. It was extremely precious. She hadn't thought that her daimai would give such a good thing to a child as a greeting gift. Daimai, she's just a child, she doesn't need to wear such a precious jade. Jean and Princess' words were half polite and half sincere. The daughters of our imperial family, nothing can be called precious. Chu Qingju smiled as she rubbed Xian's head. Our Xianer is carved from jade. I was afraid that this jade would be too tacky for our Gunyang. Finishing, she took another jade pendant from Mu Jin's hands. Come, Chinger, this is for you. He Ching looked at Jean and Princess. Seeing that the princess didn't stop him, he took it and bowed. Thank you, Jiomu. He opened his palm. It was a bat carved from black jade. The bat symbolized good fortune and was very suitable to give to a child. Jean and Princess could see that daimai had put effort into this greeting gift. The craftsmanship of these two pieces of jade was very good. The quality of the jade was very rare and couldn't be found in normal places. She said to Xian, Xianer, quickly get off Jiomu. Don't press down on your Jiomu. Sit here with mother to wash your hands and prepare to eat. Xian jumped off Chu Qingju's knees and smiled as she ran next to Jean and Princess, sitting down next to her. Qing also obediently sat down next to his sister. Seeing this, Chu Qingju sighed. Those naughty children in her previous life really should have learned from them. The difference was too great. Wei Qingyi had seen the two children before, so it didn't matter if the gift was lighter. It was Qin Bailu who felt slightly awkward. She and Chu Qingju were both newly married. It was the first time they saw the two children. Chu Qingju had given a gift before her, so the greeting gift she had prepared wasn't very presentable. Thinking that Chu Qingju was purposefully making life difficult for her, Qin Bailu silently noted it down for Chu Qingju. She forced herself to give the gift. Jean and Princess' attitude was normal as she gave her thanks. But she felt that Jean and Princess was clearly closer to Chu Qingju. The palace maids carried teacups, copper basins, and handkerchiefs to wipe their hands as they filed in. Chu Qingju and He Heng sat together. After washing their hands and rinsing their mouths, many more palace maids and Taijian filed in. Dishes of steamed, fried and fried delicacies were laid out like water. The palace maids carrying the plates all had white fingers. Holding the thin white bowls and plates, they looked extremely beautiful and made people's appetites grow. This made her think of a memoir written by the last emperor in her previous life. The scene right now was probably about the same as that memoir. Maybe it had to be more particular. After all, this was the golden age of the Delong dynasty. Actually, the nobility eating was good in every aspect, but the rule of not talking while eating and not talking while sleeping. Chu Qingju wasn't used to it. In her previous life, she ate as she made phone calls or arranged schedules for artists. Coming here, it was almost the rhythm of retirement. There weren't any cell phones or computers, so she could only read, practice writing and draw. Originally, she had some interest in chess, but after He Heng played with her a few times, he wasn't willing. Her life instantly became lonely and boring. After the noon meal, the empress didn't keep the three brothers. The three brothers took their wives and left Kuei Yuan Palace. Once they came out of the gates of Kuei Yuan Palace, He Yuan took Qin Bailu and separated from the other two brothers. He Qi and He Heng didn't care. When they couldn't see He Yuan's back, He Qi said, "This morning, news came from outside Jing City. CD's wounds have gotten better, but there might be some problems left on his arm. When winter comes, it will ache faintly." He Heng sighed and raised his hands towards the sky. Luckily, the heavens have blessed that nothing major has happened to SID. Otherwise, us brothers would have one less person to play with in the future. Exactly, He Qi's voice carried anger. This scoundrel is too daring. He even dared to assassinate an imperial son and a prime minister. That was the imperial envoy representing Fu Huang. Chu Qingju's eyebrow twitched as she walked beside He Heng before her expression returned to normal. De Ji has to find the mastermind behind this, and get justice for SID and right Minister Wei. He Heng raised his hands towards He Qi. De Ji has worked hard. I already have a lead on this matter. He Qi returned the greeting. It's not hard, this is what I should do. Hearing this, He Heng smiled and didn't respond. He didn't care if he responded or not. He raised his hands, declaring, "Good Ge, I still have some matters to attend to and will leave first." Finishing, he strode towards another path. Wei Qingyi bowed slightly to He Heng before quickly following. Chu Qingju and He Heng returned the greeting. Looking at the backs of the Ningguang couple, the two continued to walk at a steady pace towards the outside of the palace. "De Beau's face seems to be glowing these days," Chu Qingju said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You look even more imposing than usual." He Heng heard the meaning behind Chu Qingju's words and smiled, replying, "Maybe it's because of the New Year's Day, he ate too much meat and wine." Normal people looked forward to eating meat and fish during the New Year's Day. He, a member of the imperial family, when didn't he eat and drink well? Chu Qingju chuckled, "Wang Yi is right." After the two got on the carriage, He Heng said, "Wei Wenguang and the old Taitai's paternal family of Chang de Gong Fu are of the same lineage. But Wei Wenguang was born of a Shu and received a lot of cold treatment from the Wei family when he was young. Now, he is at odds with the Wei family and the Wei family is slowly declining." Chu Qingju hadn't thought that there would be such a connection. She thought about the conduct of the old Taitai of Chang de Gong Fu and had to admit that He Heng's words were reasonable. "Old Taitai has always been cold to me." In the early years, when the Wei family came to the Fu, they would always flatter San Mei and Didi Wangji. At that time, the Wei family must have declined. He Heng knew that his Wang Fei was actually a very intelligent woman. From the way she treated people, it could be seen that she was a woman who knew what was important and what was not. She wouldn't lower the status of Duan Wangfu because Rui Wangfu was favored. She wouldn't slight Jin and Zhang Jia because she came back to Jing alone with her child. When it was time to be strong, she never retreated. When it was time to be gentle, she was never willful. This kind of woman probably took after Tianshi to be so intelligent. It was clear that in the heart of the great Duan Wangfu, Chang de Gong Fu was just a bunch of idiots. His Wang Fei was the only white lotus that was untainted by the mud. In the future, the gifts that our Fu will give to Xian Qing Ho Fu will increase. He Heng's tone was serious. "The Tian clan's conduct is strict. It's fine for you to interact with them more." What was with this tone that implied joy? Chu Qingju jerked her lips and nodded, "All right." He Heng smiled and then sternly said, "In the future, stay away from the people of Ning Wangfu." He knew that Chu Qingju and the people of Rui Wangfu weren't on good terms and didn't need his reminder. Chu Qingju slightly stilled and silently nodded. Very quickly, the imperial edict about the separation between the Count of Beilu and Jin and Princess Royal came down. At the same time, there was also the imperial edict about the rewards for the two children of Jin and Princess. As to the Count of Beilu, Qing de Emperor didn't strip him of his title. He just had people drag him to the Meridian Gate and give him 40 strokes of the cane. In the imperial edict, he clearly stated, "The Chao clan of Jingzhou is not righteous, their morals lacking. They are not suitable for marriage. Zhen is ashamed and regretful, but it is too late. I only hope that there will be no successors to suffer Zhen." These words sounded like the emperor was blaming himself, but in reality, he was saying that the people of the Chao family were not good people and had bad morals. He had been blind to marry his daughter to the Chao family. He hoped that no one would be blind to marry the Chao family again. Actually, this was the most vicious. The Chao family was a prestigious family in Jingzhou. There were many males and females in the family that hadn't been betrothed. Once the emperor's edict went out, who would dare to marry into the Chao family? Wasn't that going against the emperor? This Count of Beilu had harmed the entire clan. After Chu Qingju heard this edict, she suddenly understood. This was true imperial power. Since the emperor said the Chao family wasn't good, then the Chao family definitely had problems. Whoever dared to plead for mercy would be as lacking in morals as the Chao family. She didn't know how many innocent males and females of the Chao family had been implicated. Chu Qingju pitied them but also felt that the conduct of the Count of Beilu was disgusting. When he returned to the clan, how much would the clansmen hate him? When He Heng walked into Jingyuan, he coincidentally saw Chu Qingju in a daze. He walked behind her. "What are you thinking about that you're so focused?" Thinking about the Chao family, she turned to look at He Heng. She didn't conceal it. "Don't know how many people have been implicated by the Count of Beilu. Those people are innocent, but who let them be named Chao?" He Hing understood that she pitied the innocent people of the Chao family and said, if it was just to punish the Count of Beilu, where would the dignity of the imperial family be? What's more, Father Emperor's action is already merciful. 100 years ago, when Taizu was on the throne, there was a son-in-law who married a concubine and put the princess under house arrest. In the end, his entire family was sentenced to be beheaded, and his relatives in the 5 clans were all demoted to untouchables. Chu Qingju stilled. Since the price was so high, why did he have to do such a thing? If it was the princess' conduct, it was pardonable, but Jean and Princess raised children and treated the Count of Beilu very well. The Count of Beilu did this, didn't he feel guilty? Alright, don't think about this kind of thing. He Hing patted the back of her hand, smiling as he said, now that the matter is over, you don't have to worry. In the future, if you have time, come visit the eldest Princess Fu. Chu Qingju nodded, her expression relaxing slightly. She looked at the sky outside. It was dark as though it was about to rain. The weather isn't very good. Later, the wind might start. If you go out, you have to wear more clothes. Don't worry, there's Minghe and the others. He Hing waved his hand. I'll first eat lunch with you before going out. This afternoon, the Count of Beilu is leaving Jing. Us brothers have to send him off no matter what. Hearing this, Chu Qingju silently lit a candle for the Count of Beilu inside. The 4 gates of Jing always had people coming and going. When Jing was prosperous, many people came to Jing to make a living. There were even many foreigners who settled down in Jing to live. But at this time, there weren't many people passing through the North Gate. Only some common people stayed to watch from afar. The Count of Beilu is leaving like this? Why don't you stay a few more days? Ben Wang's brothers haven't properly entertained you, what's the rush? He looked at the Count of Beilu kneeling in front of him and gave a hearty laugh. He reached out and heavily patted the Count of Beilu's shoulder a few times. He saw the Count of Beilu's originally pale face become even uglier. Look at how white the Count's face is. No wonder you can seduce those dubious women outside. He Yuan sat on the tall white horse, his eyelids half raised as he looked down at the Count of Beilu. Now you can finally fly far away with that woman. It's a cause for celebration. Ben Wang will first congratulate you. Come, bring up the gift Ben Wang is giving to the Count of Beilu's sweetheart. The Count of Beilu had been flogged and trembled as he knelt. When Rui Wang's gift was brought up, his expression changed in fright. He had seen this kind of medicine bottle before. Inside was a medicine called 1,000 Threads. After the consumer swallowed the medicine, their stomach would be in pain as though thousands of threads were twisting around it. Yet their entire body would be powerless and they wouldn't even be able to commit suicide. They could only suffer for a full 24 hours before dying. Beautiful women are only worthy of medicine with beautiful names. Count of Beilu, what do you think of Ben Wang's gift? He Yuan jumped off the horse and walked in front of the Count of Beilu. He used the tip of his foot to lift up his chin. Seeing his forehead covered in sweat, he gave a slight smile. If you don't like it, Ben Wang will give you another gift. Hearing Rui Wang emphasize the word you, the Count of Beilu kowtowed. Thanks for your highness Rui Wang's gift. Seeing him like this, He Yuan took back his foot in disgust. The little Tai Jian following behind him hurriedly knelt on the ground, taking out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the tip of his shoe, his disdainful attitude completely exposed. He Hing smiled as he looked at this scene. He saw the Count of Beilu clench his fists, bending down to say to him, think of your glory in the past, look at you now. You don't want to be a high and mighty Fuma, but you want to be a dog that everyone hates. Should Ben Wang call you pitiful or hateful? Finishing, he straightened his body and raised his voice to announce, the princess of the imperial family was born noble, beautiful and virtuous. But you betrayed the princess and your children. Our imperial family doesn't want a Fuma like you. In the future, the Chao family of Jingzhou will never be allowed to enter Jing. Otherwise, the people of the He family will punish you. Finishing, he kicked the Count of Beilu's body, brushed away the non-existent dust on his robe and jumped onto his red date-colored steed. Get out, He couldn't bear to see his disgusting state. He turned and whipped his horse to leave. He Hang and He Yuan didn't look at him and left on their horses. The horse that He Yuan was riding even whipped its tail at the Count of Beilu's face. But the Count of Beilu could only kneel straight, unable to dodge. Seeing the Wang Yi leave, the surrounding commoners finally came over, pointing and spreading countless versions of what the Count of Beilu had done. But all of them were about how hateful the Count of Beilu was, and how seductive the woman that seduced the Count of Beilu was. For the common people, if the emperor and Wang Yi said it wasn't good, it naturally wasn't good. As to how normal people would view the matter, only they knew. The Count of Beilu barely managed to hold the hand of the manservant to get off the carriage. Lying on the soft cushion, he thought of the splendor he had when he returned to Jing in the past, and then thought of the sorry state he was in now. He gradually started to regret. If he and the princess had always been on good terms, these princes would have been very polite to him, and the Chao family would have been very careful to support him. Now that he had returned to Jingzhou, the Chao family would probably want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Tightly gripping the medicine bottle in his hand, the Count of Beilu's eyes darkened. If it wasn't that this horse seduced him, he wouldn't have reached this step with the princess today. The matter of Jean and Princess Royal spread in Jing for a few days before it quieted down. For the womenfolk, it was just another person in Jing that needed to be flattered. For the men, it was just to remind themselves not to interact with the Chao family of Jingzhou in the future. As to anything else, there wouldn't be any change. The first month quickly passed. Just as everyone had calmed down, another peal of thunder sounded in Jing City. His Highness Ning Wang had found the mastermind behind the assassination of the imperial envoy, and this person was His Highness Rui Wang, who was the most favored by the emperor. His Highness Rui Wang's people defended Rui Wang, but Ning Wang took out a lot of evidence. For example, the assassin that had been killed by the guards had once worked in Rui Wang Fu, and the amulet that was found on the body of one of the assassins had been obtained by a Yahuan from Rui Wang Fu who had gone to Wu Zhuangguan to beg for it. Someone even pointed out that on the second day Qing Wang left the city, Rui Wang had met with a few assassins in private. After Qing the emperor heard the story, he was so angry he couldn't say a word. He even spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He was escorted by a group of people back to Tianqi Palace. All the people on duty in the imperial hospital were summoned into the palace. Because He Yuan wasn't able to attend court, when he heard the news, the emperor had already woken up. He wanted to leave the Fu to see the emperor but found that the imperial guards that he usually could order to let through had become unmoved. The people inside couldn't go out, the people outside couldn't come in. He Yuan was so angry he smashed a few things. Remembering that the retainer Gao Duo was coincidentally in the Fu, he had a Taijian call him over. When Gao Duo rushed to the study, He Yuan's anger hadn't dissipated. He pointed at Gao Duo and scolded, "It was you who came up with this rotten idea in the beginning. Now that the matter has become like this, how are we going to resolve it?" Gao Duo made a formal bow, his expression unchanging as he said, "Wang Yi, this one didn't think that something like this would happen. And this one suspects that someone is purposely framing you." "Nonsense, Ben Wang also knows that someone is purposely framing me. Do I need you to explain?" He Yuan swung the brush stand in front of him to the ground, "Killing one's own brothers. If this kind of reputation is confirmed, Ben Wang is finished. Wang Yi naturally understands that this is framing, but this one's meaning is, why did that person frame you, and who is the one framing you?" Gao Duo's tone became a few notches lower, "You are currently the most favored prince by the emperor. Naturally, there will be people who are jealous. Only if you fall will he have a chance. He Qi, it must be him." He Yuan said hatefully, "This matter was single-handedly investigated by him. He jumped up and down more excitedly than anyone else, but he dared to frame me." Gao Duo lowered his eyelids and bowed, saying, "Wang Yi, in this one's view, you will need to bleed a bit this time." He Yuan's expression changed slightly. He was silent for a beat before ordering, "Come, bring the cloth." Gao Duo smiled, "Wang Yi is wise and must know how to move the emperor's heart. This one will leave first." He Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Coming out of the study, Gao Duo stroked his beard, a sliver of a smile appearing on his face. Very quickly, a letter written in Rui Wang's own handwriting was presented by Xu Guifei in front of Qing the emperor. Xu Guifei knelt in front of Qing the emperor and cried her eyes out. Even though she didn't defend Rui Wang, it was worth thousands of words. Every word of the letter was filled with tears of blood. First, it was concerned about Qing the emperor's health, then it talked about how much he missed the emperor. but because he couldn't leave the Fu, he could only kowtow in the direction of the imperial palace. Then it defended himself, saying that he was innocent and that someone must have wronged him. In the end, it asked Qing the emperor to take care of his health and not harm his health because of his unfilial son. Qing the emperor looked at the dark red handwriting on the snow-white cloth and his heart had softened by half. After reading the entire letter, he sighed and helped Xu Guifei up. He patted Xu Guifei's hand and said, "Zhen knows Lao San has been wronged. Zhen will have someone investigate this matter." Understanding the emperor's intentions, Xu Guifei tearfully replied, "Thank you, emperor." Inside, she was slightly smug. A woman like Jing Guifei, it didn't matter how much she schemed. As long as she was favored, no one would be able to shake her and her son's position. At this time, in Zhongjing Palace, Jing Guifei looked coldly at Wei Qianshi who was crying in front of her. Logically, Wei Qianshi's husband came from the same branch as her, so she should be more courteous to her. But she really didn't like Wei Qianshi's pettiness. She looked intelligent but the words she said were so muddle-headed that even she felt uncomfortable listening to them. Ran Shuang has been sick these past few days. As a mother, I also feel uncomfortable watching her. Nyang, what do you think is going on? Wei Qianshi wiped the few tears at the corner of her eyes and hesitantly spoke. Chen Fu heard that there aren't many servants in His Highness's Fu, how about? She raised her head and saw that Guifei Nyang's eyes were slightly cold. She could only swallow her words. Since niece's health isn't good, Ben Gong will send an invitation for the people at the Imperial Hospital to take a look. Girls have to be pampered and their bodies can't be harmed. Otherwise, it will affect the children. Jing Guifei gave a reserved smile and turned to order the servants beside her to send an invitation to the Imperial Hospital. Wei Qianshi's expression changed slightly. Seeing that the palace maid had gone to call for the Tai, she gritted her teeth and said, Nyang, our family's Ran Shuang is also a pretty good girl. Why don't we let her go to the Wang Fu to serve? In any case, it can be considered a closer relationship. Jing Guifei raised her teacup to take a sip. Hearing Wei Qianshi's words, she wasn't angry. She drawled, Ran Shuang is such a good gunyang. Tang Sa is willing to let her serve Ben Gong's good-for-nothing son? His Highness Duan Wang has a grand appearance. Chen Fu has never seen a youth more outstanding than His Highness, Wei Qianshi fawningly said, to be able to enter the Wang Fu to serve, it is our Yahuan's good fortune. What is there to be unwilling? Jing Guifei only knew that Wei Qianshi was short-sighted, but she didn't know that her skin could be so thick. If Wei Ran Shuang married properly, her husband's family would definitely treat her well because of her and Hunger. Now, she had to sharpen her head to enter the Wang Fu. But Hunger didn't have any intentions towards her. Wasn't this just asking for humiliation? Even more, after this matter, the branch of Tang Xiong's branch would only be the paternal family of a concubine to Duan Wang Fu and not an elder. Putting down the teacup, Jing Guifei tested the corners of her mouth and said, Hunger has already married Wang Fei. Wang Fei is a virtuous person, Ben Gong can't let Hunger take a chia. Ben Gong doesn't care about these things. If niece wants to be a chia, Tang Sa should discuss it with Hunger. Finishing, she raised her hand, Ben Gong is tired and won't keep Tang Sa company. Wei Qianshi was helpless and could only stand to bid farewell. Jing Guifei looked disdainfully as she left. She said in a light voice, no wonder their branch hasn't matured since grandfather's generation. What kind of brains do they have? In the future, if they ask to see Ben Gong, reject them all. She was a dignified Guifei. Did she have to curry favor with a distant Tang Sa? Even her own Tang Ji's wife was very well behaved in front of her. This Wei Qianshi was just the eldest grandson of her grandfather's brother. What was she? Did she think that just because the branch of the first branch was prosperous, they would be soft and easy to talk to? She didn't want face when given, it disgusted people. Just because Wei Ran Shuang had this kind of mother, she wouldn't let her enter Duan Wang Fu. He Hing didn't know that he was being targeted. Hearing that He Yuan had already sent the letter in blood into the palace, he rubbed his chin as he opened the curtain of the sedan window. Looking at the bustling crowd outside, he gave a light laugh. He had predicted that He Qi would act against the imperial envoys. However, he had a conscience and didn't let anyone harm Lao Si. Now that the matter had gotten out of hand, if He Qi wanted to use this to suppress Lao San, he had to consider whether Xu Guifei and the Hogong and Fu Huang would be willing to put the crime on Lao San's head. As expected, the next day, Qing the Emperor expressed doubt about what He Qi had found. In his words, there was suspicion that He Qi hadn't done his job properly. No matter how He Qi tried to explain, in the end, he only got the order to continue investigating. He Hing stood at the side and saw He Qi kneeling on the ground with a face full of grievance and helplessness. He turned to look at the other people in the court. These officials all had their heads lowered, but at this time, they couldn't help but feel that Fu Huang was muddle-headed. In order to protect Rui Wang, he had purposefully blamed Ming Wang. Right Minister Wei and Qing Wang had suffered injuries for nothing. Thinking about the emperor's mediocrity and favoritism, and Rui Wang's arrogance, many of the officials present felt a chill in their hearts. Right Minister Wei was the emperor's confidant and Qing Wang was the emperor's youngest son. Both of them had suffered such heavy injuries, but it couldn't compare to a few words of grievance from Rui Wang. If this continued, what would become of the Dalong dynasty? Emperor, His Highness Rui Wang is the most suspicious in this matter. Please, Emperor, temporarily imprison Rui Wang and wait for the matter to be investigated before making a decision. An official came forward and knelt down. Please, Emperor, make a decision. You dare, Zhen has already decided on this matter, there's no need to say more, Qing the Emperor angrily said, leave. Emperor, did you forget Imperial Censor Zhao who died after hitting a jade pillar? The official cowed out as he asked, if this matter wasn't related to His Highness Rui Wang, who would try to assassinate the imperial envoys. This official made a rash decision. Maybe Rui Wang had a guilty conscience and in order to stop the imperial envoys from investigating, he made such a move. But luckily, the Right Minister Wei and His Highness Qing Wang's lives weren't in danger. His Highness Rui Wang hadn't made a grave mistake. Wasn't this sentence convicting Rui Wang? He Hing lowered his head to look at the official. He wasn't an important member of the court. Sweat still hung on his forehead and he looked slightly nervous. He couldn't help but glance at He Qi who was still kneeling. This person was Lao Da's man? He didn't know what leverage Lao Da had that he still had to face the difficulty at this time. Please, Emperor, reconsider. An official behind He Hing followed and knelt down. Please, Emperor, reconsider. In a short while, more than half of the people in court had knelt. Of these people, only a small portion were Lao Da's men, but they already believed in their hearts that the mastermind of the assassination attempt was He Yuan. They were also bitterly disappointed by the emperor's attitude, so they stood out at this time. Qing the Emperor hadn't thought that so many people would object. He was so angry his face flushed red, but he didn't want to relent. He took a deep breath and said, this is just Imperial Censor Zhao's side of the story. Rui Wang might have been wrongly accused. Zhen can't convict him before the matter is fully investigated. Who knew that these officials still knelt, not saying a word? Qing the Emperor, who had been angered by these people, flicked his sleeves and left, leaving the crowd in the hall. He Hing twisted the corner of his mouth. This Fu Huang of his was always like this. Petty and biased, but he didn't have much ability to govern. No wonder Lao San was spoiled to such an extent. The news that the emperor was protecting Rui Wang and wasn't willing to punish Rui Wang quickly spread through Jing. The people who had been tortured by Rui Wang embellished the story. In an instant, the emperor became a muddle-headed and biased person. His other son was almost killed, but he was biased towards his other son. No one dared to openly say such things, but the common people couldn't stop the story from being made into a fictional character story. Some storytellers used it as a storytelling. After hearing the story, everyone scolded the eldest for being biased and how innocent and pitiful the youngest son was. The matter grew bigger and bigger. By the time it reached Qing the Emperor's ears, it had already spread throughout Jing. Even a 3-year-old child had heard the adapted version of the story. He was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. He started to suspect that this matter had been done by Lao Da. Otherwise, how could the rumors in Jing spread so quickly? His son couldn't be scolded right now. Qing the Emperor summoned the commander of the imperial guards and scolded him. He also ordered him to imprison the people spreading the rumors. The commander of the imperial guards came out of the imperial study with a bitter expression. The matter had already grown big, but the emperor still had to order the arrest. Wasn't this adding oil to the fire? But the emperor had given the order. He had to do it even if he didn't want to. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel his head swell. Coming out of the palace gates, he coincidentally saw Duan Wang preparing to enter the carriage. His eyes instantly brightened. He strode forward and bowed, greeting, "Wei Chen greets your highness Duan Wang." He Hing turned his head. Seeing it was the commander of the imperial guards, Sun Bo Hai, he stopped moving and greeted, "Commander Sunday." Sun Bo Hai got straight to the point. "The emperor has ordered Wei Chen to deal with the rumors in Jing. Those who spread rumors will be imprisoned. But Wei Chen is afraid that it will not be done thoroughly. Can Wang Yi give Wei Chen a suggestion? Why don't you first give the order that these people are not allowed to spread rumors? If they are found, they will all be imprisoned." Ben Wang heard that the rumors on Niu Wei Street are the strongest. "Commander Sun, why don't you send someone to take a look?" He Hing smiled faintly. "Ben Wang has other matters and will leave first. Many thanks for Wang Yi's brilliant plan." Respectfully sending Wang Yi off, Commander Sun watched as the carriage of Duan Wang Fu moved further and further away. His heart released a breath. The Niu Wei Street that Duan Wang mentioned was a gathering place for local ruffians. It wouldn't be wrong to capture these people. He could also report to the emperor. When He Hing returned to the Wang Fu, he found that there was a carriage that wasn't very exquisite in front of the gates. He raised an eyebrow to ask the gatekeeper, "Someone came from the Fu?" "Wang Yi, it's Wei Foran and Wei Xiaojia. Wang Fei is receiving the two," the gatekeeper replied in a small voice. Hearing this, He Hing's brows furrowed. What did this family come for? Chu Qingju sat high up in the side hall, her eyes calmly looking at the two women sitting below her. She had seen Wei Ranshuang before. As to this Wei Qingshi that insisted on seeing her, Chu Qingju strangely felt that she had the same aura as Liangshi. When His Highness Duan Wang was young, he carried our Yahuan on his back. Now that so many years have passed, His Highness Duan Wang is already married, and our Yahuan is about to be married. Wei Qingshi sighed and forced herself to say to Chu Qingju, "Time passes so quickly." Chu Qingju smiled and motioned for Wei Qingshi to continue. Seeing that Duan Wang Fei was still unmoved, Wei Qingshi hated her for sitting so still. She took a sip of tea and continued, "At the end of last year, our family returned to Jing. It was all thanks to His Highness Duan Wang that our family received a pretty good assignment. Shuang Yahuan, as Biaomei, has always remembered His Highness Duan Wang's benevolence. But due to the differences between men and women, we haven't had the chance to meet. Today, we will first give our thanks to Wang Fei. If we are fated, we will personally give our thanks to Wang Yi." Wei Ranshuang took the opportunity to stand and crouch in a curtsy towards Chu Qingju. "Ranshuang thanks Biaoga, thanks Bioseo." Chu Qingju felt her teeth were sore. She looked at the color of the sky outside and then at the mother and daughter who had been sitting for almost 4 hours. These two were probably waiting for He Hing to return. She smiled, replying, "Biaomei, you don't have to be so courteous. As a Gijin saw, it is only right to treat Mimi and the family better." "Wang Fei is virtuous," Wei Qingshi took the opportunity to continue. She said with a thick face, "Shuang Yahuan has always liked His Highness Duan Wang, her Biaoga. She was afraid that you would laugh at her. Even now, she still remembers the care that His Highness Duan Wang had given her in the past. How thick did a person's skin have to be to say to another woman that her daughter liked her husband?" Chu Qingju jerked the corner of her mouth. She had heard that this Wei Qingshi and Qin Bai Lu were of the same lineage but were separated by a distance. This Qin family was a scholarly family. Why did a woman like Wei Qingshi have to appear behind Chu Qingju? Yin Lu listened to these words. The anger on her face almost couldn't be disguised. She was afraid that Wang Fei would be troubled, so she suppressed it. However, her eyes as she looked at the mother and daughter of the Wei family became colder. "Ha ha," Chu Qingju raised a teacup to take a sip, suppressing her laughter. "Wang Yi hasn't mentioned Biaomei to me." The smile on Wei Qingshi's face froze. She then said, "Wang Yi is busy with a myriad of affairs every day. How could he remember these small matters when he returned to the Fu? What does Madame Wei mean?" Chu Qingju's face darkened. "Wang Yi is just an imperial son, he doesn't have so many affairs to attend to. Even more, Wang Yi often stays in Jingyuan and always tells me about family matters." "Why does it sound like you're saying that Wang Yi doesn't want to talk about matters with Ben Wang Fei?" Wei Qingshi stilled. She really hadn't thought that Duan Wangfei would suddenly change her face without any warning. It took her a beat to recover. Wangfei, please forgive me. Chen Fu didn't have such intentions. Wei Ranshuang's face was deathly pale as she bowed to Chu Qingju. Wangfei, please don't be angry. Mother didn't mean it, and didn't mean it. We're all relatives, there's no need to be so serious. Chu Qingju's expression eased and she smiled again. She motioned for Wei Ranshuang to sit before continuing. Wei Foran doesn't have such intentions. Naturally, it's good. Wei Qingshi had never seen a person change face so quickly. Now that Chu Qingju was smiling, she could only smile along. Chen Fu doesn't know how to speak. Luckily, Wangfei doesn't mind. Wangfei is very tolerant. If a normal person didn't mean it, I wouldn't be angry. Chu Qingju smiled wryly. Isn't Biaomei serving by Mufei's side? Why did you leave the palace? Wei Ranshuang answered in a small voice. Guifei Nyang was worried that the family would miss me and sent me back to the Fu. Was Wangfei saying that they were just normal people, and not worth fussing over? And, Mufei is usually very considerate. Chu Qingju examined Wei Ranshuang. I see that your body is slightly thin and weak. When you return to your own Fu, you should nourish yourself. Finishing, she had Rui Xiang and Xu Kuei go get some good herbs for Wei Qingshi to take back. How could I let Wangfei spend money? Wei Qingshi stood and gave her thanks. She saw that the sky outside was getting darker but no one had come in to report that Wang Yi had returned. She was slightly impatient but she wanted to continue waiting. She could only thicken her skin and not bid farewell. Chu Qingju wasn't in a hurry. She was waiting for He Hing to return. Such an interesting pair of women. If she didn't let He Hing have a taste, how could she be worthy of the torment she had suffered this afternoon? Wei Ranshuang couldn't sit still. Even though her heart was in love with Duan Wang, but her skin was a bit thin. Seeing Wangfei smile sardonically at her, she felt her face burn and didn't dare to meet Chu Qingju's eyes. At this time, Xiao Ganzi hurriedly walked in. He bowed to Chu Qingju and said in a light voice, Wangfei, Wang Yi has returned. Wei Ranshuang's eyes instantly lit up. She slightly raised her head to look at Duan Wangfei. She saw the other give a bright smile. Even though she was a woman, she had to admit that Duan Wangfei was very attractive. Since Wang Yi has returned, why don't we bow to Wang Yi? Wei Qingshi put on the posture of an elder as she sat on the chair and said, Chen Fu hasn't seen His Highness for many years. At this time, Xiao Ganzi was standing with his back bowed. When he heard Wei Qingshi's words, the corners of his mouth twitched disdainfully. No wonder this Wei family Xiaojia was so petty. With such a mother, what good daughter could she raise? An aunt that wasn't close. She didn't feel embarrassed to put on the posture of an elder for Wang Fei. Just because she had some color, she wanted to open a dye shop. She didn't even look at her own status. Wang Yi has arrived. Chu Qingju stood and saw He Hing striding in her direction. She smiled as she went to greet him. The two's hands naturally clasped together. Today, I came back a bit later than usual. There were a lot of things to do. I've made you wait a long time. He Hing led his people to sit at the front before looking at Wei Qingshi and Wei Ranshuang who were standing below. Wei Foran and Wei Xiaojia, how come you have the time to come to Ben Wangfu? For this kind of person, he didn't need to be courteous. The presence of a Wang Yi naturally came out. Wei Qingshi strangely felt awe and respect. She gave He Hing a bow. Ever since I returned to Jing, I haven't been able to see Wang Yi and Wang Fei. Today, I have brought my daughter to greet Wang Fei. It's rare for you to come. Wang Fei and Wei Xiaojia have met in the palace. He Hing raised Chu Qingju's teacup to take a sip. He said faintly, according to Mufei's ancestors, you are Ben Wang's elder. How can it be you who comes to visit us? How can we compare to Wang Yi? Wei Qingshi's tone was much more courteous. She carefully said, adding on that Xuan Yahuan mentioned the matters of Wang Yi when you were young. Chen Fu brought Yahuan along. He Hing's hand that was holding the teacup paused. What did these words mean? He tilted his head to look at Chu Qingju. As expected, the other's smile had a hint of coldness. His brows furrowed as he commented, Wei Xiaojia and Ben Wang have only met a few times when we were young. Wei Foran's words, it's not very appropriate. Wei Qingshi could hear that Duan Wang didn't have that kind of intention towards her daughter. The smile on her face was slightly ugly. A beat. Later, she said, Wang Yi is too serious. You are cousins, what need is there to worry so much? He Hing expressionlessly replied, men are grown and women are guarded, it's human nature. In Lu, get someone to bring hot water for Wang Yi to wash his hands. Chu Qingju stood to look outside, it's getting late, it's time for the evening meal. Why don't the two of you stay for a meal? Wei Qingsure could see that Duan Wang wasn't interested in her daughter at the moment and didn't have any intentions of staying. She smiled as she stood, declaring, I won't disturb Wang Yi and Wang Fei, Chenfu will leave first. Take care, I won't send you off. He Hing nodded slightly, not saying a word to keep her. This made Wei Qingsure's heart even colder. She understood that there was no hope for this matter. Coming out of Duan Wang Fu, Wei Qingsure and Wei Ranshuang sat on the carriage heading back to the Fu. Wei Qingsure sighed. She said to her daughter sitting beside her, originally, I hadn't seen this Duan Wang Fei. Seeing you today, the matter of you entering Duan Wang Fu will most likely have many twists and turns. She might have wanted her daughter to enter Duan Wang Fu, but from the time Duan Wang entered the door to the time they left, he hadn't even looked directly at her daughter. He didn't think much of her at all. Daughter knows, Wei Ranshuang bit the corner of her lips, but mother, daughter wants to enter Duan Wang Fu. Wei Qingsure sighed. A long while later, she said, let's think of other ways. Inside Duan Wang Fu, Chu Qingju washed her hands, not saying a word. Angry? He Hing saw that she was silent with a dark face. He dried his hands and stood to sit next to Chu Qingju. Don't be angry for such a dumb woman. In the future, don't let them enter the Fu. If you don't let them in, how will you look at your childhood sweetheart Biamei? Chu Qingju narrowed her eyes at him and snorted, don't let another Biamei come out tomorrow and say how much she misses you. Towards women that came to the door, men never treasured them. There was even a hint of disdain in their bones. Chu Qingju knew that He Hing had some interest in Wei Ranshuang. This was also one of the reasons she wanted to keep the two women until He Hing returned to the Fu. I don't like her, it's not like I can force her in. He Hing saw that her face was still dark and could only smile apologetically. Didn't I say it before, only you, Qingju, are unique. Ben Wang doesn't even want to look at the other women. Don't be angry, it's bad for the body if you get angry, en? Reaching out to lightly pinch his arm, Chu Qingju tilted her head to say, you said it yourself, I didn't force you. These are my heartfelt words. He Hing smiled as he stroked her hair, get someone to serve dinner. Didn't you want to play chess? Later, I'll play a game with you. Chu Qingju forced herself to nod. Xiao Ganzi, who had been standing in the corner the whole time, thought, the people of the Wei family really didn't have eyes. Didn't they know how much Wang Yi valued Wang Fei? This subservient manner, no one would believe it. He was afraid that after today, Wang Yi would have a mark in his heart against Wei Qingsure's family. The news that the Wei family's Gunyang had run to the Wang Fu to recommend herself had somehow reached Jing Guifei's ears. She, who had originally thought that Wei Ranshuang was confused, now felt that this was a Gunyang with no upbringing at all. She had ruined the reputation of the Wei family. Luckily, they didn't have the same grandfather. Otherwise, even she would have been affected. Ding mama, Jing Guifei's face was dark as she said coldly, take Ben Gong's token and personally go to Wei Langzhong's Fu. Just say that Qingsure's conduct is lacking and that she did not teach her daughter properly. In order to prevent the Wei family's reputation from being tainted, please advise his wife and daughter. Otherwise, in the future, the two Fu will not interact. Her Tonga was mediocre and didn't have any great abilities. He did things according to the rules. When he came to Jing, it was Hunger who put in the effort to obtain the position of a 5th-grade Langzhong in the Ministry of Revenue. No mother liked a Gunyang who recommended herself to her son. Jing Guifei wasn't an exception. Even though this Gunyang was a relative of her maternal family, and even though she was only a Guifei and didn't have the power to make any edicts, it was enough to reprimand the clan for some bad things. Otherwise, why would the previous guilty Fei have the crime of not being able to control the clan? Ding Mama was the most respected person in front of Jing Guifei. When she sat in the green carriage to Wei Langzhong's Fu, the servants in the Fu were very courteous to her. Even Wei Langzhong personally came to the door to greet her and led her to the main hall that was used to receive honored guests. Ding Mama politely bowed to Wei Langzhong and rejected the gifts that Wei Langzhong had sent up. Wei De Ren, this old one has come today to pass on some words from Guifei Nyang. What does Guifei Nyang have to say? Wei Langzhong stood from his seat and raised his hands in the direction of the palace. Please, Mama, tell me. Ding Mama looked at the obedient Wei Langzhong and sighed on his behalf. Nyang's distantly related Biao Ji was an honest person. It was a pity that he had such a troublesome wife. He himself was just a little fifth-grade Langzhong in the Ministry of Revenue. It looked like he didn't have much of a chance to climb up. She bent her waist as she said, a few days ago, Nyang heard some bad rumors and was very worried. She sent this old one to tell Duran. She raised her head to look at Wei Langzhong and saw that the other's face was full of worry. Clearly, he didn't know what had happened. Nyang said that Wei Foreign's conduct was lacking and that she didn't teach her daughter well. Was afraid that the reputation of the Wei clan would be affected. She hoped that Duran would advise her. After hearing Ding Mama's words, Wei Langzhong's face turned green and then white. After a while, he managed to squeeze out a few words. Ding Mama, please, tell me clearly what my wife and that unfilial daughter has done. Ding Mama looked sympathetically at him and made way. Langzhong bowed and looked. And said and Bao Shi looked. She Bao Langzhong. Wei. And bowed and Boa. And she said. Wei Langzhong didn't know what was going on, but he understood that Guifei Nyang was dissatisfied with his family. His heart was already in turmoil. After he saw Ding Mama onto the carriage, he turned and walked towards the inner yard. Because he was only a fifth-grade Langzhong, even though the Fu was only a two-level house, it was in a good location. This was because the other had given him face for His Highness Duanwang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in such a location. The location of residence in Jing City was a symbol of status. Even if one had the money, they might not be able to buy it. When he entered the yard, he saw Xianxia scolding a servant. His face darkened as he motioned for the punished servant to leave. He asked coldly, "What did you do a few days ago?" "What did I do?" Wei Qianxia's expression wasn't good as she looked at Wei Langzhong. She raised her voice and said, "Wei Ruji, speak clearly. What did I do to make you put on such a face?" The servants at the side saw the situation and carefully retreated to the corner, trying their best to bury their heads even lower. If you didn't do anything, Guifei Nyang would send someone to express her dissatisfaction. Wei Ruji's face was black as he looked at Wei Qianxia's shrewish appearance. These years, I have tolerated you at every turn, but I can't allow you to destroy the reputation of my Wei family. Wei family? Wei. Qianxia sneered. Pointing at Wei Ruji, she scolded, "You think you are so important. Look at how the Guifei Nyang likes you. That branch is one family. What are we? You are yelling at me now because you want to show off that your Wei family has a Guifei Nyang. My Qin family is a scholarly family. I don't know how many Nyang came from our ancestors. I don't need you to show off in front of me. Stupid woman." Wei Ruji was so angry he slapped Wei Qianxia's face. His personality had always been soft. This time, he must have been angry. "Why did I marry a woman like you? If you really feel the Qin family is good, I will fulfill your wish. A divorce letter doesn't take much effort. Don't talk about the Qin family in front of me all day. I didn't say it in the past because I thought it wasn't easy for you to have children. Since you don't want face when I give you it, I don't need to give you face. You can go to the main Qin family and complain. See if they recognize you. You are just a distant branch. Do you really think you are someone?" Wei Qianxia opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She was used to being domineering. Usually, Wei Ruji would give in to her. Now that the other said she would write a divorce letter for her, she felt as though a basin of ice water had been poured into her brain. She was both angry and afraid. As though he had endured enough, Wei Ruji grew angrier as he spoke. "Now that my children are all grown up, you don't have to worry that I will mistreat them. I won't marry again in the future. If you agree, I will immediately give you the divorce letter so that you won't feel wronged. Wei Ruji, I gave birth to your children and paid so much. Now you want to kick me away?" Wei Qianxia found a reason and instantly shrieked, "Now that my children are all grown up, you don't need me anymore. You despise this old woman, it won't be so easy." Finishing, she reached out to grab Wei Ruji's face. Wei Ruji pushed her away. He coldly said, "If it wasn't for my children, I would have divorced you a long time ago. If you don't want me to divorce you, then stay in the Fu. Your Qin family is a scholarly family, you can afford to lose face. My Wei family is a small family and can't afford to lose face." Finishing, he flicked his sleeve and left. Wei Xianxia sat on the ground, tears and snot smeared all over her face. After crying for a long time, she used her sleeve to wipe her tears. Thinking about what her husband had just said, she understood that Jing Guifei was displeased that she had gone to Duan Fu. She said hatefully, "You really think that only your son is respected in the world? When another Wang Yi succeeds, let's see how arrogant you can be." Wei Ranshuang stood behind the window and watched her father and mother quarrel in the yard. She couldn't help but choke out a sound. Father was usually gentle, but today, he had quarreled so badly with her mother. Thinking that it was because of her that it had become like this, she couldn't help but cry even harder. "Gunyang, don't cry," her Yahuan carefully urged. If Foreign saw this, she would be worried again. Wei Ranshuang paused. Her eyes widened as she looked at Wei Qianxia standing in the yard. Her mother's appearance was extremely disheveled. Father had humiliated her mother in front of the servants. How would her mother manage the Hoyuan in the future? "It's all my fault. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become like this." Her tears flowed down again. The news that Wei Qianxia had been reprimanded by Wei Ruji hadn't spread outside, but Jing Guifei knew. She understood that this was Wei Ruji's attitude and determination. She listened to the messenger repeat and nodded. It should have been like this a long time ago. Ben Gong's distant Tang Xiong's personality is just too soft. Finishing, she turned to Chu Qingju sitting below. "You don't have to worry about this. Wei Ranshuang, that Yatu, won't be able to enter the Fu." Chu Qingju blinked. A beat later, she responded, "Thank you, Mu Fei." Erxi had been worried that if she entered the Fu, I wouldn't know how to treat her. "How to treat her? She's just a Chia." Jing Guifei took a sip of tea, her tone slightly cold. "A person like this wants to enter the Wang Fei. She really thinks that anything can serve my son." Chu Qingju slightly lowered her head, indicating that she didn't understand the words. Raising her head to see her Erxifu's obedient state, Jing Guifei's lips twitched. If she was smarter, she would have said some pretty words at this time to make her happy. Why was she, this Erxifu, just sitting there? "You've been married to Hunger for almost half a year." Jing Guifei somehow changed the topic. "Ben Gong was your age when I entered the palace. I only had Hunger for almost 4 years after entering the palace. At the time, the position of the fetus wasn't good and it took a lot of effort to give birth. The mama that delivered the birth said that it was fortunate that Ben Gong was almost 20 when I gave birth and my bones had developed. Otherwise, it would have been 1 corpse and 2 lives. After so many years, even though I can't have another child, but Hunger is filial, Ben Gong doesn't have any regrets." Chu Qingju paused. She hadn't thought that Jing Guifei would say such a thing to her. She looked at the beautiful matron in front of her. She always acted high and mighty, but her words were filled with a mother's affection for her son. She wanted her and her son to have a harmonious relationship, hinting that she didn't have to be in a hurry to have a child. No matter if there was any care for her or not, but at least she hoped that she would have a good child and raise it well. Pondering these words, maybe she really was comforting her, telling her not to be in a hurry to have a child, and to let nature take its course? Mu Fei must have suffered a lot raising Wang Yi. Chu Qingju smiled as she remarked, "No wonder Wang Yi always thinks of Mu Fei. He even knows what Mu Fei likes and doesn't like when he eats desserts." The smile on Jing Guifei's face became more pronounced. Even her tone was tinged with mirth. As a mother, all she wants is for the child to be well. She doesn't ask for anything else. Chu Qingju thought of her deceased parents. When they were alive, they protected her like she was a pearl. When she wanted to learn to dance, they supported her with everything they had. They also treasured the pictures of her performances. But after they left, no one treated her as well as they did. Seeing her Erxifu's expression was slightly downcast, Jing Guifei remembered that Erxifu's birth mother had died early. For some reason, she felt that her state was slightly pitiful. She patted the back of her hand. "Recently, Ben Gong's little kitchen has made a new kind of desserts. Ben Gong thinks that the taste isn't bad. You should try it." Finishing, she had someone go to the kitchen to bring out the desserts. Chu Qingju raised her head to look at Jing Guifei. She smiled as she replied, "Thank you, Mu Fei." Jing Guifei looked at her watery little eyes and smiled, remarking, "Such a small matter, there's no need to thank me. You brought so many things into the palace today. Mu Fei treating you with a plate of desserts is enough. Mu Fei's food is delicious. If it wasn't that I was afraid of people gossiping, Erxi would come every day to beg for food." Chu Qingju furrowed her brows. The food that the Fu's kitchen makes, it never tastes as good as Mu Fei's. The corner of Jing Guifei's mouth twitched. "You dislike the Wang Fu so much in front of Popo. Have you thought about Ben Gong's feelings? Haven't you thought about Ben Gong's son's feelings? Even if you were purposefully trying to curry favor, that was fine. But this sincere gaze made her believe that this Erxifu of hers really disliked the Wang Fu's kitchen. It's fine. Ben Gong will let someone make a copy of the list of dishes and desserts that you like and send it to the Fu." Jing Guifei smiled as she spoke. She just didn't want people to think that the chefs of Duan Wang Fu were useless. If she knew that was such a stupid Erxifu, she wouldn't have felt such heartache. When Chu Qingju had entered Zhongjing Palace, she had brought a lot of things. When she left Zhongjing Palace, she still brought a lot of things. The bystanders looked and sighed. Jing Guifei and Duan Wangfei were truly a loving mother and filial son. She turned back to look at the servants who had followed her into the palace, their hands full of things. She couldn't help but sigh. From a certain perspective, Jing Guifei was a good popo of the Delong dynasty. Intelligent, beautiful, and knew what was important and what was not. This kind of woman would be a proper heroine in a career. It was a pity that she encountered an emperor like Qing the Emperor. In reality, a popo like Jing Guifei might have to be careful because she was too intelligent, but she was much better than a popo like Xu Guifei. If it was a normal popo, what she would do would be to urge her to have a child, and not to urge her not to rush. Even in the world of her previous life, there weren't many popo that could do that. But this kind of popo, maybe she wouldn't like an Erxi that was too intelligent. It was better for her to interact with her the way she was now. In Zhongjing Palace, Ding Mama came back after sending off Duan Wangfei. She walked in front of Jing Guifei and reported in a small voice, "Nyang Nyang, Wangfei has already returned." Jing Guifei nodded and sighed, hunger really cares about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hinted for her not to make things difficult for Chu Qingju. It's a good thing that Wang Yi and Wang Fei have a deep relationship. Ding Mama came forward to massage her shoulders. She said in a light voice, "If it was like the two in that Fu, wouldn't they be the joke of Jing City?" "Your words are reasonable," Xian Guifei smiled. "Chu sure is still young. It would be good for the child to have a child 1 or 2 years later. This mother is too young and the child she gives birth to is sick. It's a worry. If her son and Erxi fought like the couple in Rui Wang Fu, then it would be a worry. Her Erxi might be naive, but she was better than a Wang Fei like Qinshi. Nyang Nyang is righteous," Ding Mama said. "It is Wang Fei's great fortune to have a popo like you." In the past, Ben Gong didn't like her dullness, but recently, even though she's a bit dumb, it's not displeasing. As long as the relationship between husband and wife is good, Ben Gong doesn't have to be that evil person. Jing Guifei smiled as she shook her head, but for Hunger to say good things about her for her sake, it's a wonder. Ding Mama had been by Jing Guifei's side for many years and didn't know that Nyang Nyang treated Wang Fei very well. Naturally, she followed along and said that Wang Yi was good to Wang Fei. As for why Nyang Nyang always said Wang Fei was stupid. Her Highness still protected such a stupid princess. If that wasn't love, then what was? Not long after Chu Qingju returned to the Fu, He Heng returned as well. When the two met, she first spoke of Jing Guifei's gifts and then sighed, "Nyang Nyang is so good to Wang Yi, always thinking of you." Hearing this, He Heng smiled and replied, "Didn't you always know that Mu Fei treats me well? Why did you only say this today?" In this world, there's the phrase, "Love the house, love the crow." Wang Yi is that house, I am that crow. Chu Qingju repeated what Jing Guifei had said to her. If it wasn't for Wang Yi, why would Nyang Nyang love me so much? After He Heng heard this, he couldn't help but smile. You. Chu Qingju heard that he only smiled and didn't say whether she was right or wrong. She smiled and suggested, "It's still early today, why don't I play around with Wang Yi?" The smile on his face instantly froze. He Hing looked at the smiling Chu Qingju. Who was playing with who? In the end, He Hing endured the pain and played around with Chu Qingju. The process was horrendous, but the ending was beautiful. As to what kind of beauty it was, one could refer to the dinner that was 2 hours late and the hot water that was sent to Jingyuan from the boiling room. The commander of the Imperial Guards was probably the busiest person in the last 2 days. He and his subordinates had captured many local ruffians and sent them to the heavenly prison. Right now, he didn't just have to think of a way to suppress the rumors in Jing, he also had to be careful not to offend any of the factions. He didn't know what the emperor was thinking. Even though there were many voices of dissent at court, the emperor still allowed Rui Wang to freely enter and leave the Wangfu, and even the imperial palace. It chilled the hearts of many people at court. Thinking about these troublesome matters, he couldn't help but sigh. He turned to order the subordinates behind him, search the city and see if there are still people spreading the rumors. Yes. The Imperial Guards instantly split into several groups and burrowed into the alleys. Commander Sun raised his head to look at the sky. The weather wasn't very good. It looked like it was going to rain. He was preparing to enter the palace when he saw a sedan coming from nearby. Behind the sedan, there were people carrying something. It looked like a dowry, but the sedan at the front was a blue-crowned sedan and not a bright red sedan. The people carrying the sedan were only 2 brawny men. He stilled before reacting. It must be some large family taking a seizure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a grand display. But why would this seizure bring so much dowry, he didn't know. I heard that the one sitting inside is the San Xiaojia of Chong de Gongfu. Isn't it the Xiaojia of that Fu? Such a good family, but to be a seizure, it's a sin. What do you know? She was taken into Rui Wangfu, how can normal people compare? When Duan Wang was mentioned, the people who had been gossiping scattered like birds and beasts. They hated that they didn't walk fast enough, and that their mouths were too free to talk about the matters of Rui Wangfu. With a complicated expression, Commander Sun looked at the scattering people. Commander Sun sighed. Rui Wang's current reputation, it was probably at a level that would stop little children from crying at night. Even if the emperor tried his best to protect Rui Wang, in the hearts of the common people, Rui Wang's reputation had already plummeted. Commander Sun. Commander Sun turned his head and saw Prince Ning riding on a black steed. He was wearing a black robe with silver embroidery and had a bright smile on his face. His heart tightened. It was an open secret at court that Ning Wang and Rui Wang didn't have a good relationship. What he was doing now was beneficial to Rui Wang. Ning Wang had come to greet him, did he have other intentions? Wei Chen greets His Highness Ning Wang. Commander Sun walked in front of He Chi's horse and bowed in greeting, asking, does His Highness Ning Wang have any orders for Wei Chen? Just saw Commander Sun was here, so I came to greet you. He Chi played with the horsewhip in his hand. He raised his chin in the direction of the blue sedan, is that the Chia of Lao San's family? Commander Sun lowered his head, Your Highness, Wei Chen doesn't know. He Chi looked wryly at Commander Sunday. From his angle, he could only see the other's head that was buried very low and his bent back. This commander of the Imperial Guards was a very smart person. Otherwise, Fu Huang wouldn't have given him this task. There are things in Jing that the commander of the Imperial Guards doesn't know? He Chi flicked his horsewhip, looking as if he didn't care at all. Lao San is quite filial. Knowing that Imperial Father's health isn't good. Recently, he specially took a concubine to wash away the good fortune. This filial piety is truly moving. Commander Sun, don't you think so? Commander Sun couldn't help but laugh dryly. His Highness Ning Wang was clearly praising Rui Wang, but anyone could hear the disdain in it. How could taking a chia be considered boosting the good fortune? His father was still ill, but he didn't forget to take a chia. For a normal person, that was something that would be criticized. Rui Wang really wasn't right in this matter. The emperor was still worrying about his affairs, but he had no qualms about taking a chia. His heart was really open. But as a son, it was really unfilial to do such a thing. It was just that the emperor was favoring him and no one could say anything. It was just that he, the errand boy, had to think of ways to protect Duan Wang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to the emperor. Thinking about it, Commander Sun gave a dry laugh, Wang Yi is right. He was just a little commander of the Imperial Guards, he didn't dare to play such games with these high and mighty Wang Yi. Heh, He Qi laughed, turned his horse around, and galloped away. In Rui Wang Fu, Qing Bailu stood not far from the door of drooping flowers. She watched as the little blue sedan was carried into the Shishi Yuan. Her face was dark as she said to the Yahuan behind her, Wang Yi still took her in. The Yahuan behind her comforted, Wang Fei, Chushir is just a Seisher who can't enter the main clan. You don't have to worry about such a person. Don't have to worry? Qin Bailu smiled coldly, if it was a normal person, why would Wang Yi need to admire the lanterns with her during the Lantern Festival? She had argued and made a fuss, but Wang Yi was still the same, and even became colder to her. At that time, she knew that to Wang Yi, she was no different than any other woman in the Fu. Thinking about it, Qin Bailu's expression became bitter. She had been proud for so many years. Only after she married did she know that meeting this kind of man was enough to smash all her pride into dust. No matter how noble the daughter of the Qin family was, how could it compare to an imperial son, Chu Yusu, who was hated by Qin Bailu out of jealousy, wasn't as good as she had imagined. She sat on the bed, examining the pink bed curtains, the pink bedding. The only thing that was red was the pair of burning red candles. In the room, there was no matron of honor, no lotus seeds or peanuts, no red veils or crossed cups. The surroundings were silent. The only things present were the two Yahuan of the Wang Fu standing guard outside the door and the dowry Yahuan inside the room. Yao Shi saw that her Xianxia's expression wasn't very good and said in a small voice, Xianxia, newbie heard that Wang Yi has set up a banquet today. He probably won't be able to leave yet. Knowing that Yao Shi was comforting her, she grimaced, retorting, I'm just a Si Fei. Those people of high status and power wouldn't attend the banquet. With Rui Wang's status, would he personally entertain those of unknown status? She had chosen such a path. No matter what the result was, it was all her own doing. End of chapter 53. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.